Chapter 351 If you make a mistake once, you will be gone. Cornelius Aruba heard these words as if he was looking forward to his arrival, and felt a strange feeling in his heart. The female fox, known as the Red of Pain, was looking forward to seeing him. Well, it's impossible. My jealousy towards her is not hidden too well. Although it's an old classmate, in private, this guy probably knows his jealousy towards her. I hope to see myself, it shouldn't be. Is that supposed to be for the girl who was kidnapped by Huang Ye's Onlyan? Could it be that the girl who awakened her devil's eyes was Aozaki Orange's disciple? Forget it, in short, this female fox will die here tonight, so there is no need to worry too much about this kind of thing. He was thinking about something in his mind. The handsome blonde magician who was over 50 but was only over 20 years old showed an apology smile on his face and said to Orange Aozaki, "I've made you wait here for a long time." While speaking, Cornelius also quickly swept past the others present with his eyes. 5 women and 2 men, except for 2 young men, the rest are all furry children. The daughter of the Tozaka family. His eyes first glanced over Rin Tozaka. A mere warrior? Come to Hei Tong Ganyi. Living dolls are really made vividly and the female fox has superb skills in making dolls. I just don't know if they have combat power. He stayed on Ilya's body for a while. Who is the owner of the demon eye? When they came to Sakura and Asakumi Fujino, the little nun next to him was not the same as a person from this country, and he could not be a descendant of the Asakumi family in the demon retired family. Forget it, even if a child of this age has magic eyes, how strong can the magic eyes be? After dealing with it, the 2 of them will attack together. In the end, Cornelius's sight came to Broly, who looked the smallest. Well, an ordinary little devil doesn't need to watch too much. Although I don't know why Aozaki Orange came here with a group of such strange children, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there is no difference between killing 1 more person tonight and killing a few more people. No need to say anything else, Aruba, tell me the news about the person I want to find. Orange Aozaki didn't talk nonsense and got straight to the point, for fear that Broly would throw the terrifying energy bomb to the ground casually. Come in with me first, I will tell you where she is. Aruba walked past with the poodle and walked straight into Ogawa's apartment. The other party's ink-twisted posture made Broly look itchy and want to beat someone up. But thinking that the other party may not be a bad person, but a person who enthusiastically provided information on the disappearance of the 2 rituals. This made the Saiyan boy a little patient with him, and a group of people followed him into Ogawa's apartment. Aruba, are you the prisoner who kidnapped the 2 rituals? Walking in the long corridor, Aozaki Orange asked amid the sound of footsteps. I'm not. Aruba directly denied that the kidnapping of the girl did have nothing to do with him. So, is Huang Ye a prisoner? Aozaki Orange asked again. Yes, he did the kidnapping. Aruba nodded and admitted it on behalf of Huang Ye's Onlyan. Why did Huang Ye do this? Don't you know the reason for him doing this? Didn't you 2 discuss how to reach the root cause together when you were in the academy? Arriving at the root is a very private matter, what does it have to do with outsiders? Opening the channel to the root will be hindered and killed by suppression, but what if you just follow the channel you already have? Sure enough, is his purpose to die with the demon eye? No, 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 if you just have a straight dead demon eye, it will not help people reach the root. What Huang Ye really wants is the body that can give birth to a straight dead demon eye. Wait, that guy wants to transplant his brain into Lianji's body, right? That's right. Yang Ye is crazy. If you do that, you may not get anything. You will only kill yourself, others, and even implicate the whole world. She looked back at Broly and found that the boy's face was already extremely gloomy, as if he could do anything at any time. I don't know if Huang Ye is crazy, but aren't most magicians doing this? They have a strong persistence in the root cause. For this reason, even if they kill countless people or even sacrifice themselves, they still do whatever they want. Aruba did not hide his ridicule of this magician who pursued the vortex of the roots. He himself had no interest in pursuing the illusory vortex of the roots. This person believes that if you want to touch God's realm, you just need to pursue the truth of the world, and there is no need to pursue the so-called roots. Then how did you know about this? Have you seen the structure of this Ogawa apartment? No, what's wrong? The contradiction spiral, Tai Chi structure, this is a conceptual picture you once designed to open up the roots. He invited me to complete the construction of this building. You are Huang Ye's helper, but you are not someone who is interested in the root cause. Judging from your tone just now, you don't seem to think Huang Ye can succeed. Yes, I am indeed not interested in the vortex of the roots, and I don't think Huang Ye's plan to reach the roots will be successful. So, are you contacting me to stop him? Aozaki Orange asked. Aruba made a puzzled voice. At this time, he had already arrived at the lobby inside Ogawa apartment with everyone. Does Huang Ye and I look good? He asked Aozaki Orange. I don't know this. Maybe you have a good relationship in private. Aozaki Orange shrugged. You always do this, giving me self-righteous lighties as a comment, I'm just for you. Aruba turned around and raised his hand, pointing at Aozaki Orange. For me, can you have a crush on me? Aozaki Orange looked at Aruba in surprise. Bad, I'm killing you. Aruba directly broke the defense. In order to kill you, I always stole my limelight in the college days, I used me as an assistant, so that the old guy in the clock tower had a lower personal evaluation of me, thinking that I was an inferior bastard who was not as good as you. Okay, I have fully understood your resentment. It's time to tell me where Huang Ye is and where the girl he kidnapped is. Humph, Aokai, do you still have time to care about other people's affairs now? But forget it, it's okay to tell you. Huang Ye is here, and the girl he tied to is also in this apartment building, but I don't know where it is. Broly closed his eyes and used his breath to sense the entire apartment building again, but he still couldn't find Lianji's breath. But this is not surprising. It is probably because the special aura of Huang Yazonglian had some moves and hidden the breath of Lianji. Or, when Broly's desire to kill might have been killed, he suddenly increased. Don't worry, Lianji should be fine. Fortunately, Miss Doll Master's words temporarily comforted the Saiyan boy. Now I will leave the matter to me first. Originally, Huang Ye was attracted by me, so I should also take the corresponding responsibility. In terms of collecting money and doing business, Aozaki Orange is still very principled, so she took the initiative to take a step forward. Yellow, since I'm here, you should have appeared, or do you expect this guy Aruba to get rid of me? She looked around and said loudly. Damn it, Aozaki, you dare to look down on me. I will turn into a tangible snake of flame, go and swallow that woman all. The reason why Aruba is called the Red Magician is that he is very good at flame magic. He only takes less than 2 seconds of brief chanting. A flame python composed of magic and temperatures up to thousands of degrees Celsius was summoned by this man. As soon as it appeared, the flame python rushed towards Aozaki Orange. Wang Xian. But before he arrived, he was confined to the air, as if he had been solidified in jelly, and was thrown aside. Yang Yat, what are you doing? Aruba turned his head angrily and looked at Huang Yazonglian who appeared at the entrance of the stairs on the second floor, but the other party took action to stop his attack. Aruba, don't forget the agreement between us. I need you to help me deal with other people. Huang Yazonglian said in a low voice. If it were just Orange Aozaki who arrived, he wouldn't mind the other party suffering. But Aozaki Orange came in a group. In order to avoid capsizing in his gutter, he still needed the help of Aruba, the idiot. Yellow, you deliberately let Aruba attract me, right? Aozaki Orange asked. That's right. Aruba's persistence towards Aozaki Orange can be seen completely. Huang Yazonglian was not surprised that the other party would directly contact Aozaki Orange. In other words, this is the result he intended to get. Instead of letting people who may hinder themselves from reaching the root cause be outside, he may track the result of this obstacle to himself at any time. He wants to attract the people who hinder into his barrier and kill them first. Of course, if Aozaki Orange couldn't get in touch with Aruba, it would be the best result, because it proved that the other party would not become an obstacle to him. I'm very sorry, you chose to come. Ranyi is my customer, so of course I have to do the after-sales service, otherwise, my firm's reputation will be bad. Of course, there is another reason now. Yang Yat, tell me, are you doing well now when you kidnapped and left? Aozaki Orange asked. She still looks like when I was brought here. I plan to clear away all the obstacles of the inhibitory force before heading to the vortex of the roots. Huang Yazonglian answered honestly. Since you haven't done anything, there is still a chance to save everything. Now that you hand over the person, the consequences of taking action against that girl are not something you can bear. If you don't do it well, this world may be completely destroyed. Aozaki Orange persuaded him. Aokai, do you want me to give up on my words just to go to the root cause? Huang Yazonglian asked. The magician who arrived at the roots, almost no one could come back from there. Huang Yat, what exactly makes you want to go to the root of the problem at all costs? I remember you were a monk in the past, and the magician was just a monk, right? Aokai Orange couldn't understand the persistence of Huang Yazonglian. It's just an answer, and that answer can only come to a conclusion after reaching the root cause. Huang Yezonglian replied. Before this, I will regard all those who stop me as an obstacle to suppression and will be killed and removed without hesitation. Is there only one battle? Ayazaki Orange opened her suitcase and a black cat came out of the box. Aruba, let the others be left to you, Ayazaki, I will deal with it. If I kill the other person and you haven't killed her yet, let me kill this female fox with your own hands and you will assist me. Aruba's words just fell. Broly's figure it disappeared in place. Who do you say you want to kill? A small hand grabbed the red magician's hair and easily lifted the man up. It hurts so much. So, you little genius is a warrior. Feeling the pain of being pulled hard on the scalp, Aruba's reaction speed was not slow. Blazing fire, drown him. The man summoned the flames and attacked the boy who grabbed his hair, lifted himself up, and floated in the air. The high temperature of thousands of degrees was burning, and Aruba believed that no one could use his body to withstand this terrifying high temperature. However, the next moment, the man widened his eyes because he saw the flames he summoned were isolated 1 centimeter outside the boy's body. Not to mention that it caused harm to the boy in front of him, he could not even burn the other party's clothes. How is that possible? I'm a flame magic of thousands of degrees. Aruba couldn't believe it. This person didn't know that the temperature of thousands of degrees was not a high temperature for Broly. If it weren't for the clothes he needed to protect himself, he wouldn't even have to hold up the protective air cover. Maybe you can resist the scorching of flames with just your body. Broly let go of the man's hair and his little fist hit him the next moment. With a rumbling sound, the murals in the lobby of Ogawa's apartment behind it were destroyed. A headless corpse is mud-like and is embedded in collapsed gravel. Broly only has one attitude towards the guy who wants to hurt his wife, that is, to eliminate it. The boy turned his head and looked at Huang Yezonglian. You can't convince you with words, can I use my fists? He asked. Huang Yezonglian. I didn't expect that the biggest threat was not Ayazaki Orange, but this boy. Wang Xian. But at this moment, he was not allowed to retreat. He decided to take action first, and then attack the opponent by manipulating the barrier. Broly's figure disappeared again, and another rumbling sound was made, and the second-floor staircase in the lobby was directly destroyed. However, Huang Yezonglian's figure appeared directly in the hall on the first floor. You are so fast that you can't even see me. Broly frowned. The opponent could dodge his attack, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. He is not fast, but the effect of his origin ability. This apartment building is now equivalent to the inside of his body, allowing him to eliminate space at will. Simply put, in this building, Huang Ye has the ability to move instantly. Ayazaki Orange helped explain. Your destructive power is amazing, but if you don't hit me, it's meaningless. Huang Yezonglian disappeared again, and there was an extra big hole on the ground that was hit by a Saiyan boy with his fists. No sense. Broly opened his little hand and an energy bomb was directly condensed from his palm. Huang Yezonglian. He had the feeling of Ayazaki Orange just now. Rin, you guys leave here. Broly, you can't use energy bombs, Lianji may still be in this building. Rin Tozaka stopped the boy who was about to blow up the entire apartment building. I don't need energy bombs, I have other ways. Broly changed his method, and he used the absorbing touch, and he was ready to absorb the chi of life within the range without distinction. Is it a trick to absorb vitality? Unfortunately, my origin ability is still, and you can't suck anything from me. Standing on the edge of the broken staircase on the second floor, Huang Yezonglian felt a force that pulled his vitality and stopped it with his static ability. Seeing the absorbing touch was useless, Broly frowned, but the next moment, he continued to hold his fist. Since that's the case, I will keep chasing you and hitting you. I don't believe you can teleport and avoid my attacks. Even if you can teleport and avoid my attacks, as long as you make a mistake and get hit by me, you will be finished. Yang Yat, you haven't heard the 2 rituals yet. Now I'll hand over the 2 rituals. I can plead for you because we are friends. Seeing that he didn't need to interfere, Orange Ayazaki used persuasion words to interfere with Huang Yezonglian's teleportation. You may still have a chance of winning when you fight with me, but you have no chance of winning when you fight with him. Give up. It is impossible to use Lianji to go to the root cause. Even if you do it, you will only be killed by this child, and you will also bring great disaster to the world. I can guarantee that if you hand over Lianji and don't hurt her, I will only beat you. Broly also heard Ayazaki Orange's words and expressed his approval of her words. However, if you fight, you will only have one last breath, which can be considered a fight. There was a silhouette in the lobby of Ogawa's apartment. Huang Yezonglian tried to use his own means to attack or restrain the boy, but it was useless at all. The restraint will be broken away in an instant, and the attack cannot even break the skin. The opponent is simply invincible. As for trying to catch others and threaten the boy, Huang Yazonglian found that doing so was even more dangerous. The little girl from the Tozaka family was already around her, setting up some trap magic tricks, as if she was just waiting. He came over and attacked. Baiu! The energy ray instantly penetrated the wall, leaving a small hole in molten slurry. Huang Yazonglian had no doubt that as long as he was hit, his body would die. Make a deal, I will ensure that the brain of the two rituals is safe, just borrow her body to go to the root, and after I go to the root, whether successful or not, you can dig out my brain and put her brain back into her. While constantly teleporting to avoid the attack, Huang Yazonglian proposed a deal, but was decisively rejected by Broly. Aren't you worried that I will kill two rituals? Then I just need to kill you first. Huang Yazonglian. The boy did not consider his side at all, and he still had the energy to threaten the lives of the two rituals. You won't do this. If you kill two rituals, you will only be killed by Broly. Even if Broly fails to kill you, both rituals will die. Can you still use her to go to the root cause? Aozaki Orange paused and persuaded him again, Yang Yet, you have only two choices now. One is to not give up the two rituals and be chased to death. The other is to give up the two rituals and live. You have no third choice, and if you die, you will have nothing. Only by living can you have the opportunity to continue pursuing the root cause. Huang Yazonglian seemed to be moved, and the teleportation paused for a moment. Next moment. Boom! His body was blown into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere, just like it was raining. Broly stopped, but was a little confused. He has already resolved the person who kidnapped the two rituals, but where are the two rituals? It should be still in this Xiaochuan apartment, everyone will look for it. After looking at the remains of Huang Yazonglian who had no dead body, Aozaki Orange, who knew that the building had an isolated and inhibitory effect, said, I looked back and said. Chapter 352 Become my wife, now. Ding dong. The doorbell was ringed. Is there anything wrong? A young woman with a tired face came out to open the door, and she asked at the few people at the door. We are looking for a girl in a pink kimono. The other person is almost that tall. I wonder if you see it. Broly struck a height and asked the strange woman. I didn't see it. The young woman shook her head indifferently and was about to close the door, but the door panel was caught by the boy. Can I let me go in and take a look? Broly made a rude request. No, hey, why are you kid like this? This is my family. Broly ignored this and opened the door directly, and the person rushed into the strange woman's home. A woman's home is very simple, but she has a lot of beautiful clothes. There are some itinerary notes on the walls, but it only records the time, place, and numbers that seem to be money. Of course, Broly didn't care about these things, but just looked for them in this simple home, anywhere where they could hide. The young woman wanted to stop her, but he didn't care at all. She was like a flexible monkey, avoiding the woman's hands and hiking everywhere. Enter the room, open the bathroom to look for it, and even open the wardrobe in the woman's room. Phone. Several boxes of unopened pink balloon covers fell out of the cabinet. There is no Lianji here. Broly turned his head, avoided the woman's pounce and ran out. Ah, Broly, it's wrong to break into other people's house at will. Well, I'm really sorry. This kid is ignorant, so let's go out now. After Hei Tonggan found the place he could find, he jumped out to apologize to the angry woman. You broke into my house and flipped my things everywhere. Do you believe it or not, I will call the police. I'm very sorry, very sorry. Hei Tonggan also nodded and apologized, and exited the room amid the woman's scolding. I thought there was no one living in this apartment, but I didn't expect there were still people living there. Fortunately, there was such a big noise just now, and no one came down to check the situation. The little white-haired nun said. People, they may not be human. Aozaki Orange shook her head. Broly, you don't have to ring the doorbell anymore. When you encounter the door, just smash the door and break in. She said this to the boy who had already walked towards the next door. Hey, isn't that good? Sakura asked. Click. Broly felt that finding someone would be faster, so he pulled the door down. This time, there was a mother and son in the apartment he walked into. Mom, where are you? My body hurts so much. In the bedroom, the boy was shouting in pain. Hoji, I'll come now. In the living room, the woman holding a bottle of medicine in her hand looked unsteady from Broly's wits when she came in. After hearing the boy shouting in pain in the room, she calmed down. I'll disturb you, we will compensate you after the door. Rin Tozaka said this, but the woman completely ignored the outsiders who broke into the house, poured a glass of warm water and walked into the room next to her. What's going on? Seeing that he and others were completely ignored, Rin Tozaka couldn't help but look at Orange Aozaki and asked. The doorbell is probably an interactive switch, and we broke in without ringing the doorbell, so we couldn't trigger the interaction with the residents here. Come on, take medicine. In the bedroom that was not closed, the mother feeds her children medicine. Mom, the medicine is so bitter. I don't want to take medicine anymore. But the child feels the medicine is bitter and doesn't want to take it. Be good, only by taking medicine can you get better and not feel pain. Amid the woman's warm voice, the boy still took the medicine. After eating it for a while, he lost his breath. I'm sorry, it's because my mother is useless. I can't make any money to maintain the treatment for you. The woman lay on the boy and cried bitterly, but although her voice was sad and her expression was vivid, no tears came out. Don't worry, Koji, my mom will come to accompany you. The woman poured the remaining medicine into her mouth. Tozaka-rin and others wanted to stop it, but were stopped by Orange Aozaki. It's useless. The mother and son probably have died long ago, and the scene of the mother and son's death is just repeated here. In order to confirm this, Aozaki Orange walked forward and folded the woman's head off. Hei Tongan saw this scene as soon as he chased after him. Before the scream could be made, he saw the broken head of Miss Master's hand, and no blood was flowing out. It's a doll! Ilya exclaimed. Xiao Chuan apartment is a giant barrier of life and death, containing Tai Chi, and there are probably many residents who are heading for the end. Huang Yezonglian used the deaths of those people and repeated the day they went from being alive to death with a doll, thus maintaining the existence of this giant barrier. But, isn't that person already dead? He was beaten to death by Brother Broly. This is based on the inherent barrier of real buildings. Only by destroying the building can the barrier be broken. Aozaki Orange took out a cigarette and lit it, took a sip and said. Not here either. Broly finished finding this home at this time. Broly, we need to speed up the search for 2 rituals. In this way, you will fly from outside to the roof of Ogawa's apartment, and then look for traces of the 2 rituals from the next room to find traces of the 2 rituals. You will destroy any room that has not found traces of the 2 rituals. The room where someone is there is also destroyed. This is not a human. Aozaki Orange showed the boy the head of the doll in his hand and said, destroy it too. Is something happened? Broly asked. I suspect Huang Ye is not dead yet. Smoke the cigarette into a cigarette butt, Aozaki Orange said. Broly nodded. But before continuing to find someone to destroy the building, he sent Rin Tozaka and others out of Ogawa's apartment. I'm not relieved if you stay in it. Broly said, but he was still worried about the safety of Rin Tozaka and the others. Don't worry, if you're outside, that guy can't teleport. There are me and Susan here. Her magic eyes and my gem magic should be able to deal with each other, if that guy is still alive. And my Bajiquin. Kalyan said at this time. I have rocket punches, too. Ilya raised her little hand and said. I will also have some magic tricks and the 2-hand boxing techniques you taught me by Brother Broly. Sakura also raised her hands, all of which looked reliable. No matter how bad it is, if you are in danger, I can also contact you in the group chat room, right? Tozaka-rin saw that the boy was still worried, so she added. Hey Tongan also. He is the only one who is an ordinary person, so he can't protect himself, right? Fortunately Broly did not contact Hua to come here together. Hey Tongan couldn't help but think of it. Then, I'll look for it from below and you can tear it from above. Aozaki Orange Prize Doll Master, facing the possible survival of Huang Yezonglian, she has the ability to protect herself, but she re-entered Ogawa apartment and formed a double demolition team combination with Broly. Of course, Broly was looking for people while savagely demolishing the buildings. Aozaki Orange is looking for someone while breaking the barrier of this apartment, and it is achieved by destroying the soft way of key floor tiles. It's worthy of being Aozaki. I discovered so quickly that I might have faked death. In the hidden room of Xiao Chuan apartment, Huang Yezonglian, who had already changed his body, said to himself. He just now looked more realistic for his death, but he took out his original body and deliberately hit him by the boy and smashed him to pieces. However, although the body was destroyed, the consciousness was not. Because his brain had been dug out in advance, just like the puppets in this apartment that were originally human, the brain was dug out and then kept in the brain cultivation jar. It seems that there is not much time left for me. Huang Yezonglian could feel the destruction of Ogawa's apartment, and he linked his soul to the building. This building is equivalent to his other body, and now this body is being destroyed, causing his new body to vomit blood. Is Broly's demolition speed fast? If it is compared to the strength he originally possesses, it is of course slow. Because he needs to find traces of the two rituals and needs to take into account that the two rituals that may be located in a certain place in the apartment building will be affected by his own demolition of the building. Therefore, one room can only be inspected one by one, and only after the inspection can one by one be destroyed. However, compared with the building demolition machine, Broly's building demolition speed but the degree is not slow. In less than a minute, he had already demolished the top floor of Xiao Chuan apartment. And how many floors does Ogawa apartment have? In addition, Aozaki Orange was still helping with the investigation below. I am afraid that in less than 5 minutes, this hidden room would be invisible. As for the building on the cathode, there are still a group of dead bodies? Come on, whether it is facing that terrifying boy or Aozaki Orange who is facing the crown puppet master, a group of dead bodies are only allowed to be delayed for 10 seconds. It is thankful that it can be delayed for 10 seconds. Huang Yezonglian set her eyes on the two rituals in front of her. Although I was not ready to change my mind at all, I had to fire the arrow on the string now. After missing this girl, who knows how long it will take to see hope to reach the roots again. Even, there is no hope of reaching the root cause, and the loss of the concealment of the Ogawa apartment barrier, the suppression will soon discover him. Those guardians of suppressive power will also come to find themselves at any time and eliminate the threat of their intention to reach the root. A pile of cables fell down from the ceiling. One end of the cable was connected to the scalpel, and the other end was connected to a brain, but it was still connected to the building. There is only one chance to disconnect all links except this room, and the brain replacement surgery will begin. In an instant, Huang Yezonglian lost his perception of the outside of the room, and no longer had the pain and interference when the building was demolished. He successfully controlled the scalpel on the cable and headed towards the girl lying on the steel plate. How many steps are required for brain replacement surgery? If it is rigorous, there are many steps, but if it is not rigorous, there are only 4 steps: open someone else's head, take out the brain inside, stuff your own brain in, and then close the head, and it's okay. However, the scalpel suddenly stopped before reaching the forehead of the two rituals. It's really a good dream. As the two rituals said this, they sat up from the steel plate platform. What you are going to say next is, how can you break free from my ability to origin? As the girl said, Huang Yezonglian said this. Who are you? Huang Yezonglian forced himself to calm down and questioned the girl in front of him. You stopped my 2 external personalities from the minds, but only left the instinct of this body. Now you ask me who I am. The kimono girl's voice was very light, like a floating cloud, but she asked back. Impossible. The bodies of the 2 rituals link the root. The instinct of her body is the root. Do you want to say that you are the root? It's incredible. Such existences as root, which are rigidly recorded in the past, present, and future of the world, can actually have a personality like me with an independent consciousness. Huang Yezonglian, when you were brought here by you, I had a long dream. It was about your dream. I know your life and everything about you. If you have questions that you want to ask the root cause, I can answer you on behalf of the root cause. Then, I ask you, do people in the world have the value of being saved? Although the scene in front of him was very absurd and that Yuan actually had his own personality, Huang Yezonglian still chose to believe it at this moment, and he asked his own question to Yuan. Do you know the answer to this question, whether human beings have the value of being saved? You have saved all living beings and tried to save the world. Are you the people you have saved who are worth saving? Or are you going to deny the proof of your existence? Huang Yezonglian did not refute, but after a while of silence, he continued to ask, do you believe that good will be rewarded, and evil will be rewarded? The good and evil of human beings have no meaning to the root cause. The root cause is only responsible for recording everything in the world. The so-called good and evil rewards are nothing more than the will of some clusters that think and hope to operate in this way, and then the world sometimes operates in this way. This is unreasonable. Those who do good should be rewarded with good deeds, and those who do evil deeds should be rewarded with bad deeds. Huang Yezonglian said sternly. Then do you think your behavior is good or evil? The root form goes to the heart of Huang Yezonglian. If I can establish a pure land on earth, what if I fall into the Avasai hell? Go to the root, know the lives of sentient beings in the root, know the lives of the past, present and future, analyze the lives of sentient beings, and classify people into good and evil people. Good people can live in the world, while evil people will be killed in the vortex of the root. Before, I didn't really care what you wanted to do. In front of the root, there is actually no secret in life in the world. In other words, the root form has long known that someone is trying to make his body. But now, I have something to say. Shi and Yao have their hearts, and their feelings have also affected me, although I influenced them first. Lianji, I will settle your body, I am not afraid, Vajra, Scorpion. 3 bands came directly towards the root, and the scalpel on the cable was also stabbed. Now, there is a boy inside the vortex of roots, but there is no room for you to enter. The root form came towards Huangjai Zonglian. Huangjai Zonglian's ban and scalpel attack turned into nothingness before arriving at the girl. Now, Master Huangjai, do you know that ordinary people can actually reach the root, whether they are good or evil people, their souls will be recycled by the root after death. Nothing was activated in the root cause attack, just walking past Huang Yazonglian's side, the other party's body and brain began to float away. Is the pure land of the world really just a dream? Huang Yazonglian murmured to himself. He used to feel pain for being unable to save all living beings, but now he only feels that his life is like a joke. I am always dreaming over there, sometimes dreaming of others, sometimes dreaming of my own, sometimes dreaming of the past, sometimes dreaming of the present. I hope that Master, you can have your own good dream at the root, the world after death. The root-like door opened and walked out, and Broly was just about to hit the road here. After seeing the girl, the boy ran over immediately. Lianji, are you okay? He asked with great concern. I'm sorry for worrying. The root cause picked up the grey boy and apologized to him. After all, she clearly dreamed that the other party was anxious to find her, but she did not wake up in advance, making the other party look for her for so long and worried for so long. It's good that you are fine. By the way, Miss Ayazaka said that Huang Yazonglian may not have died yet. Broly wants to kill the threat. Don't worry, he is dead. I can guarantee this that the building is about to collapse, let's go down. The girl rubbed the boy's head in her arms, then hugged the boy downstairs. On the way, I met a lady puppet who was coming up and went downstairs together. It was not until Xiao Chuan apartment left, and the building collapsed on time and completely collapsed. Everyone came over, and Broly suddenly raised his head and said to the girl who was holding him, Lianyi, you promise to be my wife now. Hearing this, his wives such as Rin Tozaka and Sakura, who knew the happiness value, were stunned. Good. But the kimono girl showed a gentle smile and responded gently. This marriage is not romantic at all. The white-haired nun complained. Karen, you are the same, and Asakusa Fujino, you all promise to be my wife now. Huang Yazonglian's kidnapping stimulated Broly, making him unable to wait to pull the reserve wife into the Crystal Palace and protect her hard. Chapter 353 As long as you are strong enough, the contract content is different from the suppression force. Broly's proposal was not romantic at all, but he, the wild scion of Wan Pastar, didn't understand this either. He just wanted to add a position on his wife. Although Karen complained a little and felt that things like proposing should be more romantic, she still agreed to be the boy's wife. As for Asakusa Fujino, there is no need to say more. Although she doesn't talk much on weekdays, she has always been grateful to the boy who helped her recover her physical feelings. It doesn't matter if you repay the favor for this and become one of the other's wives. It was also after hearing the boy's words that he nodded and agreed. Hey, is this the Crystal Palace panel? She looked at the virtual panel in front of her with some curiosity, and this panel can only be seen by those who are both official members of the Crystal Palace. Ayazaki Orange was watching the group of whining children, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, this terrifying child, Broly, would have bounced out the energy just now. By the way, I have decided to find a Feng Shui treasure land tomorrow. You can pick up your family. I want to clean up this planet. The tender voice was spoken, the wind stopped, the noisy sound stopped, and the girls looked over in surprise. Why? Rin Tozaka asked, and at this moment, she seemed to have endless consciousness, which was integrating with her spirit, expressing her confusion. This planet is too dangerous. There are people who kidnapped Lianji on it. Maybe there will be guys who kidnapped you and want to threaten your lives in the future. Instead of waiting for those guys to hurt you, I might as well end them in advance. Broly said seriously. That's not going to clean up the planet, right? Alai Linyashi said a little aggrievedly. Because I can't tell who might be a threat. After all, even the guy Huang Yazonglian, when I first met him, I thought he was a good person who helped to treat Lianji. Broly is reasonable and well known. Don't worry, Rin, clean up life on the planet on a large scale. Although I have never done it before when I grew up so old, my father is a professional. When he was a child, he often told me how we Saiyans worked, and destroying the indigenous lives on strange planets and handing over the blank planets to guests who need to live is the way we Saiyans make a living in the universe. It is said that there are no less than tens of thousands of life planets conquered by our race alone, and this is the result achieved by our race under the Kurdish army in just over a decade after conquered other people's home planets. As for the record, although I can't find it for the time being, I am still willing to believe my father. Although he is a little weak, he should not deceive me. Broly's look of confidence made the girls speechless. Is it actually racial to destroy the world? No, right? It's just a kidnapping case. Although I know this almost hurt Lianji, isn't it okay for her? Why do you need it, to achieve the level of destruction? Rin Tozaka did not find anything strange about her speech. Her current empathy was deliberately expanded by Alaya consciousness. Sakura and the others are similar. As part of the human beings in the world of Shaped Moon, they will inevitably be influenced by the Alaya consciousness. Brother Broly, once the world is destroyed, there will be no more delicious food now. I can destroy it without the energy bomb. I also have the skill of absorbing touch. This move allows me to force the plunder of the chi in life with lower aura than me. As long as I continue to plunder, my life will die and will not cause too much damage to the world itself. The wind continued to blow, and Gaia came to rest. But isn't your move useless to Huangjai Zonglian? What if there are people like Huangjai Zonglian in the world? Alaya consciousness means that if you want to keep yourself safe, don't even think about it. Woo! Rin Tozaka's words made Broly look embarrassed. Sure enough, using energy bombs to wash the floor is the right thing to do. Or, don't destroy the world. Asakusa Fujino made a suggestion. Destroying the world will reduce the happiness of life. Ilya also said. The human world is no longer a barbaric tribal era, and the demise of one tribe will not affect another tribe. On the contrary, due to the emergence of various transportation and communication tools, the current world is more like a village. If large-scale human deaths really occur, it will definitely cause huge turmoil to the world and affect everyone's life. Hei Tongan also persuaded him next to him. Ayazaki Orange nodded, and she completely agreed with this. But Broly was still a little hesitant. Compared to the small problem of reducing the happiness of life, he actually paid more attention to the problem of his wife being able to survive. Hey, Broly, this world is very big. Maybe there are wives you have never met before. It would be a pity to destroy them like this. Rin Tozaka said again. You are more important. Broly admitted that Rin Tozaka was right, but compared to some unrecognized guides, girls who are already formal members of the Crystal Palace are more important people. One has no affection and only interests, and the other has feelings and interests. Broly is an honest child, and he will only choose his wife to be with him. I have an idea. Just when a group of girls could not convince the boy, the kimono girl, who was the master of the danger this time, spoke up. What's the idea? Rin Tozaka looked at her. Broly, what you are worried about is that we are in danger, so we want to destroy most human beings, right? The kimono girl asked, and Broly nodded. That's not very simple, as long as we don't get into danger, it's fine. She seemed to say something nonsense. So what Ayazaki Orange thinks. But after seeing the two rituals turn their heads and look in the direction of Rin Tozaka, she felt aroused in her heart and looked over. Then, I saw a sudden look on my face of the wealthy lady. Immediately afterwards, a whirlpool appeared behind it, which was the channel to the roots of the world. Ask, the powerful alien, whether you have signed a contract with us. The sudden change made Broly nervous, and an energy bomb immediately appeared in his hand, which also made the sudden sound tremble. Don't be nervous, these are the two major inhibitors in the world. Well, you are more afraid of what you have in your hands. Can you put them away first? The girl in the kimono held Broly's wrist and said so to him. Broly looked at her and took back the energy bomb. But he also took a few steps forward and silently protected a group of wives behind him. We are willing to provide the highest level of personal protection for those you care about in exchange for you not using excessive force in this world to clean up most of the lives in this world. The voices that look like men, women, and all living beings say this one layered. Suppression is one of the most powerful forces in this world, and they can provide 24-hour comprehensive protection. Unless this planet is destroyed and the human principles are destroyed, there is no creature on this planet that can bypass the existence of inhibition and harm Rin and Sakura. As the root whispered, she did not mention herself. As the specific personality formed by the root vortex, her manipulation authority over the world is no less than the two major inhibitory forces. We are willing to protect Rin Tozaka, Sakura Fujimura, Karen Ordizaya, Asakusa Fujino, Ilya von Einsbaron, and Okawa Fujimura like we are protecting the roots. The suppression has never been so humble. When we signed the Guardians, we only provided professional seats for workers to the contractors, the seats for the Valhalla. But unlike now, we are the ones responsible for acting as workers, but we only have one requirement for contractors: not to destroy human beings in the world. Broly felt it was magical, and suddenly a strange will emerged, saying that he wanted to help protect his wife, but asked the root of the question, "Can I believe you guys? Only consider the suppression of the existence of the world. As long as you always have the power to destroy this world, you can always ignore the obstacles of yourselves to appear on this planet. Then, Alaya Consciousness and Gaia will be the most conscientious security guards in this world. In order to have your wife in this world, people provide strong protection, just as they have protected the root cause well for countless years. Although some people reach the root, no one can harm the root, and Rin Tozaka and the others are not the root. There will definitely not be too many dangerous characters who covet their own. Under the protection of inhibitory power, their safety can definitely be guaranteed. Broly, you can trust them. The roots are all about this, and Rin Tozaka, who knows what the suppression is also nodding, but Broly also makes a compromise. If you can guarantee the safety of Rin, Sakura, Okawa, Ilya, Karen, Shi, and Fujino, I can promise not to clean up other lives on this planet. Hey! It was not an illusion, the two major inhibitory forces were really relieved in front of them. Then, we have a contract. Just before the contract was about to be established, Orange Ayazaka came over and poked the Saiyan boy's back with his hand. Broly was a little confused and looked back at the puppet lady who poked her, and saw a hint of shyness on Orange Ayazaka's face. She was embarrassed to ask, "Broly, I want to be your wife too. Do you think I am okay?" Broly. He looked at the Crystal Palace and confirmed that the puppet teacher was indeed not one of his guides. He said, "You are not the wife recognized by Crystal Palace, but I can let you be my external wife. Is this okay? Outside your wife?" Ayazaki Orange was a little surprised, but hurriedly asked, "Can this be recognized by the inhibitory force, and can it be protected by the inhibitory force? I think you can help me protect more people, can you?" Broly didn't know, so he asked the hole in the void in front of him. Two major inhibitory forces. There are so many requirements, but the situation is stronger than the suppression. In order to coax the boy who is a descendant of another world who may clean up the entire planet's life, they agreed. However, the two major inhibitory forces also put forward some requirements. If we encounter an intractable strong enemy, a powerful foreigner, can you come to this world again and fight to protect this world? Of course. Broly nodded. If the suppression force really helped him protect Tozaka Rin and the others, he would also be willing to help the suppression force solve some problems. By the way, if I meet a new wife in this world later, can I add the protection list? Broly asked again when he thought of something. The increase in the number of people will reduce our protection. Can you agree with this? Broly nodded and agreed with this. Our contract is established. The vortex of the roots closed again. Ayazaki Orange took out a lady's cigarette and took a sip, then said in a daze, "I really didn't expect that the road to the roots would be opened so easily in front of us as a group of people. If you also have powerful forces like Broly, which can easily exterminate human beings and destroy this planet, then you can also allow the two major suppressors of this world to appear and open the way to the roots for you. As long as you want to go to the roots, you will never stop them." The root theory. The suppression force prevents humans from reaching the roots because humans who reach the roots are easy to obtain the power to destroy the world, but if they already have the power to destroy the world, then it doesn't matter whether they can reach the roots. Well, this is the knowledge I learned from the book. As Tozaka Rin said, she glared at the puppet teacher, "Miss Ayazaki, don't you give me an explanation for what you said just now." "What speech?" Miss Puppet turned her face to the other side. "Stop pretending, you want to be Broly's wife too." Rin Tozaka walked forward and straightened her head back. "Isn't this a bystander?" Ayazaki Orange muttered. "By the way, you are clearly taking advantage, and you are taking advantage of it. Don't think I don't know. I can be recognized by the suppression. How important is this to the magician? This means that even if you want to open the road to the roots, your suppression will be for the sake of my Broly and you will not dare to target you too much. At worst, I can give you money. You look at my black card and say again what you gave me." Rin Tozaka took out his black credit card. "Then you don't have money, what do you want? Get your meat. From the future, you will be a cow and a horse for my Broly." Ayazaki Orange. Didn't she just want a ticket to protect the world? As for getting the meat to the point of compensation? However, if you think about it carefully, you will not lose money. If other magicians knew what was going on here, there would probably be a lot of female magicians who would be willing to come over and lick the boy, just to ask for a ticket to protect two major inhibitory forces. Even a male magician is probably willing to change his gender and then slide over like a female magician. If you are a cow or a horse, just be a cow or a horse. Why can't you torture me? Let me starve to death, right? Miss Puppet whispered and agreed to Tozaka Rin's request that she become a boy in the future require. The kidnapping incident came to an end. Hei Tongan also went home alone. His experience tonight was more exciting than his life. The root form also handed back the body to the two rituals and shared the memory. Suddenly, I realized that I had a third personality and didn't say anything, so I took Broly and others back to my home. Didn't you say you wanted to sleep together yesterday? I don't think you'll look for other days. Let's sleep at my house tonight. Two rituals said. The bathroom was also taken at Lianji's house. Not only did the room be big, but the bathroom was not only small. Miss Puppet felt that she was just an outsider and had to leave, but was stopped by Rin Tozaka. You are a cow. Rin Tozaka was both generous and stingy, and directly asked the guy who took advantage to stay and serve as a maid. I'm really convinced. When Broly grows up, is he tired when he does that kind of thing with you, and I have to help push his ass from behind? Of course, who made you take advantage of this? Tozaka Rin said for granted. Miss Ayazaki, why do you push my butt? Broly was a little puzzled. Because your butt is sturdy. Miss Puppet wrapped in a bath towel answered a blank look. Then do you want to push it now? Don't push, but pinch. No, what are you doing? Anyway, I have to be a cow and horse. Maybe he will be ridden by him in the future. Now I will take advantage of it so I won't suffer any losses. As Ayazaki Orange said this, she showed a female hooligan appearance and attacked the Saiyan boy. I'm fucking. Rin Tozaka, who noticed that he had led a wolf into the room, rushed up. The large bathroom of the Lianji family became noisy, but the spring scenery was endless. Lianyi, do you want to scrub the shower? Broly was not attracted by the spring light, but walked to the girl wearing a bath towel and asked with her head raised. I'll rub you, so much dust. But the two rituals turned against each other, and when they grabbed Broly, they would just make a mess. After taking a shower, since Rin Tozaka and others did not bring the clothes they had changed, they wore clothes lent to them at the two rituals. The clothes for both rituals were all kimonos, so the scene of everyone wearing kimonos appeared, and most of them had a perfect fit. Only Ayazaki Orange has an overly mature adult figure or a state that has not yet developed at the moment, so it is a bit exposed when worn. Fortunately, there are no other outsiders here. In the evening, a group of people held a late-night dinner banquet in the two ritual rooms. The puppet teacher drank a bunch of beer and said it was a celebration. After getting drunk, he came over and went to bed with Broly. It's really a female fox. Broly was dragged out, but I don't know if it was deliberately done by Miss Doll Master, but he carried Rin Tozaka who was dragging out of the boy into his arms. Hey, you guy, let it go. I will definitely be a cow and a horse, don't worry that I will be stolen. As he mumbled, Ayazaki Orange hugged him tighter. You big-breasted woman. Rin Tozaka cursed and struggled, but until everyone went to bed, she couldn't break free from the warm and broad arms of Miss Doll Master. Ayazaki Orange is really not a big-minded person. Of course, she just didn't do anything more excessive. She was so done all night. Chapter 354 Internal Space equals Refuge. Bang! In a cafe called Heritage in Guanbusa City, Hai Tong Flower suddenly slapped her hands on the table, and her face looked incredible. Why can my brother be taken to experience such mysterious things personally, but I am completely forgotten? Flower, calm down, it's an experience, but I'm actually just following the so-called still and other than watching Broly's chase and fighting, and following upstairs to see the doll who replayed the scene of his life, I didn't have more participation. Hei Tongan also comforted his sister next to him. That's also involved. I'm obviously the target of my wife, but I only contact you for such an interesting thing. Isn't that reasonable, right? The black tongue flowers were a little unacceptable, and I actually missed the extraordinary experiences that happened around me. The other guests looked at us. At this time, Fujino Asakusa said, and then Kurotung Flower realized that the noise it caused was too big, so that all the guests in the coffee shop looked here. The girl's little face turned red and she quickly sat down. Broly, who was sitting opposite her, then asked her seriously, so, are you willing to be my wife? Hey, I'll ask me this kind of question in front of my brother, is it really good? Hai Tong Flower complained about it. She had clearly said that she was interested in her own brother, but the extraordinary boy opposite didn't care about this at all. Even the matter of asking herself whether to be his wife was open and upright. So, flower sauce, do you want to join us? Rin Tozaka took a sip of black coffee, frowned, and asked while starting to add condensed milk to the coffee. I have said this kind of thing and will consider it, but I haven't considered it clearly yet. The black tongue flowers surround her temples. In this situation, it is quite like a scumbag girl who is on two boats, and was blocked by two parties at the scene and asked her to make a decision immediately. Well, half a month ago, she must have been devoted to her own brother, but she did not know Broly and what's wrong with her wife group. Her origin is a taboo, and she is always attracted by this unusual group of people, which leads to a hesitation now. There is no more time to consider you, because brother Broly is ready to leave this world. If you don't make a decision now, you have to wait until he comes to this world again next time before you can meet him again. During this period, you may be drifting away from us. After all, we have no common topic, Crystal Palace panel. Sakura said seriously. Hearing this, Haitong Flower was a little stunned and couldn't help looking at his brother. Flowers, brothers and sisters have no future. On the contrary, if you choose Broly, this may be closer to the extraordinary life you like. So, don't worry about my feelings, and boldly pursue the life you want. Brother, you are such a cruel and ruthless person. We have lived together for 12 years, and you didn't even say a word to keep me. Well, I won't say it. After all, you are just my sister. I don't have any other feelings for you except your brother. When you grow up, you will always get married. Hei Tongan also said calmly. His sister Hua likes to explore mysterious and unknown things. If there is no mysterious and unknown things in this world, this is just a strange interest. However, when you know that this world not only has mysterious and unknown things, but also know that these mysterious and unknown things may also be accompanied by huge risks. Then, letting your sister become Broly's wife and thus being protected by the suppression force that is said to be the greatest mysterious and unknown representative of this world is the best choice. Compared to meeting someone he likes, Hei Tongan also thinks that living is true. This is also the reason why he originally asked Broly to pursue his sister himself, but now he is willing to persuade her to become a boy's wife. Brother, your attitude will lose me. The black tongue flowers are a little angry. No, from a physiological point of view, I will always be your brother. Hei Tongan also smiled and said. How about it, if you agree with Hua's Hang, I will let the cow. Cough, Miss Ayazaki Orange, accept you as a student and teach you some extraordinary knowledge. Rin Tozaka added weights. Flower sauce, if you miss this time, you may not have the opportunity to get in touch with extraordinary things. Sakura cooperated. Woo. Looking at the smiling brother, Rin Tozaka who raised the temptation, Sakura who gave the final announcement, Kuroki Flower finally compromised. Damn it, what good did you give to my brother? He asked him to abandon me like this, and you two actually threatened and tempted me like this. So, as long as I verbally promise to be his wife, is that enough? Yes, but if you feel uncomfortable, it will affect your own income from becoming my Broly's wife. Rin Tozaka reminded him. What? Becoming his wife has benefits. What is the income? Could it be that kind of thing? Haitong flowers are worthy of being a taboo contestant. They held their hands very violently and used one finger to go in and out of the palm of their hands. This is not this, it's a happiness point. Sakura quickly denied it. Ha, what is that? Well, you will know this when you become your wife. Rin Tozaka looked at the boy. Haitong flower, have you promised to be my wife? Broly asked again. The formal invitation made a prompt appear in front of Haitong flowers. Agree, please let me see what this is. The girl was experiencing unknown things, which made her excited, but she quickly urged her. The black tongue flowers are added to the Crystal Palace, and the 51 happiness value begins to convert, and 5100 happiness points are obtained. Crystal Palace is currently at LV4, with an official member of 24/25. When Crystal Palace is upgraded to LV5, it can unlock the permissions for the construction of the space ecosystem inside the Crystal Palace. Tip: the quality of the ecological environment of the internal space will affect the daily output of the Crystal Palace members who choose to enter the life of them. Broly was very satisfied. In this way, it was a step further from building a portable space that could accommodate his wife and shelter at any time. Although the suppression of the moon world is willing to provide protection, Broly is still a little worried. When things go wrong, I ask the magical Crystal Palace, but I didn't expect that I really gave a prompt. The interior space of Crystal Palace is said to be a space for love, but it is actually an excellent refuge. As long as the internal ecosystem can be built, it will become a space suitable for normal people's lives. Then, it means that every member of the Crystal Palace has a place where he can hide in shelter at any time. Those who are not members of the Crystal Palace cannot enter. Okay, since the flowers have joined, it's time for me to set off. Hey, don't you teach me how to use this thing. We will teach you how to use the Crystal Palace panel. Broly, you can go first, so as not to be deducted 1000 points of happiness if you have timeouts. Points. After all the new guides agreed to join Crystal Palace, Broly's stay in this world was already underpaid. I just thought that there was a wife like flowers, otherwise Broly would have set off yesterday to return. I will definitely build the inner space of the Crystal Palace as soon as possible so that everyone can have a safe house. Then, goodbye. Broly walked towards the toilet in the cafe, and he didn't come out again as soon as he entered. Rin Tozaka knew that he had left. After taking a sip of the prepared condensed milk coffee, he explained to Kurotsuki Flowers the operation of the Crystal Palace panel, as well as the wonderful uses and sources of happiness points. Hey, why didn't you tell me earlier? It's useless to tell you earlier. The acquisition of happiness values is mutual. Before you said that your heart is in your brother's place. How can you still have the heart to interact with Broly intimately and get more happiness values? Of course, you are pretty good, like my sister and I, because I was young and had spent a short time with Broly. The happiness value we obtained and the happiness points we finally exchanged were about the same as you. Real. Black-tongue Flowers are a little suspicious. Real. Tozaka Rin said nonsense that her happiness points were more than 7,000, and her sister was twice as high as hers. Dongi City, the little white-haired nun who returned to the church today, skillfully doing cleaning work. Kaylin, my daughter, who won between you? Yanfen Kaire pushed out to inquire in a wheelchair. Who won? The little white-haired nun was a little confused. The boys are fighting for the battle. The priest reminded him. Hey, father, I forgot if you don't say this. Kaylin suddenly realized that she went out with the revenge mission, but she forgot about it the next day. The joy around Broly made her feel a little reluctant to church, and in addition to calling the previous week. At the time, the phone number with my father was getting less and less. Yashiki Kaire also thought that her daughter was fighting openly and secretly with other girls, and she never suspected that they were actually living in harmony and playing cards. I suppressed my desire to explore knowledge in my heart, thinking that the fight for a boy is like brewing wine, and the more I brew it, I have been holding it back to this day. No, you forgot. Yes, I forgot. What about you who promised to help me take revenge? Come on, what's the matter between you and Ilya's father in the previous generation? Let me tell you, I have a good relationship with Ilya now. We all sleep together at night, and we will practice boxing with each other in the morning. Yanfen Kaire. What about the fire that was agreed to catch a fire? What is this now? Have you been wasting your efforts to fan the flames before? But, if you want to say who wins, I think I will still win. If she did not count the 2 rituals that did not participate in the competition, her happiness points were indeed the largest amount. Of course, Kalin compares the happiness points obtained after redeeming at 100 times the rate according to the happiness value. In fact, Sakura is the highest, followed by Iria and Rin Tozaka. Hey, did you win? Well, you deserve to be my daughter. Although there was no ideal result, his daughter beat Emi Yakiritsugu's daughter, which made Yamato Kaire feel acceptable. After carefully examining what happened in the past 2 months and learning that his daughter is now the object of restraint, Father Yanfeng's mind became a little numb. The relationship is so good. The Tozaka family worked hard to fight the Holy Grail War and wanted to pursue a path to the roots. Just so simply, a few girls got it by holding their thick thighs? Of course, it is just 2 suppressors that they did not really let any girl reach the root directly, but if girls pursue the root in the future, isn't this just a simple parenting difficulty or a purgatory abyss difficult compared to other magicians who pursue the root? If I hadn't pursued the roots, I would have wanted to be his wife. Father Yanfeng sighed. By the way, I don't know if my teacher Tozaka Toshiko has understood this. If he doesn't understand it yet, I will also push the wheelchair to the Tozaka home to congratulate you. Karen. I just feel that my father is good at making someone else's mentality. I'm afraid this is not to make the Tozaka family, the head of the family is jealous of his daughter. But then again, it is also quite interesting to cause trouble for Rin Tozaka. Then I'll push you over in the afternoon. On the day Broly left, a dark-hearted father and daughter decided to go to Rin Tozaka's mentality. When it was evening, Tozaka Rin returned to Toshiki City by tram and sent her sister back to Fujimura's house. When she returned to Tozaka's house by herself, she saw her old father Tozaka standing at the door with a crutch in hopes. Rin, please go to the roots to explore the mysteries of magic on behalf of our Tozaka family for generations, please. The elegant man's eyes were burning, which made Rin Tozaka a little scared by his father. I haven't even practiced all the magic in my family now. Do you want me to go to the root? I heard from your senior brother Kairei's daughter that you got a great opportunity a few days ago and received the recognition of inhibition. Rin Tozaka, Of course, Dad didn't let you reach the root, now it just requires you to practice more harder magic to reach the root. In this way, Rin Tozaka's magic lessons doubled, and the little nun of the white-haired woman was caught by Rin Tozaka at a party in revenge, and her cheeks were swollen. All this has nothing to do with Broly, who has returned to Wanpastar. After returning to Wanpastar, the boy left a bunch of canned food that was more resistant to preservation, and went to the second world without stopping. In the world of red pupils, Chi Tong and others have just solved a group of Empire assassins. When I was cleaning the bloodstains of enemies in a valley hot spring, I suddenly heard a plop. Who? Black Pupil immediately drew his sword, Ma Yin raised his gun directly, and the ice thorn condensed in the air, towards where the sound sounded. It's me. Broly stood up from the hot spring pool with his head swayed, looking at the group of assassin girls who were watching him with his hands covering key parts of his body, staring at him with a fierce look, with a somewhat innocent expression. Chapter 355 Assassin Alliance Wife Party. After discovering that the person who suddenly appeared in the hot spring was a boy in distant memory, the assassin girls put down their weapons, but they still did not easily get to Broly. Be careful is the hallucination that the enemy causes us, so let me take a good look with observer first. As Chi Tong said this, she put the imperial instrument with the third eye on her head and looked at the Saiyan boy in the hot spring pool. Well, if you have a tail, the tail will move, and the muscle texture of the whole body is very good. Chi Tong was muttering, while Hei Tong was helping to summarize her words. This is Brother Broly. Aren't you staying and enjoying the world of Sakura and Tozaka for a long time? Why did you suddenly come to us quietly? When he saw the Saiyan boy who had not met for a long time, Main was a little excited and actually had a lot to say, but in the end the girl just raised her smooth chin and mocked the boy in a slightly unhappy tone. Something happened over there. I left that world early. After returning to Wanpastar, I came here immediately because this was what I promised before. To be honest, Broly has not met a new wife but just went to the past world to visit her old wife. For Broly, who now wants to accumulate happiness points and hopes to directly build an internal space after upgrading LV5 in Crystal Palace, it is a loss. Wu, you still care about us? Ma Yin couldn't continue to be arrogant, her face was red and her feet were poked out, so she prepared to go to the hot spring pool. Broly, I miss you so much. Come on, let me see how much you have grown. Compared to Main's twist, Est's was more straightforward, and the ice thorn condensed in the air shot at the boy without hesitation. She also jumped high and kicked the boy in the hot spring pool with a move. Ba! The thorn that was stabbed was broken by Broly. Then he turned sideways and avoided Est's kick. When the girl put her shoulders and was preparing to use her knees to hit her temples, Broly stepped forward and used her usual massage technique to face her growing body in front of her. The feeling of electric shock made Est lose his strength. If this was facing a real enemy, she would definitely not mind biting her tongue and using pain to fight the numbness, but this was the master, so she fell into the boy's hand with helplessness. The attack just now turned into a petite boy who threw himself into his arms and hugged her naked. Est, long time no see, your body seems to be much colder. Broly could feel that this was not the temperature of a normal person, but it was at least lower than the temperature of a normal person's body temperature by 5 or 6 degrees. The demonic I drink too much, which makes my body temperature lower than that of ordinary people, so I always like to get close to things with heat sources. I heard that you sleep with other women in other worlds, so I'll sleep with me tonight, so I can see my developing body, do you like it? Speaking of this, Esters paused and added, or, you like to be faster, just here, check my body in front of everyone. Good. Broly didn't hear the implication of checking the body. He thought it was really checking the girl's body, so he hugged Est's and sat down in the hot spring pool and began to check the girl's body. After a check, Broly did not find that Est's body had other problems other than low body temperature, but her anger was the strongest among the girls around her. Est, you have no problem. I will teach you a set of chi boxing skills later, and it will be even better. Broly let go of the girl who seemed a little panting because of the physical examination, and said to her who was lying in the hot spring pool. Is it the one you taught Ilya and the others to practice Kikwan? Then again, Broly, won't you continue? It's that, go on, what will go on? Broly looked at her with some confusion. Of course, I've eaten me here. As Est said, he spread his hands towards the boy, and his legs were like a silhouette of a silhouette that looked like a silhouette door was now open for you. Ah, Ests, how can you sneak away? Main couldn't stand it anymore and swam over to stop the situation from further development, but Hanbing appeared in the hot spring pool first, blocking her. Hey, don't make ice in the hot spring pool, as it will lower the water temperature. Hey Tong complained. I think it's okay. The water temperature in this hot spring pool is a little higher. Chi Tong is the Tao. I don't eat people. Just as Main used her small fist to Han Bingbai, the boy on the other side frowned and refused Est's kindness. And I don't allow you to give it to others. You are my wife. You should take good care of your body and not do anything that hurts your body. The Saiyan boy educated Ests with a stern face, as if he wanted to correct the wrong idea of the frost girl intending to hurt herself. Ests. Some people sat up from the hot spring pool speechlessly. What I said to eat is not really eating. She explained. Broly looked at her in confusion. I thought you had grown to the point where you could eat people, and even ate Tozaka and the others all, but I didn't expect. The ice wall was broken, Main swam over, and Ests turned to look at the pink-haired girl. It seems we are relatively lucky. Broly's virginity has not been taken away by Tozaka and the others. Main, you are so anxious to come over, do you want to take it away? What nonsense is that? I'm just here to stop you guys and will do something strange to Broly. Main's face turned a little red and she immediately denied it. Oh, it turns out that you want me for the first time, Ests, but I have promised Sister Tang Village that she will give it to her for the first time when she grows up. Broly, who had been popularized with physiological knowledge in the previous world, finally understood what Ests meant to be eating people. At this time, he answered. Ests narrowed his eyes and Main stared at him. The atmosphere in the hot spring pool is gradually subtle. Sister, is virginity important? Black pupils at the edge of the hot spring pool asked her sister a little confused. I don't know, but Main and Est seem to care a lot, so it should be considered important. Kai Tong replied. Then should we take down brother Broly's virginity? Hei Tong looked at the boy in the pool and asked again. Be humble, harmony among companions is the most important thing. Chi Tong thought about it and replied. Oh. Black pupil withdrew his gaze. Are you only 4 of you here? Where are the others? Broly asked. Broly, you should know what we are doing now, right? Main asked without answering a question. Well, I know, use the assassination blade to establish a peaceful area in the Great Western region. Broly nodded and replied. Yes, in the name of assassination, we ordered the managers and nobles of major cities and villages in the Western region to not be allowed to harm the people under any name, but there are always people who violate this ban, especially this time. Some people deliberately provoke this ban that cannot be violated in various parts of the Western region. Ests answered. So, I led a team alone to execute the offenders in the northwest of the West, while Mellard was responsible to lead the team to deal with the offenders in the southeast. I am personally stronger, so I have fewer people, including Chi Tong, Black Tong, and Main, while Mellard is weak, so I asked more people to follow her. As Est said, then smiled. Mellard was regarded as a weak person by her and could not refute her expression, which was quite interesting. Now Hill, Leona, Boney, Lawsan, Colnelia, and others are following Mellard to execute the offenders in the southeast of the West, but they are not with us. Main added. Broly left Kaitan Main and the others at the Assassin Association base camp, but he did not intend to make them become assassins. At the beginning, Ests was the only one who chose to be an assassin. She didn't like the days when ordinary people lived a stable life. But there are a lot of unfair things happening in this chaotic era. After seeing some unfair things in the outside world, the wife party members who have imperial abilities will inevitably act in anger and fight against some unfair things. Later, when everyone discussed, they felt that when workers could not change the bad living environment in the world, they all changed their jobs to assassins who formed an assassin. But unlike the assassins who collect money and kill anyone, Chi Tong and his wife party became assassins just to change the bad living environment and the unfair things that could be seen in their eyes. Simply put, it is to kill for justice. Of course, as normal, this extremely naive idea can easily lead to destruction in this troubled time. But the problem is that Chi Tong and his group are high-quality assassinators selected by the imperial spy agencies, and are children with the talent for being assassins. Besides, the bunch of imperial and ministers that Broly robbed from the imperial treasure house before leaving were also on them, as well as the top combat power of Ests, the girl who exchanged the demonic title in the Crystal Palace panel for drinking. This led to the idea of becoming an assassin for justice, and thus the regime in the western region was divided, but it did not control the regime in the western region, but it was only a damok. The sword of Lis hangs over the heads of every powerful official in the great western region. As long as they hear that someone is slaughtering civilians and the investigation is true, they will ignore their armed forces and slaughter the person, and plunder the wealth of those who exploit the people as reward for their own assassination, and throw some of the wealth back to the exploited people. Therefore, in the Great Western region, it is considered a transcendent armed force that defeats the upper and lower ones, and has great reputation. The originally notorious Assassin Association was affectionately called the Justice Assassin Alliance by the people of the Western region because of the emergence of the Wife Party. Not only was its power not weakened because it no longer accepted unjust assassination missions, but because of its huge popularity, it attracted many folk righteous men with great abilities to join. Of course, there have also been conflicts between the new and old assassins during this period, but just look at the current leader of the Assassin Alliance, Mellard, and the deputy leader is Ests, and the relationship between the leader and his wife party is quite good and he can sleep in a room. You can know that some old assassins who do not want to change the assassin concept have been optimized in advance from the Assassin Association. Well, it has been 2 years since this happened. Not only are the grave grass of those people 3 meters high, but there are still 2 meters. Broly had already taken off her clothes and while scrubbing the girls, she also listened to the various things they did in this world after they left the world. Brother Broly, do you know that there is a Saiyan god in Katasai? The Pope leader is Batunan, but he is an ally of our Assassin Alliance. He has provided us with money many times in secret. There is also the slave city Bosur. The city now connects the central and western regions of the empire and is the largest normal commodity trading area. Under the leadership of Kasim Thrace, the former false marquis, it has been developed very prosperously. Green is now the clerk of the city. The city, from the city lord to the civilians who were dismissed from slavery, are all our supporters. They also erected a statue for you in the city. Brother Broly, do you remember Jitud Chamber of Commerce? Remember? Broly nodded. The Chamber of Commerce that came from the southern border of that empire is now the largest supplier of supplies to our Assassin Alliance, providing us with food, medicine, and weapons. Although the Wife Party's practice of directly formulating moral rules for the Great Western region attracted the hostility of a lot of people whose inherent interests were damaged, it also received strong help from some chambers of commerce that repay the kindness and intend to intervene in the foreign trade business in the Western region. Of course, because there is an empire pressing on it, these merchants dare not help them openly, but they transported some supplies to the wild and deliberately robbed them by inexplicable people. These people still have the courage, and they are still very big. Now that the happiness of the people in the western region is generally increasing, the number of civil bandits is getting smaller and smaller. These people provide nearly a quarter of the cases for the robbery incident in the western region. The appearance of a large number of banned people in the western region this time was a plan made by the empire that could not bear the tax revenue in the western region. In the morning, we seek promotion and in the evening, it is difficult for the rich man to survive recently. Open the door early to worship the righteous, and be happy to discipline the big and small. Kill cattle and sheep, prepare wine and sorbet, open the door of wealth to welcome the righteous men, and there are no harsh taxes when the righteous men come. Under the killing of my wife's party, a little clever ghost appeared among the city managers who were afraid of being killed. Thinking that instead of levying heavy taxes to the common people, paying high tax tasks issued by the central part of the empire, and then being found by the assassin's wife party assassin, it would be better to hand over the money obtained from normal tax collection to the Assassin's Alliance for their protection. After such a city manager did this, and the people sent by the empire to hold him accountable and the assassin who wanted to assassinate him were resolved by the assassins of the Assassin Alliance, other city managers who found vitality followed suit, focusing on a high emperor and a faraway county magistrate. Facts have proved that the emergence of corrupt officials is always related to the environment. Nowadays, many cities in the Great Western region no longer pay taxes to the empire, but instead hand over the taxes to the Assassin Alliance. Some corrupt officials also became honest administrative officials under the butcher knife. With the emergence of the country, coupled with Broly, the great threat of breaking into the palace, he has not been in appearance for many years. The empire has planned a plot of division and ambushing against many imperial assassins in the Assassin Alliance. First, people who violated the ban on the Assassin Alliance were created in various parts of the western region to divide the assassins, and then they sent assassin troops to ambush the single assassin. The empire's plan was very good, but the empire assassinators who were sent to attack Ests, a few assassins, were all wiped out under the attack of the ice puppets created by Ests. Is there any danger? Do I want me to kill the empire? Broly asked, and he suddenly felt that the world was no longer safe. Dangerous? Are you referring to the empire where hundreds of assassins were sent, but now those people have been destroyed by us all outside the valley? Estes asked rebelly. The dangers in this world, after eliminating the dangers, are only considered internal human forces. It's not the empire, but the wife party who stayed by Broly and was the imperial envoy. Moreover, this is still a child in the wife party, such as Chi Tong and Hei Tong, who is young and has not yet fully grown up. Faced with Broly's kindness to help solve the enemy, Estes refused decisively. If the enemy is solved by you, then I should. How boring? In addition, in the wife party, there are also wives like Estes who don't care about worldly justice at all, but are just doing battles in the name of justice. People's hearts are sinister, and maintaining justice can face evil people who constantly challenge themselves. This is the fun for Estes. After all, carnivore is stronger, and she likes to hunt and kill strong ones. Chapter 356 How can I manage the Great Western region well with you and other insects? The Great Western region is located at the fork in the southeast. A group of nobles and officials from various cities in the western border are here to participate in the grand event. Sir Svidin, are you doing well recently? The young nobleman holding a red wine glass with a beautiful female companion next to him approached an old man with grey hair and dressed in gorgeous clothes, and greeted him. What's good? Those savages who are not clear-headed have formulated so-called rules for us high-ranking people, relying on some force. Nowadays, the tax revenue in my territory is getting worse every year. Even if you want to find some beautiful girls to play with in the territory, you are still afraid of the untouchables below, and you may report yourself to the group of assassin barbarians. The old man in the gorgeous clothes started to yell in dissatisfaction. His Excellency Svidin, be careful. The young nobles changed their faces and their names. The butcher knife of the Assassin Alliance has killed too many high-ranking officials and nobles in recent years. What are you careful about speaking? It won't be long before those assassin barbarians will be finished. The old man in the gorgeous clothes said disdainfully. This is not over yet. What if this time? Before the young man could finish his words, he was interrupted by the old man. No, even if the assassination sent by the Empire this time is not good, don't forget that we still have the first martial arts master in the western region this time. As long as we deal with the two leaders of the assassin barbarians, can the remaining guys resist our army? The old man was very confident, and the people who heard him were also echoing. These western nobles had already had a long history of suffering assassin alliance. Otherwise, the Empire would not have sent intelligence personnel to contact him this time. After learning that so many people were willing to join forces to deal with the Assassin Alliance, they also generously donated money to secretly provide various support to the Empire's spies unconditionally. However, I didn't expect that Baron Romanson, who was most flattering to the Assassin League, would be the initiator of the barbarians who joined forces with us to plan the Assassin League. Some people suddenly said that the powerful people around him also looked at the person mentioned by the other party. The lord of this city is now surrounded by others in the center, like the upstart Baron Romanson, the core figure. This is probably what is called a dog that bites not only does not bark, but also wags his tail and begs for mercy to his temporary owner when he has bones to eat. In response to this, the old man in China used a sarcasm. Ha ha ha. The powerful surrounding him laughed in cooperation. But no one laughed too loudly. After all, the Baron, who was a tax collector, was valued by the Assassin League because he was the first city lord to wag his tail and beg for taxes to pay mercy on the Assassin League, and thus was valued by the Empire that planned the Assassin League and as an important traitor. If the Assassin League is cleared this time, this person will have a lot of contributions. The minor mistakes of flattering the Assassin League before may be easily forgiven, and will be respected by the Empire, and will become an equal to those of them, such as the powerful and wealthy, or even beyond the reach. Even though they were mainly Marquis Svidin, it was not easy to offend Baron Romanson on the surface. Who knows what it would be like in the future? As if he saw the thoughts of everyone around him, the old man in the Chinese costume suddenly revealed a little news to them. I have a cousin who serves in the center of the Empire and is a clerk in the minister's office. According to him, Mr. Wanister is very dissatisfied with Baron Romanson who took the lead in paying taxes to the barbarians. Well, he looks glamorous now, but that's because the Empire still needs to use him, but what will happen to him when he doesn't need to use him? Mr. Svidin, what do you mean? Romanson, a villain, is accustomed to flattering and pretending to behave on the surface, and he may have made a lot of money in private. When he is liquidated, half of his property will be sent to Minister Wanister. I don't want all the other half. Please share it together. Not only that, if your family caravans pass by here in the future, all the commercial tax will be reduced by half. Hearing this, the laughter of the powerful people around him suddenly became louder. Although the management rights of the big head city may be eaten by the old man, fortunately the other party still has other benefits. Everyone, but I don't know what I'm laughing at. At this time, Baron Romanson, who heard the laughter, came over, but smiled and asked everyone. It's nothing, it's just that His Excellency Marquis Svidin told a joke just now, and we find it funny. Someone answered. Oh, I don't know what a joke it is, can you tell me if you can? The Baron asked with a smile, but the people around him smiled but didn't say anything, but hid the expressions of the jackals, tigers and leopards in their eyes. This joke is funny to us, but it may not be funny to you. Mr. Baron Romanson, it's still late, you should go on stage and talk. Now. The old man in China responded with a smile, unable to tell the slightest contempt for the Baron in front of him just now. Is the time here? At this moment, a male waiter ran over and whispered in Baron Romanson's ear. Sorry, I'll go on stage now. After Baron Romanson heard what he said, he also smiled and expressed his expression on his face. After accusing everyone here, he walked straight to the high platform. A lucky dog, let you be proud for a while. After Baron Romanson left, Marquis Svidin spat. Thank you for your appreciation for your face to attend this banquet. Baron Romanson, who came to power, first gave an opening remark, and then cited the various cruel and atrocities that the Assassin League has done to treat them, such powerful people, over the years. We are just collecting taxes normally, heavy taxes, and occasionally playing with the people under the leadership, blaming men and women, and occasionally killing people who are unhappy when they are unhappy. The barbarians, Assassin Alliance, actually used this to determine that we are guilty and committed horrible killings against the noble us. Baron Romanson took out his handkerchief, wiped away the non-existent tears, and suddenly shouted, but fortunately, the Empire's Lord is here, and there will be sunny days in our great western region. I know that there must be people present who are interested in the assassin, barbarians, and traitors, but I want to tell you that those traitors and assassins are finished. Just now, I received information that the Empire's assassination troops had wiped the barbarians into the dense forest 5 kilometers west of the city. After the words came, the audience started to talk, but what is certain is that the powerful people who could come here to participate in the grand event, planning the Assassin Alliance, were all loyal ministers who were devoted to the Empire, and their faces were full of joy and smiles. Come, push the wine in. Following the orders of Baron Romanson on the stage, a group of male and female servants pushed carts containing fine wine glasses into the hall of the city lord's mansion. This is the treasure of the wine cellar at Marquis Clinton's home. Although Marquis Clinton has been tortured by the Assassin League 3 years ago, his wine can also be with us at the moment when dawn comes to the Great Western Territory. I am willing to drink this victorious wine with you. Baron Romanson took the lead in picking up the red wine glass brought by the attendant who walked onto the stage, held it high, and said to everyone below, "Cheers for the Empire." The atmosphere had been arranged in place, and the emotions were completely aroused. The powerful people below all raised the fine wine brought by the servants in their hands and agreed in unison, "Cheers for the Empire." On the stage, Baron Romanson drank the wine in one go. Off the stage, a group of powerful people also followed suit. However, there were also a few people frowned and pursed the wine that was in their mouths, which felt that the taste was a bit strange. Baron Romanson, I will take more care of you in the future. Some people think that after this time, Romanson will definitely be given a valuable and valued powerful person to come forward to flatter him. The powerful surrounding Marquis Svidin looked at the ignorant of the truth like a clown, flattering at a dog, and a playful look appeared in his eyes. But soon, this joking look was interrupted. Take more care for you, how do you want me to take care of you? Of course, it's all aspects. B.A. Before he could finish his words, the little nobleman who licked his face and asked the other party to take care of him was slapped by Baron Romanson in the face. How can we do politics well and manage the Great Western region with you and other greedy insects? Angry shouts sounded, and the powerful people present looked over, wondering why the other party was going crazy. Baron Romanson, what's wrong with you? If you don't care, why bother? An official who was close to the beaten little nobleman was upset. Haha, do it? No, this is do it. After Baron Romanson finished speaking, he suddenly threw the empty wine glass in his hand on the ground. With a bang, the wine glass shattered. And it seemed like a command gun, and the next moment there were continuous whimpers around the hall. The powerful people present looked in the voice and saw that the personal guards who followed their homes were killed by the waiters who were pushing in. Romance, what are you doing? Some people were startled and questioned. What are you doing? Of course you will kill, you greedy insects. Baron Romanson answered for granted. But, why is this? Someone asked again. In response to this, Baron Romanson suddenly made a strange pose of his hands on the spot, and then shouted to a group of powerful people who questioned him, "Long live the Red Scarf, long live the Assassin Alliance, justice is with me." The loud voice made the powerful people who heard it stunned. "No, are you from the Assassin Alliance?" After 2 or 3 seconds, the nobles asked. "That's right." Baron Romanson took back his strange posture, but nodded in a smile and admitted. "But how can you be from the Assassin Alliance?" As the leader of the alliance of the Anti-Assassin Alliance in the Great Western region, the alliance was secretly formed by the Anti-Assassin Alliance. Although he was the leader on the surface, the situation of jumping to the Anti-Assassin League in person at this moment still made all the powerful people in the Anti-Assassin League have become a little confused. "Why can't I be a member of the Assassin League? From the beginning, after the Imperial Intelligence personnel contacted me, I reported this to Lord Mellard of the Assassin Alliance, and that Lord asked me to use the trick to lure you hidden insects. I really didn't expect that you guys are really stupid, and your brains are just like insects." Baron Romanson's ridicule made a group of powerful people feel a little warm. The news that the barbarians of the Assassin Alliance were completely wiped out by the Imperial assassination troops. Of course it's fake. The one who was really wiped out was the Imperial assassination troops. "Ah!" the powerful exclaimed, and suddenly, his mind was spinning quickly and he slid over on the spot. "Mr. Romanson, you know me. I have always been your hardcore supporter. If you support the Empire, I support the Empire. If you support the Assassin League, I support the Assassin League. You are really a good dog. Unfortunately, I don't want it if you are a fence-bearer like you." "Ah, how can this be done?" The official who failed to slip and kneel was full of despair. "Damn it, catch Romanson, and we can only live by catching him." Suddenly, someone shouted among a group of powerful and high-ranking people. Some young and powerful people who didn't want to sit and wait for death were filled with blood. They, who were already a little bit defensive because they were deceived, began to rush towards Romanson. "Miss Hill, please." In response, Baron Romanson bowed slightly to the glasses attendant beside him. "Get back to me and don't get blood splattered all over," the girl with glasses said, and a cute little white dog slipped out under her long skirt. "Don't be scared, it's just a minor puppy. Even if it's a special dangerous species of domestication, it's a plump dog." Some people stopped, but some people continued to encourage. The crowds rushing towards Romanson stopped and continued to rush towards this side. "Little Wang!" Hill screamed softly, and the little white dog instantly turned into a strong white dog. More than 2 meters high, with twisted muscles, scarlet eyes, sharp teeth. He reached out and swept forward. The crowd that had not had time to stop was swept, and the few people in the front were swept. In just a moment, they flew up like rag dolls, and their bodies broke due to the scratching of the dog's paws. Bang! Another punch. The man who had no time to retreat was hit by Xiao Wang, the 100-armed giant, from beginning to end, and the flesh and mud was splashed everywhere. Roar! With a roar, the wide-open mouth revealed a circle of fangs, which scared a group of powerful and high-ranking people covered in flesh and blood. "Mr. Romanson, please forgive me, I swear to attend the Assassin Alliance from now on." The scared man knelt on the ground and prayed. "Sorry, it's a bit late for you to say this now." "Well, the time is almost done." "What's the meaning?" The middle-aged nobleman who had been hiding behind him at this time suddenly felt something dripping on his hands. When he looked down, he found it was blood. "Ah, you're bleeding!" someone exclaimed. Did you poison the wine?" "That's just an insecticide." "Ah!" Everyone began to cover their stomachs and fell to the ground in pain. Squeak! The gate of the city lord's mansion opened at this time, and Melod, wearing a tight combat uniform, walked in with a cat stroll. Da-da-da-da! When passing by the powerful and high-ranking people who fell to the ground, this person was still looking around, as if he was admiring the blooming flowers on the other side. "Romance, you're doing a good job," she praised the Baron. "This is all the wise leadership of Lord Remerard." The Baron bent down and did not dare to look at the sexy Assassin League leader with his tinted glasses. "I just provide you with insect poison. It's all your ability to drink so many idiots. Don't be too modest." "Yes." Baron Romanson responded obediently and waited for a while before asking, "Mr. Mellard, do you need to deal with the corpses of these people?" "Well, cut down their heads, and then make specimens and send them back to the city where they are, so that the residents, nobles and officials of those cities can see them, so that everyone can know that they dare to violate the ban without authorization and resist the outcome of our assassin alliance. Mellard thought about it and said. Then do these guys' families want? Baron Romanson made a gesture of cutting his neck. No, except for those families who stand up and resist, keep them all for me. After all, we are assassins representing justice and will not easily harm our family. Mellard said with a smile. Isn't it a bit dangerous to return to the mountains if you do this? Ha, are those remaining species considered dangerous species? Mellard chuckled, then looked at the man in front of him and asked, but you, are you so eager to get rid of the weeds? Do you think you will have a chance to jump to the anti-imperial world in the future? Plop. Romanson knelt down and defended, there is absolutely nothing. I used to be a good person, but I didn't have this opportunity. Now that the Assassin League gives me this opportunity, how could I betray the Assassin League? My loyalty to the Assassin League is understandable. Then, do things well and don't think too much. Mellard didn't say anything. The Assassin Alliance only looks at behavior and does not believe in human nature. If you have to believe something, then you will probably have the knife in your hand. The remaining dead people in the family were kept by a group of band orders. What those people hated the most was the Baron in front of them who retaliated against their family. This makes it even impossible for the other party to jump backwards in the future. Only by relying wholeheartedly on the Assassin Alliance can the other party live. Well, some people may say that this is too much. They treat Baron Romanson like this, a good righteous official who has been enlightened for reform. However, is this person really a good righteous official who has been enlightened for reform? No, this is just an ordinary person who goes with the flow. During the imperial rule, the other party was a corrupt official who was a poor man who was forced to pay taxes and could not pay taxes. But after the Assassin League came, he killed a large number of disobedient powerful people in the city, and the other party was lucky enough to take up the position of the city lord. Romanson became a good official who had reformed under the standards of the Assassin League. And because he was once a corrupt official, he was more aware of the means of corrupt officials deceiving superiors and concealing subordinates, but it provided many constructive suggestions for the band standards of the Assassin Alliance. This man betrayed the original corrupt official class and was a real fence-bearer. He would fall wherever the wind blows. The reason why such a person maintains the Assassin League is only because the power and status he now has is obtained from the Assassin League's actions in the Western region. The other party is a smart person. He may know that once the Assassin Alliance collapses, his position as the Lord will be gone, and the Empire will even settle the score. Oh, by the way, there is still a living person over there. He is not poisoned. Remember to be careful when beheading. Mellard said suddenly. Bang! Svidin, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, jumped up instantly and ran towards the gate of the city lord's mansion. A guard from the city lord's mansion wanted to intercept the opponent, but was punched by the opponent. When I was young, there were some people who practiced martial arts in Huangchuan Temple. If you don't want to die, get out. The old man in the Chinese uniform roared and rushed to the door. Just as he was about to rush out of the door, his head suddenly fell from his neck. A thin silk thread was crossed at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Mellard moved his finger, and the crossed silk thread was retracted. Is the level of Huangchuan Temple so poor in the past? Or is it just that the other party is a waste and there is no sense of accomplishment when you kill it, right, Hill? Miss Mellard, I'm still working, please do not engage in sexual harassment in the workplace. Wang! Little Wang shouted at Mellard twice before jumping into Hill's arms. Baron Romanson wiped his sweat. He looked at the retracted cross-tail thread and passed through his neck. By the way, Lord Mellard, I don't know if you have been attacked by the #1 martial arts master in the West. I heard that it was the old man Svedin who organized people to donate money to hire the spies of the Empire. He changed the subject, pointed to the corpse in front of the city lord's mansion, and said. The #1 martial arts master in the West? Who is here? Mellard was a little confused. It's Uncle Sambasan. After taking over the task of dealing with us and getting the money from the imperial people, he ran over to an intelligence base and sold the news to us. He also swears in front of our intelligence personnel that although he is a warrior, he also understands benevolence and righteousness and will never attack our Assassin Alliance. Nahaxia walked over and said. Oh, it was the Western Conference Championship with a high moisture level. He said better than singing. If he was really capable, he would attack us. Where is the other person now? I'll communicate with him. The Empire's conspiracy has been shattered by them, and the insects in the western border have also been wiped out. Now it's fine, Mellard plans to hit the face of the #1 martial arts master in the West, but he wants to know whether the other party is good at martial arts or dance. He's done it. After selling the news, he's done it and directly into the Giffernola Sea Tree Forest. Chapter 357 Real Night Attack. While Melod was hesitating whether to chase into the Giffernola Sea Tree Forest and hang up Sambasan, the first expert in parallel martial arts, he snatched a golden cat inside, and when he looked closely, he found that Lionel, a blonde girl, was transformed into a beast king. Have all the guards of the powerful cities outside solved? Nahashu asked at the upright big cat girl. Those guys are not prepared and have been solved. Leone's claws wiped his clothes, leaving some blood. This is not the important thing now. Your elder brother is back. Do you know? What big brother? Broly, he is already with Akatsuki and Ests. What? Nahashu's eyes widened, and Melod also looked over. For the next thing, you can cooperate with Nahashu to do it, let's go. Hey, Lord Melard, don't you stay for dinner? I'm ready for the room I stay for the evening. Baron Romanson was a little surprised and watched Melard leave with a group of female assassins. I also want to see Brother Broly, why do you want me to stay? Lawsan complained, while Nahashu was a little helpless. In Chaedaokeng, some people have to be left to do the finishing work. In addition, don't let Baron Romanson do this. Something happened to the tactful city lord. We can go back to see our elder brother after we have handled the matter here. The blonde boy comforted him, and the fat man, who was also a teenager, could only accept this result. On the other hand, Melard excitedly led a group of wives, female, toward the place where Ests was. As for the mount with a dangerous flight, she arrived at a small town northwest of the western border late at night. Where are they in this city? Chiming didn't say anything. Then please ask. I asked, but I didn't reply. I guess I'm already asleep at this time. Sitting behind a dangerous species that looked like a bream, Lionel couldn't help but yawn. Today, she first sieges the Imperial assassination troops, and then marched to Chaedao City to kill the powerful entourage guards. She consumed a lot of energy, which made her sleepy now. What are you sleeping? Broly has grown up, and he is at the age of energetic. Maybe those guys Easts are doing shy things with him. When Melard thought of that scene, he felt a little difficult to control himself. No, I have to rush over. As she said this, she urged Lionel. Leone, think of a solution. What can I do? Lionel was speechless and rolled his eyes at Melard. The assassin leader is good at everything, but the personality of the female pervert is a bit troublesome. After you become a beast king, won't your nose be very smart? Please, it's been nearly 6 years in the past 5 years, and I just got the Lion King at that time. How could I remember the taste of Broly? I didn't say the taste of Broly, the taste of Ests, Mane, Chi Tong and Black Tong. Can't you remember it? Who remembers the taste of his own people? So I want you to remember now. You need to bring your own items that smell them and give them to me to smell. The big cat girl, who is only 19 years old this year, put forward the prerequisites. You can smell this. Melard took out an item from his arms. Ah, how perverted are you doing this thing? After seeing clearly what Melod was in his hand, Lionel started to complain. Stop talking nonsense, this is a birthday gift from Ests who volunteered to take it off. I saw a blue and white bundled fat man, held by Melard in his hand. No, she really gave you this thing. Lionel was a little shocked. Humph, Ests is my best friend. It's different from what you can't do. She's the kind of person who can do what you say. You want us to give the first time to you as a gift, who will give it? You female pervert. Zhu Ziyi complained aside. Hey, can't you give it? The mushroom girl used to be still a little stupid, but she asked. Ah, Boney, have you given your first time to Melard? Cornella, who is 14 years old this year, stared at her eyes wide. It's just a first kiss. I won't pick the small fruits that have not yet grown up. Melard licked his lips. Boney, remember, you must stay away from this female pervert in the future. Colina began to educate Pony. Fireproof, theft-proof, best friend. Melard is the female pervert in his wife's party. The key is that this guy is not very interested in men. The main feature is that the gender is a woman and the hobbies are also a woman. Lionel, is your nose okay? Of course my nose can do it, but we are in heaven, you don't expect me to smell the smell of the earth in heaven, right? Melard raised his foot and stepped on the back of the dangerous species of flight, and the dangerous species with a bream-like appearance began to drop. When there were more than 20 meters away from the ground, a group of female assassins from the wife party jumped directly from behind the dangerous species. When they landed, most people were silent. Only Corneria, wearing Thor armor Admiller, made a dull clicking sound, and her legs completely fell to the ground. Fortunately, in order to adapt to the Imperial equipment on her body, she had rigorous exercise and her body was now strong enough. I smelled Ests, here. After Lionel said that, he took the lead and headed towards the direction where the smell came. Sister Kerr, aren't you leaving? Bonnie was originally running with him, but found that Corneria didn't follow him, so she ran back to the armored girl and asked. My legs are numb, I'll take it slow. No injuries, but the legs are numb. Then I'll carry you. Pony took out the flute emperor tool at his waist, and changed from a petite loli to a muscular loli. Corneria, who had numb legs, followed her companions in front. A group of wives and girls soon arrived at the front of a hotel. The hotel owner, who was not awakened and dozed off at the front desk, went straight upstairs. That's it. Lionel's footsteps stopped in front of a room. Do you want to knock on the door? The girl with glasses asked. What are you knocking on? We're going to attack at night. Mellard pushed away the man, took a hairpin from his head and poked the keyhole in the room. In less than 2 seconds, the door lock was opened by her. The door was pushed open with almost no sound, and Mellard slipped into a room with only a little moonlight outside the window. In the darkness, she expanded her nostrils and inhaled it, smelling a scent that ordinary people could hardly smell. Looking at the bulging bed, she slipped in from under the sheet. Then, she stopped in front of a sharp ice thorn in the bed. Don't do it, it's me. Mellard whispered. I feel it, otherwise you would have died long ago. Click, the lights in the room were turned on. Hill and others who were entering one after another saw Ests wearing thin pajamas holding a sharp ice thorn in their hands against Melad's fair neck. Melad also raised his hands to express his surrender. Just know it's like that. The girls such as wife Dang were not surprised at this situation. This guy, Mellard, always attacks them at night, and will appear on their beds without realizing it and sleep with them in their arms. But except for holding Ests once or twice before, her night attack on Ests always ended in failure, and this time was no exception. Who turned on the light? At night, will you let people sleep? Maine sat up with her face covering her face. Listening to her tone, anyone knew that she was in a bad mood now. Immediately afterwards were Akatsuki, Black Hitomi, and Broly sleeping between Maine and Ests. Mellard. Broly happened to face Mellard with his hands raised. He looked at the girl wearing a little exposed clothes in front of him, but recognized the other person's identity from the tears mole at the corner of his eyes. Hey, you're Broly, why are you still so small? Broly had almost no big change in his appearance when he came to this world in the past, and Mellard also recognized him at a glance. His eyes swept across the boy's face and then went down. Suddenly, Mellard discovered something different from Broly. You actually wear underwear? She exclaimed out in surprise. The girls who came into the room looked at the boy's crotch because of her words. Wearing underwear, is there anything special? The girl with glasses was a little puzzled. Sister Hill, you don't understand. My elder brother was all empty-handed. Zhuang Loli Pony said seriously. Yes, I used to not wear this thing, but now I've grown up a little, so I've worn it. Broly stood up from the bed, showing her panties under her crotch with her waist. Corneria, Pony, Zuzi, Hill, Leonie, long time no see. Although I don't know what the situation is going on, since all the acquaintances have appeared in front of me, Broly still greets me enthusiastically. Oh, brother Broly, long time no see. The strong lowly pony in the ghost state had a heavy voice, but he also greeted him. Hey, Boney, you're very energetic. Broly was a little surprised and looked out the window, and it was no mistake at night. Of course, I'm very energetic after I know my elder brother has come back. Pana said for granted. Hey, a child is just good, full of energy, not like me, I really want to sleep and rest now. The big cat girl sighed. Then you go to bed, I'll give you a bed. Broly jumped out of bed and said. I haven't taken a shower yet, my body is full of blood. Don't you executed the offenders in the southeast? Why did you suddenly come to us? Maine was a little puzzled and asked. All of them have been resolved, and all the offenders were killed tonight. Hill replied in a light voice. The Empire's assassination troops have also been resolved. Zhu Ziyi added. Are you not injured? Chi Tong asked with some concern. Not hurt, Chi Tong, don't worry, those people are not our opponents. Colin Alia had recovered and replied with a smile. Hey, Usts, when will your ice thorn be pressed against my neck? Mellard asked at this time. Ests threw the ice thorn into the vase on the table next to him and asked, You don't sleep late at night, why are you breaking into our sleeping room? If I remember correctly, it's about 100 kilometers away from Chedaokeng. I heard Lionel say that Broly is back, so I can't wait to come and see him. Mellard said immediately. This guy suspected that Broly was doing something shameful with you, so he rushed over and wanted to join. Lionel decisively revealed. I think, but it's a pity. Est shrugged, his pajamas trembled a little by such movements. The girl from the northern alien race was still not used to wearing anything that bound her. However, except for the assassin tights on Mellard, this kind of clothing is more suitable for combat. It's a little smaller, but it's not impossible. Mellard looked at the boy, remembering the past, and couldn't help but lick his lips. What you up to? Maine was like a hen seeing a predator, and was full of vigilance. He jumped out of the bed and pulled the boy behind him. I didn't want to do anything. Mellard raised his finger and pointed it on his chin, and explained what he was thinking. I just want to taste the boy who once defeated Mesmel. Mellard opened his mouth toward Maine, showing his taste flexibility. Maine's face turned red, raised her hand and pointed at Mellard tremblingly, and said angrily, You are vulgar and shameless. Did you know me the first day? Mellard was curious about the girl's reaction, but asked. Maine. Indeed, this is a super invincible bastard female pervert. In the assassin's castle, Cass Andorra and Gilbert, who had a good relationship with her, were Melod's personal maids, but they often got up from each other's bed. Maine had also seen kiss marks on the two men, obviously, that was to have experienced what Mellard called taste. But don't you just like cute girls? Maine asked. But Broly is special. He defeated me, but I still miss him. The cold appeared on the neck again. I can't pretend that you didn't hear it. A skate was resting on Mellard's neck. As Broly's possession, I can't sit back and watch him be targeted by a strange pervert. Est said. He hasn't rejected my taste yet, why are you anxious about? Mellard asked with a smile. Even if you want to taste it, it's not your turn to taste it first. Wow, you don't understand the principle of coming first and coming later. I don't understand this, I just speak according to my strength. So, fight. Come. Bang. The windows of the hotel suite were broken, and two figures stepped on the house one after another, heading out of the city. Why did they suddenly fight? Broly couldn't understand it. Hey, don't you all want to be the first to taste your taste? Lionel said, then came over and licked the Saiyan boy's ears with his tongue. What are you doing? Broly turned his head and looked at her. I'm not doing anything, I just want to taste your taste, but you actually don't have any strange taste. Lionel said with a look. Is that true? Let me try it too. As he said that, the Daigua glasses came over, stuck out his tongue and licked the boy's nose. It really doesn't taste much. Hill nodded in agreement with this view. Ah, you guys. Maine raised her hand and pointed at the two of them, and saw the ghost lowly pony leaning over, sticking out her tongue and licking the boy's side face. Ah, I don't care, I want to taste his taste. Maine pounced on her. Sister, what do you mean? Hey Tong asked. Everyone has licked it, we must be more in tune with it. Chi Tong said. Broly. My face was quickly covered with saliva from a group of girls, thinking about whether I was polite. Chapter 358 Opportunity for non-staff personnel to become formal. In the wilderness, the buzzing sound gradually sounded, but this was not the movement of mosquitoes and flies, but the sound of countless threads that were stretched and trembling at high speed. Ests, it's been half a year since we last played. I wonder how much your strength has improved now. Mellard waved his hand, released the thread of the crossed tail to the surroundings, and arranged the next terrifying cutting traps, and asked Ests, who ran out to dry raised with long legs and only dressed in pajamas on the opposite side. Of course, it's great progress. Now my puppet is not that easy, and it will be damaged by your silk thread. The ground that Ests touched barefoot condensed ice, and the ice spread to more than 50 meters around her in 2 or 3 breaths. Just at this time, a small dark cloud in the sky covered the moonlight. Only bursts of freezing sounds were heard in the dark wilderness, and the cold fog spread. When the dark clouds floated by and the moonlight spread again on the ground, a centaur ice cavalry with spears appeared on the frozen ground, like a guardian of the queen, guarding Ests. Ests raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Mellard, and the ice cavalry made a stance to charge. Go! As their queen's words fell, frosty hooves ran and fearlessly charged towards Mellard, who was scattered with cutting traps and directly in front of them. Turn into ice slag! In response to this, Mellard waved his hand and the high-speed shock silk thread paddled towards the ice cavalry. Shit! The sharp sound of sawing ice sounded, and the charge of the ice cavalry was cut from the waist. Broly and others who were also chasing here, just saw the scene of the ice cavalry's body being split. Ha, how are these toys different from before? Melod smiled. Although Est's ice cavalry was enough to crush a regular imperial army with 10,000 people on the front, the other party used this ability to clean up miscellaneous soldiers to deal with him, and he could only say that he looked down on him too much. Is this really the case? Est smiled at the same time, while the ice cavalry whose body was cut open suddenly extended from the flat fracture, but new ice grew one after another. As for the half of the ice body that fell to the ground, it turned into frost energy and melted into the frozen ground. The frost energy was recycled, but it was re-injected into the original inside the body. Looking at the ice cavalry that recovered quickly, Melard frowned and asked, "Have your frost ability enhanced again?" "It's just that the frost energy cycle has become stronger. A while ago, I killed a secret savage who wanted to assassinate me. I happened to get some secret skills from the opponent. I integrated it into my ice cavalry, so they got repair power in the cold environment. Of course, it is not just restoration. Every time I recover from damage, my ice cavalry will also increase the heaviness of my body. In other words, their defense capabilities are stronger. Although the increased defense has an upper limit, it is enough to improve their combat capabilities." Est's tone was quite a pity. If it were infinite stacking defense, the ice cavalry she summoned would be unparalleled. Tear. The cutting thread hit again. Ba. Although the ice cavalry's body was still cut off, the time for cutting was slower than before, and it was indeed much harder to cut. And this is not the most desperate. The most desperate thing is that the ice cavalry, whose body was cut off again, recovered again, and the color of the ice body began to deepen, and the defense strength increased again. Ice cavalry, ravage her. A group of ice puppets holding spears began to chase Melod. What a magical ability! Broly was a little surprised. Since there were few Asts, the poor guy with happiness points, in the group chat room, he didn't know much about the abilities that northern alien girls now have. It's indeed amazing, but Sister Ests always feels that this ability is a bit useless. Hearing the boy's words, Hei Tong spoke. Silly, why is that? Isn't this chasing Melard to fight? Broly was a little puzzled. That's because Melard does not have the ability to destroy the ice cavalry in an instant. If it were Sister Cole's thunder armor, I'm afraid that it would take just one thunder bomb to eliminate the frost energy in the ice cavalry's body, not to mention that Sister Ests was chasing you as the target. Brother Broly, do you think your energy bomb will not be able to solve a group of ice cavalry? I don't know, I have to try. Broly was more practical and immediately gathered a little energy into his fingertips. An array of energy shot towards an ice cavalry on the edge of the battlefield. In just a moment, the ice cavalry, which was so hard that it was difficult to cut, turned into a piece of water vapor, and was vaporized from the solid state by the energy bomb. Ests looked here and said nothing. He waved his hand and let the frozen earth condense into an ice cavalry. Ests did want to defeat Broly and turn himself into the boy's master, but she also knew that more than 5 years ago, when Broly left, she still remembered the damage caused by the energy bomb. Although Ests can cause similar damage now, it is a terrain damage effect that can only be achieved in the cold environment of the polar regions. With the help of nature, the power of nature can be used to create an oversized ice puppet she called General Ice Lan, and grab the small iceberg and throw it hard. She has not surpassed Broly more than 5 years ago, let alone Broly now. Although Broly's appearance has not changed much, Ests, who has close contact with the boy, can feel that the little master who owns her own ownership is stronger than before. Damn! These annoying guys. Melard was a little embarrassed. She had not had any competition with Ests before. Although she had never beat Ests, Ests had to take action by himself to defeat her. Unexpectedly, in this sudden competition, she could not even beat the ice toys condensed by the other party. Don't underestimate me, just see my trick. Melard avoided an ice gun stab, took out a bottle from his arms, and inserted it directly into the modified crosstail groove. The dissolving solution adheres, and the thread blade dances randomly. The crosstail thread attached to the high-concentration dissolving solution extracted from the stomach bag with a dangerous species with extremely strong digestibility has the effect of breaking armor at this moment. The thread blade that was dancing wildly was like a blade rotating at a high speed by an ice crusher, smashing all the ice cavalry surrounding her into slag. But that's all. This world is not a thief, and there is no domineering setting. Melod, who is similar to the linear fruit ability, is a sister in front of Ests who uses the frost power in a way similar to the cookie fruit. Its imperial power is even worse than a musket, at least that thing can offset some of the frost energy in the ice cavalry's body. Of course, Ordinary people who use muskets will probably be killed by the ice cavalry before burning the ice cavalry. Unless the flame-radiating Imperial equipment is used lobigound, it can spray out the high temperature created by Imperial equipment that is difficult to extinguish the flame, and can restrain Est's frost puppet in terms of attributes. But this is just theoretical restraint. In fact, after drinking the plural demonic sacred exchanged by happiness points, the frost power in Est's body has surpassed many super dangerous species that survive in the polar regions. If you only fight against the Imperial equipment envoy who has restrained your attributes, you probably might not be able to kill the number of ice cavalry that Est can summon. How is it, are you convinced? The ice cavalry walked back with Melod, whose clothes were a little damaged. Est asked, this physical strength may still be preserved, but it is definitely not enough to support the other party and himself. The assassin leader who had conducted further high-intensity battles came. If you accept it, then you can taste it first, and I will taste it later. It is okay to eat your saliva. Mellard didn't mind who tasted the boy first. Do you need me to teach you how to taste it? She asked again. You don't need to teach me, it's fun to explore it myself. All right. Mellard shrugged and was put down by the ice cavalry. I'm exhausting too much. I'm a little weak now. Can I carry me back? The girl who was slumped on the ground opened her arms and asked to the girl who was naked in pajamas and exposed her long legs. Why do I let my ice cavalry carry you? Est asked with a blank look. Forget it, the cold stuff is pressed on my stomach, I'm afraid my stomach hurts. Mellard immediately got up from the ground, and this was her habit as an assassin, and she would always leave 3 points for herself. That is to say, it is clear that Est will not kill him, otherwise when Mellard is sure that he can't beat the enemy, he will choose the assassin's method of missing a single blow and escaping thousands of miles away. Under the moonlit night, the two girls walked back together. What a wonderful battle! Broly praised Est who was back. Come on, this level of battle is probably similar to a child playing house in front of you. Est gave Broly a blank look, then picked him up and started to smell it. Suddenly, she remembered a shameless female elf who spoke in the Crystal Palace group chat room many years ago, and she attacked Broly's mouth. The details cannot be described, but they are drawn when separated. Thank you for the hospitality. After swallowing the plundered salivation, Est thanked him. You're welcome. Broly smashed his mouth twice, and he rarely experienced such things. It's my turn. Mellard was not polite either. He took Broly from Est's and prepared to taste it. Wait, didn't you lose? Maine stood up and stopped him. Losing is just delaying the taste, but it doesn't mean you don't taste it. Mellard said for granted. Or, do you want to discuss with me and decide on the order of tasting? She asked again. Woo. Maine had nothing to say. As a long-range sniper, she was not a match for Mellard. Gilagilu. Broly was attacked again. Mellard is different from Est's, who has almost no experience. Her skills in this area are quite superb. It was like an old driver driving an express train in a Kamehameha with a novice passenger, and various seemingly thrilling turns were displayed on Broly. If it were ordinary people, they would probably sink into this thrilling express technology, but unfortunately Broly felt itchy. After he couldn't stand Maillard making his palate itchy, he pushed out the other party's letter. Listening to the itchy movements of Broly's palate scratching, the girl with tears licked her lips with a little uneasy. Through the skills she used on the other party this time, she also confirmed that her aversion to men was not effective on the other party. Perhaps it was because of the memory of being defeated by Broly when she was a child that Broly had left an extremely deep impression on her consciousness. In short, it tastes good to have a first taste of the opposite sex. Do you know that the human body has many odor glands? Sweat glands are in the armpits, and some people also have odors in their relocations. As Mellard said, she started to act and tasted the taste seriously. Some species, such as cats, will remember the same odor by smelling similar GM. Wait, what are you doing? Are you a feline? Mellard's increasingly excessive actions were stopped. I'm not a feline, but I've been trained in poisoning, but I can remember various smells through my tongue. I'm preparing to learn how cats remember smells to remember Broly's smell. Bang! Mellard was punched in the head, and Est made a hand. I can't do such things, so I forbid you to do it. The girl said so. I am a big cat after the Beast King turns into. Est looked over, and his cold gaze made Leonard's voice weaker. But I remember that I am still an individual, and people cannot have a lower limit. She said. Is there really a way to smell this memory? Broly was a little curious and asked, Merard, who turned to grab his tail and smelled it. What, do you want to learn? Mellard doesn't mind being turned against him. No, I'm just a little curious, and I don't need to use smell to remember people, because I can remember the anger of each of you, as long as I don't have a separation for too long and my breath changes too much. Broly shook his head and said seriously. By the way, Brother Broly, how many days can you stay in this world this time? Zhu Ziyi asked curiously. In a few days, I might leave the day after tomorrow, because I want to build the inner space of the Crystal Palace, and I have to find a new Oni and accumulate more happiness points. Broly answered honestly. Hey, so short. The girls were surprised, and Mane even widened his eyes and asked, then why have you stayed in Tozaka's world for so many days? Oh, that's because I met a new wife there, and the reason why I was desperate to build an internal space in the Crystal Palace was because my new wife in that world was kidnapped by a bad guy, so I planned to build a shelter for everyone that could escape danger at any time. So that's the case. The sisters with twin pupils showed a sudden appearance and lit up their heads. Then can we get in? Colina asked curiously. No. Broly looked at the girls who were identifiably apologized. It's okay, Brother Broly, we are very strong and can protect ourselves. Seeing this, Corneria comforted the boy instead. That's right. Zuzi and Bony slapped their chests and agreed, but the effect of the two slapped was completely different. One is a little turbulent, the other is calm. Wait, then we will find you a new wife in this world, isn't that enough? Mellard suggested. That one may not be enough. I have to pay a retention fee to stay in this world, 1000 happiness points per day. What? Estes was shocked. Broly stayed in this world for a few days, which would be enough for her to exchange for the new demonic title, although she no longer drank that thing because her body reached the limit of the number of demonic title, unless the body became stronger again. Then find a few more. The Great Western region is so big and now we are in control. I want to find a few wives to come out. I think it should be more than enough. I think Xian was just looking for a few of us before, and Miss Mellard, you are not one of them yet. Glasses Hill knows how to stab, which hurts Mellard a little. Hey, Broly, how did your Crystal Palace determine whether a person is his wife? It said it was a figure. What's the figure? Some clay model dolls can also be plastic model dolls. Hey, can we make one of this kind for ourselves? Broly tried to ask the Crystal Palace in his consciousness, and soon a reply message appeared in his consciousness. To expand the official membership of the Crystal Palace, please establish a figure area in the internal space of the Crystal Palace. Tip: Otaku has 1 wall and 3 apartments in Beijing. This formal member quota is expanded to serve. Each quota will consume a large amount of happiness points. The expanded formal members do not have the benefits of joining the Crystal Palace, but they have the ability to produce happiness points after joining the Crystal Palace. Broly said it according to the script. Simply translate it, it's just not possible now. Summary of Chi Tong. But in the future, I found many wives, upgraded to the Crystal Palace, and obtained a huge amount of happiness points, and could do it. Hei Tong supplemented his sister's words. Mellard was shocked. Unexpectedly, his wife had the chance to become a regular person. Look for Broly, we're going to find a new wife. Chapter 359 Assassination Fist Variation of Pure Land Fingering. The benefits of becoming Broly's wife are visible to the naked eye. Estes relied on repeated drinking to exchange the demonic essence. From the beginning, he was about the same strength as himself, and now he completely suppressed himself to death. Although others have not exchanged for strange things, the means of being able to communicate with each other anytime and anywhere is amazing enough. Therefore, Mellard was very enthusiastic about becoming a regular and his movement efficiency was not slow. He rode his flight dangerous species to the nearest intelligence point of the Assassin League at night. The small thread of transmission of information at the intelligence site was activated, and an important action command was sent back to the Assassin Alliance headquarters, the Basin Valley. Then from the headquarters in the Basin Valley, the operation instructions were transmitted to the intelligence bases in the entire western border. In just one night, the intelligence bases in various western borders received a strange order. Let the consuls of each city summon the beautiful women in the city in recent days and gather in some open places for inspection. Although the assassin who received the action command did not understand the inside story of this strange command, he still firmly carried out the tasks assigned by the headquarters. The consuls of major cities in the Great Western region were visited by some uninvited assassins in the early morning. My uncle, it's okay to gather women in the city. I just don't know what the large-scale women reading ceremony is for. Is Lord Mellard preparing to choose a concubine and wants to ascend the throne to the king of the Great Western realm by taking advantage of the conspiracy of shattering the evil empire? In Kano City, the current city lord thought of the rumors about the leader of the Assassin Alliance, and carefully asked the girl assassin in front of him. If you ask me this, how do I know? Just ask less of these useless things and just order you to execute them seriously. The tall girl crossed her arms and frowned and looked at the lord of Kano City in front of her, and said impatiently. I'm rude. How can a little person like me care about the private affairs of the big person? Please rest assured. If I let you inform you, I will definitely let all the beautiful women in the city dress up beautifully and wait for Lord Mellard to review. Lord Kano apologized, but this person was a firm supporter of the Assassin League, also because of the top of his head. Some bad nobles were killed, so they were lucky enough to be the lower level officials who were ranked as the city lord. However, this person always wants to realize more ambitions and has submitted many reports to the Assassin League, hoping that the upper class of the Assassin League can plan for the people and lead the regime in the western frontier. Or go further, like the first emperor who once unified the four realms, he created a peaceful country in the chaotic world. Many western landlords who support the Assassin Alliance also have similar ideas. They all want to use the Dragon Master to give Mellard or Estes a yellow robe to add a show. Unfortunately, neither Mellard nor Estes meant to develop the Assassin League into a regime group. Similarly, they are not allowed to interfere with other external regimes. They are allowed to maintain the peaceful western border by cutting edge. The revolutionary army forces and western alien kingdoms that resist the empire are also defeated here. Broly woke up the next day and compensated the hotel window, and was pulled to find his wife. It is very simple to confirm whether a girl is the target of the Crystal Palace's approval, as long as it appears within Broly's sight. So, when cities call women out of empty places to wait for inspection, Broly just needs to fly over from above those cities to scan and see if there are any prompts for new guide objects on the Crystal Palace panel, and it will be okay. However, although this speed of distinguishing who is the guide object is very fast, I did not find any guide object that can be recognized by Crystal Palace in the end of the day. A city has at least 20,000 to 30,000 women. Even if more than 20 cities do not call all women, there should be more than 600,000 women who pass by it. As a result, there is no one who can enter the scope of the Crystal Palace's recognition. No, indeed. Broly was also a little helpless, doubting that this world has no new wife anymore. So, how did you find Chi-Tong, Hai-Tong, Ma-Yin, Estes before? Mellard asked. The Red Pin and Hai-Tong met in the forest. Main picked it up on the road. I defeated Estes and brought it back with me. Hill met in the restaurant. Lionel got it himself. Broly counted the experience of his existing wife in this world and answered the question Mellard. According to probability science, it is a bit unscientific for you to find our probability. Hill was reading with a book, and said softly. It's like someone deliberately arranged it. Main said while eating tomato noodles. Hey, now we pray here to let brother Broly meet more new wives, will it be useful? Zhu Ziyi was a little curious. You can try it. Chi-Tong nodded and said. No need to try, I have similar abilities. Broly remembered the conceptual ability of suspicion and praise. In a sense, he was able to achieve everything he wanted. Unfortunately, these two abilities are also probable. I launched once in the digital world and encountered the Meow Meow beast. I also launched once on the Wampa star, transforming the Baya beast on the planet so that they can produce red fruits. The Wampa spider that sucked the blood of the Baya beast has also improved the unpalatable taste, but in this world, there seems to be no sign of activation. The next day, after inspecting the remaining women in the cities, Broly still couldn't find a guided person who could be recognized by Crystal Palace. But this is also normal, because there are only two people left in this world who can be recognized by Crystal Palace. One is Nagita, who is still an imperial soldier, and the other is Chelsea, who was beheaded by the puppet of the corpse that was originally manipulated by Black Pupil in the Line of Fate. The former is now in the southern border of the Empire, stationed in an important capital south, and fought against the rebel forces that were invaded in the southern border. Although the latter is in the western region, the impact of the emergence of the wife party has long completely changed the other party's destiny. Originally, Chelsea should have been working as a maid in a prefect's mansion. After witnessing the prefect's cruelty, he used the Gaia Foundation he obtained in the warehouse to assassinate the prefect, and then joined the assassin to form an assassin. But now, the brutal prefect who plays the hunting game with humans as prey was assassinated by the assassins of the Assassin League 2 years ago. Although Chelsea is still a maid at work now, he serves a good city lord who does his best to manage the city. Naturally, there is no reason to assassinate such a good city lord, but now he is still a normal little maid in the city lord's mansion. Chelsea, aren't you going out? That morning, the sky outside was pale, and a girl with freckles got up and changed into maid's clothes. She looked at her fellow dormitory still lying on the bed and asked. You go out by yourself. It's so stupid to go out so early and stay there. With this skill, I might as well sleep for a while. A muffled sound came from the quilt. Be careful to be punished by the administrator. A reminder from the freckled girl. Sister Yibe, if the manager finds out that I haven't gone out, you can ask me for a sick leave. A girl's head appeared from the quilt. She showed a sweet smile at the freckled girl, and then said coquettishly. I really can't do anything to you. The freckled girl was a little helpless, but she still agreed. The world of the Western realm has changed, and even servants will be regarded as human beings. After the freckled girl left, Chelsea retracted back into the bed. Early in the morning, she dreamed of getting along with a wealthy man and becoming a rich wife. Now she just wants to continue sleeping to see if she can continue that beautiful dream. Since childhood, Chelsea has longed for becoming a rich man and enjoying a life of luxury. But this kind of class leap is difficult for her to be born in a civilian family. Fortunately, she has a cute appearance. I came to the city lord's mansion to apply for a maid job, in order to get to know some powerful wealthy people, and I wanted to find an opportunity to catch a rich son-in-law. And just as she sequels to the future to get a wealthy man and become a rich wife, the Scion boy is flying over the head of the city. Are you still not? No. It seems that it's not reliable. Do you have any other way? Broly asked Mellard. A group of people have returned to the assassin's base camp. If you look for a new wife, I have no choice. Mellard shrugged. But I have a way to improve your wife you have found to get more happiness points. She said seriously. What method? Broly asked subconsciously. A method to make girls more happy. Mellard rode. Didn't I already know this technique? Broly felt a little strange. You know, but your technique is not professional enough. Mellard rode. It has been 2 days since Broly came to this world. In the past 2 days, in addition to flying to various major cities to see countless women, Broly also taught a group of wives to practice Kikwan that they had figured out. In addition, Broly also took a bath with them. Although she had the experience of taking a bath together before, Broly didn't know how to scrub the bath at that time. Therefore, this time, Broly used his bathing skills to Chi Tong and the others, and gained a lot of interactive happiness points. Mirard, the wife who was outside, also personally experienced the boy's bathing scrubbing. After learning that the boy made the wife recognized by Crystal Palace happy, he could also get more happiness points. He felt that the girl with tears moles with little hope of finding a new wife had another idea. That is to improve Broly's skills. I'm not professional enough. Broly was a little dissatisfied. Then were you in the bathroom last night, and I felt comfortable with rubbing it. Hearing this, Mellard shook his head. There is also a gap between comfort and comfort. Why don't you believe it? I don't believe it. Broly doesn't think there is any gap. If you don't believe it, please come into the room with me and I'll demonstrate it to you. Mellard said, then looked at the other girls. Who would like to volunteer and go to the room with me to demonstrate to Broly? Hearing this, the other wives and girls who were following here shook their heads, not wanting to be mercilessly at Mellard. Mirard curled his lips, but was used to the fact that these girls refused their own affairs, and she never forced them. Even if the night attacks, as long as he clearly expresses his unwillingness, Mellard will just hold them to sleep and will not take any more excessive actions. Cass and Dora, Gilbert, come with me. There was no way to take the opportunity to get close to the girl who was the same wife party, so Mellard could only ask his 2 personal maids to go into the room with him. No, what are you doing with me? When he arrived at the door, Mellard looked back at a group of wives and girls who were also following him and couldn't help but ask. We are afraid that you will do bad things to Broly without authorization. Maine said. I can't beat him. Mellard was speechless. But if you ask Broly, he won't refuse you. What if you do something like this or that to him while you are with him? Maine is very concerned about this. Ests also nodded from the side and said, those things have to be determined by strength. Miss Mellard, I have no other intentions, but I am more easy to learn and want to learn. Hill explained in a daze. My sister and I came here to watch. Hei Tong's words made everyone nod together, and they all came to observe. Okay. It doesn't matter to Mellard. What if someone thinks this is good and come to her to get happiness in the future? Mr. Mellard, how can this be done? Gilbert was a little anxious. Gilbert, will the sight of outsiders make you feel sensitive? I just want to be enjoyed by Lord Mellard alone. They are my close friends. You belong to me, but they are also theirs. Be good. Oh well. Mellard gently stroked the head of the maid, making Gilbert, who was born with divine power and capable of tearing the dangerous seeds, blushed and agreed. A group of people entered the room, and Mellard did not take action first, so he asked Broly to take action first. Come on, make them comfortable first, I'll time you. Mr. Mellard, why? He will be my future companion and the master you will need to serve in the future. Woo. Cass Andorra had known Broly before, but not as squeamish as Gilbert. Come on, Lord Broly. Lying on the bed, the expressionless four-armed maid spoke openly to the boy. Broly hesitated a little. This is not a wife, nor is it an external wife. There is no psychological burden. Cass Andorra and Gilbert are both children who are close to me. They will never marry other men in the future. They will only follow me. According to some countries in the East, they are also your bride-in-law, or can you convince others to be the demonstration targets? I can do it if I need it. The one who spoke was Chi Tong, who was a girl who was willing to substitute the people around her and did things she didn't want to do. No. Broly shook his head. It was not a bad thing to make people feel comfortable, so he still pulled his hands at Sando. There is no water, and it is not a bath, so there is no such thing as scrubbing, but a massage with chi and blood. The expressionless maid of Sanmu gradually became rosy. The feeling of chi and blood being massaged was very comfortable, and the whole body would be hot and sweating. After massaged Cass Andorra, Gilbert was massaged. The other party's chi and blood were stronger than Cass Andorra, but his endurance was not as good as Cass Andorra. Main, this voice is similar to what you made last night. Lionel approached and touched the pink-haired girl's elbow and whispered. How is that possible? I'm not so loud. Main denied it. 10 minutes and 33 seconds, Cass Andorra 6 minutes and 21 seconds, Gilbert 4 minutes and 2 seconds, so you can make them who are used to my skills so quickly. Your massage technique is indeed good. I just said, I'm professional, but you still think I can't. Your method of massage chi and blood is indeed professional, but your method of making girls happy is not professional. Mellard stepped forward to demonstrate, and it took her only 2 minutes to make the maid react more. See, this is the difference between you and me. You are just massaged for chi and blood to make their bodies feel comfortable, but I am seeking happiness, and pursuing the top of happiness. I lost. Seeing the mess of the bed in front of him, Broly had to admit his failure. Do you want to learn this technique? Broly looked at the wives next to him. What do you think we do? Main was a little angry, her face turned red and kicked the boy's calves. Don't look at them, these guys are shy, and what I can tell you is that this method can effectively improve the efficiency of your manual happiness points. Teacher Mellard, I want to learn. Okay, then I will teach you everything I can. I will try to find the ultimate method I have found through practice in countless girls over the years. First of all, you must know how to find various acupoints. Secondly, you must learn to see the touched body instinctively react. Then, you must contact the reaction to add more stimulation to people by stimulating the different body acupoints related to it. And this is the mystery of the point of a cup ointment fist. If used in assassination, it can make people silent and die inexplicably. Wait, Mellard, aren't you teaching improper techniques? I didn't miss anything, why did it suddenly turn into an assassination punch? Because the Pure Land technique itself evolved from the assassination punch. At first, I was used to question female prisoners and forced to ask about information, but later I used it in daily life and intimate contact with other girls. And as more and more girls I have had intimate contact, it has gradually become a special technique. Of course, it can also be said to be fingering. You're such a fucking genius. Don't praise me, I know this. I didn't praise you. Chapter 360, Walking Around Strategy, it's time to explode your happiness points. Broly has a considerable talent in learning physical skills. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that it is easy to do it at a glance, but with Melod's full teaching and Cass Andorra and Gilbert as the subjects of on-site practice, he quickly mastered the bliss fingering method, which was derived from the assassination fist. This can be seen from the bed sheets that have become more messy and the two maids who are almost exhausted. Melod looked at the boy who could skillfully use the fingers of bliss, and his expression was very satisfied. Your talent is so good, but you have mastered the finger of bliss at this moment. Now, use it on me. Let me be a master and witness your success. The girl with tears moles stepped forward and faced her apprentice in person. Broly nodded, and after Mellard was ready, he used his new fingering method to attack the acupoints on the other party's body. Woo! Mellard's body shook and a dull sound came out of his mouth. Although she was the developer of the Pure Land, she still experienced the Pure Land that was used by others for the first time. You should know that some behaviors do it by yourself are completely free from the unknown and exciting feeling of others. It's very good, but not strong enough. I know the purpose of this fingering. I have a certain ability to resist when I have a certain mental precaution. However, it's just a man who just learned the fingers of Bliss child, she can't easily let her disarm. Broly frowned, but he didn't expect that the fingering he had just learned would be in trouble in front of the teacher who taught him fingering. Broly thought about it carefully and felt that he should innovate his new fingering, such as using his own chi with the fingering method of Jiji. He has actually used this behavior of using chi in the technique of massage and bathing. Now he uses it in the fingering method of Pure Land, which makes him look very familiar. Broly took action again, pointing to the girl's body of the tear mole girl. Mirard didn't feel anything at first, but as Broly stopped, she felt something was wrong. The boy's fingers seemed to be left in her body, like a bomb that was not fired. After all the bombs were installed, they suddenly exploded together. When these bombs exploded, the stimulation of the subcutaneous tissue brought in an instantly destroyed the psychological defense line that Millard had done. Ah! With a shout, she collapsed, her body twitched and twitched, a bit like a muscle spasm. Her expression on her face was like some female prisoners who had been tortured by countless sticks, which exposed the damage to Heian. Everyone around, even Broly, who personally used this bliss fingering method to use it together, was somewhat scared by Millard's exaggerated reaction and subconsciously retreated. Do you have such an exaggerated acting skills? Ests didn't believe that anyone could be made like this by fingers. He just felt that this guy Millard was making a fool of himself and exaggerated. I didn't act. Do you think I can act like this now by acting alone? Millard's voice was pausing. Even though she forced her to close her tactile senses, the afterglow of Broly's mutated fingering continued to work on her. If someone can hold himself now and use his warm palms to smooth out the trembling skin of his sweat-haired hairs on his body, I think I will definitely feel very happy. When Millard thought about this, he gradually recovered. Looking at Ests next to him, he said to her unbelievingly, if you don't believe it, try his fingering yourself. Just give it a try. As Ests said, he was ready to take a lower body temperature than ordinary people, making her tactile sense less sensitive. Even if you are injured sometimes, Ests often does not notice it. It usually requires reminders, and this situation has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the combat patience has increased, and the disadvantage is that it may not be very sensitive to some attacks. However, Ests has always paid attention to this. Therefore, her hearing, vision and smell are all well trained to make up for the shortcomings in touch. In the face of not being able to detect his injury, Ests chose to avoid being hurt, as long as he detects the attack in advance and avoids it or resists it. Of course, this does not mean that her ability to withstand injuries is not good. On the contrary, Ests is still very confident about it. This confidence makes her speak boldly at this moment, Broly, come here. Broly, don't be polite. Just use the fingering you attacked me just now and attack the acupoints on Ests' body hard. After saying this, Broly had to go forward, his fingering was flying on Ests' body, and his fingering was pointed at the last A-cup ointment in the lower abdomen and left his body after his fingers. Everyone saw the confident Frost girl, whose face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then it was similar to Millard's reaction. Her eyes were empty and she sat down, gasping on the ground, as if she had experienced a fierce battle. No, why is this happening? Ests couldn't believe that he was actually given a second by Broly's fingering. Humph, isn't your reaction similar to mine? The girl with tears moles hugged her arms in front of her chest. After seeing Ests, who was stronger than her, was so unbearable, she felt much more comfortable. By the way, Broly, how did you achieve the effect of your fingering? At this time, Millard turned his head and looked over and asked about Broly's specific situation. I added a little breath to my fingering. Broly answered honestly. His answer is the same as when a person who cooks a very good dish, when asked why the dish you cook is so delicious, and then he said I put medicine in it. Just use your breath. Millard was a little surprised. She was also taught to practice Kikwan. She had already developed some chi in just 2 days, but she did not expect that this kind of energy from the inside of her body could have such a good amplification effect when used on the Pure Land finger. However, this is actually a misunderstanding. It is not that chi enhances the effect of the Pure Land fingering, but that chi delays the feeling of happiness generated by the Pure Land fingering and bursts out at the same time. This lag-back burst will make the effect of the bliss fingering feel accumulated, exceeding the happiness threshold that a normal person can tolerate. This makes the brain produce excessive dopamine in an instant, causing even the assassin with strong self-control to be unable to suppress it, and the body will experience various instinctive reactions when it feels like it explodes. I didn't expect that after learning fingering, you suddenly achieved the level of being better than being better than being better than being, and I've been taught. Mellard was very humble and held a fist-clamping ceremony at Broly, then raised his head and asked, "Then, the acquisition of happiness points is like what's going on?" Broly hurriedly checked and found that after using the Elizde's finger, more than 30 interactive happiness points were exposed from the other party. The income is more than 10 times more than the happiness points obtained when getting along with each other normally. Only the happiness points obtained when scrubbing and massage may be comparable, but how long does it take to scrubbing and massage? How long does it take to use the Pure Land finger now? Obviously, the number of happiness points produced by using the bliss refers to a greater number of them. Mellard did not lie to himself. Broly looked happy and reported the results of the use of the Viagra on Ests. "Then you use it again?" Mellard nodded and said again. "Usts, is that okay?" Broly looked forward to looking at the northern alien girl who was slumped on the ground, so he asked her for her opinion. "Then let's do it again." Ests had recovered and bit her lips and nodded in agreement. She didn't believe she would be so defeated. However, facts have proved that the body's instinctive reaction is difficult to resist. I have never heard of enduring pain, but how have I heard of enduring happiness? What are the happiness points you get now? After Ests fell to the ground again, Mellard started asking again. Half less. Broly was also a little helpless, and the newly learned fingering method could not bypass the happiness points. In a short period of time, there was a situation where the upper limit of the threshold was obtained. "Then you walk up and hug Ests now, don't use any fingering, just use your hands to smooth out the trembling hairs on her body." Broly stepped forward under the guidance of Mellard, hugged Ests as he spoke, and used his hands to recruit him. "How about it, have you obtained more happiness points?" Mellard asked. "Hey, there's really." Broly nodded, although it was only an increase in single-digit happiness points output. "This is the second point I want to teach you. After letting girls reach the peak of happiness, you must also comfort them with gentle means, so that they can bring a sense of security and make them more dependent on you. This kind of cold knowledge is generally only understood by the experts in the joy field. Simple happiness is just a reflection of each other's desire, but the warmth afterwards is the key to making the bedmate completely open to himself. As a girl, Mellard can make other girls fall in love with him, all relying on this trick that has been tender afterwards. This is a copy of Only Men Who Understand Men, and only girls can understand girls, whether from the body or from the inner side. Of course, this does not apply to everyone, but most girls cannot resist this trick. This is my secret skill that can guide many girls, and I will teach you all now. A fake book spread, and a true sentence was passed down in one sentence. Mellard taught Broly to guide girls' skills from the body. I hope that in the future, you can use the strategy knowledge I have given you to guide you in order to guide more wives. The girl with tears mold patted the Saiyan boy's shoulder and looked at him looking forward. How do I use this? Broly didn't understand. Stupid, I don't understand this. When you meet a new wife in the future, you should use a set of Pure Land fingers when you meet. When the other party is in a trance because of Pure Land fingers, you should hold the other party in your arms and keep it warm. But I didn't know my new wife at the beginning. How could I use the Pure Land finger to people I don't know as soon as I came up? Why can't you? You didn't know each other at first. When you use it up, you can't get to know each other when you are held in your arms and keep warm. You used to guide girls to be too troublesome. You help solve existing problems after meeting them, or say what you want to fulfill your wishes, and then cultivate your feelings in the process. I tell you that this strategy method is indeed effective, but the efficiency is slow. It is better to learn my approach to walk around, let him experience the ultimate happiness first, and conduct the strategy in a warm manner afterwards. Mellard talked freely, and then was interrupted by Main's interruption. Please don't teach Broly this evil strategy. There is no evil or not in the strategy method. Anyway, it is all about pursuing the result of being fascinated by people. As for what methods are used in the strategy process, is it very important? Of course it's important. Perhaps the final result of pursuit is the same, but what methods to use will determine the identity of the person who joins the Crystal Palace. If Broly really follows your walk-in strategy method to guide his wife, I'm afraid that what he gets will only be some star efforts, not the so-called wife. A real wife, but you have to establish deep friendships and close bonds. Main's righteous words made other girls nod and agree. Not everyone can accept it, the strategy of getting on the bus first and then replenishing the ticket. Because that is no different from a bad party that bullies others. Okay, you are right, but am I providing a strategy idea? I think not everyone who has been recognized by Crystal Palace can establish normal bonds with Broly like you. There should be a strategy object that is against humans. If you can't use my trick for a normal guide object, then use it on an abnormal guide object. As the saying goes, don't let good girls down, don't waste bad girls, eat them all. Mellard took a step back, and she was also those who pay attention to the intention will only use a completely walk-in strategy method when dealing with enemy prisoners, so that female prisoners can sink into their own strange and lewd skills, and then turn to their own side. Broly looked at Main and the others, then looked at Mellard, and finally got the walk-in strategy taught by Mellard, which is only applicable to his wife who is hostile to him. This reminded him of Jipril. If he had given the other party a few bliss fingers when he went to Jipril's world, would Jipril have been convinced and wouldn't he attack him? However, except for Jipril, Broly did not think of any other wife, which one would apply to this trick. However, the walking strategy method is a bit useless, but the fingering method of Pure Land is not useless. He looked at Kaitong Main and the others and asked, I'll let you have a little happiness now, right? Ah, I don't need it. Main wanted to refuse, but Broly had already arrived. He pointed out the fingers one after another, cooperated with the aura and hit the girls watching. Pu. Broly's figure flashed over, and the girls were unsteady and sat down directly. Who? They were gasping for breath, easing the ultimate happiness feeling on their bodies. The scene is beautiful, and it is a bit outrageous. However, Broly was very happy because he mastered a special trick that could explode at a high speed and was already a wife girl. And now is the time to keep warm. The Saiyan boy turned around and gently touched his wives. After the wives recovered, he asked again, let's do it again. Ah! The fingers of bliss. Ah! The happiness points have increased again. Chapter 361 Say goodbye again, the bodyguard is online. After mastering the finger of bliss, although he did not find a new wife, the interactive happiness points of the old wife's daily increase in labor offset most of his retention fee in this world. Asts and Chi Tong asked her to teach Kikwan step by step. Broly's stay in this world was extended a little. Main, it's morning, are you going to get up? Early this morning, Broly, who woke up from Ast's arms, used the bliss of the morning on Asts, and ran to call the other wives to get up. When he arrived at Main's room, he went to the bed and called the pink-haired girl, and saw that the girl who was sleeping was like a frightened bird, holding the quilt and huddling to the other side. Broly, we agreed last night that we should not use the finger of bliss to me today. The pink-haired girl with a little head exposed in the quilt looked carefully at the boy beside the bed and reminded. Well, I know, but Main, do you really not let me give you a bliss finger? Lionel changed his mind today. Hearing this, Main was silent, her little face was a little red, and her body hidden in the quilt was a little restless, but she still used her strong will to resist the restlessness of her body. No, my accuracy in practicing sniping has dropped recently. I can't continue to indulge in your blissful fingers. Main refused firmly. As the saying goes, the heroic tomb in the gentle land is good at work and diligence and play. After several days of successive days, I endured the fingers of bliss many times a day. My body was indeed happy, but my fighting skills were lazy. Although the decline was not much, it also made Main, who shot a shot when practicing sniping yesterday, feel the seriousness of the matter. During dinner last night, Main proposed the impact of the Pure Land on combat skills, and seriously stated that everyone must restrain their behavior of enjoying Pure Land. To sum up, the Pure Land finger will waste their fighting skills. From tomorrow, Main will quit the Pure Land finger. Her statement last night also received support from some girls, but she didn't expect that after waking up in the morning, a traitor with a weak will appeared. Sorry, I'm really used to Broly's bliss fingers. If I don't come to the previous one in the morning, I'll feel a little bit unhappy. During breakfast, Leonie apologized to Main. If you continue to be addicted to Broly's bliss finger, you may not even be able to beat me as a long-range sniper in melee combat in the future. Main said angrily. Ah, no, I still maintain enough training every day, and I didn't waste training because of the Pure Land finger. Lionel shook his head repeatedly. It's better to be the Lion King. It can provide sufficient resilience. If you get 4 or 5 bliss fingers a day, you can still be energetic. Zhu Ziyi was a little envious of her real name. If she was hit by 4 or 5 times a day, her physical strength for training would be exhausted. Hill, I heard you were going to wash your pants this morning. Don't you quit the fingers of happiness. On the other side, Corneria asked the girl with glasses. I have thought about it. With Xiao Wang here, my own strength is not worth mentioning. In the past, I was mostly training my physical strength, and the fundamental way to improve my physical strength is to exercise more. The Pure Land finger can just accelerate the amount of exercise my body in unit time. This is just like pounding the body to exercise the ability to resist blows. I think as long as I can withstand the bliss fingers used by Broly more times on me, my physical fitness will also grow steadily. Hill, who was eating a sandwich, said seriously, and the puppy of the 100-arm giant agreed with his master's words and shook his tail next to him and screamed. Is this okay? Mane looked over with wide eyes. In fact, when Brother Broly uses his finger of bliss, he will also pour his own energy into our bodies. Chi Tong said. His bliss finger will not cause us to indulge in excessive indulgence and thus harm our bodies. It will only have an impact on the combat skills that pursue precision, such as Mane's ultra-long distance sniper, and Mellard's manipulation of the cross-tail. Black pupils are supplemented. Yes, Black pupil is right, and if you do not pursue the training of combat skills that require precision, Broly's bliss finger penetrates into our bodies, which can instead accelerate our mastery of Chi. Ests nodded. If you want to talk about who his wife was the most popular during this period, it was this northern alien girl. Practicing Chi Fist gave her the possibility of breaking through the limits of her current body. In order to pursue stronger power, Ests was reluctant to get Broly's fingers more than 10 times a day, with the purpose of being able to better feel the Chi that stimulates her body. Nowadays, Ests is number one of the official members of the Crystal Palace in this world. Even she could use her fingers to emit a mutant ray similar to energy rays, frost rays, instantly freezing the hitter. Ah, why did I teach the Pure Landmark? But I couldn't enjoy his Pure Landmark more? Instead, it's okay if you can enjoy it at will. Mellard said with some resentment. Then you can be happy. Ests glanced at her. I don't want it. If you pull your strength away, will I not become the weakest sister character? It is good to enjoy, but if the price is to be widened by the people around you, it will be unbearable for Mellard. Mellard's mentality is actually similar to that of modern students who need to face exams. The sound of playing games with her roommates in the dormitory can accompany her to sleep, but if it is the sound of flipping through books, it will make her sleepless all night. What's more, Broly's bliss finger can also help others improve their efficiency in mastering Chi, which makes Mellard, a person who needs to pursue high-precision combat skills to improve their strength, feel uncomfortable. Also uncomfortable is Mane. Her ultra-long distance sniping requires the precision and concentration that is higher than that of Mellard's cross-operation. Things like this that can both enjoy the happiness brought by the Pure Land finger and improve their own strength have no choice but to do with her. Fortunately, Broly takes care of Mane and reduces the number of times of the daily bliss index. When taking a bath together in the evening, she will use massage to lengthen the time for their bodies. This technique is much gentler than the pure bliss finger, and it can also make people feel the flow of Chi flowing into the body. That is, the number of happiness points obtained by the massage technique will be much smaller than the pure bliss finger in unit time. Sure enough, this is still suitable for me. Mane, who had been practicing long-distance sniping for a day, lay on the rattan bed, enjoying the boy's hands behind her, pushing, rubbing or pressing her body. She felt that the fatigue of the whole day was rubbed and the pink-haired girl showed a comfortable expression on her face. When Broly brought a basin of hot bath water with a slightly higher temperature on her back, Mane's body suddenly shuddered. The fatigue that was scattered and some colorless transparent gland fluid were discharged from the inside of her body, but she was very comfortable. On the 7th day of returning to this world, my new wife was still not found. Instead, Nahashu and Lawsan came back. The two of them were very happy to see Broly, and Broly was also very happy to see them, but this joy lasted until the evening and was somewhat replaced by fear. This is the bliss finger that I only learned. It's the first time I used it on men. How do you feel? Broly looked at the two people who were lying on the ground and asked about their experience. Brother Broly, I have normal sexual orientation. Lawsan said in horror. If you are a big brother, I can't sacrifice it. However, Nahashu, who has a very male physique, said with a willingness to make a major sacrifice. I just let you talk about your feelings after being hit. What strange things are you thinking about? Hey, is Brother Broly not a good manly person? I'm a man, can I be a man-like person? Broly was a little strange. Of course this is not possible. Hearing this, Lawsan and Nahashu shook their heads repeatedly. I thought it was the elder brother who hadn't seen for a long time that had awakened some strange habits, but now after learning that this was just a test of them, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. After learning that the Pure Land Order was taught by Melod, the two men secretly wiped a cold sweat in their hearts, glad that Melod did not turn their elder brother into a person with a strange sexual orientation. Brother Broly, your pure landmark is not very harmful to men, but it is extremely insulting. If it is not necessary, it is best not to use it. Nahashu then said that after being hit, his body was uncontrollable, while Lawsan nodded in agreement. For example, pure land refers to such an indecent trick. If used against strangers, it will definitely make people lose face and make people embarrassed. I see. Broly nodded and asked again. Then you are caught. Do you still have combat power? Combat power. The prostate has collapsed and its calves are a little weak. How can this be effective? If you have the ability to act, but have combat effectiveness, I think you probably don't have it. Nahasho shook his head. It felt like the body was instantly hollowed out, and there was no worldly desire. Lawsan also said. In saying this, pure land means attacking women is bringing happiness, and attacking men is instantly eliminating worldly desires. Broly had thought that he would try the effect of the bliss finger himself, but he didn't feel anything about using it. His body would instinctively resist his finger strength. If Melod uses it on himself, he just feels that the part in the point is itchy. There is no so-called bliss, nor is Nahashu and Lawsan touched by him. His body is hollowed out in an instant, and his body's energy also drops significantly. So, can the Pure Land finger also be called the Chi suppressing finger or the King suppressing finger? Broly muttered. Kaitong, Main, everyone, I'm going to leave tomorrow. After staying in this world for more than half a month and teaching all the members of the wife party to learn to practice Kikwan, Broly was ready to set off. Hey, so fast. Estz was a little surprised. She was immersed in Broly's daily guidance, so that she could continue to make rapid progress in her understanding and use of the life energy of Chi. It's a little faster, but there's nothing we can do. Bliss refers to the happiness points that bring increased yield every day, and it is impossible to eliminate the happiness points that are trapped in this world and consumed every day. Moreover, if you have never found a new wife in this world, the Crystal Palace will be stuck on LV4, and you cannot advance to LV5, so you cannot enable the construction authority of the internal space ecosystem, and then you cannot use the internal space as a shelter space shared by all wives. If you have time. Main stopped when she said this. She suddenly realized that crossing through time also costs money. And that's 10 times the happiness points consumed in one day, and the round trip cost is too expensive. Well, if you have time, I will definitely come back. This time the parting was not as sad as last time. Broly hugged every wife and then left directly. But he did not teleport away directly, but had an important thing to do before leaving this world. In the cold ice layer of the northern polar regions, the terrifying monster that had been sleeping for countless years was awakened by a loud noise that resounded throughout the ice field. The poisonous king under the forest swamp in the south, a snake creature with multiple heads, was pulled by an alien that broke into the swamp and dragged it out. On the top of the clouds in the East Sea, the giant dragon sleeping on the top of the mountain suddenly felt a whim, but before it could take off and get away from the surface world that gave it a sense of danger, the figure of the petite Saiyan boy appeared in front of it. Hello, do you have a brain? Broly asked politely that some of the advanced dangerous species in this world have wisdom that is not inferior to humans. The hairs on Qinglong, who was questioned, stood up instantly, but it smelled the extremely strong smell of blood on the boy's body. The complex taste is a bit familiar, as if it was an old friend who had met or even fought before, but had not decided the outcome. I have a brain, what are your instructions? Telepathy is not a special trick. This Qinglong, who has lived for thousands of years, just happens to do it. It's great. Finally, I met a brainy guy. This is the thing. I have some wives in this world, but I'm not very relieved of their safety, but I have to leave this world. So, I want to find someone who is more powerful in this world to help me protect them. This is an inspiration from the suppression power of the previous world. Broly and Qinglong explained in detail the reason for coming to the door. I hope you can protect them. Broly took out a photo, pointed at the member of his wife party, and said to the huge Qinglong in front of him. May I? His eyes looked at Qinglong with anticipation. What if I refuse? Qinglong asked carefully. Then I will kill you. After all, you are very strong and can threaten Estz. Broly answered honestly. I need a powerful bodyguard to protect my wife, but if you don't agree to be a bodyguard, it means you may become an individual who threatens my wife's life. So, I have to clear you before leaving this world. Of course, don't worry, after killing you, I will eat you and will never waste your flesh. Qinglong. It wanted to roar twice to defend its dignity as a top danger species, but its strong premonition of danger ability made it clear the gap between itself and the petite creature in front of it. I will help you protect them, but you can't kill me, let alone eat me. Qinglong thinks that protecting humans is not a problem. Anyway, humans don't live long, so they may die of old age after dozing off. Okay, then our contract is established. I, Broly, hire you at the expense of not killing you or eating you. What's your name? In humans, some people call me the dragon in the clouds, and some people call me the dragon god. Qinglong replied. Well, if you hire Yunlong as a bodyguard, you must be responsible for protecting my wife. If you encounter danger in the future, I will come to protect you. Qinglong. It itself is the creature at the top of the food chain of this planet, and the dangers encountered in adulthood are not the same as this time. May I? How can this be said to be impossible? In this way, a Saiyan boy reached an oral agreement with a Qinglong. Broly left a photo and left. Chapter 362 Akia's Big Surprise Gift. Paragus was eating canned fruits in the cave when suddenly a burst of breath appeared out of thin air in front of him, and he raised his head in surprise. Come back so soon? He asked. I didn't find a new wife, and the happiness points I got every day were not enough. After teaching Kikwan, I came back. Broly replied, then walked out of the cave and took out the food he brought back from the Crystal Palace space. Hey, why did I bring it back this time? How could it be raw food? Paragus was a little stunned. The two huge monsters occupied the nearby area. This is a dangerous species that is not weaker than that of Wampa spiders. I originally wanted to ask them to protect Kaitong, Ma Yin, and others, but they have no brains and ignore my communication and choose to attack me. I identified them as dangerous monsters in that world, so I solved them and brought them back. Not weaker than Wampa spiders, then are they delicious? Paragus frowned. The original smell of the Wampa spider was really unbearable for the Saiyans. I don't know, I haven't tasted it yet. Broly shook his head. He only brought back these two dangerous corpses that were killed by the principle of not wasting food. Have you got a meal yet? Paragus asked. You can still eat. Broly answered. The Saiyan father and son looked at each other, took the pot and moved the corpse. They went to a place where food was often heated, a natural crater, and started an open-air barbecue. Hey, this is not bad. The furry snowy ape meat piece was praised. Woo, this earthy smell is so strong. The highly poisonous long-headed snake of the king of swamps was negatively evaluated by real name. This open-air barbecue was eaten from the evening until dawn the next day, and there was only one skeleton left in the snowy ape. The bull snake is intact, but the taste is not good. When he returned to the cave, he was taken away by Broly and threw it into the Wampa spider's nest. Bang! A loud bang caused a group of Wampa spiders to run out of their nest. Boom! Even the mother of Wampa spider, who was as big as a mountain, was alarmed. Thank you for your care over the years, and I've given you food from another world. Broly floated in the air and shouted to the spider below. Shit! The mother of Wampa spider made a strange sound, and a group of Wampa spiders, who were only the size of a truck, moved some spider eggs from the nest and stacked them on the flat ground. The bull-headed snake was pulled into the nest, and the Wampa spiders also shrank back, leaving only some spider eggs in the open space. After being forcibly traded for so many years, Wampa spiders have long developed the habit of Saiyans taking things over to exchange them, so they obediently hand over spiders' eggs or individuals in the ethnic group. Although the battle still happens, it is no longer as intense as it used to be, and it is more like becoming a coexistent natural relationship. Just like the Wampa spider sucks the blood of the Baya beast, the Baya beast will also hunt the Wampa spider that sucks its own blood, but the Saiyans have become intermediaries in it. Let the Wampa spider use the eggs laid by itself, rather than the adult spider to exchange for the blood of Baya beasts. Of course, it is the fruit now, and this is the first time that a creature in another world has been replaced. Broly fell from the sky, and without disgusting, he put the spider eggs on the open space into the Crystal Palace space. Nowadays, the taste of the Wampa spider has improved, and the adult Wampa spider and spider eggs are both good souvenirs. This time when I looked at Chi Tong and the others, Broly also brought some of them, and both the taste of the new version of Wampa spider and the effect of replenishing chi after consumption have been well received by them. It's just a pity that the number of Wampa spider tribe is limited, and it is impossible for them to bring a full space of Wampa spider gift to see their wife every time. It would be great if the number of Wampa spiders could be more. Broly thought this way and did not fly back to the cave. Instead, we started to charge and flew around the Wampa star. Now, in Saking's world, Master Akia is in the rotation of the heavenly realm. Broly Tree can only go back there when his master is on vacation. Otherwise, according to Master Akia, she might have to skip work and sneak down to see herself before she can see her. But if I was discovered by the gods, I would definitely be criticized, and I might even be demoted for leaving my post without permission. It is not easy to get promoted or raise salary these days. I finally got promoted to the main priest position, but I can't just lose it because of this kind of thing. This is what Akia said in the group chat room. Since that's the case, then Broly will come to our world first. I don't have any problem with working time limits. This is Sync Neil Balian's subsequent speech. Yes, I can't wait to have a big fight with Broly. Speech by the end of the Tianyi Zodiac. Hey, Jipril, you're a big deal, it's just Sutra? The genius red demon girl asked with a puzzled expression. Of course you are serious. Fighting regardless of life or death will cause death. Jipril sent a serious emoticon and said. It will cause death, it's no longer serious. +1. +1. Under Darkness's complaints, there are a series of other wives +1s. As the group chat room upgrades and speaking becomes cheaper, the interaction between wives in different worlds increases. By the way, why don't you let Broly come first, Akia, come to see him after you take a vacation? Yu suggested. Well said, Yu, Akia, you can go to your class well and get off after the vacation. Darkness liked it, Huai liked it, and even the Lichmas was liked it behind it. Then, if nothing unexpected happens, Akia is criticized as a traitor. No matter what he said, Broly disagreed with taking advantage of his rotation, and he had to come over when he was working as a goddess in heaven. Of course, Sync Nilbalian, this bastard elf who once competed for the position of group leader, was not allowed to join his own team. What else can Broly do about this? He can only wait patiently for another world, his goddess master's vacation time. However, Broly also received a promise from Akia. Broly, don't worry, when you come to the master's side, master, I will give you a mysterious surprise. Broly asked what big surprise, but Akia didn't say anything at all. She asked Darkness and the others, but they didn't know what Akia's surprise was. Wan Paxing's life is a bit boring, but fortunately it is not unbearable. On that day, Broly was flying near the edge of the atmosphere, and the Crystal Palace panel received Akia's communication. Master, I'm on vacation, come quickly. Broly stopped flying, landed quickly back to the surface, and found his old father. Have you finally let you go, your troublesome goddess master? Paragus had a bad sense of Akia, but he still made some Bia beast suits. Broly took some clothes, some spider eggs, and some fruits, and then chose to cross the border. Ba. Unlike Broly who went to the second world, Ests and the others were completely unprepared, but Akia and others made sufficient preparations. When Broly suddenly appeared in front of him, he pulled him away with a salute and welcomed him. They said you didn't grow up. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Huai stepped forward, looked at the boy who was still short, and then gestured on Broly's head with her hands. My father said that the Saiyan body will suddenly grow when she reaches age. Broly explained, his eyes stayed on Huai's barren body, and asked back, it's Huai, you haven't seen you for so long, and your body has not developed much. Do you have the same physical condition as me, who will suddenly develop and grow after you reach old age? The boy's eyes were very innocent. The genius red demon girl froze, then she took a few steps back one after another, sat on the sofa, and hesitated and replied, well, that's it. I actually have a similar physique. No, she just can't develop and often secretly drinks milk and papaya soup just to develop her breasts and height. Darkness came over and whispered to Broly. Ah, Darkness, you bastard, you can kill me with a move. The voice was not low, and Huai rushed over after hearing it. She would not admit that she was worried about physical development, nor would she admit that she had eaten a lot of food that could help her physical development in private. Woo, I'm just telling the truth. Darkness, who was knocked down, struggled on the ground. You said it. Huai grabbed her hands, stepped on the female knight's back, and pulled it back. I just said, if you have the ability, you should be more powerful. Darkness said with anticipation. While the two of them were making noise, Yu, who was wearing an apron, walked over. Broly, this is the fish soup I cook, you can taste the salty and light. The girl with thick braids tied with single mochi had a strong sense of wife. She held a wooden bowl in her hand and handed over the spoon containing the thick white fish soup. Just by smelling the smell, you can feel the fresh fragrance of the fish soup. Broly opened his mouth and was fed by Yu. It's salty and light, it's delicious. Yes, there's this one. I made fried giant frog meat chops, stewed magic pork ribs, and today's chef is Yu. The girl has made a lot of food. After receiving the praise of Broly, she can't wait to let the boy taste the taste of other foods. Don't worry about eating, Broly, let's take a look at the master, and I will prepare my mysterious surprise for you. Akia walked in with a trolley, and the cart was a big gift box. Master Akia, what is this? Broly looked at the box, half a person in front of him, but he could feel a sense of aura from it. This is what you need the most, come and open it and take a look. Huai no longer fights with the perverted knight, and the two of them come over to check it out. Condition. They were also curious about Akia and preparing mysterious surprise gifts for Broly. Only the Lich Lady's face was a little worried, and she looked at Akia as if she wanted to ask something. Broly followed suit and stepped forward and opened the gift box. When the lid was lifted, the first thing I saw was a tuft of white hair. Then, there is a human figure tied into rice dumplings. Eris was very excited when he saw the boy, but his hands and feet were tied and linked in a little curve from behind, making her look like a fish arched up. He tried to use water splash but could only shake her body slightly. Sir Eris, why are you here? Darkness widened her eyes. Eris had tears in his eyes, but his mouth was tied up with a rope, but he couldn't say a word. Seeing this, Darkness hurried forward to help untie the rope on his mouth. Senior Akia invited me to take a vacation and play in the world. After I agreed, I drank a glass of wine she handed me yesterday, and then I was unconscious. When I woke up, I was tied up here. It was not until you opened the box that I saw the light of day again, you. The goddess of luck felt very wronged and told her experience. No, Akia, you kidnapped goddess of lucky, what are you doing? Huai looked at the goddess of water next to her and asked directly. Ha, you can't tell this yet. Of course, I gave her to Broly as a big surprise gift I prepared for him. Akia said with her hips on her hips, she was strong even if she was not righteous. So, is the super drug you and I want, actually, to make a preparation to make Lord Eris stunned. After saying this, Wei-Eyes walked over to the white-haired goddess and knelt down directly, crossed her hands and began to repent. I'm sorry, Lord Eris, I don't know that Lord Akia is planning to do such a thing, so he will give her the drug in the store. Please forgive me for your sins. But why do you do this? Yu was a little puzzled. Wait, Broly said he was looking for a new wife, isn't it? That's right, is it yours, Eris, the goddess of luck, and my junior, who is actually one of the wives recognized by Crystal Palace, but she didn't agree to be Broly's wife last time. Ah, for this reason, Akia, you kidnapped Lord Eris. You're simply too much. Darkness, who was the guardian knight of Eris, was a little indignant and reached out to unbundle the rope on his own goddess of faith. Donna's. The white-haired goddess suddenly became more fond of her believer girl. Originally, Darkness was the god fellow, can be friends with God, but now she is almost becoming a god fellow. Ha, if you don't do this, will Eris be willing to come over and be Broly's wife? If she doesn't want to be Broly's wife, how long can Broly stay in this world? Think about it, we only need to sacrifice the happiness of a goddess to allow Broly, the child, to stay in this world for a longer time. Don't you want to do such a thing? Akia's voice was like a devil's whisper. She never disappointed people in terms of being unconventional, but in terms of letting people around her have no moral integrity. No, Darkness, why did you stop by untying the rope? Eris felt something was wrong, so he turned his head and asked in disbelief. I'm sorry, Lord Eris, Broly's will definitely not hurt you anyway. Darkness gave up the action of saving her own god, and this feeling of betraying her faith made her feel tormented, happy of being betrayed, in her heart, and her happiness points began to increase, which was even more exaggerated than the happiness points produced by Ma Yan and Chi Tong who had hit the Pure Land. How can this be done? Eris was about to cry. Being a wife, this is to be done in one way or another. She looked at the boy. The next moment, Broly untied the rope on his body. Hey, don't you do anything to me. Eris was a little surprised. Do you want me to do something to you? Broly looked at her strangely. Eris, the goddess of luck, is currently 157 in happiness, and is growing continuously. Chapter 363 The Goddess of Lucky with Idols. Mellard taught him that good girls should not let them down, and bad girls should not waste them. But for Broly, the so-called good girl is willing to be his wife, and may also have the ability to produce happiness points, while the bad girl is unwilling to be his wife, and will attack herself and show strong hostility. As for Eris, in his eyes, he was neither a good girl, but he was not a bad girl, and he was not a bad girl, but he would not do anything to this goddess of luck. Broly, you kid is really a waste of my heart. Do you know how much effort I have spent to get Eris to the heavens? Akia was complaining about the behavior of her disciples and poking her fork on the fried giant frog meat steak, which felt like an old mother who was so angry that she couldn't stand it. There is no kung fu. It's obvious that you asked me to go to the world, so I agreed directly. Then, Senior Akia, you don't talk about divine virtues, and gave me a drink with a drug after going to the world. I didn't doubt your sinister intentions at all, and I was just stunned and tied up by you. Arisi yelled, and she had deep resentment towards Akia. Fortunately, although Akia is not reliable, her disciple Broly is still quite reliable. Eris looked at the Saiyan boy who was feeding each other with Yu, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Eris' happiness value continues to increase. Broly heard the prompt from Crystal Palace, turned his head and looked at the white-haired goddess opposite. After the eyes met, the goddess of luck blushed a little. After all, she peeked at the boy but was discovered by the owner. This made her quickly shift her gaze away, raised her fingers and used bangs on her forehead to avoid being too embarrassed. But from time to time, she would sneak at the boy opposite, and after finding that Broly was still staring at him, the pink color on Eris's face climbed onto the tip of her ears. Next to him, Akia was still yelling about is it money to deceive you into leaving the world without any effort, but she received complaints from the lich miss next to her. Mr. Akia, you really didn't give me any money when you took my pills. Shut up, you dead lich, won't you deduct it from my dividends yourself? Akia also owns shares in the Magic Props store. She spends money every time she goes to Earth, thanks to Wiz's Magic Props store. Of course, Wiz is unreliable, but there is a reliable hell demon in the store. Barnier has strictly controlled the purchase quality of the Magic Prop store over the years, but he has prevented Wiz from using his extremely bad business talent. Even if you pay for the drug, does it really take time to deceive such a fool goddess into the world? Huiwei expressed her doubts. This is not the first time that Goddess Eris has gone to the world, and she has gotten along well with them. But in terms of the simplicity of personality, Huiwei directly said that it would not take much effort to deceive the other party, and a few words are enough. Well, that's true. Akia thought about it and nodded seriously. Hey, you guys are too much. Darkness immediately slapped the table. As the saying goes, the Lord humiliates the minister and dies, and the God humiliates the believers and their followers are angry. This night girl began to show her devout faith. Mr. Eris is just willing to believe in his friend, but how do you become a friend of Akia? Lord Eris believed in you so much, but you stabbed her back with a drug, which was simply a trampling on friendship. Tisk, you guy is so embarrassed to talk to me, who gave up saving Eris just now? Akia gave the female knight a blank look and said. Woo. Darkness covered her heart, and a somewhat unnatural flushed expression appeared on her face. Ah, she was also despised and regarded as a scum knight. You perverted knight, you are enjoying the insult again. Huiwei glanced at her and said without hesitation. Not yet. Darkness tried to refute, but she felt like she wanted to refuse and welcome her. Don't give her sweetness. Let's stop using words or eyes immediately and continue to insult her. Huiwei. Hearing this, Darkness's face turned pale. Ah, I'm like this, how can you stop? Sure enough, he was a hopeless perverted knight. Eris, are you really unwilling to be my wife? Broly asked, and he looked at the happiness value of the other party that had exceeded 170 on the Crystal Palace panel, and felt that the other party could still fight for it. Ah, that's it. Eris stammered a little. To be honest, she doesn't hate Broly. Even, I was very grateful to the boy when I knew that it was the other party who saved this world that was ravaged by the Demon King army. Hey, if you have something to say, don't hesitate and make people anxious. Akia couldn't stand the shy guy the most and urged him directly. I'm actually not willing to be your wife, but as the goddess of luck, I have a lot to consider. What about? Huiwei asked curiously while chewing the stew. For example, in my sect, Eris is actually monogamous. As a goddess who is believed in by everyone, I cannot take the lead in destroying this system. Eris said it. Ha, because of this, you don't want to be my disciple's wife. Akia felt speechless. Then won't you just show up and change your own sect system? She gave suggestions and said that the Acusis religion in this world today can allow unlimited numbers of men or women to be together as husband and wife as long as they truly love each other. How can this be done? My Eris is not your Acusis, senior. What, you mere junior, have any objections to my Acusis religion? Akia is still very protective of her own believers and cannot listen to the slander of her believers by others. Ah, that's not what I mean. I just think that as goddesses, we should respond to the faith of believers. Those believers who are loyal to love believe that my blessings can bring them a happy marriage. So, as the God they believe in, how can I intervene in other people's marriages? Moreover, it's a marriage like this. Speaking of this, Eris's face turned redder. Through Aqua's mouth, she knew that Broly, a child, had a small age, in addition to having a group of wives in this world, but also had some wives in another world. Hey, it turns out that it's the idle burden that comes from. Huai was a little surprised, but she said she could understand. After all, things like character design cannot be abandoned at will. Whether it is the self in the eyes of others or the self in the eyes of yourself, it is all yourself. Broly. He didn't expect that the one who stopped Eris from becoming his wife would be Eris's own sect. At this moment, Broly had the urge to destroy the Eris church in this world. However, even if he thought about it, he would know that once the Eris church was destroyed, then, the white-haired lucky goddess in front of her may all lose her happiness value now. Even the other party will hate him and still refuse to be his wife. Hey, wait, in this way, will Eris become a bad girl? Can you use the finger of bliss and bring bliss to her body, so that she can surrender and promise to become her own wife? Broly looked at Eris opposite him, then looked at his fingers, and for a moment he was a little confused. Is it true that you are loyal to love and marriage? It's a great doctrine. Yu became interested in the teachings of Eris. However, does being loyal to love and marriage have anything to do with having monogamy? She asked curiously. Ah, this. Eris was asked a little, and he didn't know what to explain for a moment. Isn't monogamy a concrete manifestation of loyalty in love and happy marriage? The white-haired goddess thought for a while before she asked back. I don't know this, but what I know is that I am very satisfied with my current life. I have good friends like Darkness, Huai, Wiz, and Akia. We also have a common husband, Broly. There are many common topics to talk about every day. Although Broly wants to live in another world, we can always mention him. She talks about her satisfaction with her current life. She is a rare normal person in the Red Devil village, and even a rare person in this world. Just when Broly came back and everyone was reunited for supper, she never stopped her happiness points increase. The satisfaction on her face made everyone see her happiness at this moment. You kid. Akia was slightly infected. Really, don't move me so much. Darkness complained, wiping the touching tears. Yu is really our little angel. Miss Wiz said with a smile. Oh, why do you say these stingy words suddenly? Huai only felt that there were ants crawling on her body, which made her feel uncomfortable, but she did not refute. That's it, Lord Eris, do you think the relationship between us is false, not sincere, not loyal enough, and not happy in the future marriage? Eris opened his mouth and could not say something denied. The group of people in front of us may often have disputes in daily life. But if their relationship is false, through Darkness, he can occasionally see Eris, who is in the family's daily life, but he is willing to stand up and deny it first. There is no doubt that this is already a family. Even Senior Akia, who cannot tolerate the undead, can now tolerate the lich and her own deskmate and even don't mind drinking with each other. No, your feelings are real, and I am willing to bless your future marriage. Eris answered. So, Miss Eris, are you willing to join in and be a member of us? Ask for you. This. The white-haired goddess was still a little hesitant. She was not so easily convinced with the burden of a goddess idol. Actually, Lord Eris, I have something I must report to you. At this moment, Darkness spoke. What? Eris looked over. Some nobles and wealthy people who invested money to join the Eris church said they had only one wife or husband, and were loyal to marriage and love, but there were not many people who had lovers in private. Darkness reported. The doctrine of monogamy sounds very beautiful, but in the medieval world, it was used by some nobles or rich people as an excuse to deal with the excuse of wanting to be a lover. There are many nobles and rich people who choose to believe in Eris because of this convenience, which can reassure the wife of the family and make their lovers more behaved. Hey! Eris widened his eyes. Humph, this is the reality of the world. Huai shrugged, looking like a person who had experienced it, but before that, she was completely unaware of the secrets of such a romantic affair among the upper class. Haha, so that's it. This is the quality of the Eris believers. In comparison, the Acusis believers, are much more cute. Akia burst into laughter. Hey, Akia, I say these are not something you can say in general. There are people like my father in the Eris church, even if my mother has after many years of death, he never messed with things and was still devoted to my mother. Darkness said a little dissatisfied, and then looked at her goddess again. Mr. Eris, every word I said is true. I can use my faith in you as a guarantee. Ha, using your faith as a guarantee, isn't this equivalent to using Akia's peace of mind? Huai is more proficient in using one sentence to harm two people. Is Akia honest? My belief is true. Darkness retorted. Hey, you two bastards, do you think I can't hear you're hurting me? Akia was a little angry, but because both of them were true, they did not have an attack. After all, she had tied Eris up with practical actions. If you still have to argue that you are morally polite now, it would be shameless. Although Akia has no moral integrity, she still needs some shame. Similarly, she still has a little bit of self-knowledge. Darkness, I believe your words. When Aqua and the other two were arguing, was it because Aqua had high moral integrity or Darkness's belief? Eris expressed his trust in Darkness. Although she is simple, she is not completely stupid and sweet. On the contrary, thanks to some comic books on Earth in this world and the adventures she once transformed into Chris and Darkness, she has actually seen some dark side of this world and humanity. Moreover, as a goddess, she can also follow her faith and explore some of the actions of believers. Darkness did not lie. It is precisely because of this that Eris felt a little disappointed. Mr. Eris, please cheer up. It was the promises that those guys had lost. It was the fault of those guys, not yours. Well, what I want to say is that since those guys can say one thing and do another, you can do the same. Of course, you can still be loyal to love and marriage, but you will be an intervener in other people's love and marriage. But don't you think this is more exciting? If possible, I actually want to be an intervener who is despised by others. Speaking of later, something went wrong with Darkness. She was the kind of wife who wanted to be a lover's wife without doing it. It would be best if she was despised by other formal members of the Crystal Palace and became an inferior wife. Eris covered her face a little. Suddenly, she felt that her believers were not that reliable, and she doubted whether they were influenced by Senior Akia. However, Darkness's words did shake her a little. Let me think about it again. But she couldn't make a decision for a while, so she said so. Okay, but I shouldn't stay in this world for too long. Broly nodded and said again. Ah, Broly, you can't leave so early. Upon hearing this, Akia hurriedly stopped her. She was going to attract Broly's wife, who had been staying for the longest time after her disciple returned. This guy Eris is not reliable, but I will go back to heaven in 2 days and invite more goddesses to come to this world for team building activities. Then you can see if there is a new wife who can be recognized by Crystal Palace. Chapter 364 Miss Lich was almost purified. Ah, Senior Aqua, are you going to kidnap other goddesses or angels to be your wife for Broly? Eris looked at Akia in shock. What is kidnapping? I'm just going to go to the heavens and call on the goddesses and angels under my command to come to a team-building activity in the lower realm. At most, it is to bring Broly in the team-building activities so that this child can have a friendly exchange and friendship with the goddess or angel they like. Akia waved her hand and said. But not every goddess or angel will be interested in the lower realm. The goddesses and angels in the heaven are relatively pure and have few desires, and the worldly desires are relatively low. As the saying goes, sharpening a knife does not delay chopping wood. If you don't understand the gods of mortals, how can you guide the dead souls? Therefore, this time is considered a holiday training, and the training project is to understand mortals. Aqua pointed Broly. And this is what they want to know, and those who don't come will be deducted from attendance points. Ah, Senior Akia, aren't you just pretending to be a public or private? B.A. Akia slapped the table and said righteously, what is false public and personal gain? I should call the Lord God the cultivation of lower-level gods and angels. Those guys should be grateful and actively respond to my holiday team-building call. Then again, it is all my credit for Broly and I who can have a 6-day holiday. It is my active communication with God that allows Broly's original wish to popularize other goddesses. And they should be grateful to my disciples, thanking this child for allowing them to have a weekend and holiday life. Woo! Eris could not refute that the boy's wish made only popularizes Akia and the angel class, but Akia argued that everyone had a vacation. Of course, Akia also gained the favor of many goddesses because of this. During the last voting election, she successfully became the main god who managed the Earth's world. Completely get rid of the daily work of receiving the dead and becoming a management position for other goddesses who manage the Earth's area and assign tasks according to quarterly basis. And be responsible for managing a prosperous world. The main god, even in heaven, is a high-ranking and powerful role. If you want to use your power for personal gain, it is really not something other goddesses or angels can refuse, not to mention that Akia has a lot of tricks. A person who understands the reason for building a lower realm team in the mortal world can completely block the mouths of all goddesses or angels. I guess even if the Lord of the Heavenly Lord knows it, he will probably strode his palm and praise Akia as an excellent master god who does his best and thinks about mortals. What is the elite in the heaven? This is the elite in the heaven. Meeting Broly makes Akia's clerical official career more prosperous. Why do I feel that there are many dark sides in the heavens? Listening to Akia's team-building plan, Huai started to complain as she dragged the dead fish eyes. Yet, Darkness and Wiz nodded together, that is, they went to the kitchen to add rice to Broly, otherwise they would also become one of the nodding members. Ha, what nonsense are you talking about? It's not the darkness. Isn't it just a normal workplace style? When Akia heard this, she looked at a group of people outside the heavenly system. Mr. Eris, is this the workplace in heaven like this? Darkness asked her goddess of lucky. That's not the case. This is just that Senior Akia's personal style is quite special. The goddesses in the heavenly realm are mostly the incarnation of love, and it is indeed rare to be a goddess like Akia. It felt like a husky was mixed into a group of golden retrievers and became the leader. However, Akia's work style is a bit rough, but in terms of efficiency in executing the instructions of the heaven, he is indeed the best in the heaven. This is also the reason why she was able to get the position of Goddess of Water before meeting Broly. Her strong execution efficiency is a bit pitfall. Of course, this problem was well supplemented by other thoughtful goddesses and angels because of promotion and no longer having to pay too much attention to some of the following matters. Think about it carefully. When I was in the Heavenly Academy, I was pulled as a goddess assistant, a ox and horse, by Senior Akia. Is it also an important member of the past who once supplemented Akia's shortcomings? Well, this is not easy to study in detail, because if you look at it carefully, it may make the previous academic performance and the tasks assigned by Senior Akia, which is a little bad, and thus is assigned to this world as a management goddess. Good. Broly did not refuse his goddess master, and wanted to use his power to seek personal gain to engage in the heavenly team-building activities and find a possible goddess or angel wife for himself. After eating and drinking, and helping Yu wash the dishes, it was time for everyone to take a bath and take a bath together. Except for Eris, who was embarrassed to join in, the others naturally took off their clothes in the changing room in front of the bathroom. Well, the figures of Master Akia and Teacher Wiz have not changed much. However, this is normal. A lich undead tribe is considered a corpse. A goddess in the heavenly realm may have a longer lifespan than in some worlds. On the other hand, Yu, who entered the growth stage, has some obvious changes, but it is bigger and more rounded. He is a daughter-in-law who is good for childbirth and natural birth type. However, Broly just looked at it for a while before running to Huai and carefully looked at the other party. What are you doing? Although the ones that should have been seen had been seen long ago and had even been scrubbed by the boy, the fact that Broly has been staring at him still makes Huai feel uncomfortable and she can't help but stare back. Huai, you lied to me. Broly said. Ah, what have I lied to you? The genius red demon girl looked at the boy with some confusion. You said before that you are also at a certain age and suddenly grow up, but you are not at all because I found out that you have grown up. Broly accused him. Hey, where did I grow up? Hearing this, Huai was a little surprised and asked quickly. You have hair here. Broly pointed out the place where he grew up and said. Broly, you are going to die. Huai kicked the boy angrily, but she would rather not have anything in that place. Damn it, I really envy Akia and Viz. Because the bodies of those two people are relatively clean and smooth. I'm talking about this matter seriously to you. Someone has given me a note on this. It's obviously a bit messy here, so you have to take care of it. Hui Huatong blushed and thought about it, but she didn't refuse. Outside, Eris was in a daze. But suddenly, a figure ran over in front of me. Broly went back to the bathroom with scissors, leaving only the lucky goddess who covered her red face and exposed her fingers in the living room. Click, click. Broly worked as a horticulturalist part-time job, but not only provided pruning services to Huai, but also served Darkness and Yu. Hey, it's very flat. Yes, and this length is just right, so you won't feel thorny. Darkness and Yu, who were also in charge, both gave positive comments on Broly's trimming skills. Is it really that good? Huai was a little suspicious. You don't take care of this yourself, Don T questioned it. Too short will thorn and will make the regrown thicker and harder, but this is just right. Darkness said. Well, it's still soft to the touch, and it won't be too long, causing health problems. Yu echoed. Oh, mortals are just good. They can still enjoy this kind of pruning service. Unlike me, the body itself has a purification effect and there is no need for this at all. Akia was saying something as if she was envious, but in fact she was a bit showing off. Huai bulged her face and turned her head to ask the lich miss who dared not be too close to Aqua, "Wits, won't you have this kind of hair growth problem? I am a lich, and my body's development has long stopped. Moreover, even if it is not, I am also a white tiger." Wiz replied. "Damn hairless party." Huai was a little angry, while Yu was a little envious. Heavy hair helps preserve body odor. But Darkness looked at Akia and Viz's gaze and felt a little pity. "Akia and Viz. What kind of perverted speech do you have? Will Broly grow hair in the future? You have to come up and smell it carefully." Akia questioned. "Ha, how is that possible? I definitely don't like things that have a strong fishy smell after smelling excessive sweating exercises." Darkness retorted loudly, but looking at her blushing and breathing worsened, "I am afraid that this is her delusion and real desire." Unfortunately, she forgot that Broly was a little innocent child, so she remembered her words and listened to them seriously. She decided that if she grew hair in the future, she must deal with it in time. "By the way, everyone, I have learned a new set of fingerings, which can bring great happiness to your body. Who would you like to experience it?" Broly asked. "Fingering. Happiness." The girls looked at each other. "Broly, have you been taught something unreasonable by guys from the first two worlds?" Akia asked nervously. "No, it's all serious skills." Broly denied that he felt that what he learned was more useful. "Whose serious fingering can bring us happiness?" Huai didn't believe it at all and thought that the boy's fingering method was absolutely inappropriate. "Then let me try." Darkness said. No, I'll try this fingering method first." Darkness never competed for Akia, but asked Akia to go first. "Come on, Broly, let me see what guys from the first two worlds have taught you something unreasonable." Akia lies on the bath bed with big words. "I said it's a serious thing." Broly corrected the truth again, and ignored his goddess master. He lay in a bit too explicit position, pointed out his fingers and swam across various acupoints. "That's it." Akia was stunned by the pointing. The development of the matter seemed to be different from what she thought. Her disciple really used a very serious acupointment fingering, and it was even seen that it was combined with the bathing scrubbing skills she taught him. "But it's more than this. I will feel that it will explode completely after the order is finished." Broly pointed out seriously. The circulation of chi and blood in Akia's body is somewhat different from that of normal people. However, he has mastered the principle of the Pure Land, and some changes have occurred, but now he can adapt to the situation. "Ha, this is not as good as my bath scrubbing skills." Akia despised what others taught her disciples. The fingering method was too serious and could not make her feel stimulating at all. But slowly, as Broly sensed that the chi and blood of her body were constantly adjusting the clicked acupoints, Akia gradually felt something. "Haha, it's just a little fur." Akia is still so arrogant. But not long after, Broly got the job and ended. Bang! A roar suddenly came from the bathroom. "Ah, it's going to be purified." The emergence of a large amount of high-concentration purification level holy water has made Wei's body in the bathtub fade. "Ah, Miss Wiz is almost out of reach." Yu exclaimed. "Akia is not going to do it either." Huai complained, then ran to the outlet to wash her face with disgust. "Ah, come alive." Broly jumped to the side of the lich miss with quick eyes and hands, carried the other party out of the bathhouse that turned into a purification pool, and converted his energy into pure life energy and injected it into the illusory body in his arms, which made the other party breathe and recover. This sudden change also made Broly realize the danger of the Pure Land, at least it cannot be used easily on Master Aqua. However, it is still possible to use it for others. In the living room, Eris looked at the boy and came out with a somewhat weak lich lady wrapped in a bath towel. After Broly explained to her what happened in the bathroom, he asked Eris to help take care of Wiz. "Ah, you." Without waiting for the goddess of luck to refuse, Broly ran back to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Akia came out cursingly. "Huai, a bastard who only pollutes water, even despises her. Hell, even if she drinks it directly, she is the best pure water." "Hey, Eris, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red?" Akia looked at the sofa with a strange expression and asked the goddess of luck. "Eris. How could she know that this family was so exciting to get along with?" Even the noise made in the bathroom almost caused a life. Oh no, it should be the life of the like. If she agreed to become a wife tonight and join in, would she be exaggerated by the boy's special fingering like Senior Akia? Just now, she felt scared just by listening to Broly, who came out with a lich, embraced her and briefly outlined the general situation in the bathroom. Of course, there has never been much lowered in happiness. What is certain is that Era's curiosity is too scary. Unfortunately, no one gave her an answer. She could only learn from Darkness and the others that the boy mastered a powerful massage fingering method. Chapter 365, The God of Pain, Broly's Popularity. The girls who changed into pajamas gathered in the living room, talking about the boy's actual experience of blissful fingering. Akia took the lead in giving high recognition to this special fingering. Broly, I suggest you change this fingering method to the water god finger. Akia gave a suggestion. The surface reason was that the fountain effect would appear by the middle finger, and the real reason was that the water god finger was very good with her, the goddess of water, but Akia wanted to mix the fish eyes and steal the position of the spokesperson for her fingering. Broly, this fingering has amazing effect, and you should consider the object of using this fingering as appropriate. Yu mentioned it. Of course, I don't mind you using it on me, but it would be better if the stimulation was lighter. The plump girl is the second most water output and happiness points except Akia. Hey, you can't use such dirty tricks on me without my permission in the future, do you know? Huai said with her hips on her hips. What is naughty? Broly asked a little puzzled. It's a waste of time, it makes people feel distracted. Huai blushed and explained, but her explanation was very vulgar. I'm going to take a shower. The goddess of luck blushed when she heard it next to her, and quickly picked up her clothes and ran to the bathroom. Eris, remember to change the water, and bring Viz in with her, she has only washed halfway. Akia shouted. The white-haired goddess ran back and carried the lich lady in. Please trouble you, Lord Eris. Although he was instilled with life energy, Wiz was still a little powerless. No trouble. Mr. Eris, do you need me to rub your back for you? At this time, Darkness asked. No, I can rub it with a towel by myself, and you can continue to talk about you. Eris hurriedly refused. All right. The rejected Darkness turned her head and expressed her different views from Huai. Is this kind of fingering obscene? I don't think so. It's probably because your body is a little sensitive. This is just a set of powerful massage fingering. The night girl is the only wife who has not leaked a lot of water after being used by Bro and has shown any signs of limpidity. Darkness, massage fingering, are you serious? Hearing this, Akia looked over with wide eyes and asked. Miss Darkness, please stop joking. Yu also thought she was joking. She was like that in the bathroom, and she was also very good at massage and fingering. Ha, do you think everyone is like you, a perverted knight, who trains steel plates into your muscles? Huai looked at her a little unhappy and said with a pout. I don't have muscles. Hearing the keywords, Darkness retorted loudly. She even lifted her pajamas so that Huai could see clearly that it was her soft and tender belly. The muscles are all underneath, I know this. Seeing this, Broly reached out and patted Darkness's lower abdomen. And the abdomen, which was originally flirty and tender, also turned into a mermaid's linear abdominal muscle with obvious contours when they were patted by their little hands. Darkness looks like a plump girl on the surface, but she is different from Yuyu's really soft and plump body. Her plumpness only stays on the surface. Hidden under the soft fat is a strong body that has been tempered and trained by Darkness's own Super M personality. Steel plate? Haha, how can that thing be compared with Darkness, the body that can withstand the frontal bombardment of the burst magic? The girl named Darkness has a much harder body than steel plates. In this world, only Broly's physical strength can completely surpass her. Of course, this is not the reason why she can block the Pure Land. The reason why she really blocks the Pure Land to bring happiness is her weird habit. I personally don't like to be treated with more gentle means. Darkness said this with a flushed face. The exposure of her abdominal muscles made her feel ashamed, but she was excited because of her shame. The duck sat on the ground and gasped and explained, compared to the Paradisa finger, I actually want to withstand extreme pain. If the comfort that brings to my body can turn into pain and be applied to my body, I dare not even think about how comfortable it is. The night girl hugged her arms and shook her body, as if she could get very satisfied with her body and mind just by thinking about that scene. The others looked at her strangely, but they had an unexpected and reasonable feeling about her speech. It's really you, Darkness. Huai said with her eyes dragging the dead fish. Miss Darkness, are you really a believer of the Eris? Yu was a little suspicious. What do you mean? Darkness looked over with a little puzzled look. Aren't there many goddesses in the heaven? Will there be a goddess of pain? I think, are you the other party's choice? The girl from the Red Devil tribe spoke carefully. Ahahaha, this is really possible, why don't I help you with some help? Akia teased a little, and leaned over to Darkness and asked. I am loyal to Lord Eris. Darkness felt that she was insulted and shouted quickly. Woo! At this time, in the bathroom, Eris stretched his feet into the hot pool. The feeling of her skin turning from cold to hot made her shudder, and a pleasant look appeared on her face. Just when she thought of what might have happened in the bathroom, her ears turned red, and her mouth buried in the water was spitting bubbles. When I was taking a shower, the topic I was talking about outside had changed from the unreasonable massage fingering to telling the current situation. First of all, Yu, she is now an apprentice of a pharmacist. After Broly left, she was responsible for producing vitality potions and is currently an employee of the magic props store. The second is Darkness, she is still in front of the adventurer, but with the end of the Demon King, the strength of the monsters in this world has dropped a lot, making her who originally needed to form a team to take risks, and it is okay to become a lone wolf adventurer. Of course, she still teamed up with others, with her teammates such as Huai, unreliable burst magic master, and Yu, reliable all-round magic master. Occasionally, Wiz, formerly top adventurer and Ice Witch, also came back to participate. In addition, there are Akia, god-level wet nurse, Chris, Eris human body clone, high-level scout assassin, and Huai's sister, Xiaomi, the first demon little girl in the Red Devils. Although he is less than 9 years old this year, his strength is even stronger than Darkness, the adventurer of the superior Cross Knight. After all, as a quasi-demonic warlock, she was surrounded by 2 superior demons. Xiaomi uses the cat to control the demons and controls Hust and Anis. Of course, it is unknown whether it is the cat's credit or the demons attracted to girls. I am the Lord of Water now, and I have many angels and goddesses under my command, and I am also a big figure in the heavenly world. Akia said with a hug on her hips, and then she looked superior and blamed the most idle guy here. That's right, Huai, I'm talking about you. After so many years, you've done nothing and accomplished nothing. What does nothing mean and accomplishing nothing? Didn't I work as a delivery man in the Wiz shop? You are the useless goddess who was led by Broly and won all the way. Huai immediately burst into tears and poked Akia's chest and accused her. However, Akia said nothing wrong. Just by talking about her original wish, she did achieve nothing. If you want to become the world's #1 explosion magician, in this world where the quality of the monster has declined severely and humans are blowing the horn of the counterattack on the Demon King army, it is indeed a bit like standing still if you just practice explosion magic every day. Even though Broly gave her some shares in Vitality Potion, she would basically have no worries about food, clothing, and expenses, but the situation of lying on the boy who was dependent on her parents made Huai feel a little embarrassed to get more money to buy precious skill potions that quickly upgrade her burst magic level. Tomorrow, I'll take you to upgrade. Broly said this after hearing this. Hey, is that okay? Huai's eyes lit up. Certainly. Broly nodded. The only place that is easier to bring people to upgrade now is the dungeon maze. The Lich Lady was steaming hot, and she walked over and said. I have the teleportation coordinates to the most dangerous dungeon in this continent. Do you need me to take you there tomorrow? She asked. So best. Broly nodded. But, don't use powerful tricks inside. That place is an important place where I collect potions, precious materials on monsters, and special ores. Wiz told her that she didn't want Huai or Broly to destroy the dungeon back garden where she left her teleportation coordinates with a powerful attack. Then again, if Miss Lich only sells raw materials, it is highly likely that the magic props store will be more profitable than it is now, except for the special product items such as Vitality Potion. When you come back, I will invite subordinates from the heavenly realm to come. Akia said. Ah, then tomorrow, I have to prepare more delicious food. Yu said this and was full of energy. It was late at night and I was about to go to bed, but everyone who was about to go back to their respective rooms was stopped by Broly. Let's sleep together tonight. The girls looked at him in surprise. In the past, boys didn't like to sleep with others, saying they were afraid that they might hurt them when they were sleeping. I have strong control now. Even if I fall asleep, I won't exert too much force. Broly explained, and this is due to the long-term relationship with the puppy beast and sleeping together. I was speechless all night, just a little crowded. When he woke up in the morning, Akia was like an octopus, tangling him tightly. The collar of the pajamas was a little open, and when Broly was held in his arms, he could see the scenery inside clearly. Broly took action and found that his hands were sinking into softness bypassing Akia's body. According to the sleeping position last night, it should be the soft flesh of you. When the tail moves, it feels like it is being clamped. Huai doubled him from the other side, her tail passing through the girl's crotch, looking like the other person was riding on a furry hose. Moreover, not only did she ride alone, but also darkness behind her, which can be felt from the tightness of the tail clamp. Huai is lighter, darkness is heavier, and it is tighter. Broly spent some time before he came out of his wife's pile. Time seemed to be back in the past. Broly took money in the cabinet at the entrance and ran out to buy breakfast. Boss, please ask for 3 large breads of different flavors. Okay, hey, isn't this Broly? Are you back? The bakery owner had a good business early in the morning. After packing the bread the customer asked, he looked back and saw the boy standing in front of the counter, and asked in surprise. Well, I came back last evening, how much does it cost? Broly asked. Hey, what money do you want? I'll give you the bread today, just treat it as a welcome gift for the return of old customers. The bakery owner said generously. Thank you then. Broly did not refuse the kindness, and put the bread into the Crystal Palace space and left. Then I went to other stores to buy what I wanted to eat in the morning. The shop owners I met and everything happened to me, such as giving him discounts or giving him directly. Broly is quite popular in Axel, and many food business owners know him, a former big customer. On the way, you can meet people who say hello to him, but many people still remember him as a frog hunter and he was the youngest judge and investor at the swimsuit beauty pageant. When will this year's swimsuit conference be held? Since his departure, Axel has held 2 swimsuit conferences. This year's content has not been held yet, but many urban residents are already looking forward to it. This has become a summer festival. It is worth mentioning that since the second session, Wiz's Magic Prop Store has been the biggest investor in the swimsuit beauty pageant. Thanks to this, Akia, one of the shareholders, has no shady scenes and has become the triple crown of the beauty pageant. Of course, no one has any objection, but everyone's discussion of the runner-up and third place is obviously higher than that of the champion, and it feels like a mascot of the financial backer. With the reputation of the swimsuit beauty pageant, the contestants or viewers who came to participate in the beauty pageant also came from the local residents of Axel at the beginning to the residents of some prosperous cities in the ancient Bells Kingdom and even nobles, who came to participate in the beauty pageant and watched the beauty pageant. Whether it is the audience or the contestants, the level and value are improving, which is also a reflection of the prosperous era. However, there were some crises hidden in the prosperous times that ordinary people could not see. When Broly returned to the villa, he saw a team of female guards and maids standing at the doorstep. The leader was a tall and beautiful blonde girl, who was knocking on her home door in this world with white lace gloves. Chapter 366 My family has a dinner tonight. Is Mr. Barnier coming? Alice, are you here to welcome me back? He gently stepped over the fence more than 2 meters high on the side of the villa, and moved more than 10 meters away and landed next to the blonde girl at the door. Broly raised his head and asked, and he recognized the little princess who had been staying in the villa for a fee. Who is it? The boy's appearance scared the guards, and female guards put their hands on the hilt of the sword around their waists. Stop, this is not the enemy. The escort Claire spoke quickly. She recognized the boy who had almost no change from the past and stopped her subordinates from making extreme actions. A surprised expression appeared on the blonde girl's face. She blinked and said the truth. I don't know you're back. I'm just here to play with Sister Huai and Sister Yu. The little princess has changed a lot from the past, but not much is that she has few friends of the same age. If she hadn't had the experience of staying in this other restaurant, she might not have a friend of similar age. It's a shame. Your Excellency Broly, His Highness, the Princess, has been feeling a little bored recently, so he came to Axel to visit his friends. Claire stepped forward and gave a further explanation. It turns out that I wasn't here to welcome me. The guess I thought was lost, and Broly showed a slightly disappointed expression on his face. He thought that all acquaintances in this world welcomed him back. No, I can welcome you too, Broly. Well, brother, welcome you back to our world. His Highness, looking at the Saiyan boy who looked much smaller than her, said this playfully. Although there is no longer a man named Sato and the real one affects her, don't forget that there is also the existence of Huai. Her Highness the little princess was affected. She was a little too steady when she was young, but after she grew up to be a girl, she became a little naughty. As for the boy who defeated the Demon King in front of him, Princess Alice felt a little complicated when she faced him again. According to the tradition of the ancient Bells Kingdom, if the other party had not left this world after defeating the devil, he would have been betrothed to the other party by his father. Not to mention whether Broly would accept this kind of thing. Anyway, the little Princess Alice had a strong impression of him, but she almost became the object of her own prospective fiancé. In addition, when I was with Axel's friends, I occasionally heard two Red Devil girls in darkness mention the boy. I consciously think that friends should have common topics, and His Highness Alice also subconsciously regarded herself as a member of the wife group. Okay, this little girl is just worried that there is no common topic, and she may be rejected by friends of similar age, Huai and Yu, and her vague affection for Broly, the only boy close to her, so Princess Alice has this subtle understanding. I should be younger than you. Broly reminded him. I know, but you have helped me, my brother, father and others, and this country is very busy, so I am willing to call you brother. Princess Alice's face was flushed and she explained. Is that true? Broly tilted his head, not caring about the strange name. Come in. Huai and Yu both slept late yesterday, and they may not have gotten up yet. Holding the key to open the door, Broly asked Alice to enter the room. Princess Alice followed in, with only 2 maids and 2 guards accompanying her. The 2 maids Broly didn't know each other, but the 2 guards Broly looked familiar. One is a magician with a relatively low presence, and the other is Darkness's distant cousin, the female knight. These 2 people were following Alice before, but they are still the same now. Broly, you didn't bring the key. Huai's voice stopped, and her posture stopped on her pajamas and scratched her belly. His smooth belly was exposed in front of outsiders, and his image was really a bit sloppy and indecent. It doesn't matter in this family normally, but now I'm facing a group of outsiders. No, this is not a group of outsiders either. At least Princess Alice is still very familiar with Huai. But at this time, she still blushed. When you bring someone into your house, why don't you shout? As Huai complained, she tidied up her clothes and hair. If you really want to say it, Eris, the goddess of luck, has the burden of being a goddess. But why doesn't Huai have the burden of being a sister? Especially when Princess Alice kept calling her sister Huai. Oh, are you going to borrow again this time? On the other hand, Akia has no burden of being a goddess. Even if outsiders come to visit her home now, she still has the unique relaxation of her body. I saw the goddess sitting at the dining table in disheveled clothes, holding her cheek with one hand and crossing her legs. After taking the breakfast bought by her disciple, she started to eat with big mouthfuls. Alice, do you want some bread? Yu took out the bread knife and divided a large piece of bread into small portions. No, Sister Yu, I've eaten it before I come here. Little Princess Alice waved her hand. By the way, can I still stay here? She asked again, staring at the plump Red Devil girl. This. Yu wanted to agree directly, but suddenly she realized that the boy at home had returned. Broly, can we keep Alice at home? She asked the boy. The Saiyan boy who was opening his mouth and biting the bread in his hand stopped, and His Highness Alice also looked over at her at this time and looked at her with some expectant eyes. Do you lend money? Broly thought about it and asked. I gave it money. Huai, who had changed her clothes, replied. And there are quite a lot. She added another sentence. Is it troublesome? Broly looked at Yu and asked again. No trouble, the maids and ladies who are with Alice will always help me with housework. Yu shook her head and said that every time Her Highness Alice comes to stay, she brings her own configurations such as guards and maids, which is equivalent to giving this villa the supporting staff that should have, which will reduce her daily workload. That's okay. Since it is not troublesome to give money, Broly naturally has no idea of opposition. Moreover, if Yu didn't ask him for advice, he might not have said anything. Yu himself just make your own decision. However, Your Highness Alice, you are not at the right time. Today we may not have time to entertain you. Darkness, who also changed her clothes, walked over and said, reaching out to take the plate of fried eggs and fried ham sausages handed over by Yu. Squeeze the salad dressing and tomato sauce on the bread, put the fried egg and ham meat on top, and cover it with slices of bread, and the perfect egg sausage sandwich is ready. Do you have any arrangements? Claire brought a chair, and the girl princess sat on it and asked curiously. Akia is going to come to have a dinner with her colleagues, and she has to prepare the ingredients she needs today. Broly and Huai, I will be teleported to the dungeon to level up by Wiz. After Wiz came back, he had to go to the magic prop store to run the store. There was no one else in the family except my daughter, my female friend Miss Eris. The night girl explained. Hey, don't bring such a person. Princess Alice finally came to you here. Don't you say you'll treat your highness well, Don't you even keep the people with you? Eris, who was eating bread, smeared jam on the slices of bread and wanted to ask, isn't she a human? But if you think about it carefully, she is a goddess and is really not a human being, so she didn't speak up. I can have tea with you after buying the ingredients. Yu said quickly at this time. I actually want to go to the dungeon more than drinking tea. Can I go with you? Princess Alice's eyes were shiny, and she asked when she looked at darkness. Your Highness the Princess. Claire next to her was a little anxious, as if she was worried about the safety of her princess. What does it matter? I haven't fought for a long time. The girl princess waved her hand. It's okay, but what we're going to is the strongest dungeon, where the monsters are of high level. Alice, can you do it? Huai was chewing the ham sausage in her mouth, feeling like I am a top-level adventurer. As long as the level of monster attack does not exceed that of ordinary dragon monsters, I think I can. Princess Alice thought for a while and said. Hearing this, Huai's face froze. Claire stepped forward at this time, glanced at the stinky red devil guy, raised his chest and said loudly, my princess was alone in attacking the dragon when she was 11 years old. She is almost 15 years old now, and her strength has improved greatly. She is not a magician like you who can only explode magic. She can be compared. What kind of explosion magic is explosion magic, the world's #1 destruction magic and war magic? Huai immediately slapped her. In terms of professional level and ability values, Princess Alice is probably the most capable existence among the locals in this world. Inheriting the bloodline of the brave, the bloodline of the time traveler, having been rich and frugal since childhood, various high-level monster meat, having been trained by Belzegur royal family, guided by high-level swordsmen, and having good strength as a small training staff. This kind of indignant qualification strengthens the background of the family, and she still follows the responsibilities of the royal family. When the Demon King army is still there, she must prepare for the Demon King army's sense of mission. With the full of qualifications, hard work, and resources, the strength of Princess Alice is not weak at all. Okay, your strength is careless. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to my Broly, it is still okay to go to the dungeon to adventure. Princess Alice clasped her hands together, her eyes narrowed into slits, and she looked very happy. After Broly and others had breakfast, she ordered the maids to help Yu. Princess Alice refused the idea of the two personal guards going to the dungeon together, but took Claire's sword and boarded the Lichmas teleportation array. Move instantly. As the light of teleportation magic lit up, the figures of a group of people disappeared from their original place and came to a dark dungeon. It is not the door, but the location in the core area. This was originally the nest of the human-faced scorpion, but now it is occupied by a group of high-level ghosts. Miss Wiz said hello to these ghosts friendly and pointed out the situation in the recent leveling area to Broly and others. On the left is the nest of the earth dragon lizard, on the right is the territory of the crypt spider, and a black dragon lives in the past. The other party came to this dungeon last year to settle down, occupying the area of the underground active volcano, but I don't recommend you to attack it. Is it a very powerful character? Huai was a little eager to try. Although she was taken away by the boy today, she still wanted to be a dragon-slaying magician. It's not amazing. I can just brush it alone by myself. It's just that the special moss that continues to produce in its living area has a very good blood activation effect. It is one of the main materials for our high-level vitality potion in our pharmacies today. The Lichmas explained seriously that if it weren't for this reason, the young black dragon would probably have been removed by her long ago and the materials would be used to create products for the magic props master. Oh, it's a resource point. Huai was a little weak and could not be a dragon-slaying magician. Then, you guys should make good use of monsters and upgrade, I will noon come and pick you up again. Wiz left this sentence and moved in another moment, then went back to his own magic prop store in Axel City. Wits, what good thing did you encounter? Your mood seems to be pretty good. Bonnier lives in the magic prop store, working as a clerk during the day and as a mask merchandise at night. When he was sweeping the floor, he saw the appearance of the Lich Lady, and sniffed his nose and asked. Broly is back. The Lichmas did not hide it and told Broly about the return. Then I have to visit him. Hearing this, the Grand Duke of Hell with a pink apron tied to his body licked his lips, remembering the high-quality negative emotions he had eaten from Broly, and was a little greedy. That happens to be a lot of guests coming to our house for dinner tonight. Mr. Barnier, do you want to come together? The Lichmas warmly invited, and she did not expect that among the group of guests who came tonight, there were many of them who were working goddesses and angels in the heavens. Then the relationship is good, I will definitely go there. The Grand Duke of Hell readily agreed to the invitation of the Lichmas. Others had to eat food and meat, while other people's dinners were to eat negative emotions that might have escaped from others. It just so happened that the recent long-term meal tickets, Miss Luna, the proctor at the front desk of the Adventurer Union, has a very good spirit and produces a little less negative emotions. This great Duke of Hell was always flirting with the women while staying in Axel, but in the past year, he had a passionate fight with the front desk lady of the Adventurers Guild. Miss Luna thought Barnier was a very good man and was willing to listen to her troubles at work. Barnier believes that Miss Luna is an excellent negative emotion generator. The negative emotions she accumulated in the work of the Adventurer front desk are the best food rations she has eaten. This person and a demon are a perfect match. Chapter 367 Princess Alice's Troubles. Flying Dragon Slash. In the dungeon, Broly and others had already started to sweep monsters, but they were different from what they thought at the beginning. His Highness Alice, just relying on one person and one sword, directly cut all the dungeon monsters that dared to jump out to block the road. Ah, this guy Alice is that strong. Huai widened her eyes, unable to believe this, but it was not surprising that Alice gave her the impression that she always had was the image of a little princess who was weak and had no power to tie her hands. Didn't Claire tell you that Alice has attacked the dragon alone? Darkness was a little puzzled about what she was surprised. I thought she was bragging to her little princess and putting guilds on her face. Huai said with a twitching corner of her mouth. If you just brag and gild your face with words, you can't resist the frontal attack of the Demon King army in the past. Okay, don't let Alice take the limelight alone, let's get on. As Darkness said, she faced the group of Earth Dragon lizards who heard the movement and rushed towards her with excitement. She used sarcasm without fear, as she was almost fighting as before, because she felt the pain brought by the crazy attack of the Earth Dragon lizards, and felt happy. Ah, this violent collision on my body, please give me more force. This line is a bit bad, and the talented girl of the Red Devil tribe was even more dark, looking at the strange scene where the sword energy was unparalleled and the abuse was the most powerful. Can I use explosion to bomb her? Huai took out the magic wand without realizing it. His Highness Alice's little princess was fine, but Darkness was simply throwing their wife's face. Wits said that this dungeon is an important place for her to obtain materials. Huai, you'd better not do this. Broly reached out to stop her. What should I do now? I only know how to burst magic, I don't know other magic, and I can't grab monsters and kill experience from these two guys. Huai complained. Don't worry, don't you still have me? Broly patted his chest and his figure disappeared. The next moment, some ground dragon lizards suddenly fell to the ground and twitched. Broly pulled their tails and dragged them back from the gap between the two battle groups. Okay, you can solve these monsters. Putting the ground dragon lizard that had lost its combat power in front of Huai, Broly handed over a monster material collection dagger that Viz gave him and said. These lizards still look sober, not like you're knocked out. How did you do it? Huai began to attack the fallen ground dragon lizard. She observed the status of the ground dragon lizard and couldn't help but ask. The Pure Land refers to what you experienced last night. This is a variant of the fingering method. As long as it is a living creature, there will be a flow of chi in the body when it is moving. I just injected my chi into the bodies of these earth dragon lizards and cut off the chi flowing when they move. As long as their chi cannot break through the solidified chi that I penetrated into their bodies, they will be like now and cannot move even if they want to. Broly explained. In Mellard's hand, the pure finger is derived from the assassination boxing technique finger fist, but in Broly's hand, the pure finger has the meaning of returning to the essence. Of course, Broly also added his understanding of chi, which turned into a fingering method of pointing acupoints, and the effect was to temporarily interrupt the biological body's nerve center and manipulate the body's ability. Although Broly doesn't know about the Earth Dragon Lizard, but just try more and feel the flow of chi in these monsters, then use your fingering to point some nodes and inject your own chi to cut off the flowing chi in the living body. This is not too difficult for Broly. It sounds so cool, what's the name of this trick? Huai used a dagger to kill a ground dragon lizard, raised her little face stained with blood and asked. Sun Hua's acupointing hand. Broly subconsciously spoke the noun that emerged in his mind. Ha, what is that? Huai couldn't understand this meme. In fact, this is just a name that suddenly came to my mind, and before that, I didn't know what this move should be called. Broly answered the truth. After all, this move is just a byproduct of the pure landmark. A creature that can be pointed at by fingering and then unable to move. Usually, Bro can do this with his small fist. The dizziness and inability to move with the fist is no different from the fact that it is difficult to move with the skillful fingering method. If you insist on saying the difference, all Broly can think of is freshness. Those dangerous species that are knocked out by fists may have blood stasis in the areas where they are hit, which will affect the taste and taste. Those who are pointed and brought back to slaughter can fully ensure the integrity of the ingredients. However, it has been used in proxy training now, which has achieved other effects. When forming a team, the upgrade of monsters by professionals in this world depends on the output and control. But the main thing is to look at the output of monsters. Now Broly did not harm the Earth Dragon Lizard, but just used his fingering to control the Earth Dragon Lizard. This can greatly improve the killing experience Huai can gain after killing the Earth Dragon Lizard. Then, why not just call the monster created for Huai? Huai took out her private goods and gave Broly her excellent advice. Broly. He had already figured out this trick in the previous world. How could it be related to Huai? Huai, be an honest and good kid. Broly persuaded him. I don't care. In short, you are the fingering method created for me. If this was not in the dungeon, if Huai had no blood from the Earth Dragon Lizard on her body, it might have been a girl who acted coquettishly and favored the boy. Broly, help me, I can't stand it anymore. The impact of these Earth Dragon Lizards is too strong. At this moment, Darkness over there sent a cry for help, and her clothes on her body had become a little ragged in the impact and biting of the group of ground dragon lizards. Although her face was still flushed and excited, she also knew her limits. Anyway, the Earth Dragon Lizard is also a high-level monster, and Darkness has been taught a lesson before and will not let himself get too deeply in danger, which will make people around him worry. I am coming. The fingering naming was temporarily interrupted, and Broly ran over to help. After a set of fingering techniques, the ground dragon lizards fell to the ground one after another, and they couldn't get up again. The daggers of monster material collection are very sharp and are harvesting the lives of the earth-moving dragon lizards. When the 7th Earth Dragon Lizard was harvested, the battle with Princess Alice was also over. The white skirt was stained with some blood and dust. When the girl princess walked over, she looked at Huai who was squatting in front of the ground dragon lizard. Sister Huai, are you finding a bargain? It's not just a bargain. Huai immediately refuted. But this is not a bargain, so what? Princess Alice also paid attention to this side during the battle. She had seen clearly what happened here just now. These monsters were clearly controlled by Darkness and Broly fell down. Thinking of this, Princess Alice said that. Then, she saw the genius red demon girl with a red face and began to speak some refutations. What kind of couple is one? The monster that Broly knocked down can be regarded as the monster that she knocked down. Like this kind of words. If I encounter difficulties and troubles, I rely on Broly. This is a matter of course. As his wife, I should not be ashamed of it, but proud of his power. The more Huai talks, the more she becomes more and more righteous. Boring your husband is not considered dependent on your parents. This is a way for me to express my trust and dependence on him. This is the flirting between us husband and wife, you don't understand. Besides, if I really do it, I can destroy these group of earth dragon lizards in an instant. There is no need to be as troublesome as you, going forward and wielding your sword to fight. Princess Alice was fooled by the girl of the red devils, like an old sow, and was stunned. Sister Huai, I'm also worried. Can I rely on you too? Princess Alice's face was a little red, but she asked. You call me Sister Huai. If you have any worries, just tell me. Huai waved her hand and was already lost in the little princess's admiration and trustworthy eyes. That's how it is. Princess Alice began to tell her troubles. When the Demon King's army was still there, the ancient Bell's kingdom was he is powerful and willing to take responsibility, and is trusted by the other two kingdoms and constantly provides various support. But after the Demon King's army was defeated, the situation changed. The military force that the ancient kingdom of Bells was originally trusted for its strength has now been feared by the kingdom of Alot and the kingdom of Bradru. Especially now that the territory of the Demon King army was mostly scattered by the three kingdoms, the friction between the three kingdoms is becoming increasingly serious. My father and brother are worried about the tense diplomatic relationship with the kingdom of Alord. As a princess, I want to help but don't know how to help. The national diplomacy has nothing to do with Princess Alice. She is just worried because of her father and brother. She is a caring little cotton jacket. Well. Huai was a little confused after hearing this. Does this kind of diplomatic matter at the national level have anything to do with her, an ordinary civilian? Or maybe she can help solve it. No, she can't solve it, but there is still Broly, but how will Broly solve it? My Huai looked at the Saiyan boy, but Broly didn't react. Broly, do you have any opinions? Huai asked. What do I want to have? Broly asked rebelly. How many political opinions can he, a Vampa-star Saiyan? The kingdom of Alot is a little afraid because our country maintains too strong military power. So, has your father, His Majesty Belzegu, never considered the matter of laying off some troops? Darkness thought about it and started asking. I have thought about it, but this is not something that can be done simply. Soldiers who were able to join the military front line of the ancient kingdom of Belz, which once faced the Demon King's army head-on, are basically professionals above level 30. In the army, military discipline still hinders them, but once the army is disarmament and there is no good and proper placement method, this laid-off armed force may cause turmoil in the ancient Belz kingdom. I heard about these things from my brother, and he and my father were trying to convince the kingdom of Alord and the kingdom of Bradru in this respect, but things seem to be a little bit smooth. Princess Alice said. Why should you pay attention to those two countries? You just need to continue to maintain strong military power. Could it be that they, who are weaker than the Belz ancient kingdom, dare to attack the Belz ancient kingdom? Huiwei spoke. Her idea was very simple. I just need to be strong alone. Huiwei, have you ever considered maintaining a strong military force, and this requires money? Darkness was speechless and asked. Yes, and most of this military expenditure was originally provided by the kingdom of Alod. The military strength of the kingdom of Alord was not good, but it was located in the rear of the two kingdoms. During the existence of the Demon King army, it was a safe area, gathering many rich people in human society to settle there, and it was also a big country in gambling industry, but its wealth was the best among the three kingdoms. In the past, the kingdom of Alord used a huge capital flow to provide funds for the armed forces expenditures of the ancient kingdom of Belz and the Demon King army. Once the fall is over, the financial strength of the ancient Belz kingdom alone will not be able to support the huge military expenditure in the country. Of course, once the trouble reaches that level, there are only two choices before the ancient Belz kingdom. One is to take the risk of national turmoil and the other is to force the troops south to solve the problem of insufficient military expenditure by using foreign wars. Because the latter situation may occur, the kingdom of Alod has only cut the annual funding provision and dared not completely cut off the supply of money, for fear of forcing the kingdom of Belz to be in a hurry. At the same time, the kingdom of Alord also won over the kingdom of Bradru. As a country that produces a lot of dragon cavalry and also learns from the Belz ancient royal family to integrate the blood of the brave into its own royal family, the kingdom of Bradru is the second most powerful country in the world. Perhaps, there is still some gap between the military strength and the ancient Belz kingdom, but the gap is not as big as the gap between the Demon King army and humans when the Demon King army still existed before. Now, the three kingdoms are testing each other and using political means to force each other's bottom line. However, the king and crown prince of the ancient kingdom of Belz, and the father and brother of Princess Alice, were more like warriors than politicians, but they were completely at a disadvantage in terms of their inability to be good at it. So, what can I help? Broly heard this a little and decided to kick the ball back to solve the problem of Princess Alice's troubles, so that Huiwei or Darkness could think. You can't let Broly beat the kings of the other two kingdoms and threaten them with words, right? Darkness joked and found that Princess Alice and Huiwei next to her both showed serious thoughts. Hey, this will cause a lot of political problems, and Broly cannot stay in this world forever. Darkness quickly said that this was also the sentence that made the other two give up this simple and effective solution. If Broly can really stay in this world and provide absolute threat of force, it is indeed an effective way. But unfortunately, it cannot. As for the people who directly killed the other two kingdoms, Broly could do it and didn't mind doing it very much. But whether it was Darkness or Huiwei present, or His Highness Alice, was not so crazy and could make a decision to deprive a large number of lives, and they had never even thought about it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought my troubles to you. I don't have to think about this kind of thing anymore. I think my father and brother will handle all this well, so let's continue to attack the monsters. Princess Alice said, and headed to the next area of the dungeon. Hey, wait a minute, I'm the one who is being leveled today. Don't steal all the monsters for me, Huiwei shouted quickly, ending the life of the last Earth Dragon Lizard. Let's keep up too. Broly put away the magical materials from a group of Earth Dragon Lizards, and called Darkness to follow him. At noon, these people returned home with a full load. Huiwei was promoted to level 5, and Princess Alice vented her depression. Darkness was so happy that she was beaten and the girls were all satisfied. This is a great harvest. Even the Lichmas who came to pick them up, looked at the numerous monster materials and smiled. She felt that she would not have to come to this dungeon to collect monster materials in the next 6 months. Of course, even if you come here, you may not be able to do it, except for the special moss that has excellent blood-activated effects. Nearly 80% of the entire dungeon have been cleaned up. Although the monsters have not been killed, it will probably take quite a while for this dungeon to restore its original ecology. Lunch is ready, but Aqua hasn't come back yet. Yu prepared lunch, and Akiya didn't come back until the afternoon. This is my home in this netherworld. How about it? Isn't it beautiful? 6 goddesses and 9 angel ladies were taken from heaven by her. Chapter 368. The accounts are settled on your head. When Broly and others came out to greet him, Akiya, like an old leader, was visiting the garden in the front yard of the villa with her hands behind her back with a group of goddesses and angels. The garden is taken care of every day, but when Akiya's mouth, it seems that she is taking care of it. However, Akiya did take care of her. If she had leisure and good mood, it would be considered taking care of her. This is the goddess of swords, this is the goddess of forest, this is the goddess of bad luck. It's the goddess of doom. They all mean the same thing, don't care too much. The lowly goddess who looked like a devastated girl complained, and Akiya just shrugged at her complaining. After she introduced the goddess and angels of the lower realm to everyone who came, she also introduced the identities of Broly and others to the goddess and angels. This is my faithful believers in the lower world. Akiya pointed at Yu and Huai and others. Huai wanted to refute that she was not a believer in the Akusis religion, but was covered by Yu and muttered in her ears that she wanted to give Akiya some face in front of the zodiac. This is my lovely disciple Broly. He has powerful power and the amazing wisdom I bless to save this world that should have been ravaged by the devil. At this time, Akiya picked up the Saiyan boy again and showed it to the other goddesses and angels. Ah, it turns out to be Lord Broly. The goddesses and angels exclaimed, the origin of the holiday in heaven was well known to the gods, and they were brave disciples under the great goddess of water. In order to show their love for their goddess master, they made a very precious wish. Akiya pity the hard work of other goddesses throughout the year and is willing to share her own happy holiday with other goddesses. After being recognized by God, it expanded to all goddesses. These goddesses and angels are still very curious about another master of the origin of this holiday and have a considerable degree of favorability for it. Okay, I will let my believers and Eris entertain you first. I have other important things to say to my disciples now, see you later. After throwing a group of goddesses and angels to Eris and Yu to entertain, Aqua carried Broly to the corner. How is it? Is there any suitable one? Akiya asked in a low voice, she was very confident. If beautiful women had a higher chance of becoming Broly's wife, then none of the goddesses and angels who were abducted from the lower world this time were poorly looked, and they were all rare beauty in the world when they were taken out alone. Especially the goddess of forest, she has a rare broad mind among goddesses. Whether in terms of shape, size, or degree of perkiness, Akiya believes that she is willing to accept the disadvantage. If you don't like too big, then the goddess of sword is also good. There are opponents who often exercise martial arts in the heavenly realm. The skin is extremely tight and elastic. Although the chest is not big, it is better than the ones that Eris padded. It is a type that can be grasped by Ying. What, if you like small ones, it's okay. This is the unlucky goddess, which is a lowly, weak, and a little social fear. In terms of receiving the dead souls, they are all responsible for those dead souls with autism and squat at home. They are a little goddess who is delicate and soft and dare not speak loudly even if you are bullied. With so many goddesses and angels, Akiya felt that there should always be 1 or 2 of them, which was suitable for becoming the new wife of her disciple. No, there is not a single wife here. However, Broly's answer made her clean her ears. What did you say? There is no one in it suitable to join the Crystal Palace? Akiya asked in disbelief. Broly nodded. The Crystal Palace was not looking at the quality of women, but whether there were figure statues. Damn it, the conditions are so harsh. Akiya was a little angry and blamed the goddesses and angels who were abducted to heaven for their incompetence. None of them was recognized by Crystal Palace. Okay, you all can go back to heaven. Yu, who was talking about her experience in flower cultivation with the goddess of forest, suddenly saw Akiya coming over and saying such words. Hey, Lord Akiya, didn't you say that we would come to the lower world for a dinner, and do you have any extra things to tell us to do? An angel lady asked a little strangely. It was originally there, but now I find that you are not suitable. As for dinner, I suddenly found that there was no extra food at home. Akiya's attitude was extremely real. After discovering that these goddess angels had no use at all, she directly treated them as being a vain. Hearing this, a group of goddesses and angels looked at each other, while Yu was a little confused. Didn't I buy a lot of food in the morning? Can't you tell me this? None of the goddesses and the angels here can be recognized by the Crystal Palace. Akiya is driving people away. Huiwei curled her lips. She was also not very moral bottom line and could unexpectedly understand Akiya's brain circuit at this moment. Of course, Huiwei didn't say what she said, but she felt that Akia's behavior was really stingy and embarrassing. Okay, Lord Akia, we will hold a banquet tonight. If there are not enough people attending the banquet, then it will not be lively enough. However, Huai also had a way to deal with the current situation, and she came over and said to Akia. Hey, are you going to have a banquet? Then there's nothing you can do. Akia, who was originally going to drive the gods back to heaven, changed her attitude greatly, showing that she looked like she was Fortune You. Then you stay and leave after the banquet. The goddess of water is also the god of banquet. Akia likes lively banquets the most. What, if you like the excitement, why do you still have to drive the gods away? Of course, it is different in Akia's perception of having dinner and having a banquet. The province is saved, the flowers are blooming, and Akia is both stingy and generous. Time soon came to night, and the banquet was unfolding in the courtyard of the other hall. In addition to the goddess and angels, the attendees also included Princess Alice and the female guards brought by the other party. Come and try it for me. Last time I bought the fine wine from the hot spring capital, I heard that it has been covered in the store's wine cellar for more than 15 years. A basket of fine wine from 8 million guris was brought to the table, and Akia, the goddess who would become very generous at the banquet, directly opened the cover and poured the fine wine for the gods and the angels. Come on, give me a great drink. Akia entertained everyone. It's hard to say anything else. Akia's appreciation of wine is quite good. Darkness took a sip and praised. Humph, she has only this one worthy of praise. Huai said, shaking her wine glass. Why can't I drink it? Broly, who went to ask for wine but was poured a glass of juice by Akia, was a little confused. Because you are still a child at the age of 13, you must be at least 16 to drink. Yuyu blushed and replied that her alcohol tolerance was not very good. She just drank a glass and her face responded. Fortunately, the maid brought by Princess Alice helped her make food after the banquet. Akia is really right. Wiz has just held a banquet before he comes back. Darkness, wearing a white evening dress, complained. Her relationship with Wiz is quite good. Even if that guy Wei's comes back, he won't eat much. Akia came over with a bottle of wine, filled the empty wine glass in the hand of the night girl, and answered her words. Lich does not eat normal food very much, but it is okay to eat it. As long as Broly injects sufficient life energy into Viz's body, let Viz's Lich body be activated briefly to the same as a normal living person. Viz is back. Speaking of Lich, the Lich will arrive, and Broly pointed outside. When the people around him looked over, they saw a masked demon following Viz, walking across from the street from outside the guardrail. Hey, that bastard Barney, why did he come here too? When he saw Barnier, even when he was in the banquet, Akia, who was very welcome to everyone, could not help but show a look of disgust on his face. Woo, this strong smell of heaven is like the smell of cesspool that has fermented for a long time in summer. As soon as he approached the neighborhood, Barnier covered his nose. Oh, which maggot from hell is this? How dare you speak loudly at my doorstep? Akia, who came out with a bottle of wine, immediately started to compete with her when she heard this. Oh, it turns out that the great leech goddess is here. No wonder the smell of cesspool is so strong. What did you say? Stop, I'm not here to visit you. As Barniel said, he looked at the scion next to him. Boy, I haven't seen you for a long time, Your Excellency Broly. Kay said hello to Broly. Banal, I heard that you have been helping run a magic prop store. Over the years, Wiz's magic prop store can make a profit, and your help is indispensable. Thank you. Broly thanked him. If you want to thank me, then give me some of your negative emotions. Barniel bowed and said. Hey, my Broly has been happy all the time. How can there be any negative emotions for you to suck this parasite? Akia immediately interrupted. Why didn't you find a new wife in this world? Isn't that the case? Barnier shouted, then took a deep breath. Woo, cough cough. Hell, I forgot that there is still a breath of heaven here. The Grand Duke of Hell cursed, and the Scion boy succeeded in the negative emotions, but accompanied by the strong aura of heaven. This feeling was like fragrant fried chicken, eaten in an untied public toilet. The taste changed Barnier's face. Ha ha ha, the maggots from hell make you suck other people's negative emotions. Now I feel the sacred purification breath of heaven. Akia laughed loudly. Why are you laughing at? A person who is worried that he can't keep his disciples in this world for too long may be regarded as an unpopular empty nest old goddess by others. How did you know? Ha ha ha, don't forget that I am the devil of the clairvoyance of Barnier. I can see clearly your panic, shame and worries in the past, present and future through these eyes. And I am asserting here, well, your panic will become real in the future empty nest old goddess. Ah, sacred purification. Akiya was so angry that she looked at the masked demon with a spell of purifying magic. Mask escape technique. In response, Bonnier took off the mask and threw it to the other side, and his body was purified into pieces, but where the mask was thrown out, a new clay body was rebuilt. How could your slow and purifying magic hit? Barnier's voice suddenly stopped. When the white mask on his face was suddenly split into two. Instant kill. The goddess of the sword appeared behind the great Duke of Hell at some point, holding the hilt of the sword in his hand, obviously slashing a sword. Damn goddess of heaven, I will come back from hell. Left behind a classic villain's speech, Barnier's clay body dissipated on the spot. Ah, Mr. Barnier! Wiz exclaimed, and the goddess of the sword looked at her. Lich! The goddess of sword frowned and wanted to take action, but felt another crisis. Turning his head and looking at the place where the crisis came, he saw Broly staring at him. The boy gave her a completely different feeling, like a ferocious beast that could not be triggered. As long as you dare to continue to take action, you will be caught and torn apart by the other party first. This is Wiz. Although he is not my believer, he is a good lich. He often helps to purify the undead in this world. Therefore, Eris, whose workload has increased at least 3 times, gave her a thumbs up and said yes when he saw her. Akiya explained at this time. But how could she get along with the Grand Duke of Hell? The goddess of the sword frowned. Don't make a mistake, this is not a mingling, but the Hell Bug was once defeated by my disciples and is currently working under this lich. To be honest, your sword is considered to be a property that harmed my disciples. If it weren't for your unrecognition, I would definitely ask you to compensate for this loss now. Akiya refers to the kind of person who is a wife who is paid for her. However, although she cannot pay for her now, Barnier was cut off and killed, but she still felt good. Without waiting for his subordinate sword goddess to continue asking something, he pushed the other party back to attend the banquet, then played music and danced. Look at me, super flowers, birds, and romantic. Although the dancers and musicians are all Akiya's boss. The boss performed to show me, and the boss personally poured wine to persuade me to drink. After the banquet, the goddess and the angels were driven back, but their recognition of Akiya seemed to have increased. Since everyone is going back, I'll go back too. Eris wanted to sneak back to heaven, but Aqua caught the back collar. Ha, how could you let you go back? You are recognized. Akiya burped. Keep me well, and everyone else's accounts must be settled on you, so I'll be happier. Akiya was drunk, but she seemed not drunk. She treated Eris as a sucker and wanted her to take on other goddesses and angels, but was not recognized as a wife by Crystal Palace. No, Senior Akiya, how could you be so unreasonable? The goddess of luck wanted to cry but she was still forced to stay. At night, Akiya was used as a pillow and she went to sleep with her arms. Broly, go to our village tomorrow. If you have any questions, they often write to me in Huai about your situation. Yu said with a red face. Yeah, okay. Broly agreed. Very good. The girl was very happy and came over and slapped the boy's cheek. Ah, Yu, you actually dare. Huai wanted to say something, but after slapping, Yu fell asleep. Looking at Yu's happy look when she was asleep, Huai held back what she said. I'll tell you tomorrow. Huai was humming like a pig, and did not rob the C position where she would sleep face to night. Lying down behind Broly, he stretched out his hand and hugged the boy from behind, but he also treated Broly as a pillow. Chapter 369 Signing the Engagement Contract, Red Devil's Script Killing Project. Ah, Eris, you guy actually take advantage of me. On the morning of the 3rd day, Broly, who was preparing breakfast with Yu, suddenly heard a scream from the room. A group of people ran over to check the situation and found that Akiya in the room was holding a quilt, looking frivolous and angry, staring at the white-haired goddess who was at a loss. No, Senior Akiya, you insisted on holding me to sleep last night. Eris argued. How is it possible? It's obvious that you are trying to treat me while I'm drunk. Ah, but Senior Akiya, have you agreed to be your disciple's wife? Eris was stunned by Akiya's backlash and asked back. Ha, how can you take it seriously if you promise to the child? Some adults promise to return the New Year's money to the child when they grow up, but how many adults have paid it back? Akiya said with confidence. Okay, then Senior Akiya, How do you want me to be responsible? Eris felt that he could not reason with Akia, so he could only accept his fate and ask. It's very simple. If you ruin my innocence, you have to be responsible for me to the end. You will be mine in the future. Akia immediately said that he also took out the contract letter from heaven and handed it to Eris. Ah, are you so serious? Looking at the heavenly contract letter handed over, Eris was a little stunned. Ha, do you think I'm joking with you? Akia gave this guy a blank look and asked. Then I'll take a look. What do you think? Do you want to eat it and don't admit it? Quickly put your handprint on the contract, otherwise I will pull off your mat. Eris's words were interrupted, and Akia had already pounced on her, and her hands penetrated under the sheer of the clothes, heading towards the white-haired goddess's chest. At this time, some people who had heard the noise and ran over to check the situation. With outsiders present, Eris could only tightly protect the false and towering dignity on his chest and blushed and shouted words of surrender. I press it, can't I press my handprints? Senior Akia, stop quickly. Akia let her go. Press me quickly, don't play any tricks on me, otherwise I'll go to Eris to teach you that you are a mattress goddess. Akia crossed her hands, condescendingly, and said as she looked at the white-haired goddess panting on her legs. Woo, I get it. Eris pressed his finger on the heavenly contract book, which appeared on the contract book, but did not light up the light of the contract establishment that it should have. Aqua snatched the contract letter from Eris's hand, and then stepped forward to the Saiyan boy who looked complicated and heard Aqua's words just now. Broly, Eris has voluntarily pressed the marriage contract. Hurry, press your handprint here to make this marriage contract established. As he said this, Akia grabbed Broly's hand and pressed his finger to the other side. The moment Broly touched the contract with his finger, the marriage contract from heaven shone brightly and was established directly. Ah, Senior Akia, you. Humph, you've been trapped. Now, you can't marry anyone else who may exist except to commit yourself to my disciples. Goddesses are not forbidden in heaven to fall in love, but most goddesses are more pure and have few desires and will not easily be moved by mortals. Once this marriage loyalty contract is signed, it means that Eris will only choose one of his own disciples in the future. Akia, but she was worried about her disciples and used all kinds of sinister and shameless tricks. Senior, you are so despicable. Eris had crystal tears in his eyes. So, Master Akia, isn't it fake that you promised to be my wife? Broly asked. Of course it's not fake, you are my favorite disciple. Wearing last night's dress, Akia reached out and rubbed the boy's head hard, then leaned over to Eris to comfort him. It's time for this, you have no choice. As the saying goes, since life is like, you can't resist, why not lie down and enjoy it? Don't worry, as long as you are low and small, I will let Broly treat you well in the future. Akia made such a promise like a scumbag after playing, and Eris sobbed, as if he had no choice but to accept it. However, when it comes to promising to become a wife, Akia told Eris not to agree so anxiously. After all, the exchange ratio between the happiness value and the happiness point at the moment of joining the Crystal Palace is 1:100. If you want to maximize your profits and keep Broly in this world for a long time, you have to take your time. In this way, Aqua made a new wife for Broly in less than 3 days after she returned to the world. Although the methods are very despicable, even Broly feels that it is a bit bad. Akia doesn't care about it and says such words as those who achieve great things should not be careful of the details, and behind every successful man, there should be a great wife who strongly supports him. Also, the happiness value of this guy Eris has not been reduced much, which means she is just shy rather than unwilling. If you encounter this type of guy in the future, you should show your masculinity and push the other person down hard, and cook the raw rice first. The great wife and the wise goddess Akia waved the marriage contract, the body sale contract, in her hand and was teaching her disciples amazing wisdom. Broly, don't listen to Akia's words seriously. At least you must have a certain favorable impression before you can try to do this. Others added next to it that the prerequisite for the implementation of Akia's amazing wisdom strategy is the first point, and the second point is personality. If you encounter the type who would rather die than surrender, using tough means to force it will only have the opposite effect. So that's it. Princess Alice had an excited expression on her face and actually remembered the notes next to her. Your Highness, you don't need to remember this. The captain of the guard Claire looked at her face with a dark look. Her little princess was so cute that no one would reject her. After breakfast, the group of people were preparing to go to the Red Devil's land, and even Wiz was no exception. She wanted to bring the monster materials she had handled yesterday and find the magic prop master in the Red Devil's village to make it into a physical object. Can I go together? Princess Alice asked, she was also a little curious about her good friends Huai and Yuyu's hometown. Of course, but there is nothing fun in our village. Yuyu nodded and reminded him again. Yes, there are some projects that can trap tourists from other places. Huai echoed next to her and directly mentioned the artificial holy sword with gambling shady curtains, the wish pool that did not realize the wish effect, and the succubus tavern without the succubus but was called the succubus tavern, such as this type of fraudulent project of specialty products of Red Devil Village. Claire's lips kept twitching when she heard this, trying to persuade her little princess not to go to such a bad place, but Princess Alice waved her hand and said, I'm just going to my friend's hometown to relax and I'll definitely not be deceived. Her swearing look made the two guard girls feel helpless, and she firmly expressed her desire to go there together. Eris, come together. Akia dragged the white-haired goddess into the range of teleportation magic. After Viz asked everyone if they were ready and received a positive answer, the teleportation magic was activated. The next moment, the figure of 9 girls and 1 boy appeared at the gate of the Red Devil Township. Compared with the past, the Red Devil's land has changed a lot. The original wooden door at the entrance of the village has become a stone brick gate that only a normal city can have. However, the person guarding the door has not changed, and it is still the hunting dog in the dark night, Pepito. After seeing Wiz, I was very familiar with each other, but I knew each other very well and didn't call him auntie again. After seeing Huai and Yuyu, they complained that they didn't come back to their hometown very much. If we don't make a fortune in big cities, how can we have the right to go back to our hometown? Huai refuted this. Then have you made a fortune now? Pepito asked curiously. Woo. Huai was speechless, and she couldn't answer her most stable career now, which was to be a delivery man in the city. I'm still an apprentice in pharmacy, Huai. Yuyu's mouth was covered. My profession level has reached 49 now, but the top burst magician. Huai said, evading her weaknesses. It's worthy of being Huai. Pepito praised, then looked at Broly. Long time no see, Broly. I heard from the village chief and Mr. Piao Sanlang that you have given birth to many children outside with Yuyu and Huai. Why do you still look like a child? Broly looked at the gatekeeper with a puzzled look on his face. Hey, no. Pepito was a little surprised. Damn, who is the rumor that spreads this kind of rumor? Huai immediately grabbed Pepito's collar and asked. Ah, it's Miss Wiz. Hey, me. Wiz. Ah, I didn't spread such a rumor. The collar of VYZ was pulled up, and the lich lady waved her hand quickly. Then what did you tell me and Yuyu's family when you came here? I didn't say anything, it was just that they occasionally asked about your life situation now. Then how did you answer? I just told them that you live a fulfilling life in Axel, and Yuyu even cultivated some lovely flowers at home, and Huai, you often live for your own happiness, that's all. Miss Lich honestly explained it. From her perspective, fulfillment is equal to a pharmacy apprentice and be a delivery man for a magic prop store. But from the perspective of the Red Devils, fulfillment is equal to pregnancy, and cultivating cute flowers is equal to cultivating children. When Piao Sanlang learned the news half a year ago, he was even moved to tears with his wife. Huai, this child, finally has the responsibility to be a mother. After the Lich Miss left, she also sighed. Xiaomi knows the truth because she has been to Axel to visit her sister. But she didn't have enough common sense at young age. She thought that the flowers she took care of at home would really blossom and bear fruit in the future and give birth to a new baby. After communicating with parents on different channels, there was news that Yuyu and Huai were pregnant. After it was spread to the whole village, it became that many children had already given birth to them. So there are no children yet. After learning about this, Pepito was somewhat disappointed. The Red Devil's town is short of people now. If you have children in the future, you must bring them back to help. As he said this, he opened the village door and asked Broly and others to go in. Help. As soon as they entered the Red Devil village, before they could walk 300 meters, Broly and others saw that there were 2 outsiders who were obviously not from the Red Devils, who were running wildly, calling for help from their mouths. Roar. And behind them was a terrifying monster bird with a hideous appearance. It's a gargoyle, Your Highness, be careful. The female knight and the magician hurried forward to protect the little Princess Alice who was stronger than them. Ah, save us. Seeing a group of people here, the eyes of the 2 outsiders lit up, as if they saw light in the darkness, and hurriedly turned around and ran towards this side. However, when they arrived, the 2 of them went directly to Broly and others, but through the gargoyle that was chasing behind them. Hey, do you 2 guys treat us as scapegoats? Huai was a little dissatisfied and started yelling at the 2 people running away. This approach is like the same as the disaster. The two people who were yelled away without looking back. Ba. Before the gargoyle that ran to the front of him could roar, Broly slapped him. The gargoyle, which looks like a strange bird, was fanned and her body flew out like a cannonball. Boom! He fell to the ground hard and smashed a deep pit, and he was completely exhausted. Ah, the gargoyle treasured by me. The next moment, an old white-bearded man moved over instantly. The other party looked at the dead gargoyle on the ground and exhaled in pain as if his relatives had died. Hey, isn't this the principal? Yu's words made the old principal who originally wanted to shout must compensate. The old principal of the Red Prison Academy pushed his reading glasses. After seeing clearly that it was Yu who spoke and Broly who was doing it, he stroked his beard with his hands. It turns out that I am my own person, and I thought I could get a compensation. Well, cough, I got a compensation, but since I am my own person, petrified magic. The old principal petrified the gargoyle corpse that had turned into pieces on the ground, and prepared to take it back and repair it with special glue. Wait, Grandpa, what's going on? Why did your gargoyle run out again? Yu held the old principal who was about to teleport away in an instant and asked. Yu, don't you know? This is the latest script killing experience project launched in our village. The old principal asked a little strangely. Huai and I haven't returned to the village for a while. Yu explained. Hey, is that true? The old principal is old and a little confused, but he still explains it. It turned out that since the kingdom's army advanced to the near Red Devil village half a year ago and drove away the surrounding monster groups, more and more outsiders could come to Red Devil village. In order to increase income generation for the village, the Red Devils used their imagination and created many new projects in the village to attract tourists passing by the village from other places. This script killing experience project is the most powerful new project for the Red Devils to make money. Someone pays the bill and wants to experience the plot of hero saving beauty under the gargoyle. The old principal said so. Are the two people who ran away just now beauties? Huai asked in shock. The two guys who were in trouble just now didn't look very good. No, that's the hero who saves beauty. The old principal denied it and said again. It's just that there was a little error in the development of the plot. The two of them had never even hit the weakest gargoyle in my hand. They ran away directly after meeting. The speed was too fast. It took such a little time to run from the hotel in the middle of the village to the entrance of the village. The old principal pinched his fingertips and said. Who? At this moment, a fat man with a big belly ran over. How is it? Have you recorded it? He stopped beside the old principal and asked with a breath. We are all here. We have recorded the service items you bought for your friends. However, they did not succeed in saving the beauty. Is this really okay? Do you want to do it again? The old principal through a picture demon justice said. I don't want to save the beauty successfully. What I want is this kind of image that is scared by monsters. The fat man laughed loudly, took his friend's embarrassing photo stone and left. Our script killing project always fails, but for some reason the guests are very satisfied. The old principal turned around and said. Everyone. Chapter 370 Discount Missionary Method. Damn it, what can you say to experience the most realistic story of hero saving beauty? Didn't you see that we were almost killed by that monster? The guest who was invaded by the water just now was now at the gate of the village, shouting at the gatekeeper of the dark hunting dog, venting his panic. Just practice more, like the kind of gargoyle chasing you can easily get rid of it if you come to any higher profession. Pepito responded coldly. If we are superior professionals, do we still need to experience this? These words made the two guests who were chased and asked for help even more angry. Please rest assured that the personal safety of the guests who experience the script killing project is guaranteed. When the gargoyle kills, we will naturally come out to stop it in time. Even if the guest was injured while running, there was a permanent temple priest in our village. The other party's healing magic can heal your injuries. Hey, there is also a temple priest in this broken village. The two guests were a little suspicious. Of course. Pepito swore. The temple is just west of the village. Guests can go over and take a look, but if you want to treat it, you have to take care of it yourself. The dark hunting dog dressed in his cloak added another sentence behind. Damn it, if you were injured in your Red Devil's experience project, do we still have to pay for the treatment yourself? A guest whose elbow was injured still had a red face and asked. The script killing experience project in this village is voluntarily participated by guests. This is the disclaimer signed by you for participating in the Hero's Beauty Saving Experience project. In response, Pepito took out a prepared disclaimer from his arms, and it indicated that the injury suffered during the experience should be taken care of by the guest. I don't know whether it was intentional or accidental. Next to the disclaimer I took out was not another disclaimer, but a photo fee that recorded the guest's rescue of Mei Yingzi. What? The scene we were embarrassed just now was recorded by you using the photo stone. Seeing this item, another guest's face changed. Ah, sorry, I took the wrong one. Peipato realized it later and wanted to take back the photo fee book, but was caught. Make it clear. Of course this. Where is the photo stone? It has been handed over to the guests who paid your bill for this experience project. Hearing this, the faces of the two guests at the gate of the village changed a little, and finally realized that this time, their friends warmly invited them to the Red Devil's town to experience the story of hero saving beauty, which was a big pit. The two gritted their teeth and said that they wanted to settle the score with the fat man. Peipato was actively promoting the script killing experience project in his village. If you are talking about the two of you, if you still have friends who need to experience this kind of project, and you also need to record your friends' heroes save the United States and take photos, you can also recommend coming to the Red Devil's land. Recommend by regular customers can be considered a 20% discount, and you can also pay for your friends and family ties, including signing a disclaimer. Hearing this, the two guests immediately paid for a new script killing experience service, bought a script killing experience project for the good friend who was still in the village, and booked a record service for the ultra-clear photo shoot stone. Original price of 30W Eris, current price of 24W Eris, thank you for your patronage. Huai and others who came over and were planning to find Fu Shuidong to settle the scores, were stunned after seeing this scene. Is this okay? Of course, the script killing experience project in our village focuses on allowing people to build deeper emotions. Guests can pay for their friends and have passionate interactions with each other. The old principal of the Red Devil clan stroked the beard on his chin and said with a little proud look. Principal, are you sure it is a passionate interaction of friendship, not a passionate interaction of friendship? Yu was a little suspicious. Ahem, friendship that cannot withstand the test is not considered friendship, and similarly, other feelings that cannot withstand the test are not considered emotions. The old principal subconsciously said, crossing his gaze. What other feelings do you have? Darkness asked curiously. For example, love, in times of crisis, the script that guests can stand up for the female companions around them, thus demonstrating their masculinity. Peipato answered Darkness's inquiry at this time. What's the result? Princess Alice asked curiously. In order to better reflect the masculinity of the guests, we specially released the petrified griffin over there. However, the noble young master who purchased this service had a weak mentality. Facing the griffin, a monster that may not be able to swim alone by superior professionals, he left his favorite girl and ran away. However, in the end we successfully formed a love, and the abandoned aristocratic girl successfully fell in love with saving herself. My young male guard has now eloped with the young male guard. Peipato's words made everyone present look at each other, and the injured two guests looked at each other, but they didn't know what they thought of, so they paid another sum of money. I have a friend who has a lover who is my childhood sweetheart. I want to give them a gift of true love for their relationship. It's fake to send a gift, but it's true that you want to break up others, right? Huai immediately complained about the sinister intentions of this stranger. The relationship that cannot withstand the test is not a relationship at all. If it were me, I would have protected her even if I die. In this firm tone, the man seemed to be showing his sincerity towards his childhood sweetheart, but it was over, so the man asked Peipato carefully. Well, are you sure your village's script killing experience project will not kill customers, right? No, but if you want to show your guests masculinity, you will definitely be hurt. Don't there be a temple priest in your village to guard? The other party's charge is relatively expensive. Ha, it's expensive. My family runs a jewelry store. I never know what it is expensive. Hey, you broke your leg and you need to pay 2.4 million Eris to cure it. Ah, I just broke my leg. In other city temples, the cost of curing this injury is at most 200,000 Eris is the most expensive. Ha, then you can go to another city temple to treat it, but don't blame me for not reminding you that if your leg injury is delayed, even if it is cured later, you may become a cripple. Guest, you don't want to become a lame just to save money, right? Can you be cheaper? Of course, as long as you sign this agreement to join the church, you and I are brothers and sisters. We only charge 10% off the treatment fee for brothers and sisters, and we will give you 0. You can give Eris 200,000. Come, this dear guest, do you want to join our sect and become a member of us? When he arrived at the temple, Broly and others saw a blonde priest who was reporting an extremely high treatment fee to a guest with a leg injury, and then took out the conditions for a discounted fee for entry and education, and tried to force the guests in front of him to sign a graduation agreement. And this style seems to have been seen by everyone in the morning. Looking towards the temple, it turns out that the religion stationed in the Red Devils was Acusis sect in this world, Acusis. The skin trauma starts with 100,000 yuan, and a slight serious injury is million yuan. If you don't want to pay for the treatment of such suckers, you have to join the church and become an Acusis. If you believe in the great water goddess, Lord Akia, you can enjoy the Acusis religion's division of the Red Devils, and the beautiful Saint series intimate treatment service. When a group of guests came, a female priest rushed forward and handed over a leaflet with pictures. On the leaflet, the female priest was sweet and charming, like an angel in white. But looking at the place where you are holding the teaching agreement, pressing step by step, forcing customers who cannot afford the high treatment fees to enter the teaching, it is like a rough woman who is forced to become a prostitute in a bad loan company. Everyone. Ahaha, I am worthy of being my loyal and lovely believers. Akia laughed out loud with a hug on her hips. How about it, dear guests, are you interested in joining the church? Now joining our Acusis church, we also have tickets for the partner Red Devils to draw the Holy Sword, a dinner at the Underwear Tavern, and a mixed bath hot spring ticket at the Succubus Hot Spring Hotel. The female missionaries were very active and were promoting the Acusis religion. The gifts they said were all the items mentioned by the local girl of the Red Devil clan to trap tourists from other places before coming here. Although the names of the local girls in the Red Devil race changed a little, they were obviously a kind of product. Sorry, I'm the Eris Church. Bah, Eris's mess, wasting my time. Before Eris finished speaking, his shoes on his feet were almost spit out. The female missionary, who was originally gentle and friendly, directly showed a disgusting expression of looking at the garbage. Ah, how can you do this? We Eris teach. Seeing this, Darkness immediately stepped forward. In order to protect her goddess, it seemed wrong. She just wanted to get a look of looking at the garbage, but she twisted under the priest's gaze, showing a look of enjoyment. My name is Akia, I am the goddess of the Acusis religion, and my disciple is also a disciple of the Acusis religion. Hey, it turns out to be a church member, but it's disrespectful to call yourself a goddess. Of course, the great and kind Lord Akia will definitely not punish you for this. I'm Akia, my goddess. Well, you look very similar. Your cos goddess of water is simply amazing. We have fully realized your admiration for the goddess. Here are some tickets for our cooperation with the Red Devils, all for you and your disciples. This little brother who is also a church member is okay. The Acusis believers are rude to the Eris, but they are very enthusiastic about the fellow Acusis believers. After a while, Akia and Broly in his hand, a bunch of commercial tickets for the cooperation between the Acusis cult and the Red Devils who were stationed in the Red Devils town were stuffed. I'll tell you secretly that the script killing experience project of the Red Devils is very dangerous. These people have some serious brains and use extremely dangerous monsters. If you don't want to experience the thrilling thrill, it's best not to buy such service projects. In addition, beware that others may buy such service projects for themselves. The female priest approached and quietly reminded Akia and Broly that playing in the Red Devils was a risky behavior. Hey, I can hear it. Hui complained. Oh ho ho, we are all our own people, don't mind too much. After all, the temple's high treatment fee and someone pays the bill are Acusis and your Red Devils will be half divided. The priest left awkwardly. What's this called? Are you in a collusion and in a mess? Miss Lich tilted her head. What a collusion, a slander. This is obviously a strong alliance. Akia gave her a blank look. In this world, two groups with problems in mind have already cooperated. However, the Acusis cult believes that the Red Devils have problems with their brains and does not bring them into the cult. Instead, they cooperated with them. The Red Devils' dangerous project is responsible for creating the wounded, while the Acusis side is responsible for healing the wounded. Of course, people who do not forget to preach when they are cured will have to pay more treatment fees. So far, in the Red Devils, where there are many dangerous monsters, except for the Archbishop of the Acusis, who is a master of betrayal and can communicate with monsters through intimate communication, and even make some high-level monsters afraid, no other sects come to this place to preach, let alone build a temple here so that the glory of God can also shine on this dangerous area. Your arm is injured, this guest. It's just skin trauma. Even if it is a skin trauma, it needs to be treated well. The other two guests have been targeted, and the one who opened a jewelry store at home said that he had never known what the expensive one was, and had been enthusiastically dragged into the interior of the Acusis temple by the female priest. "Great goddess of water Akia, please give you your blessings and heal the wounds of the lost lamb in front of you. Not to mention, the temple priest of the Acusis religion has indeed very high attainments in water therapy magic, and the wound on a man's arm heals at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you for patronizing, 400,000 heiress. What, do you want me to have 400,000 for this injury? This is a magical technique. If the customer cannot afford it, he can choose to join the tutor and we will charge it at a fee of 40,000. Ah, this, but I haven't agreed to you to treat my injuries just now." After saying that, the saint of the Acusis priest who had already brought people into the sect, Cecily, the blonde priest, jumped over immediately. "You bastard, do you want to rely on our Acusis teaching account? Ah, you are unreasonable. Ha, I'll ask, have your injuries been cured? Yes. Then are there any problems with us collecting your money? But I was pulled in to treat the injury. I don't care about this. Anyway, the injury is cured, you have to give it to you. As for if you don't have the money to pay, then just choose to join the school. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you, a bastard, do you know?" The saint of the Acusis church pulled a face and pulled the man's collar close. He looked fierce and evil, and warned the man in front of him. Hey, Akia, your believers are so preaching, don't you care?" Huiwai asked. "Hey, what's the matter? Isn't this kind of missionary method very good?" Akia looked at her with some confusion. Chapter 371 If you have enough, I want to join the Crystal Palace. Akia did not have the idea of restraining her believers in preaching. In her opinion, everyone should be qualified to choose a comfortable lifestyle. This also applies to missionary preaching. As long as you do not violate local laws and are regarded as criminals, no matter which way the believer preaches, it is allowed. After that being said, is there a law in the Red Devils? Darkness asked curiously. No, not, because the villages of the Red Devils do not belong to any of the subordinate towns of the Three Kingdoms, so there is no so-called law. Yu replied that she was the next village chief of the Red Devil Township at least. So, is this a real illegal zone? Claire complained about the female guard beside Princess Alice. It's so rude. Our village also has a guard team to maintain basic order and security, although most of the members are idle adults. After finishing his visit to the temple stationed in the Red Devils Township, Broly and others went to Hui's home. I'll come to find you after visiting my father. However, Yu had to go back to his home first, and parted with everyone at the crossroads south. Help! Not long after Yu left, the fat man with big belly who had seen before rushed towards him. Don't run away, human, see if I eat you. What chased him was a demon with dark blue skin. Save me! The fat man ran over and hid directly behind everyone. Hust, what are you doing? Broly greeted the demon who was chasing him. Hey, isn't this Broly? Well, I'm working. As Xiaomi's envoy, Hust now serves as a script killer special actor in the Red Devil village. The service efficiency of the Red Devils is extremely fast, and I just bought the order. Now, you can see the scene of the person who is paid for the service being chased by the superior demon. How much did those two guys give? I can give double the price, as long as you don't chase me. When the fat man saw the demon stop, he was behind a group of people and negotiated with Hust. You offered a good price, but unfortunately the contract is a contract. The content of the contract is to let me, the rampant monster, chase you. Then, you have to be chased by me. Huster said seriously. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore, I have to continue working. The superior demon stepped forward. The fat man wanted King Qin to walk around the pillar, but was slapped by Hust and rolled on the ground like a ball. You guy, don't think you are a guest of the Experience Project. You won't be killed by me and you won't run away. A terrifying demon like me, my favorite thing is to torture humans. Death is just liberation, and living is pain. Stand up and run, otherwise, I will peel you up and use my nails to dig down the fat on your body little by little. Under Hust's intimidation, the fat man could only flee in panic. Mr. Huster, he really has professional spirit. Wiz looked at the man and demon who were leaving and couldn't help but sigh. After being seriously injured, I will have to be slashed by the Acusis cult in terms of treatment. This is the real demon cave. Darkness also sighed and said. However, I never encountered any strange things on the road after that. The group came to the edge of the woodland, a small villa that looked quite luxurious. After slapping the door, Ernest came out to open the door, and the female demon was dressed in a maid outfit. Judging from the appearance, I have successfully integrated into Huai's family in her hometown. In the living room, Xiaomi was touching the little black cat on her legs, but when she saw that it was her sister who came back, the little girl immediately threw away the black cat on her legs and rushed towards Huai. "Welcome home, sister." Xiaomi hung it around Huai's neck. When she saw a familiar boy next to her and remembered who the other party was, she added, "There is also a young lady-in-law." Huai's father Piao Sanro and mother Weiwei were both very excited. They asked about their eldest daughter who was returning home, which made Huai a little blushed and shy. Okay, you two guys, haven't you seen anyone else here?" After being pushed by his daughter for a while, Piao Sanlang looked at the others. "Thank you for your care over the years, little girl." The man solemnly thanked the group, and then looked at Broly again. "I wonder when the child in Huai's belly will be born?" the man asked. Bang! Then, the biological daughter fisted on the back of her head. "I'm not pregnant." "Hey, didn't Miss Wiz say you were living a fulfilling life?" "It's a fulfilling life, not a fulfilling stomach, bastard dad." After a burst of noise, Huai made her parents understand the fact that she was not pregnant with a child. "Hey, I thought I would be able to hold my grandson in a short time." Weiwei was a little disappointed. "At this age, if I were pregnant, I was afraid I would be treated as a prisoner who molested a minor and was arrested and sent to jail." Huai pointed at Broly and shouted at her parents. After the father and daughter roared, Wiz and Piao Sanro talked about the commission to create magic props. And Yu also came here soon. After taking a break with Huai, he decided to take Broly to meet his classmates from the Red Prison Academy. "You go and meet your classmates. I'll go to the village tavern to see if I can buy good wine," Akia said. "Then I'll take the others and visit this village." Darkness also said. A group of people left Huai's home again and went to do their own things separately. Akia is a drunkard and goes straight to the tavern in the Red Devils. Darkness took Princess Alice and others to wander around the Red Devils village. Broly, Huai and Yu went to visit classmates from the same class in the former Red Devils Academy. At present, all the girls have mastered the magic of their superiors and have graduated from the village. Some have done different jobs in the village. Some are helping with their own industries, such as Sticky and Soft Huo, and Red Devil girls who have industries in their families. There are also people who dream of becoming a well-known writer, but there are 4 bookshelves in her room, each with dense books on them. These are some of my reference books, but now I am not a real novelist, but I am still working hard on the way to becoming a novelist. At present, I am writing various plots for the script killing project in the village script. After many years of seeing you, you will become more mature. Your figure is even plump than you. You deserve to be the best developed Red Devil girl in her generation. But now, those who don't wear eye masks but wear glasses are good enough. Compared to when they were a student in college, they have more intellectual and bookish spirit. Hey, the script killing story in the village was written by you. Yu looked at her in surprise. What, have you seen it? I can push my glasses with enough ability. I have seen it twice and heard it once, but it seems that it is a plot where guests are hunted after encountering monsters. Huai complained. What I wrote is a commercial experience drama that suits business. If you have enough, you will immediately refute it and take out the scripts you wrote for the village script killing project, such as Heroes Saving American dramas, such as dramas that help the weak, and dramas that brave dragon quarrels, are all classic dramas that have been written badly in novels. The script is indeed a cool drama, but it is limited to the situation where the protagonist in the story is strong enough. If you know enough, you may not know that the scripts you have written are being used in the script killing experience project, and the actual effect they present. Huai said. What's the effect? I'll ask if I have enough. It's a complete abuser. Some even became the victims. The girl you like was snatched away by the guards around you. Yu answered with help. Hey, is that so? Ha ha ha, that's so interesting. Compared to the plot process in the script I wrote, I still hope that the story will be more dramatic. Hearing this, the plump Red Devil girl laughed, picked up the notebook on her desk and recorded this story of anti-routine development as future writing materials. Okay, the process of reminiscing here will end. Broly, can you tell me some stories you experienced when you left this world and went to another world? The future master of the Red Devil clan, the girl, looked at the Saiyan boy with a bright look. And she has actually finished writing a story about my classmate and the boy school life in another world who pursued my classmate. It records the daily stories of boys from another world entering campus in order to pursue the girls they like and living and studying with the girls they pursue. However, it has not been published yet. If you have enough, you will feel that your writing style is a bit immature. You have to wait until you grow up and polish the story. It is best to write more stories about boys from another world and publish them together as a complete set of stories. Certainly. Broly did not refuse, and talked about some stories he experienced in the other two worlds after leaving this world. Cinq Nil Balian, it's a bad guy. Next to him, Huai and Yu, who knew some of the situations, occasionally supplemented some of the characters' Broly's words. The story of saving the war-torn world, and the story of growing up together in another world and building the sky home. Broly's words become a bit subtle when recorded in the material book, but it is undeniable that the former is a kingly story of the world's savior, while the latter is a relatively brain-minded story of the demon and the master. In particular, the Lumen has multiple evolutionary form settings, which makes it very praiseworthy. You can transform into a devil wife with all kinds of cute looks. This kind of heroine setting may attract many spectators. I would like to call it the strongest single heroine's pure love harem story. That's a pity. There is more than one heroine in my Broly's story. For some reason, Huai felt a little angry. Don't say that, if there is only one heroine in Broly's story, then how can we still have our scenes? Yu persuaded him from the side. Although it's not the setting of a single heroine, I actually envy you very much. I can know Broly's experience in another world at any time. I would sigh a little, but she also knew the situation in the Crystal Palace group chat room. What, you can do it enough, do you want to be Broly's wife too? Huai asked jokingly. If possible, I don't mind. What you get is enough to answer extremely seriously. However, this is not surprising. The Red Devils of the same generation as Huai are all girls, and it is difficult to find a suitable opposite sex in the village to fall in love. As for the people in the village, the ideas of the Red Devils cannot keep up with the unique brain circuit of the Red Devils, which led to the fact that except for Huai and Yu, there is no single girl in the Red Devils of Huai. When it comes to the person who is suitable for dating, let alone being able to know others, even if you ask others, you can probably get the Broly whom you know, which is the most suitable candidate. Of course, there must be some red demon girls who cannot accept being opened in the harem, but if they have enough, they will obviously be out of the list. This girl, the first writer of the Red Devils, is full of curiosity about Broly's story and is also very interested in Crystal Palace. If she can, she wants to get involved and explore more interesting stories about Saiyan boys' wives in another world. No, after becoming his wife, you will be done in this and that way. Hearing a good answer, Huai became a little unnatural and threatened. What's going on in this way or that matter? If you have enough, you will be curious. For example, take off your clothes and take a bath together. Huai replied. Is it just that? Then I can accept it. If you have enough, you will not. Hey, he will also get started and caress his body with a very H technique. Huai said again. HS technique is really great. I have only read this technique in the book, but I have not actually experienced this kind of thing. If I could have a practical experience, maybe I could also write wonderful stories about this aspect. If you have enough, you will not be afraid at all. We will sleep together. Is it the kind of person who can do something? If she has enough, her eyes will become brighter. She is actually not sure what kind of writer she will become in the future. In this world, the novels of Saiyans writers are also very commercial and artistic. The true top star is to write such stories. What are the love of Count Jix, as a noble lady, the secret that I cannot tell with the gardener, and Purple Garden of Desire, are all enduring masterpieces of this type. No, I just lie in a bed and sleep. Answered leisurely. Do nothing. I'll ask if I have enough. Do nothing. Yu nodded. That night story wasn't exciting enough, you should actually try to do something. If I could give some advice seriously, I pulled out a book called Silver X Knight from the bookshelf. There are many descriptions of this type of movement here, and you may be able to take it back and learn from it. Huai took it, looked at it with a little curious look, and her little face turned red. Yu looked around and the same reaction. What is written above? Broly was a little curious, but he also wanted to see the content inside. Children, what should I do if I have such a great curiosity? Huai directly raised the book in her hand. Be good, Broly, when you grow up, we will read this book together. Yu touched the boy's head. Isn't Broly 13 years old? He is already a little adult at the age of 13. In some places, he can even get married and have children. If you have enough, you will ask. 13 years old is 13 years old, but look at him, how come he looks like a little adult? Huai complained. If we attack him, we may be arrested as perverts. Yu said seriously. Sure enough, reality has many concerns, but novels don't have so many concerns. I will sigh enough. Is it possible that the guy who really did this in reality just hides such a thing very well? After thinking for a while, he nodded seriously, thinking that Huai's words made sense. If you know enough, you can actually become my wife. Before leaving, Broly and Yu Huai revealed this and told the way that Crystal Palace admitted that it was not the target of the strategy as his wife. Then are I lucky to be your wife and join your Crystal Palace in the future? After listening to it, I asked with a smile. Yes, as long as you still don't change your idea of joining Crystal Palace. Broly answered seriously. Then I will wait for you, but don't let me wait too long. The girl from the Red Devil tribe said with a chuckling, but her tone was very serious. Standing at the door, she watched the three of them leave, and saw Huai walking, and suddenly stepped on the instep of the boy next to her. Chapter 372 This world is going to be over. You fancy carrot? Broly looked over with some confusion, and then heard Huai complaining in a low voice. Huai, don't you want to join Crystal Palace? The Saiyan boy thought about it and asked. That's not true, but at least you have to discuss with us first, hold a voting meeting or something, and then decide whether to let the person who is recognized by Crystal Palace join? Otherwise, if anyone can join the Crystal Palace, wouldn't that be reducing the value of those of us who have joined the Crystal Palace as official members and have been recognized by the Crystal Palace from the beginning? Huai said. She didn't admit that she was a little jealous of being good at eating it. Is that so? Broly was a little surprised, but he still heard it and decided to hold a voting meeting with everyone after he went back. If Master Akia and the others thought that they could not bring people into the Crystal Palace so casually, then he would consider not doing this in the future. Huai, is there anyone who treats your friends like this? Yu clearly expressed her dissatisfaction. This girl was always willing to be sincere to people who were friends. Therefore, after hearing Huai's words, even if Huai was closer to her, she couldn't help but talk about Huai's fault. Then would you like to have an extra girl around Broly who is not recognized by Crystal Palace but who has to spend a lot of Broly's happiness points to join? Huai asked directly. Of course I'm a little unwilling to do this, but if I know enough, I think it's acceptable. Yu wrapped her fingers around her hair, a little confused, but she still answered this question. What if it's not someone we know at all, but someone we don't know at all? Huai asked again. If someone like this joins, you will definitely feel very unbalanced. Without waiting for Yu to answer, Huai said to herself. We are all wives, but we have not been invited in with a lot of happiness points. But others can get such treatment. We always feel like we are free low-level wives, and they are paid high-level wives. Do you feel this way? This. Yu was speechless. So, facing these guys who are not recognized by Crystal Palace, we must establish an entry threshold in advance. Huai said again. I have an outside wife in another world, and I have promised some people that when they can add additional personnel to the Crystal Palace in the future, they will be allowed to join the Crystal Palace, if they do not change their minds at that time. Broly said at this time that he had made an appointment with his wife. What? Huai was a little angry and stepped on the boy's instep a few more times, but she was helpless. No, you have to discuss this with everyone in the group chat room. Broly, from the end of the meeting, you can no longer invite other people who are not recognized by Crystal Palace to join Crystal Palace. Broly thought about it and it seemed that he had no other wife to choose from outside, so he nodded. Okay, I get it. Huai was very satisfied. Broly's attitude made her feel respected. Not good, Huai, Yu, Broly. At this moment, darkness ran towards him. What's wrong? The three of them were a little confused and looked at the night girl who was running over. This world is going to be over. Darkness was a little panting, paused for a moment before saying the whole sentence. Today is not April Fool's Day, are you drinking high? Huai asked with her eyes dragged her dead fish. This is not a fever. Yu reached out and poked towards Darkness's forehead, and said as she tried the temperature. I have nothing wrong with it, and the end of this world is not something I can't just talk nonsense, but the future result of your Red Devil's first fortune teller. Darkness pressed Yu's hand and said to Huai. Hey, the first fortune teller, are you talking about Sokate? Hearing this, Huai was stunned and then asked back. Well, that fortune teller lady seems to be this name. Darkness was a little uncertain. What the hell is going on? Broly asked for details, and some doubted whether there was a hidden danger in this world. If that is the case, it must be removed in advance. I'll take you to the divination house first, let's talk as we walk. On the way, Darkness told the story of what happened to Broly and others when they met their old classmates. As a person who has been to Red Devils, Darkness took a group of people who have never been to Red Devils to visit Red Devils. And just now, to be precise, when Broly and others met, little Princess Alice was also chatted with by the voices from the divination house on the street. The divination lady said that she felt the troubles of Alice who had passed by, and said that she might use divination to solve her troubles. Princess Alice was attracted to this and entered the divination room, where she performed divination about her troubles. She asked the diviner lady to divine the future of the ancient kingdom of Bells, and then she got a terrifying prophecy. It's the end of the world. No, it's the war that broke out. Hey, what's so strange about this? The situation in the three kingdoms is tense now and there is no negotiation. Isn't this normal? Huai was a little confused. She already knew the tense situation in the three kingdoms and did not think there was anything strange about the war. The wide range and long duration of this predicted future war are far beyond our imagination, and the impact on this world is even worse than when the Demon King army was still there, and even worse. Darkness shook his head and said. It seems that it's worse than the time when the Demon King army is still there. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Don't you know the inside story of the Demon King army? Huai still disliked her. Half a year later, a war broke out between the three kingdoms. A year later, the scale of the war expanded. 3 years later, the full-scale war began, and the number of casualties in the army of various kingdoms exceeded 400,000. In the 5th year, civilian professionals were recruited and sent to the battlefield. In the 7th year, the kingdom of Alad destroyed the country. In the 8th year, the remaining 2 kingdoms chose to temporarily cease the war because they could not continue to fight. But in the 9th year, hatred made them fight again. Afterwards, there were a series of truces and wars, and the war lasted for more than 50 years. The cumulative number of casualties exceeded 100 million. Until the human kingdom completely collapsed and withdrew from the dominant position of the world. Other intelligent monsters rise, and the era of human beings is over. Darkness said the prophecy. Ah, Miss Darkness, is this a joke? Yu asked. Although I want to think so, but... Darkness shook his head. After learning of this sensational prophecy, Lord Eris thought that the diviner was a joke, so she gave the blessing of luck to the diviner. The prophecy of the rise of other wise monsters and the end of the human age is the more accurate result that is predicted after blessings are imposed. This world is over, but more accurately, the human beings in this world are over. They used wars against each other to eliminate the human race from the position of the world overlord. When Broly and others came to the divination hut, Eris, the goddess of luck, walked around in front of the divination hut like an ant on a hot pan. From afar, Broly could still hear Claire arguing with others, and she didn't seem to believe this future prophecy. Miss Sokate, the first fortune teller of the Red Devil clan in the divination room, insists on his divination that he never made any mistakes. It is precisely because of this that Miss Sokate is not an unknown person, but a famous diviner. Therefore, the result of her divination made the people here feel uncomfortable. At this time, Akia was also called from the tavern. When Eris saw her coming, he hurriedly came up to ask, Senior Akia, what should I do now? The future of this world makes the goddess who manages this world feel a little desperate. Don't worry, let me ask. Akia came forward with alcohol and asked Sokate directly about divination. If you divine the future, human beings will fall into war. Then tell me, what about the Acusis church? Acusis? Wait, let me see. The fortune teller took out the crystal ball and chanted the spell again, and soon came to the conclusion. In the future troubled times, the Acusis cult is like a fish in water. Many people voluntarily join the Acusis cult with strong survival ability in the wild because of the suffering of war. The current archbishop of the Acusis cult makes great contributions and relies on his close personal relationship with many high-level monsters in the wild. The corners of the fortune teller's eyes suddenly twitched. She saw something in the crystal ball. The archbishop of the Acusis cult actually faced the beast. With his powerful fetish and vigor, he made a giant dragon agree to the Acusis cult's believers live in their territory, and also took the initiative to provide shelter for the believers. What's wrong with personal relationships? You said it. Akia urged her. Well, relying on good personal relationships, many high-level intelligent monsters have allowed many high-level intelligent monsters to actively protect the Acusis religion. As a result, the Acusis religion has become the world's #1 sect. Not only humans believe in the Acusis religion, but even the wisdom monsters and the descendants of human beast mixed blood also believe in the Acusis religion. Miss Sokate still told her about the future she saw. Hey, isn't this a very good future? When Acusis became the world's #1 sect, Akia sobered up and turned around and asked Eris in surprise. What about Eris? Eris hurriedly came over to ask. Well, with the end of the human era, Eris completely withdrew from the world stage and became a sect of faith buried under the dust of history. So Kate replied. Wow! The white-haired goddess couldn't hold back any longer and cried out. Is there any possibility of changing the future? Broly asked when he came over. Of course, the future I foresee is not absolute, and there is still a possibility of change as long as I work hard. So Kate replied, and asked in surprise after looking back and seeing Broly's appearance. Ah, monster boy, are you back? What monster boy, can you speak? Huai was yelling at the diviner with a dark face. Sorry, slip. So Kate quickly apologized. How long has the Demon King army been defeated, and the world has been peaceful for many years? It is about to enter the future of war. Ah, such a desperate future is not as good as an era where the Demon King army exists. Eris shouted out. She really couldn't accept that there would be a war in the future of human beings in the world, and she couldn't accept that her own sect would become the future result of history. Yes, this is one of the ways to change the future. After hearing Eris's words, the diviner immediately slapped his hand and said. Hey, what does this mean? Princess Alice, whose eyes became a little hollow because she heard a very bad future prediction, quickly looked over and asked. As long as the Demon King army appears in this world again, there will be no future of a large-scale civil war in the human kingdom in this world. So Kate explained. Of course, there are other ways to change the future, but those ways may be a bit rough. The fortune teller wanted to say it was difficult to do, but after looking at the boy standing next to him who could turn into a super monster by looking at the full moon, she changed her mouth. Use the power of the monster boy to take the lead in destroying the other two kingdoms and give in advance the unification of human regimes in this world is also a way to solve human civil strife. Princess Alice asked about another way to change the future, so Kate added Broly, the super variable, to her divination. The divination result obtained was not surprising. The boy easily destroyed the armed army of the other two kingdoms, and the world was therefore given a nuclear level under absolute force. When everyone present felt differently when they heard the fortune teller Miss Sokate say that the Saiyan boys changed the future of the bad war. I am really worthy of being my disciple. Akia was a little proud. Hey! Princess Alice breathed a little relieved. Eris was still sad and could not feel at ease. If the future prophecy of war is true, Brother Broly, can I ask you to help my country? Princess Alice asked. No. Just as Broly was about to agree, he heard Eris' opposition. Of course, this goddess of luck is not a future that does not love peace, but just a price that puts heavy casualties and injuries in the other two kingdoms to end possible war events in the future. This way of changing the future is unacceptable. The Eris religion is not only the state religion of the ancient kingdom of Bells, but also the mainstream sect of the other two kingdoms. The palms and backs of hands are flesh. No matter which country Broly chooses to help, to fight against the other two countries, this goddess of luck will feel distressed. She felt sorry for the dead souls who might lose their lives in the prophecy war and pity countless creatures who might be destroyed by the boy in advance for peace. Miss Sokate, is there no other way to change the future? Yu asked. I'm sorry, Yu, with my divination ability, there are only two ways to change the future that I can divine. Sokate shook his head and replied that there must be other ways to change the future, but the future she can divine is limited. Chapter 373 Without the Demon King, wouldn't it be better for me to become the Demon King? This is a bit ironic. When the Demon King army was present, the three human kingdoms were united. Although they had a sense of despair that they could not see hope, they still resisted bravely and supported a space for humanity to survive. When the Demon King army was no longer there, the three kingdoms began to turn against each other and even faced each other. Although this was still a future event that had not happened, it was now the first sign. However, to be honest, even if there is a war in the future of this world, its impact on Broly is limited. Needless to say, Huai and Yu are from the Red Devils, and the Red Devils do not belong to any of the three human kingdoms. When the Demon King army was still there, they could not solve the Red Demon clan, let alone the three human kingdoms, which were even weaker than the Demon King army at that time. If there is really a war, it will probably not affect the Red Devil land. And Akia, her sects have all become the world's #1 sect in prophecy, which is a bonus of war. As for Wiz, he is the top-notch lich. If he does not participate in the war and only protects himself, there will be no problem at all. The one who was truly affected was Darkness, the noble lady of Axel. If there was a war in the future, she would have to go to the battlefield as the heir of the Lord. However, with her level of flesh, the probability of being beaten to death is almost zero. The only headache is Eris. As the goddess who manages this world has only been stable for 2 years. If there is a war in the future, there will probably be a bunch of dead people who do not want to be reincarnated into this disaster-prone world. In the future, the performance assessment of the heavenly realm will definitely make her split. If the faith in the mortal world is still exterminated, it is impossible to say that even the goddess will not be able to do it in the future. This matter needs to be solved, but how to solve it is a problem. I will just catch those guys who cause future wars, teach them a lesson or kill them directly. Is this okay? Broly asked. The future war is caused by the general trend. It is impossible to change the future results if you only solve a small number of people who make decisions. Miss Sokate predicted this situation and found that it was useless. Darkness expressed her opinions next to her. As long as the situation in the Three Kingdoms has not changed and the contradictions have not been resolved, war is an inevitable event. Perhaps, doing something will delay the occurrence of war, but it will only delay it, and after reaching the critical point, it will still erupt. Now, there seem to be only 2 choices in front of you. One is to help the ancient kingdom of Bells to solve the other 2 kingdoms, but this requires killing a lot of people. One is to make the disappearing Demon King army reappear. As long as the pressure on human beings reappears, internal contradictions will naturally be alleviated. Then how can we make the disappeared Demon King army reappear? Considering Eris's feelings, Broly took the initiative to ask about the latter method. The key to the Demon King army is the Demon King. We have to find the Demon King first. Akia said that she did not deliberately choose not to change because the future predicted by Sokate was beneficial to the future of the Acusis religion. But that old devil is very old. Are you still alive now? Yu raised this question, and no one here knew the answer. However, Wiz may know. Broly and others took the fortune teller to Huai's home together. Found Wiz, informed the other party of prophecy. Mr. Kyoiki Yasaka should be alive. A while ago, didn't the family receive a big sea fish? It was a gift from the other party. As for where he is now, I remember it is a small seaside town in the south. Wiz tried hard to recall, but she didn't know the specific trace of the old devil. As for the purpose of asking the diviner to use divination method to tell where the old devil is now, Sokate tried it and found that it didn't work. If that person is either dead, he or she has the magic of counter-divine on his body. Divination is not omnipotent. It is not too difficult to prevent the prophet from divining his own information. At the beginning, after the old devil was resurrected, he was worried that his own death might be divined by outsiders, so he did a lot of counter-divine and prophecy. Therefore, even if Sokate, the top divinationist, only found that the divination result was not found. Ah, what should I do? Little Princess Alice was a little anxious. It doesn't matter, just know the general direction. But Broly said. Hey, do you have a way? Darkness looked over curiously. Everything has chi, but not many individuals with a lot of chi. Although I didn't remember the breath of the old devil, I remember that the other party's chi was not low. The old devil's combat power is not strong, but the level is very high and the magic value is also high. When it comes to Broly, the other party's chi is much stronger than other creatures. Although there are many powerful creatures in this world, not many can match the old Demon King's aura. After knowing the general direction, just feel the powerful aura of that direction and come to the door to confirm one by one. I'll go and look for it. If I find it, I'll bring people back. Broly left this and jumped out of the house and flew towards the south. His speed was very fast, and he flew away in the sky. On the calm sea, a small fishing boat floated. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared under the fishing boat. With a rush, a big octopus emerged from under the sea. Good job, this is a reward for you. The old captain with grey hair but good spirits lay on the side of the ship, looking at the flapping sea, showing a look of satisfaction, and raised his hand and threw out a special magic ball. The big octopus caught the magic ball with its tentacles, absorbed it into its body, and rolled the fishing net to the side of the fishing boat. The internet is closed. The old captain shouted toward the stern of the boat. The girl who was originally lying on the mast basking in the sun grabbed the rope and jumped off the mast. She hooked the fishing net that the octopus tentacles rolled over with an iron hook head with a hemp rope. After doing this, the person ran to the other end and started pulling the rope. The sound of water sounded, and the fishing net containing all kinds of sea fish was pulled from the sea to the boat. Looking at the net bag with many expensive sea fish, the wheat-colored girl showed an old farmer-like smile on her face. Just as the girl was sorting sea fish, the other party suddenly felt that she was locked by something, and looked up at the sky as she felt. A small black dot appeared on the sky, and the black dot quickly grew larger. When it approached here, it brought a strong wind. The waves rolled up by the strong wind directly hit the small fishing boat. The girl who sorted the sea fish quickly picked up the long sea fish at her feet. Perhaps the sea fish had never thought that one day she would be treated as a sword envoy. The powerful sword energy emerged from the fish body and slashed towards the huge waves that were rushing towards. The waves were split into two, and the fish-carrying girl looked carefully at the guy falling from the sky. After seeing Broly clearly, she exclaimed, "It's you, guy." Even with people and boats, Broly carried the entire small fishing boat back. "Miss Wiz, long time no see." After the old captain jumped off the fishing boat, he greeted the lich he knew there. "Isn't this Lord Akia? It's been a long time since I was gone." Although the ancestors had grudges with the goddess of water, Yasaka Kyoiki was resurrected by the other party after all. He still politely took off his hat and bowed to Akia. "I wonder what you are doing. Do you need my old bone gang?" The old devil asked for advice. "Broly, you didn't explain it clearly to the other party." Akia looked at the boy in confusion. "I just said that I needed his help, so I brought the person back." Broly honestly explained. "The kind that has not been approved by us." The Demon King's daughter complained, who would have thought that if she could catch fish in the sea, she could be robbed by people and boats. That's how it is. Wiz and the old devil were acquaintances, so they gave the matter to her to explain the situation. "What, you want me to be the devil again?" "No, no." The old devil's head was shaking like a rattle. "Don't worry, this is for the sake of the future peace of this world, so that you can become the Devil King and re-establish the Devil King army. There will be no brave men sent by the heavens to attack you." Eris quickly persuaded him. "But even if I won't be attacked by the brave, I don't want to be a demon Enemorites king." The old devil still waved his hand. "Hey, why?" Everyone was a little puzzled, and then they heard the old Devil King talk about the days when he was the Devil King in the past. "To put it nicely, I am the Demon King, but to put it badly, I am the nanny of the Demon King army. Every day when my eyes open, I need to feed it for tens of thousands of times. But if it's just a matter of eating, it's fine, but the codders in the past always made some bullshit things. For example, Miss Wiz, she had embezzled the military expenses of the Demon King army to fill in the loss of her deficit magic props store." The old devil pointed at the Lich Miss and directly exposed the other party's dark history. "Ah, my magic prop store has been profitable." Wiz's face turned red and he quickly retorted. "This is just a small matter, more important things that require me, the devil, to wipe my butt. Now when I think about it, it's all about tears. I finally survived from the position of the Demon King. Now I can travel with my daughter, sail on a boat and fish, and live a leisurely and comfortable life. Now if you want me to go back to be the Demon King, it would be better to kill me." Yasaka Kyoiki directly stated that he might as well give his life to Akia if he wanted him to go back to be the devil. Anyway, he had been living a relaxed life for more than 2 years, and dying now is not a pity. Everyone had no choice but to face the old Demon King who would rather die than take it back to the Devil King. They could not force the other party, the old ox who used to be the Devil King army, to drink the dirty water from the past, right? After that being said, you really need a Demon King to resolve the current conflicts in the human kingdom. You may not have to ask me, the old man, right? The old devil said, then raised his hand and pointed at Broly next to him. With his strength, isn't it more than enough to be a new Demon King? Yasaka Kyoiki asked a little puzzled. "I can't stay in this world for a long time." Broly answered the old devil's doubts. To change the predicted future of war, what is needed is a long-term enemy of mankind to pose a continuous threat to all mankind. Broly is indeed more than enough to become a great enemy of mankind, but being unable to stay in this world for a long time will make him unable to meet the subsequent conditions. "Ah, what should I do?" Princess Alice made a sound of help again. "Ha ha ha." A burst of laughter that pretended to behave suddenly rang out. "Why, what are you laughing at?" Yu asked the girl next to her in confusion. Hui has now changed into a special outfit with a big cloak with a black face and a red bottom. "Of course, I've figured out a solution." Everyone looked over. "What method?" Princess Alice asked. "Since there is no Devil King in the world, then, why don't I become a Devil King?" Hui said so. "Hey, I thought you guys had any good solutions, but that's the end." Akia looked over with her eyes, curled her lips, and she was full of mockery. "Ah, Akia, do you look down on me?" Hui was furious. "It's not that you look down on you, but that you can't be the Devil King." Akia shrugged. "Yes, at least a powerful force or personal strength must account for one." Wiz took the call. "I'll ask you, which one did you occupy? After Akia received support, she immediately asked back. Of course it's my strong personal strength. Huai said confidently. Huai, your professional level is not low, but the problem is that you can only burst magic, but people who only burst magic can't be the devil. Wiz looked at her and shook his head. Do you want to compete with me about the destructive power of magic? Huai was not convinced, so she picked up the staff and planned to compete with Viz. If it is more powerful than magic, I am certainly not as good as you who specializes in burst magic, but the question is how many times can you use burst magic? 3 times, oh no, the limit is 5 times. The explosive magic that consumes extremely high magic can be used 5 times in a row, and Huai's magic power value has exceeded that of many great magicians. Mr. Yasaka Kyoiki, if you use burst magic, how many times can your magic power support you to use burst magic? Miss Lich did not comment on Huai's confident speech, but turned her head to ask the old devil. It's been more than 10 times, but bursting magic is useless. If you have magic power to use it on this magic, it's better to use magic power to strengthen subordinates. Yasaka Kyoiki answered the truth. Then do you think that people who only know how to use burst magic can become a demon king? Wiz asked again. This may not work. As we all know, the explosion magic consumes extremely high magic. If a person who only uses explosion magic becomes a demon king, then as long as he sends some elite professionals to consume such a demon king's magic with his life, the other party will be easily defeated. The strength of the demon king army was once in the past, and his ability could increase the strength of the soldiers to the level of cotters. If he hadn't met a more monster boy, he wouldn't know how he lost. However, the demon king doesn't have to be able to fight by himself. If she has a group of subordinates who can fight by her side, she can also be the demon king. The old devil king said as soon as he turned his head. In Kyoiki Yasaka's eyes, the red demon girl next to her must not be a demon king or a great enemy of mankind. But if the red devils are added, the situation will be different. The red devils, who are a great magician per capita, are fully qualified to become the enemy of mankind and give external pressure to the current 3 kingdoms of humanity. Even the demon king army, which had no shortcomings, was beaten to the point of being beaten by the red demon clan. When the soldiers were sent to attack the red demon town, they would cry endlessly, calling it a meaningless battle to die. That's right, that's what I mean. In addition to my personal strength, behind me is my tribe members. After hearing the old devil king say that he recognized the overall strength of the red devil clan, Huai felt a little late and immediately added when she reacted. Everyone started to think. Is this good? Eris even asked Suokit. Connected. The diviner lady did the divination again, but she didn't know what the divination had, so she exclaimed in surprise. What's connected? Broly asked curiously. It's divination that is connected. Chapter 374. If you don't have money, why are you a demon king? In the past, when Huai first graduated from the Red Prison Academy, she had a life of not finding a suitable job and being a home. At that time, Broly accompanied the other party to Sokate's divination hut and did divination in future careers. The result of the professional divination obtained at that time was the Demon King. Sokate never understood why it was the Demon King, but now he divined again and again, and everything was connected. Huai became a new generation of demon kings for world peace. Her name is Red, which is the closest blazing color when the burst magic blooms. It also means the identity of the Red Devil clan. Her new demon army will be called the Red Devil Army by the future world. After the 2 divination of the past and present were connected, Miss Sokate could see more future scenes. She raised her hand and pointed at the group of people around her and began to report their identities in the future Red Devil's army. Bone Dragon Knight, Little Princess Alice, Heavy Armor Barrier, Darkness, Frost Lich, Vitz, Logistics Minister, Yu, Double-Faced Evil God, Akia, Eris, Ultimate Destruction Weapon, Browly. There were ones that counted 1. In Miss Sokate's prophecy, everyone present had a special code name in the future Red Devil's army. Even the old Demon King and his daughter were rehired as instructors of the Red Devil Army's Demon Army, while Xiaomi became the commander of the Demon Army. Is this true? Can I really become the Devil King as I wish? Huai's breathing became rapid as she heard it. She could already imagine her heroic figure as the Red Devil King in the future. At that time, no one will continue to talk about her. She is just a delivery man in a magic prop store. A ridiculous red demon who daydreaming and has a problem with his brain who is doing all day long to practice burst magic to the world's #1 level. Well, this is just the information obtained by the prophecy. I don't know whether Huai can become the Red Devil King. After all, the future is no longer a predetermined fate at the moment of prediction. So Kate told the truth. Then what should I do to make myself the great Red Devil King smoothly? Hui's eyes were glowing, she grabbed So Kate's hands and asked when she approached. I don't know, I have to ask yourself this, of course, maybe there are other people's opinions. My divination can only predict the general future results, and cannot accurately measure every detail that caused this result. Miss So Kate explained. However, the only thing that is certain is that the future of the war in this world has changed. As for whether to change in the good direction or in the bad direction, we have to rely on those who live in the present to work hard, such as sticking to our own choices. She added another sentence. Okay, I will stick to my own choice. Everyone, I want to become the devil, I want to conquer the world. Hui has entered a state of excitement, waving her cloak with her arm and publicly stated that she has to carry out a plan of conquering the world with great ambitions after becoming the devil. Hey, if that's the case, I only see the future of a ruin. Hui, you will be assassinated, and Broly will kill all the people who assassinated you. At that time, only a small number of people survived. According to Hui's statement, So Kate predicted that without knowing the additional conditions of Crystal Palace, he got a future picture of the hypothetical conditions for the survival of a few people in this world. Hui. So Kate's words made the Red Devil girl who was in an excited state and showing her ambitions silently. Ahem, everyone, let's discuss how to make this world a better place while making me the great Red Devil. Hui coughed twice and then hosted a new topic. Then why don't we discuss making this world a better place without letting Hui become the Red Devil King? Akia looked over and asked questions. And her words were nodded by darkness. Of course it's because I can't become the future of the Red Devil, not a bright future, even in this world the world will get peace, but it is by no means a beautiful world. Hui answered decisively. There are many possibilities in the future, but Hui feels that the future of being able to become the Red Devil is the best possibility. Whether or not the world is peaceful or not must be ranked behind whether she can become the Red Devil in the future. Only the world peace that she ushered in after becoming the Red Devil King is the most meaningful and beautiful. You selfish ghost. Upon hearing this, Akia accused her. She didn't even care about Acusus's teachings. Naturally, she couldn't stand Hui, who was more irresistible than herself and was considering herself. Broly, you will consider my future happiness and stand firmly on my side, right? Hui didn't answer Akia's words at all. She blinked her red eyes and leaned against the boy, leaned her head on the child's shoulder, looked like she was dependent on others, and started acting coquettish. Broly. Looking at Akia. Hui, you despicable and shameless guy, actually want Lei Brala to support you. Akia gritted her teeth. I am his wife, and my wife depends on her husband. What's the problem? Akia, you also rely on Broly, to successfully become the Lord of Heaven. Hui said with confidence when she glared at her, there was no reason why Akia could rely on Broly to be the main god, so she could not rely on Broly to become the Red Devil. These two live treasures stared at the small eyes. Please, no matter what method is used, please stop the bad war from appearing in the future. Eris sincerely asked. There is no better way now, right? Akia, you have a decent job as a goddess, so let me give you a little help from Hui, who is just a delivery man now. She really wants to be a devil king, and it probably has been too long since she has not gotten a more decent job. Darkness jumped back at this time and persuaded him from the side that Hui's delivery man's job is different from Yu's pharmacy apprenticeship. It is a profession with no room for improvement. Anyone who changes jobs can be okay. If you are judging social status by working terms, Akia has the highest social status as the goddess of heaven, while Hui is a family member who is on the verge of unemployed vagrants and is a family member who is living a family business and is waiting to die. Hey, that's right. That goddess is very merciful and won't care about you. With the steps, Akia didn't want to make things difficult for her disciples, but she said so. Hey, it's not because of this that I think of being a popular devil so much. Hui quickly retorted, but there were tears in her eyes that were broken into defense, making her words unconvincing. Okay, everyone will discuss the serious matters. How should Hui become the Red Devil King, and how should she change the future of war? Yu took out a handkerchief to wipe Hui's tears, and then said. Being a demon king is relatively simple. As long as the Red Devils are willing to support her, it's enough. The old demon king actually didn't want to attend such a meeting, but considering that if others don't become the demon king, he might be able to bear the burden, he actively gave his own advice. Is this a bit difficult? Although it is for world peace, not everyone is willing to play the supervillain and become the biggest enemy of mankind. Princess Alice thought it was a big difficulty to convince other red devils to participate, so she took the lead in asking this question. Hey, why do you look at me like this? Did I say anything wrong? Then, Princess Alice received the attention of others, including Broly, except for the two guard girls around her. His Royal Highness Alice, you are friends with Huai and Yu, but you may not be familiar with the situation of the Red Devils. Darkness took the lead in breaking the strange atmosphere of silence and explaining to Princess Alice. Yu nodded aside, agreeing very much. I tell you that if you have such an opportunity to become an enemy of the world, as long as I raise it in public, I'm afraid there will be a bunch of idle people in the village who will be willing to help me. Huai said confidently. Huai and the others really like it very much, and they infused their own special identity into their own body. Broly nodded beside him and gave some examples. For example, the owner of the demon eye, his bandaged hand sealed a terrifying thing, and there was another self in his body or something. Things that are very dangerous for ordinary people and are difficult to make a choice may be something that the Red Devils want. Your Highness Alice, you have to understand the fact that the Red Devils are not ordinary people. Their brain circuits are usually different from those of ordinary people. Hey, Darkness, you said it as if we were weird guys with problems with our heads. Huai looked over with her eyes. Ah, I didn't say that. I'm praising you Red Devils as an extraordinary race. The Night Girl quickly denied it. Anyway, it is definitely not a problem to convince my tribe members to join the Red Devils. Yes, as long as you give money, it's naturally not a problem. Kate agreed with Huai's words. Hey, do you still have to pay? Huai quickly looked over and asked. If you don't give money, do you still have to generate electricity for love? It is a common situation for our clan to like extraordinary personality, but life is still a problem of food, oil, and salt. Those are all cost money. Otherwise, Huai, why do you think I want to do it, the fortune teller's job? Kate said for granted. Spiritual pursuit is spiritual pursuit, and real life is real life. The Red Devils are relatively lightly divided into this. Even if there are Red Devils who are sinking into their own character design, they usually find a simple and normal job. For example, looking at the village gate, becoming a fishing old man, becoming a magical chef, opening a divination shop and becoming a top divination master known to the world. Although Huai is the younger generation in the village, she wants to bring the people in the village into the future Red Devils army. It is not enough to be able to have the best character design of the supervillain member of the painting bill, but she still has to have the material basic ability to provide bread and milk and pay everyone's wages. But does Huai have this material basis? She has a big deal, a delivery man, and some of the big expenses she spends on weekdays are still being paid by Broly in the magic prop store. Suddenly she wanted to change her post and become a demon king, and summoned her own army that could support her becoming a demon king. How could she have the financial resources to support her? As a result, Huai, who was a little beloved, couldn't help but look at the Saiyan boy she relied on, but Broly also frowned at this time. It is okay for him to support such an army in this world, but if he is not in this world, he would not have thought of a good way to support such an army. But then again, if he could stay in this world for a long time, he wouldn't need the Red Devils and the others. Seeing Broly's embarrassment, Huai looked at the others. The magic prop store can make profits, but it has not yet reached the level of maintaining the army. The Lich Lady said quickly. Don't look at me, I won't give you any money for buying wine. Akia made a statement directly. Ah, I'm just the eldest lady of the Dastinus family, and I'm also the heir. The family is not mine. But it's always yours in the future, right? Even if it's mine, I can't take my family property. I will fully support you as the devil. At most I can support you. How much is it? Millions of Eris. Darkness gave the offer reluctantly. Is this enough? Huai looked at Kate and asked. This is probably the money I can make when I go out. Miss Divination replied that she is still very popular. But the subtext is not enough. Let alone others, just look at Huai's parents. The consumption of magic props they used to make. In the past, when they were poor, they were hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands, not to mention now, they all started with millions or even tens of millions of Eris. Huai turned her eyes to the great goddess of luck in silence. You should know that Eris is still the goddess of wealth in this world, and the avatars of the gods are engraved on the surface of gold, silver, and copper coins. I am just praised by believers as the goddess of wealth, but my clergy is still the category of the goddess of luck. Eris explained. Then you can't mobilize believers to support me? This is for the future of this world. Huai believes that becoming the devil is not something she has, poor, alone, but it is something that others need to help. She wanted to become the Red Devil for the sake of peace in this world. Poverty made her self-hypnosis and cognitive determination. If he really has no money, Hui can only succumb to reality. Even if he is reluctant, he will give up the idea of being unrealistic and paying to be a devil. If believers could be mobilized, war would not have happened. Akia complained. Well, if you do this, it will become a battle between theocracy and theocracy in the future. Miss Sokate asked for a divination again and replied. With the blessing of the goddess of luck, she even predicted the future of the two goddesses who entered the mortal world. The war has not changed, but the object of the war has changed. From the war between the three kingdoms, it has become the war between the other two kingdoms, and the state religion is the ancient kingdom of bells of the Eris religion. The struggle between countries becomes a struggle between the divine power and the royal power. And otherwise, if you have this money, just give it to His Highness Alice directly. The fuse of the war was that the Kingdom of Alord refused to continue to provide military support for the Kingdom of Bells, and even joined forces with the Kingdom of Bradru to target the Kingdom of Bells, which led to the war. Darkness said suddenly. Hey, this seems to be okay. Sokate's eyes lit up and he found a new way to change the future. Although money is not omnipotent, enough can indeed solve some problems. For example, to ease the contradictions and be implemented in a more stable way. Ah, why do you want to leave me alone? Hearing this, Hui was immediately dissatisfied and started yelling. Hey, you old guy, don't you have a good idea? The old devil. This is the rhythm of being exposed to gold coins. Thinking of this, the old Demon King explained, in the past, our Demon King army also needed to rely on the lower level monster farming to support itself. In addition, sometimes it could break through human cities and ask for war compensation from the human kingdom, so that we could persevere. Hey, yes, there's this trick. Hui suddenly realized. She wants to be a devil, not a good man and a trusted woman. If you don't have money, won't you blackmail the human kingdom? With this idea, the girl's eyes changed, and she became like a street slip look. Hui was a little deflated and came to Princess Alice, and reached out to grab the little princess collar. She had a voice with Yakuza's tongue-spinning sound. It's a big deal, this is for your country. I'll send me money. Do you understand? Little Princess Alice. Others have a sense of déjà vu. After thinking about it carefully, I found that this is the style of the saint who was the Acusis religion just now. 6. Chapter 375, Increased Source and Reduced Spending. Irregular, even if you are His Highness Alice's friend, you cannot treat His Highness like this. Claire pulled out the long sword from her waist and scolded the girl who was shaking her princess. Ha, don't you, a bastard, understand the status quo? It's because your country needs a great red devil like me to prevent you from falling into a miserable future of war. Now you dare to talk to me with this attitude. However, Hui was not afraid at all. She ignored the threat of the sword blade, leaned over and spitted at Claire. The guard knight was sprayed backwards step by step, and the blue veins on his forehead seemed to be on the verge of an explosion, which made Broly look over with a little vigilant. Claire, put the sword down. But your highness. I'm fine, Hui won't hurt me. Hearing his own princess words, Claire had to take back his sword, and Broly also withdrew his vigilant gaze at her. Hui, I also want to help in this regard, but I am just a princess, and the national finances are not something I can interfere with. Princess Alice explained first, then said, but I can take out my private property. How many? Hui asked directly. 2 manors and 1 land. Princess Alice replied. How much is that? Hui was puzzled. It can be worth more than 30 million eris. The female magician who is also a guard, Lei Yin answered this question. Hey, that's the only one. Hui frowned. What's this? This is already a lot. Claire was very dissatisfied. Alas is the kingdom princess. Hui didn't believe that the princess of the kingdom was just so much. What's wrong with being a princess? My princess doesn't have any surplus food. Don't you know that the kingdom's military funds have been greatly reduced? Now that my princess has cancelled daily training, even her favorite weapon dragon sword has lowered its maintenance level. The best anti-rust oil has been replaced with inferior anti-rust oil, and the monthly nursing projects of magic craftsmen have also been cancelled. In order to help your father and brothers reduce the country's arms expenditure. But even so, didn't Alice eat some high-level, expensive monster meat? Hui asked again. It's expensive, that's for the market price, but the market simply cannot consume too much high-level monster meat. The high-level monster meat that cannot be sold after being hunted is just some decayed meat. Why? You don't think that the monster meat that the princess eats in my house was bought at the market, right? No, that is the monster hunted during the daily training of the kingdom army, and the cost is only the manpower of the kingdom army. The only small part of the monster meat that can be exchanged for heiress is not enough to fill the training expenses of the kingdom army. Claire said sarcastically. In addition, the 2 estates of His Royal Highness of my princess are also the inheritance left to her by her mother. The land was the dowry of His Royal Highness who ventured to attack the dragon who broke into the capital in the early years. It was the dowry of His Royal Highness of my Royal Highness of my Royal Highness in his future. And because of you, my Highness has already taken out everything he can take out, but you still dislike too little. What else do you want? Let my princess sell all her weapons, armor, and equipment, or should she sell all her to make you the money to be a devil? Lei Yun said, then glared at Huai. Ah, I don't mean that. Huai was a little helpless. Well, joking, no matter what, Huai won't let her friends donate the inheritance left by her mother and the dowry she earned. Darkness stepped forward at this time, took Huai's hand off Princess Alice's collar, and said to Claire and Lei Yin. The ancient royal family of Bells is a model for the emperor to defend the national gates. The royal capital is very close to the front line fortress. When the royal family of this country was facing the Demon King's army, they tried their best to spend every amount of money on the blade. Even though the Demon King army has been disbanded for more than 2 years, this practice has become a habit of the ancient Bells royal family. Therefore, even if Alice is the little princess of the kingdom, she has no more money. No, Darkness, I won't mind. This is for the future of the countless people in our country. Princess Alice stepped forward and continued, I think even my deceased mother would not blame me for giving me what she left to me. For Huai, all this is for peace. Hey, what made me wear sunglasses? After Princess Alice said that, Akia took out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and put them on the bridge of her nose. It's the brilliance of responsibility and awareness. Eris answered her question. Should you say that you are really worthy of being a member of the Belziga royal family? The old devil sighed a little that as a former opponent and enemy, he still respected the royal family of the ancient kingdom of Bells. Because the leader of this country is not the type of people who talk behind their backs and let their subordinates go to the front and enjoy themselves behind them. Instead, they will wear heavy armor and carry big swords to the battlefield together, lead their soldiers and fight with the Demon King army with real swords and guns. Count up and there were many members of the Belziga royal family who were invaded by the Demon King army, died in battle and were wrapped in corpses. During the time when the old Devil King was in charge of the Devil King's army, the premiered king of the ancient kingdom of Bells died on the battlefield. The old devil's impression of the ancient Bells royal family is stuck in the aspect of hard bones. Perhaps it is because the bones are too hard that the future of war emerges. Otherwise, if the ancient Bells royal family could make up their minds and do military disarmament, such as the rabbits and dogs, and the birds were slingshots, it would be difficult for war to happen in the future. The old devil was right. The reasons for the war in the future, and the political persecution of the other 2 kingdoms actually accounted for half of the responsibility, while the other half was the royal family of the ancient kingdom of Bells. His Majesty the King and his subsequent heirs were too hard. If they want to make a decision to make aggrieved and die together, it would be better to just turn over the table and lead their own army to war with the other 2 kingdoms. And things like war are out of control as they fight. Once upon a time, the old Demon King didn't want to invade the human world, but the problem was that the monster troops below didn't think so, and the brave men who kept coming to this world didn't think so. He was also supported by his subordinates and coerced by external forces, playing the strongest Demon King who was wise under the general trend. The future devil Huai, like Yakuza, was exclaimed as a gangster by Princess Alice's glorious speech. She blushed and apologized to Princess Alice, but Princess Alice refused to give up and wanted to donate the startup funds of the new Demon King army to her. Fortunately, Yu persuaded him that the establishment of the new Demon King army requires a stable source of wealth, which cannot be supported by 1 or 2 donations. If you want to build a new Demon King army, you have to make money. If you want to make money, you can only consider it from 2 aspects. First, open source and find stable sources of wealth. The second is to reduce the money consumption required to maintain the existence of the new Demon King army. Everyone sat down to discuss it again, and 2 more useful methods were quickly found about the open source issue. We can learn the old Demon King's methods, recruit a group of intelligent monsters to open up land and farm, engage in breeding, and engage in production work. Darkness said. But I'm not familiar with monsters. When I met monsters in the past, my only diplomatic method was to use explosion magic to blow them up. Huai was a little embarrassed. You are not familiar with me, but someone is familiar with me, for example, the old devil. So Kate pointed to the white-bearded old man next to him and said. The old devil. He really doesn't want to be rehired by the new Demon King army. For example, Miss Akia's sect, His Excellency the Archbishop of the Acusis, the other party has the skills of mating, coughing, and dating with monsters that are sophisticated that they point directly to their nature. After coughing twice, the fortune teller quickly corrected his statement. Hey, you're talking about mating, I heard it all, that's not a serious guy, right? Huai asked with a dark face. It's not serious, but in my prophecy, the Acusis religion became the world's #1 religion in troubled times only under the development of the other party. Well, the monster diplomat of the new Demon King army has already been chosen. As for whether the other party is willing, it is no problem to have Akia, the believer goddess of water. With the level of the crazy believer of the Acusis religion, it is probably only necessary to solve it with one oracle. In addition to recruiting monsters to make them engaged in production, I think Huai, you are also a good idea to ask the people in the kingdom for money. Darkness said again. Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't force you to donate? Huai was a little surprised. I'm not asking you to ask Alice for money, but I'm asking you to ask the 3 kingdoms for money. Darkness quickly explained. Ah, how could you get this? Yuya widened her eyes. No, I'll get it. Huai's eyes lit up. As long as the threat of the new Demon King army is terrifying enough, you must get it. At this moment, Huai had a lot of ideas. Let's talk about the cost of savings, but you have to go to your village to talk to those who are willing to help you form the Red Devil army. As long as they are willing to get less money, cost savings will naturally not be a problem. After the meeting, Broly and others approached the village chief of the Red Devils, Yuyu's father. What? The future of this world is going to be war-torn. Huai, in order to stop the war, do you want to become a Demon King and establish a new Demon King army? It's the Red Devil army. I need the help of the villagers. Of course, it's paid help. However, I hope everyone can get the salary. Less, it would be better if you don't. Listening to Huai's words, Yo-Yo's father rubbed his chin. I really can't make the decision on this, but I can help you gather the people in the village and talk to everyone yourself. Evening. Hey, when will we send us back? The Demon King's daughter complained that their boat was stranded in someone else's yard for most of the day. Go back, what are you going back? You have been incorporated. Okay, stop talking nonsense, move the fish from your boat down quickly. We are going to have a grilled fish banquet in this yard tonight. Akia likes banquets so much. She just held a banquet last night and will hold it again tonight. The old devil and his daughter. I wanted to refute but saw the Saiyan boy working and moving fish, so I could only accept the situation where the two of them were temporarily trapped. Everyone. In Huai's yard, a group of red devils came to the evening. Huai was not afraid to get on the boat to speak, and the content was nothing more than that she wanted to become the Red Devil King for the sake of justice. Therefore, she hopes to get the support of her fellow villagers, and hopes that all fellow villagers can come to her and be the cattle and horse of the Red Devil's army in the future, preferably the one who brings their own dry food for free. As Miss Sokate expected, except for the young Red Devils who do not need to bear the burden of real life, the other adults showed a look of embarrassment on their faces. Huai, although we really want to support your devil's career, we also need to live. I hope you can understand us. Yes, it's okay to help a punch occasionally, but it's a big problem to help a punch. Everyone, you guys, you don't pay any salary now, but only a small amount of salary. That's because the Red Devil's army has not started yet, but when our Red Devil's army starts and has enough money-making ability, we will definitely pay everyone a salary. Huai's cake was painted large and round, but unfortunately, the Red Devils didn't like to eat cakes very much. Huai, I don't think you can control the identity of the Red Devil King. Why don't you let Uncle, I help you grasp it? Uncle, I have a lot of family resources and are the largest landlord of the Red Devil clan. I can still send you money at that time. Oh, it's not right to not like to eat cakes, but to eat bigger cakes. Compared to being the unformed future Red Devil army soldiers, some Red Devils who have a lot of family resources want to be the ultimate villain and the enemy of human beings. They all persuaded Huai to abdicate and give way to the wise, so that they could bear the heavy identity of the Red Demon King and contribute to the future peace of the world. Ah, you bastards, don't even want to take away the identity of the Red Devil from me. Of course, Huai didn't want to let go of this. Then there is nothing we can do. We can only do it on business. You have to give you enough salary so that we can help you. The adults of the Red Devil clan shrugged and said they were powerless. Of course, these adults didn't really want to make things difficult for Huai, but the position of Red Demon King is actually dangerous. Instead of letting the younger generation of Huai take risks, it's better to leave it to them. After all, most of the adults of the Red Demon clan can move magic instantly and run away directly when they encounter assassination, unlike Huai. Huai was very upset about this situation. It was a waste of money. It would be better if these bastards didn't take the opportunity to raise their employment prices. Huai, you want to save money, right? Then I have an idea. Just when Huai was worried, she came to the door with a chance. Hey, I can do it enough, what's your idea? Anyway, you just want to scare the Three Kingdoms to ensure future peace, and you are not really planning to go to war with the Three Kingdoms. Instead of forming a real and combat-capable Demon King army, it is better to form a false and more intimidating Demon King army. You can hire villagers to have a super large script kill with the world as the stage. There is enough to say so. Chapter 376 There are limits to being a princess, so, father, brother, I won't be a princess. After a reminder of some knowledge, Broly and others suddenly realized that they had made a mistake. In order to protect the future peace of the world, they needed to form a new Demon King army, but they did not really need to form an army that could fight against the coalition forces of the Three Kingdoms, but only needed to form an army that seemed to be very capable. Hey, yes, after all, we want to stop the war, not to be the ones who start the war. Darkness suddenly realized, and the others also reacted. To do this, you only need to create a force that is just a good example, and you don't really need to hire people to form a real army for a long time. You just need to hire some temporary actors and perform a large-scale script-killing drama. This is much cheaper than forming an army, and it is just right for you who have no money. He said again if he had enough. Ah, you're such a genius. Yu praised it. There's nothing, it's just that I've written too many stories, so it's easier to grasp the key points. If you hadn't explained the specific situation to me, I might have thought you wanted to create the Demon King Army version 2.0. I'm sure enough very modest. Ah, I don't want to do something like this. However, when everyone was happy to find a super reduction method, Huai shouted and clearly expressed her disagreement. Because she doesn't want her future Red Devil's Legion to be just a fancy air, all of which are hired temporary workers to kill actors. Ha, if you don't want to cheat, then you're going to take out the money. If you don't have money and want to play the real thing, how can you encounter such a good thing? Akia started to argue with great rudeness. But this kind of flowery airs will be broken by one another. We must continue to threaten the Three Kingdoms. If others send someone to test it, we will know that the Demon King army under the future Demon King is a super trash. Who will be afraid of me? How can the Three Kingdoms unite because of this? Huai quickly retorted. Well, Huai's words make sense. Darkness rubbed her chin and said a fair word. This problem is actually easy to solve. Everyone subconsciously looked at the girl with the eye mask next to them, and they could stand up their well-developed chests when they were enough. The red eyes without the cross mask were shining with a ray of wisdom, and they gave the answer directly. We just need to create one that makes others dare not send people to test the big scene of the new Demon King army, that's fine. What about? For example, when Huai appears, she can show her powerful power in front of the Three Kingdoms and use magical people to create a terrifying trepid barrier. Isn't some adventure novels like this? When a supervillain comes out, all kinds of magical phenomena appear in the world, making people feel that he is a powerful guy just by looking at the description of the appearance. I have to say that this plot is old-fashioned but classically effective. Even some monsters who are good at illusionism in the wild rely on tricks similar to bluffing to scare others. Ha ha ha, I knew that my burst magic would shine one day, and this day, it finally arrived. Huai suddenly burst into laughter, feeling that there is enough content to describe it, but who else can be the one she can do? My Huai, how far has your burst magic reached now? If you have enough, you will be curious. How much can it blow a hill away? Huai answered with great confidence. Hey, is that amazing? It would be a little surprised if you have enough. Of course, you don't look at who I am. He nipped his poached egg's chest and completely forgot that most of his level was led away by his companions around him. However, if it's only this level, I'm afraid it won't scare anyone. If you have enough, you will say it again. Ha, I'm so good at this guy, can you be joking with me? Huai looked over with an unhappy look. Well, it's really impossible to scare people. My sword energy is released with the greatest power. If it is not hindered by other things, it can easily cut off a mountain. If you want to destroy a hill, there is no difficulty except for spending more energy to exert powerful sword energy. Demon King Ji held her arms in front of her chest. With her strength, she would not have been defeated as easily as cannon fodder if she hadn't met Broly back then. It's really no difficulty. Princess Alice nodded and agreed. Her strength was similar to that of the Demon King's daughter, and even stronger. She is good at large-scale battlefield combat skills and attack combat skills against large monsters. Destroying a hill may be easier than the Demon King's daughter. Hey, you two guys, can't you brag? Hui stared at her. I'm not bragging. You underestimate the strength of the world's top professionals. If you don't say much about it, just your explosive magic that has the power of bombing mountains. In the past, any cadre in our Demon King army could withstand your injuries. Hui looked at the Lich Miss. Wiz just smiled and did not refute it. Obviously, she agreed that what the Demon King's daughter said was true. You need bigger scenes. I can say enough. But I can't even do my burst magic. What exactly can I do? Hui stopped halfway through her speech, and she had already realized that she had made a fool of herself. At this time, except for having enough experience, everyone present looked at Broly. I have already figured out an idea for you. As long as you combine the power of all the great magicians of our red demons and carefully arrange the stage, you will definitely be able to create a super large appearance. The location is set on the former territory of the Demon King Army Wild Plain. Hey, why are you all looking at Broly? I was able to speak my mind, but suddenly I found that no one agreed with me. After I found that everyone was looking at Broly, I couldn't help but ask. If you don't need anyone else, just make a big scene, Broly can do it alone. Yu said. If you are surprised enough, you will look at the Saiyan boy. Yes, I should be able to do it. Broly nodded at her. How much can it be done? If you have enough, you will be curious. Broly thought about it, squatted down, and patted the ground. What's the meaning? If you have enough, you won't understand. I can blow up the earth under my feet. Not only was this enough to be stunned, but even the others were stunned. Everyone knows the boy is amazing, but he is not sure what the specific upper limit is for this amazing. However, it is clear now that it is the literal degree of destruction of the world. Ah, you don't have to do this. Even if I had enough, I raised my hand to wipe my cold sweat. What level should we do? The boy asked. It is still uncertain how much it takes to achieve. It depends on how many people and who will star in this drama. The world crisis reappears, the new Demon King army appears. Bang! In the palace of the Bell's ancient king, the first prince, Jedith, suddenly smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. Bully, too much, too much. The diplomatic officials who came here today made this request to make the prince who is good at fighting furious. Jeds, calm down. King Bell's ancient comforted his son's emotions. How can I calm down? Father, those guys in the kingdom of Bradru are really shameless and actually threaten us with national diplomacy. If we do not marry Alice to their prince, they will support the kingdom of a lord internationally and directly cut off their military funding for us. But Alice, that's my sister, your favorite daughter. If they were asking for it normally, I could still accept it, but they were using threats. What did those guys treat my cute sister as? A fertility tool that improves their royal blood. The old king answered this question. Father, do you know? Jades looked over. What's wrong with this? The guys in the kingdom of Bradru are always imitating us, from absorbing the blood of the brave to forming a legion of Warcraft cavalry. Learn from us, but I dare not go to the front line like us. Their royal family will only cheer behind our butts like cowards, and just send some dragon knights to support us. Jades mocked him a little, thinking that the soldiers of the Bradru kingdom were all nobler than their noble royal family. In fact, it's helpless to go to the battlefield by ourselves. Who made us the country with the most borders with the Demon King army? Yes, but now the Demon King army is gone. The group of guys who hid so much at the beginning are now stabbing us. Even if we are willing to take a step back and share with them the former territory of the Demon King army, those greedy guys still feel dissatisfied and think that our ancient kingdom of Bells will be a new threat. Jedith clenched his fists. This kind of diplomacy with thorns made him unable to use it. Even if he could fight against the cadres of the Demon King army on the battlefield, he could not play a corresponding role in the face of the difficulties made by his former allies. Today he wanted to smash the heads of the diplomatic officials in the kingdom of Bradru, but he knew that if he did this, it would only make his father embarrassed. This is human nature, nothing can be done about it. The old king sighed. But we never had the idea of threatening them. Jades argued. But we do have the force to threaten them. If you have the ability to do it, even if you don't have the idea of doing it, it will make people feel afraid. When you are provoked by someone with a heart, even the best ally will begin to alienate your distance from them. This is the case with the kingdom of Alord, and the kingdom of Bradru is the kingdom of Predru. When the Demon King army is here, the Demon King army will not come forward, but it will jump out and shout to get benefits. And, I also want to challenge the position of the number 1 power. Father, what do you think? Jades asked. It's better to follow their wishes. The old king said. What, you want to marry Alice? After Jades finished speaking, the old king who stood up set a fist to the point of his head. I mean, don't they think we are threatening? That's better, we are really threatening. Well. The first prince rubbed his forehead that was hit, feeling somewhat speechless. It's father, you didn't say it clearly, so I misunderstood. Jades complained, but immediately stopped after the old king looked at him. Prepare the army privately, and the autumn harvest will be the day we send troops in half a year. It should have been done this long ago. But before that, we must first think of snakes with them. You will reply to the kingdom of Bradru tomorrow and let us consider Alice's marriage. Let's go to the kingdom of Alord to reveal the meaning of the kingdom of Bradru, so that they can know the situation of the kingdom of Bradru being willing to join forces with us. No problem. By the way, Alice, don't let that child misunderstand, thinking that we really want to sell her for the sake of the country. I heard from the maid who served that Alice went to Axel and went to find a friend to relax. Do you want to call your sister back? Jedith asked. No, now that the Demon King army is not here, she doesn't need to take on the heavy responsibility of protecting the country, so she can live a more comfortable life. The old king waved. The next day, Princess Alice came back. Give him and his son Zi brought a frightening news. Father, brother, I have been a princess for a long time. I realize that as a princess, there are limits to what I can do. Ah, Alice, what do you want to say? I want to help you. I know the situation in which this world will go in the future, but I don't want to see the world that already has peace and enter the hot and fierce war era again. Alice, you are a smart kid, but you don't need to worry about anything. Just leave these things to me and your brother. No, father, brother, if you don't handle it well, I must help you. Then what do you want to help? I won't be a princess anymore. I'm going to go to the new Demon King's army to be a supervillain coder. Ah! The old king and the first prince Jedith were stunned when they heard this. Seeing this, Princess Alice, who was originally serious, showed a successful prank. Just kidding, it's my friend and I going to play the role of a great threat to humanity together and rebuild a new Demon King army that looks very stunning. The little princess explained her experience of going to the Red Devils yesterday, and she revealed Miss Sokate's prophecy and the ideas of her friends around her. In this way, the other 2 kingdoms will rely on their father and brother again because of the emergence of the new Demon King army, and on our ancient Belle's kingdom. After listening to the super large script killing project, the old king and his son only felt that this project had a good prospect. If you act well, you may really avoid war and make the other 2 kingdoms change their faces again. Although we don't have much money, and with the advice of Miss Yuhui, we decided to hire people to lay out a large number of magic circles on the wilderness plains. When the new Demon King, that is, my friend Huai, made a grand show, so that outsiders could not see the reality of the new Demon King army and dared not easily spy on the situation of the new Demon King army. After saying that, little Princess Alice looked carefully at the old king and the first prince. How about it, father, brother, do you think we can do this? Yes, but not quite. What are you doing, fake Demon King army? If you want to do it, just do it real. That's right, if the money is not enough, my father and I will send you. If manpower is needed, our country's army can cut off some people and let them join you. After saying that, the old king and his son looked at each other and saw from each other's eyes that the meaning of raising the enemy was respectful. Those who should have thought of this trick long ago were that my sister, daughter, was smart, the old father was too rigid, the son was too simple, and fortunately there was the cute Alice. Hey, I don't know which kid who can get such an excellent sister, daughter, in the future must carefully check his brother-in-law, son-in-law. Alice, have you agreed with your father and brother? At this moment, Broly came over and asked. We have agreed that my father and brother are more supportive of our plan and are willing to provide us with financial and manpower support. Princess Alice smiled sweetly at the boy. Then let's go back to the Red Devil's land. Huai is also preparing to rehearse her appearance moves and lines. Broly said, then approached and picked up Princess Alice. Thank you for your support. If you need money and manpower, we will ask for it again. Then I will take Alice back first. Holding the little princess in her arms, Broly bowed to the 2 people with wide eyes, ran to the window for 2 or 3 steps, and jumped up directly, flew out of the window. The old king and the first prince fell into silence as they watched the figure flying away quickly in the sky. Father, has my sister been kidnapped? Jade's was a little uncertain. Broly looked younger after all. What a kidnapping! This is called having a heart. Didn't you see her without any resistance? She naturally hugged the boy's neck. The old king knocked on his son's forehead again. He has recognized the identity of the Saiyan boy. Although today is their first meeting, he still knows the little brave man who solved the Demon King army more than 2 years ago. Although the beloved young daughter at home was abducted, this can be regarded as respecting the tradition of the ancient Bell's royal family in history. The princess married the brave. Brother Broly, can you slow down? On the other side, Princess Alice, who was being taken to the sky, asked. What's wrong? Is the wind blowing through my protective cover? Broly was a little confused and looked at Alice in his arms. It's not that the wind blows in, but that I have never flew in the sky like this. I want to fly for a while, can't it be possible? Princess Alice asked carefully. This is okay. Broly thought about it and slowed down his speed and put the air shield back. But we have to rush back before noon, I don't want to miss the lunch that Yo-Yo cooks. He said again. Okay. Princess Alice nodded obediently, looking down at the slowly flowing land below in the wind, thinking about whether to catch a dragon as a mount, or be a bone dragon knight as a prophecy. Chapter 377 Promotional Leaflets Judge Team The Evil God Teacher of the Red Devil. Yo-Yo, have you sent all the things? The girl walked into the study and asked directly if she knew enough. The water and paper were delivered, right on the carriage outside, but do we really need so much ink and paper? Yo-Yo was a little puzzled. Of course there will be more. This is a promotional leaflet that needs to be distributed in major cities of the 3 kingdoms. If the number is not large enough, it may be confiscated by local guards, and the publicity efforts may drop significantly. Well, I have written it. I could raise my head from the desk. She held 2 magic scrolls in her hand, and in addition to the magic circle pattern, there were strange text titles written on it. The title of the first scroll is Shock is Coming, the Demon King army is resurrected again. Who is the leading Red Demon King? The second one is Red Devil's Banquet Invitation Ticket. All creatures holding the bill, whether humans or wise monsters, can go to the frontline fortress of the ancient kingdom of Bells to watch the birth banquet of the Great Red Devil. Anyone who stops it is the enemy of the Red Devil's army. I would take 2 scrolls out the door. After checking that the paper and ink on the carriage were enough, the magic power poured into the 2 scrolls that had just been made. Copying, mass. Under the influence of magic, the ink floated up and drilled into the stacked paper, and the same text title appeared on the white paper as on the scroll. Just then, Broly and Aris fell from the sky. When he had time, he turned his head to look at them and asked, how about it, have all the hardcover invitations to watch the ceremony been sent out? I sent it all out, from the kings of the 3 kingdoms to the nobles of the kingdom who were somewhat famous. I took Aris into their homes and sent a gift invitation to the Red Devil's appearance beside everyone's bedside. Broly nodded and Aris, who was standing beside him, complained about his way of infiltration, who would have crashed directly from the roof. This is to send invitations more efficiently, and didn't I listen to you later, using a normal, silent infiltration method. But when you meet a guy who doesn't sleep at night, you just hit the person out. Those people are procrastinating and not sleeping at night, so I can only help them fall asleep. In this way, we can send them invitations quietly. Well, what's this called? Mysterious and unknown can bring people greater fear. Yes, it's this, it makes people wonder how we sent them invitations to deepen the unfathomable impression of the new Demon King army. From directly hitting the roof to sneaking in silently, from meeting a sleeping person, secretly placing invitation letters by the head of the bed, to meeting a guy who doesn't sleep, and directly knocking him out, Broly felt that his silent infiltration skills had made great progress. It's too rough, there's no skill at all. Aris complained that she had expected this kind of behavior similar to the crime trailer sent by a monster theft, but after actually experiencing this kind of behavior with Broly, she felt that even if she broke in from the front, the boy could lead her to achieve her goal without any brainstorming. Okay, Miss Money, let's talk about skills later. We still have a lot to do. If you have enough, you won't know the identity of Aris as the goddess, but the other party is Aris, so she gave the goddess of luck the nickname Miss Money. Are you going to ask me to continue posting something next to me? Broly looked at the flyers on the carriages and asked directly. Right. If you have enough, you will nod. Who should I send it to? Of course, the residents of the cities of major kingdoms don't have to send one by one, just spread from the sky and scatter it. I will bring a map if I have enough. I have marked all the cities that should be distributed. As for how many leaflets should be distributed, it depends on the population. If there are more people, scatter more. If there are less people, you can throw less. Okay, leave it all to me. Broly nodded and put all the fresh flyers that had just been copied from the carriage into the Crystal Palace space. Do you need me to go with me? Eris raised his hand from the side and asked. Go together, Broly, you must make Miss Eris happy. Broly wanted to refuse, but Yu pushed Eris to his side. Yu, can I ask you a question? After Broly left with Eris, he asked. What? Broly is your husband, right? Yes, what's wrong? Then why do I think you are making up Miss Jinqian with him? It's not a matchmaking, but Miss Eris is also the recognized wife, but she will be Broly's wife in the future. Hey, what about me? We have discussed this matter. If half of the members of the Crystal Palace agree, outsiders can get an external wife. In the future, when Broly can pull his unrecognized wife into the Crystal Palace, you can also pull you in. If you say so, did you agree? Yes, we all voted ticket. Yu, Huai, Darkness, Akia and Eris all agreed that they would join in if they had a good mind. According to Huai, members of the Crystal Palace in the same world need to help each other and betrayal is absolutely not allowed. Well, it is to establish a more reliable association relationship. For this reason, even Alice and the old devil's daughter were promised to qualify for a wife outside. Akia is very dissatisfied with this. What kind of husband and disciple marriage technique is this? The old devil's daughter was also very dissatisfied. Why did she have to have such a strange relationship with a guy who once killed his father, although he was later resurrected? However, Princess Alice did not object to this, and even blushed, saying that she had no problem at all. Claire, who was controlled by her own princess, almost used her long sword to cut the stone and smash the sword body. Just as Broly and Eris were spreading leaflets everywhere, Aqua also brought the archbishop of his own tutor who received his oracle. Grouped with Darkness, Princess Alice and others to go to the wilderness to find some of the wild lovers of the archbishop of his tutor. Ah, it's Sister Santa, you are still so plump and beautiful. Please allow me, Jesta, to sing a song for you. A group of ferocious human-faced spherical scorpion-tailed beasts surrounded Akia and others. They were originally planning to hunt the group of humans who broke into their own territory, but after the archbishop of the Acusis cult made a sigh-like speech, the bodies of the two leading human-faced spherical scorpion-tailed beasts trembled. Don't run away, Sister Santa, let me give you the embrace of love for a long time to meet again. It is hard to imagine a middle-aged male human with a naked upper body, who can chase the human face, Sphinx, scorpion-tailed beast of the leader of two high-level monster tribes with bare hands and empty hand. Not only did he chase him, but he also caught up with him. Archbishop Jesta directly let the scorpion-tailed beast over, panting and pounced on him like a pervert, taking a deep breath on the scorpion-tailed beast. Ah, this fishy smell, you are Santara, right? Except for Akia, the people watching were all jumping. Akia, your Acusis sect is really full of talents. There are even beast masters who control monsters. Of course. Akia stood up straight, as if she was proud of the composition of her tutor. Is this man a little perverted? Why did he take off his outer pants? Princess Alice covered her eyes, and the gap between her fingers was exposed very much. Ah, it's not good, I can't help myself. I forgot that there are still a few little lady here. Archbishop Jesta, wearing flowery pants, quickly put on his off-putting pants again. I am not a pervert, my lovely little princess, this is exactly the demonstration of the Acusis religion's inclusiveness of various XPS. The Acusis Church is willing to admit that all loves besides demons, regardless of gender, race, or age difference, as long as they truly love each other, they can receive blessings from the goddess. After explaining a little, the archbishop looked at the two human-faced sphinx-tailed beasts that were already limping while stroking his hands. Santana, I'm sorry, this time I have an oracle mission, and I can't have an in-depth exchange with you. The great goddess of water issued an oracle, allowing us Acusis to assist the Red Devil to hold a grand birth banquet. This time I came here to get help from your human face, sprites, scorpion-tailed beast clan. Please go over and support the scene and follow the Red Devil's order in the future. I wonder if it is okay? Roar. Hearing this, the two scorpion-tailed beasts roared. Darkness and the others couldn't understand what that meant, but Archbishop Jesta nodded. Don't you be proud of yourself and you are willing to succumb to the weak? I understand, by the way, that's your children, they look really cute. Jesta looked at the smaller scorpion-tailed beasts and couldn't help but lick his lips. The smaller scorpion-tailed beasts were seen backwards by the aggressive gaze of the Archbishop Acusis. Woo! What, you are willing to agree to my request and will obey the Red Devil's order in the future? Ah, this is so great! I know you love me. Archbishop Jesta withdrew his gaze, looked at the two scorpion-tailed beasts under him with tenderness, and then opened his arms and hugged them. Hey, hey, why do I feel that these two scorpion-tailed beasts are saying, please don't attack our children, are we willing to listen to you? Even if he couldn't understand the beasts' words, Darkness could understand the unwillingness and surrender in the roar of the two scorpion-tailed beasts. The process is not important, what is important is the result. We have achieved our goal and conquered this high-level wilderness warcraft clan. Akia didn't care about the methods of her archbishop. Goodbye, Sister Santa, if you have any questions in the future, I will come to talk to you again. Archbishop Jesta smiled very happily and said goodbye to the scorpion-tailed beast. Wait, I remember right, the tail of the female scorpion-tailed beast is shrinking, why does one of them just rise up? Just after a group of people walked away, Darkness suddenly thought of something, but said. Ah, I forgot to tell you, it was actually a couple of scorpion-tailed beasts. When I met them, they enthusiastically invited me to the nest. They probably wanted to treat me as food, but under my superb communication skills, they were impressed by my personal charm. Archbishop Jesta said cheerfully. Fuck, I was even more born. In this way, under the leadership of the Archbishop of the Beast, Akia and others rarely encountered battles. Most wise higher monsters only need Jesta to appear and make a sound. He will choose to surrender to the power of Yin and promise to become the facade of the new Demon King army, Loose Dog. On the other side, the old devil and his daughter also came to a small town. The two were looking for past Demon King army codders and were preparing to help the new Demon King army recruit these guys. But speaking of this, there are only 4 codders who are still alive and connected, namely the headless knight Bertia, the synthetic beast Sylvia, the evil god of laziness and tyranny Wolbuck, and the last believer of the revenge and puppet goddess Regina and the dark priest Celestina. However, the first 2 have clearly expressed their rejection, just because they have fought with the Red Devils and have many personal grudges, which belong to the bullied party, and they do not want to become subordinates of the Red Devil's Demon King. Of course, he also made a promise that he would not randomly make his own territory or go outside to cause trouble. Even the synthetic beast Sylvia was willing to provide them with some coarse grain seeds that could grow up quickly in difficult environments and improve it with synthetic technology. Humans may not be able to eat this coarse grain, but for monsters, it is still a good food for food, and can raise a group of ghosts or wild orcs. However, if you want such improved seeds in the future, please tell them that this is needed to trade the materials I need. Synthetic beast Sylvia put forward the conditions, but it seemed to have become a wild businessman who specializes in selling magical plant seeds. As for the Red Devils, that child doesn't know what's going on now. After hearing the Red Devils, Wolbuck, who was found, remembered the little girl who had lifted her seal. That was a child who was like his disciple. He was looking forward to her bursting magic, but he didn't know if he wanted to learn this kind of useless magic when he grew up. By the way, what's the name of the new devil? She asked. It's Huai, a very strange name, right? Yasaka Haim said. Wolbuck. Huai, the girl who lifted her seal, seemed to be calling Huai. No, maybe they just have a duplicate name. That new Demon King is from the Red Devil, but he doesn't know what magic he is good at using. Wolbuck shook his head, but he started to explore it. I heard that she only knows how to burst magic, which is strange, right? She is obviously a bastard from the Red Devils, but she only knows how to use burst magic. And such a guy wants to be a popular devil. I am really afraid that when the Red Devil army is discovered to be a slut, that guy will be assassinated by a powerful assassin in the future. Wolbuck. By the way, are you willing to accept the solicitation? I do. It's okay if you don't want to, as long as, hey, what did you say? I said I was willing to join the new Demon King's army. The old devil and his daughter were both stunned. They originally thought that Wolbuck, the evil god Cotter, was the most hopeless. What may happen to a disciple, so how can a teacher not go back to take care of him? At this moment, no one could know Wolbuck's mood. Chapter 378, Double Killing in the Contract, Akia MVP. The Cotter of the Demon King army who was finally found was Celestina, the Dark Priest. Since the disbandment of the Demon King army, this man has arrived at the border town of the ancient Bells Kingdom, where he rebuilt the puppets and the Goddess of Vengeance. Unfortunately, the doctrines of the puppets and the Goddess of Vengeance are not very acceptable to ordinary humans, resulting in the development of only double-digit believers now. When she was found by the old devil and was invited by the new devil army, she proposed the conditions to help develop the Goddess of Revenge. But the old devil was a little embarrassed about the conditions proposed by this devout believer. He was not the real person in charge, so he could not agree easily. There are also 2 sects behind the new Demon King army. If you want to develop the goddess of vengeance, I can't directly reply to this. Celestina, why don't you go back to the Red Demon land with us and let you talk to the Red Demon King yourself? Upon hearing this, Celestina hesitated, but she wanted to revive the determination of the goddess of vengeance, so she decided to go to the Red Devil's land together. When they came to the Red Devil town, the old Demon King and other people happened to meet Akia and others who came back from conquering the monsters in the wild. Wolbuck did not expect that behind the scenes of supporting his disciples to become the Red Devil King, there was actually the shadow of the Acusis sect. She immediately questioned whether Akia, the goddess of the Acusis sect, had ill intentions towards her disciples. After pouring dirty water on her, the Acusis sect became an evil god. Now it is coming to poison her disciples and recommend Huai to become the Red Demon King who is targeting the public. What? You, the native god, are obviously not doing things in a bad manner and are in a relationship with the former Demon King army. My believers just told the truth. How could they be splashed with dirty water? Faced with Wolbuck's questioning, Akuya started shouting directly, and this sentence really made Wolbuck unable to refute it, because her former believers did not distinguish between humans and monsters, and they had believers on both sides of the human and the Demon King army. As for Huai becoming the Red Demon King, it was something she strongly asked to be. What does it have to do with me? But then again, I really didn't expect that Huai would have you, the indigenous master. Akia expressed a little surprise at this. I confiscated her as a disciple, but I just inherited the love of that child and taught her the bursting magic. Wolbuck turned his face away. Anyway, you guy is here to join the new Demon King army, then the past matters will be written off. Akia patted Wolbuck's back vigorously to hide the guilt of his sect's slightest guilt when he beat the other party from a righteous god to an evil god. As for the puppets and goddess of vengeance represented by Celestina, this is a real evil god. He is not the evil god slandered by the Acusis religion, but the existence of being regarded as a villain by the human ruler of this world. After all, the manipulation of the powerful as puppets and advocating great revengeism is not favored by the powerful in this medieval world full of exploitation and oppression. In a longer period, some assassins would prefer to believe in this goddess until the other party is sealed and the sect falls. Celestina has extremely strong intelligence collection capabilities. She used to do the intelligence work of the Demon King army. With her intelligence, we have achieved a comprehensive suppression of the coalition forces of various human countries. This dark priest is not a combatant, but he is a very good intelligence officer. With the praise of the old Demon King, the former boss, he was good at being the director of the super-large script, and decided to agree to the conditions proposed by this person in exchange for the other party's intelligence ability in the future. After that being said, Celeste, does the goddess of vengeance you believe in really exist now? Wiz was a little curious. There were 3 goddesses in the world, but only the puppets and the goddess of vengeance were only heard of their names and did not see their gods. Existence, there must be. As long as the sect develops, I will definitely feel the existence of that adult again. Celestina firmly believes in this. Your belief is pious. What did that guy Regina do to make you believe in her so much? Akia was a little curious, but Celestina had no idea to answer her questions. Yeah, Huai, long time no see. On the other side, Wolbuck and Huai met, and she felt a little embarrassed to say hello to the Red Devil girl. You are. Huai stared at Wolbuck with wide eyes. I met me when I was a child and said I wanted to realize my wish, but even the world was conquered and the desire to increase my breast fat content could not be realized. It was useless for big sister giant R. Wolbuck staggered and almost fell down. Is this the only impression I give you? She shouted at the girl. Just kidding, master, why are you here? Are you here to get Xiao He back? Huai asked. She had actually guessed that the other party was the sealed evil god. As for Xiao He at home, he may be half of the other person's body. Xiao He. My sister opened the seal again later, and a little black cat came out inside. Now it is adopted by my family. That should be your half-body. Your subordinates, Huster and Ernie's, have followed him to find him, and they are still working as a long-term worker in my family. Well. Wolbuck was speechless. Is this a family? Isn't it? How are you doing over the years? I heard you are going to be the devil. It's okay. I'm going to be a devil. How about it, master, I'm so awesome. Huai raised her flat chest, looking like she was waiting for praise. I heard from the old Devil King that you want to be a Devil King, but do you know that it is dangerous to do so? You will be targeted by countless dangerous guys and your life will be threatened. Wolbuk said to the girl seriously. I know, but if you don't even dare to take this risk, how can you become the Great Red Devil? Why, if you want, the teacher can replace you. Stop. Before Wolbuk finished speaking, he was interrupted by Huai and stared at her with some vigilance. You don't want to come here to steal my identity as a Demon King. Let me tell you, I will not give up my identity as a Demon King to anyone. Master, you should just die as soon as possible. I don't mean that, I want to help you. That's really thankful for your kindness, but I obviously don't need help. There are already many companions around me who are willing to help me become the Demon King. Huai rejected Wolbuk's kindness, but invited her to come to the witness banquet for becoming the Red Devil afterwards. At that time, I will release a super powerful burst magic. Master, if you have time, I hope you can come and take a look. Huai practiced burst magic hard. In addition to her favorite burst magic, another important point is to make Wolbuk, the master who once made him feel the best in the world of burst magic and taught him burst magic, also witnessed his more powerful burst magic. I will prove to the world that burst magic is the most powerful magic, and burst magician is also the most powerful magician. It is definitely not a funny magic. Facing the disciple, Wolbuk agreed with anticipation. That Master Giant R, before I become the devil, you can live in my house. Wolbuk was kept, and Huai took the person home enthusiastically. Sir Wolbuk. Ernest was very excited when he saw Wolbuk and knelt down on one knee to the red-haired giant RS master. Even the little black cat who was enjoying the girl's hand caressing in Xiaomi's arms jumped out of Xiaomi's arms, ran over here and rubbed his long legs on half of his body. In the evening, Broly, who had handed out the flyer, came back with Eris. Eris seemed very happy. She rode on the boy's shoulder and scattered the flyer for a day, experiencing the feeling of scattering the order for a day. Little brother, why are you staring at me? After Huai's introduction, Wolbuk knew the boy's identity, but he didn't know why the other party stared at him. Master Wolbuk, I wonder if you are married. Broly was very polite. He followed Huai to call the master, but asked Miss Evil God for this question. Not yet, little brother, why are you asking this? Wolbuk shook his head and replied, wondering why Huai's fiancé asked him such a question. So, Master Wolbuk, are you interested in becoming my wife? Broly asked politely. Wolbuk's eyes widened, unable to understand the situation of the question. Broly, is this guy Wolbuk also the target of the strategy recognized by Crystal Palace? Next to him, Akia asked. Broly nodded and deliberately searched for his wife, but couldn't find her. Instead, she found her own door. Huai, don't you say anything. At this time, Wolbuk looked at the girl gnawing at the fish head, but he pointed her at the foot under the table. What am I going to say? Huai looked over her strangely. Your fiancé is proposing to me, and he is out of your way in public. Wolbuk said. Oh, I'm used to it. Huai didn't care much about it and replied. Mr. Wolbuk, the people who are having dinner here, except for the two female guards and Ms. Weiwei behind the little princess, Haim Yasaka, me and you, the rest of the women are all considered the wife of your excellency Broly. Ernest explained the situation to his evil god master. Even Aqua and Eris. Yes, and Broly is also Akia's disciple, a little brave man who once defeated the Demon King's army. The words rebelling against the master and disciple appeared in Wolbuk's mind. What's the situation with you? Are you self-disciplined? Wolbuk couldn't understand. Hey, speak well for me. What is a self-discipline? My disciple is just a little bit more fraternal and has more wives. And I, a master, have just become a little broad-minded and can tolerate more people to become my disciple's wife. How come I become a self-disciple? Is it a self-disciplined person? Woo, it's a good name. Akia, who slapped the table, formed a sharp contrast with Darkness, who thought the self-disciplined person called him a good name. Fortunately, there are still relatively reliable people here, and Yu and Wiz both helped explain this outrageous behavior. Broly is a person from another world. The world he lives in is relatively deserted and there is even no normal food on it. However, by finding someone who can be recognized by the Crystal Palace as his wife, you can get something called happiness points, and then exchange it for various food supplies. He is very nice to us, and we are willing to help him, but he voluntarily becomes his wife. Hey, is that so? Now, Wanpaxing has no shortage of normal food. Broly said something. But I still lack happiness points, so I'm going to do something else, right? Akia gave her honest disciple a blank look. Wolbuk was obviously the kind of soft-hearted person, but his disciples didn't even pretend to be pitiful and win the other party's sympathy. Sure enough, if you want a wife, you have to rely on yourself as the goddess master. Wolbuk, just say you would rather be my disciple's wife. Akia plays straight in the fairway. Ah, I have no intention of marrying someone. Miss Evil God looked embarrassed. If you agree, I can let my sect whitewash the reputation of the evil god. Akia gave the bargaining chips. Woo! Wolbuk was moved. If the reputation of the evil god could be washed away, her faith would not be able to spread among humans again. However, this boy named Broly is his disciple's fiancé, and his identity really makes her have many concerns. If you are still in this world and help Huai do the Red Devil's career, I might give you an offer from the goddess of heaven in the future, so that you can go to heaven and turn you from an indigenous god to a god in heaven. Seeing that she was hesitant, Akia thought she didn't have enough chips, so she increased her chips again. Most of the goddesses in the heavens were born into angels, but there were also indigenous gods who were recruited. Now Akia, who is the Lord God, is just right in his hands. There are so many places to promote the indigenous gods to become gods in heaven. Compared with the gods of heaven and indigenous gods, it is equivalent to the government officials in Beijing and county officials in the countryside. Wolbuk's heartbeat speeds up. This is indeed a great attraction for an indigenous god like her. If you just become a nominal wife. The evil lady said in a low voice. Haha, of course it's nominal. Broly, hurry back to Axel and come back with a dozen bottles of fine wine from the cellar. I want to have a good drink with Wolbuk. Akia directed Broly to go back to get the wine. Come on, drink, this is 30 years of age. The wine was soon brought by Broly, while Aqua enthusiastically persuaded Wolbuk's wine. Ah, don't be so polite. Unprepared Wolbuk drank a glass of fine wine and soon became a little intoxicated. Come on, Wolbuk, you just promised to be my disciple's nominal wife. It's untrue. Let's sign a contract in the heaven. Okay, then I'll take a look. What do you think? I'll treat you so much wine. Can you still lie to you? Mr. Wolbuk. Darkness had already stood up at this time, said sorry, and used the naked twisting technique to Ernie's who was speaking. The female demon was suddenly smoldered. Ba. The two fell down together. What's wrong with them? Wolbuk looked over. They don't have the alcohol tolerance. They are drunk. Don't worry about them. Come on, just press your handprints here. Eris' eyes twitched, and he watched Wolbuk voluntarily sign a contract that was almost equivalent to a contract of selling his body under Akia's wine. What is the nominal wife? That is RBQ in the actual sense. As long as the child Broly is willing, I am afraid that Wolbuk will be able to pose in 18 poses tonight and develop all the areas that can be developed on the other party. Chapter 379 Red Devil, to the beautiful world, we offer a small sun that symbolizes the core level. Oh, my head hurts so much. When I woke up the next day, Wolbuk, who was dizzy in his head, found himself sleeping in a room. And this is not a problem, the problem is that there are other people in this room. Her own disciple, Huai, hugged the boy and slept next to her. Miss Wolbuk, you're awake. Yu has already gotten up, and her biological clock does not allow her to sleep in. No, why am I here? You got drunk last night, so everyone will move you in. But why are you here too? What's so strange about the family sleeping in the same room? Well, Wolbuk felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. In addition, Broly didn't sleep, so she didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. After that, eating, living and bathing became a natural thing. Perhaps because of Broly's younger appearance, Wolbuk was not very alert. When the Red Devil's birth banquet approached, she could already relax and enjoy the massage techniques of her disciple's fiancé and her nominal young husband. The increase in happiness value is no less than that of Eris. Of course, Wolbuk's mind is bigger than Eris, and he is comparable to Wiz, but unlike Wiz's ice slime touch, she is the touch of fire slime. Broly heard from Wolbuk that her beast-shaped half-body is a magic dragon, and she is good at flame magic, so her body temperature is slightly higher than that of ordinary people. She likes to stay in hot places and do some hot things, such as taking a hot spring bath. Others can soak for at most an hour, but she can soak for most of a day. To his preference, every time Broly scrubbed her, he would rub Wolbuk all over red, and his chi and blood were running quickly in his body. Of course, the Pure Landmark did not dare to use it, because the Pure Landmark had a negative effect when used on Eris. Broly suspected that this might be related to the lack of deep friendship. Before we knew it, there were too many cicadas and summer had already arrived. After a month and a half of preparation, the day of the Red Devil's birth banquet has arrived. In the border fortress city of the Bell's ancient kingdom, a group of guests who received invitations from the Red Devil King came one after another these days. And this group of guests from all over the world had only one object to discuss, that was the mysterious Red Devil. The invitation letter that mysteriously appeared at their bedside made every nobleman entering the fortress city dare not look down on him, nor even dare not to come. You guys say, who is that Red Demon King? What do you want to do if the other party summons so many people over? I don't know, but if I understand it literally from the invitation, I should want to announce my appearance to the world. Irregular, illegal guy, when the other party shows up, I will definitely let the guards rush up and beat the other party to death. A middle-aged nobleman who was knocked unconscious from behind by Broly while working at night said angrily. God knows how frightened he was, and now he can't even raise his head. Even the maid who serves bed every night is useless to help. Beat to death? Your escort is really powerful. I heard that even the ancient King Bells received an invitation letter from the Red Devil in his sleep. That Majesty is a real superior pro. He didn't even notice it and was put on the head of the bed. Even if the Red Demon King is not a real Demon King, he definitely has outstanding strength. Everyone was talking, and there were many people who wanted to attack the Red Demon King who broke into their home without authorization and placed invitation letters by their bedside. This can be seen from the number of entourage guards brought over. These people want to join forces and kill the so-called Red Devil King. And this news was revealed by the ancient King Bells himself. It is worth mentioning that the ancient King of Belzer was very dissatisfied with the Saiyan boy who led another thief girl into his bedroom in the middle of the night and sent him an invitation letter. Especially when he suddenly resisted after discovering it, he was fucked to the ground by Broly's 3 punches and 2 kicks and couldn't get up. King Bells, I wonder how you are considering my previous proposal. The king of the kingdom of Bradru personally brought his personal guards to the fortress city. At this moment, he was talking to the old king of the ancient kingdom of Bells. The little girl already has a sweetheart, so I can only refuse King Bradru's proposal. The old king had no good expression and gave a perfunctory response. It's a pity, then we can only marry the kingdom of a lord. Is this time now? That mysterious Red Demon King is about to appear today. It's just a villain who hides his head and tail. As long as the other party dares to appear today, I will definitely make the other party pay the corresponding price for trespassing into my palace. I agree with King Bradru. King Alord also came over at this time, followed by several high-level professionals guarding him. I have to say that although the military capabilities of the Alod Kingdom are not good, there is enough money. The strength of hiring guards is no worse than that of the imperial guards of the other 2 military powers. Just when the humans who came to the fortress city had malicious intentions towards the mysterious Red Demon King. The birth banquet of the Red Devil King is also time to start. But after a while, nothing happened. No one showed up. Was it really just a bluffing guy? Maybe the Red Demon King dared not show up when he saw so many of us here. The Red Demon King did not appear when he reached the point, which made the nobles from all countries who were frightened after receiving the invitation began to vent their emotions. They must admit that they were afraid after receiving the invitation letter at the head of the bed, which means that the guy who broke into the house wanted to take his life, and it was not a problem. Now, the owner who sent the invitation letter did not appear, which means that the other party may be afraid of being waiting for others, and that they cannot protect themselves when they join forces. After going back, we must join forces to arrest the people or forces who send invitation letters. That's right, it's a very evil thing to dare to break into our home at will. You must find the prisoner and then hang it. Buzz. Just as some people were talking nonsense, a buzz suddenly came from the ground. What sound? Not only the sound, but also the rhythmic vibration was heard on the ground soon. Look out outside the city, what is that? At the edge of the city wall, someone exclaimed. A group of people lying on the city wall soon saw a group of black knights rushing over from the distant horizon. The black knights were wearing heavy black armor, and under them were handsome black and handsome war horses. The sound and the vibration of the ground seemed to be caused by the horses' hooves trampling on the ground neatly. The amplification magic has been widened from far to near, and the earthquake magic that only vibrates has gradually strengthened me. Those who release phantom magic have been able to improve their spirits. Don't get close to me and be seen at a glance. Those who were mixed in the fortress's wall were able to issue on-site instructions using voice transmission magic. The great magician of the Red Demon clan who was mixed in the Black Knight's army increased the effect of the amplification magic, and the few who used phantom magic were gradually increasing the output of magic power. The Red Demons in the fortress city were lying on the window and watching the Black Knight's legion approaching outside the city. In conjunction with the use of improved versions of earthquake magic on the ground, the guests in the city who participated in this large-scale script could feel the most realistic vibration. The magic of fear is quietly released in the crowd. The riots began to arise. Although the ancient king of bells ordered the soldiers in the fortress city to stop them, the depressed atmosphere still spread to the powerful countries. Stop, scatter for me, arrange the array, block the false phantom behind us. Darkness, wearing black armor, gave a performance command, and a group of black knights played by the elite royal knights of the Bell's ancient kingdom quickly spread out the array. Theirs, who were only 300, blocked the front of the Black Knight Phantom, created by the phantom magic behind them, and the 3,000 numbers were blocked. Even if people far away on the city wall look at it with a telescope, they can't see the difference between the Black Knights wearing armor. Following the Black Knights Legion were the high-level monsters that came from the Archbishop of the Accusis, and these monsters were all with their families. Some of them drove away the monsters wandering in the wilderness, but they gathered into a tide of beasts, gathered in the west of the fortress city, and stopped on both sides of the Black Knights Legion. In the sky, there are a group of flying monsters, the most gorgeous of which is a pitch-black magic dragon and more than a dozen giant dragons around. However, except for Miss Evil God who temporarily recovered the body of the demon dragon, the other giant dragons seemed to be bulging on the back of their heads. Holding an inconspicuous bag. Who can understand? They just sleep in the dragon's nest or go out to hunt, but they encounter a human-shaped monster, beat them up with their fists, threatening them to participate in a large-scale script kill. What is the script killing? These giant dragons don't understand very well, but the other party said that if they are disobedient, they will eat them. They really smell the other party's smell of a dragon slayer. The dragon who has actually experienced the gap in strength and wants to survive will come over. Roar! At this moment, these giant dragons were roaring towards the fortress city, after being violently enslaved by monsters from other worlds. Everyone of human beings, welcome to attend the birth of this devil king. After practicing the lines countless times, it rang out from the head of the beast-shaped body of the evil god Miss Huai, who had a little bit higher and her makeup was completely inclined toward a mature style, walked to the front of her master's head. The body is a dress of fiery red color, and the hair is lengthened by the hair growth potion and dyed into the same flame color as the dress. The Red Devil girl, who was at least a size 3 sized bust, exuded a dangerous and charming aura all over her body, officially debuted in front of the super-large script-killing human guests. This disguises to be able to live normally in the human world in the future. Although he still has 7 or 8 minutes of Huai's original appearance, he will never be regarded as a person. My name is Huai. The sun's brilliance is the newly born demon king, and the greatest enemy of humankind. The amplification magic spread the girl's voice throughout the city, allowing every script killer inside and outside the city to clearly hear this speech. Is this a declaration of war? King Bradru had a dark face, while King Elord was pale. He was a little scared by the scene outside the city. As for King Bells, his face was calm, making people unable to see anything abnormal. That's right, I am not interested in the elimination of humanity, and this is why I invite you to come and watch the ceremony. But I didn't expect that you humans were so enthusiastic. I prepared such a heavy gift for me before the banquet began. Day. Huai snapped her fingers, and a roaring response came from afar, and soon a group of sub-dragon-like flying dragons flew over. After arriving here, they all landed. A soldier jumped off the back of the flying dragon and knelt down on one knee in the direction of the Red Demon King standing on his head. Hey, aren't that the dragoons of your Bradro kingdom? Why did they appear here and kneel down at the Red Devil? King Elord recognized those troops and looked directly at King Bradru next to him, with doubts and confusion in his eyes. I don't know. I did bring them here, but I let them lie outside. However, King Bradru was also confused at this time. He brought the dragon cavalry to deal with the Red Devil. If the Red Demon King does not appear, it is not impossible to take advantage of the situation to take the front-line fortress of the ancient kingdom of Bells. But the current situation is a situation he had never expected. Captain Korda, what are you doing and why are you kneeling towards our enemies? A messenger had already run to the wall and questioned the kneeling leader of the Dragon Cavalry Regiment. Enema, no, we have surrendered to Lord Red Devil King. Now we are already from the Red Devil Army. At the same time, we are also loyal believers of the puppets and the Goddess of Vengeance, and we are willing to contribute our lives to Lord Regina at any time. As soon as the names of puppets and Goddess of Vengeance came out, the Dragon Cavalry's kneeling at this time had an appropriate explanation. Your Majesty, our dragoon seems to be being manipulated. And this is exactly the ability of the former Chief Intelligence Officer of the Demon King Army, Celestina, the Dark Priestess. Of course, with the ability of this evening believer, he could not control so many dragoons. After all, the targets under control would also resist. But after Broly helped to knock out the Dragoon, the Dark Priestess did this after drinking more than 20 bottles of potions. The elite ace troops of the Bradro Kingdom sneaked in secret, but in front of the Saiyan who could sense energy, they were like lice on the bald head. After learning that such an elite army was lurking near the fortress city, he decisively wrote a new script if he had enough knowledge. The Goddess of Vengeance thus obtained a free Dragoon, and the Great Red Demon King Huai also obtained a corresponding opening shock effect. King Bradra was irritated, and King Elord was also an unintentional guy. The two of them couldn't help but look at the most reliable ancient King Belzer. The old king didn't say anything, but just stood up at this critical moment, became a new supporting role, and spoke his own lines. What do you want to do? If you want to invade human territory, just come, the past Demon King army will stop here, and you are no exception. This was said righteously, and the old king's personal charm was released at this moment, and everyone around him felt that his sense of security increased. Has King Belz an ancient king? I have heard of your courage. Supervillain Echo chuckled and gave a commercial line to the ancient king of Belzer. And after expressing his expression to this human warrior after the king's respect, he changed his mind. However, although your courage is commendable, unfortunately, I am not the useless devil king in the past. The old devil, who was mixed with ordinary people outside the city, twitched twice as he listened to Huai's lines. Well, as the new devil king, how can you not have beautiful fireworks? Take my staff. Huai originally wanted to boast about her identity as a demon king, but she received a message that she knew enough. The other party told her not to lower her pussy and talk too much nonsense, and quickly show her powerful process of self. Broly was quite obedient. He played the role of a dwarf halfling and walked forward at this time and borrowed a treasure from the ancient Bel's Kingdom treasure house. Now it has been transformed into a more gorgeous appearance. The bright red staff with 3 times the fire magic bonus was taken out from the space of the Crystal Palace and handed over. He also said respectfully, Sir Red Devil, your staff. Black than black and darker than dark. The cold spell sounded. Ah, she's singing magic, this is burst magic, she wants to bombard us with burst magic. In the fortress city, people who knew the goods recognized the magic represented by the spell and became a little panicked. Hold up the defensive magic. A large number of defensive magic circles lit up in the fortress city. Huai didn't care about this, but just aimed her staff at her. She had been preparing for her own sage, pretending to be venue direction from half a month ago. All magic nodes have been activated, Huai's magic has been poured in. Everyone, we can move away from here in an instant. A group of red devils wearing camouflage uniforms activated the magic nodes arranged here. These magic nodes have only one function, that is, to increase the magician's maximum casting distance and casting range. As long as the magic power is sufficient, the wider this thing can theoretically be, as the magician who is linked to the subject, the casting distance and casting range can be. Now, on the wilderness stage where the Red Devils showcased the power of the Red Devil King, the Red Devils have arranged thousands of magic nodes in the past half-month. The range covered by its nodes is more than 50 kilometers in length alone, and the width is more than 7 kilometers. With Huai's mountain-level magic power, it is impossible to release such a large-scale burst magic if she is pulled into adults, but if Broly's superpower bank is added, that's another matter. At this moment, Broly stood behind Huai, and his left hand was exploring under the skirt of the Great Red Devil at an angle that was absolutely invisible to the front. Close to the base of the thigh, it is where the blood flows faster after the body is excited. Of course, it is best to actually be the heart position, which will transmit magic power faster, but this will easily make it clear to outsiders. Therefore, it can only be the sensitive part, and Broly's energy continued to pour from the contact surface into Huai's body, who was being frantically extracted by the bursting magic. Akia's purification magic buff continues to take effect, leaving Huai without any abnormalities on the surface. After she coldly pointed her staff at the stage where she showed her strength, she could hardly see the end at first sight, and countless bursting magic circles covered the sky over there. For a beautiful world, present a small sun that symbolizes the level of the nuclear explosion. Unlike Huai who casts a spell and burst magic on weekdays, Huai, who is the Red Demon King, just utters this line lightly. The next moment, a small blazing sun appeared in this world. Even from the universe, you can see the dazzling light bursting out from this wasteland at this moment. The storm magic blows up and creates aftermath scenes. The Black Knight is ready to protect himself and don't let the phantom be blown away. Everyone in the fortress city is here. 3, 2, 1. Break some of the defensive magic circles for me. If you have enough, you will nervously direct the stage situation. Chapter 380 Cubic Meters of Snail Residence. The grand scene always requires some side-faced contrast. With enough quick command, the audience of Fortress City saw this scene. After the little sun bursting with magic in the distance exploded, a storm with black ash blew up. The defensive magic array outside the city wall was swept away by this ashes storm, and terrifying cracks appeared. The sound of clicks and clicks sounds, bringing the protected person a sense of suffocation. Even the old king who has read the script is a little suffocating at this moment. What if he agreed to release the slightly more powerful burst magic? As a result, the big scene in the distance almost blinded his presbyopia. After releasing the explosive magic, Huai felt a little weak, but fortunately there was a small hand supporting her from behind. Taking advantage of the fact that the audience in Fortress City was all focused on the burst magic, the red demon girl quickly adjusted her state. After the exaggerated visual effects of the explosion magic at the level of the small sun gradually subsided and there was only a lava land with no end left on the spot, Huai spoke leisurely, "Everyone, is this little firework of this demon king pretty good?" The audience was speechless, and a soldier's sword fell to the ground. Many people felt their mouths a little dry and made a move to swallow. Monster, this is an unfathomable monster. Most people have this impression of the mysterious red demon king in their minds at this moment. It's time to make the conditions. There is enough to send a message. As I said before, I am not interested in humans, so, I hope you humans can agree to some reasonable requests from this king. First, return the territory of the original Demon King army that you occupied. If towns or crops have been established above, I am not unkind. I just need to pay the land rent and pay various taxes to me. Second, show your sincerity for your kindness. I can clearly erase you humans, but I let you go with kindness. Starting from today, all human countries must pay tribute to our king's Red Devil army. After the specific amount of tribute is paid, someone will discuss with you in detail. Third, I have not thought about it yet. When I think of what else I need, I will make additional additions. Huai actually wants to make her more straightforward, but she thinks that elegant speeches that are light and easy can better contrast the mystery and power of the Red Devil. Therefore, Huai could only endure her inner heart. Now she wanted to shout, "I, Red Devil King, remember to give my Red Devil army money on time in the future." Saiyans impulse, keeping a chuckling look, and aiming the bright red staff in her hand at the direction of the fortress city that was somewhat silent. "You don't answer, are you ready to resist me?" Clang! The old king threw the sword in his hand to the ground, and a helpless and bitter smile appeared on his face. The ancient kingdom of Bells is willing to pay tribute to the Red Devil. With the old king's lead, the kings of the other two kingdoms also slid down together, expressing their willingness to pay tribute to the Red Devil. They didn't know that this money would be a 30-7 share of the cost of the Bell's ancient kingdom and the actor team playing the Red Devil's army. This is a long-term script-killing project. As long as the future of this world still needs it, it will be taken out and performed in such a performance. I am very happy with your answer. Then, this banquet is over. I wish all mankind a happy life. Miss Evil God flew away with her disciples who were about to fall. The Black Knight and the Beast Tide came and went in a hurry. A lot of monsters' shit and urine were left on the ground, but they were scared by the little sun created by the explosion magic just now. The terrifying explosion power scene. King Elord and King Bradru looked at each other and pulled the ancient King Belzer to tell their old love, but they hoped that the old King Belzer who had withstood the frontal pressure of the Demon King army in the past, could also stand in front of the Red Devil army in the future and help protect the interests of all mankind. 2 days later, when Princess Alice returned to Huai's house, she told the situation of changing the international situation. The friction and contradictions between the three kingdoms were wiped out in Huai's explosion. The relationship returned to the past period of the Demon King army and was united. Originally, the Kingdom of Elord reduced its military expenditure to support us will be sent twice as much in the second half of the year. They hope to focus on my father and send past representatives from the Red Devil army to discuss in detail the specific amount of tribute to the Great Red Devil. As Princess Alice said, she took out a contract and handed it to Yuyu next to her. "This is the price in my father's heart, Sister Yuyu, look at it." "Hey, 5 billion heiress, we still have everything here." After seeing it, Yuyu asked in surprise. "Yes, my father said that the reason why we were able to get the other two kingdoms to pay so smoothly this time is thanks to the script of your Red Devils, Sister Huai and Sister Yuyu. And with the fact that the Kingdom of Elord was willing to reissue the military expenses of our kingdom, he was embarrassed to take the part of the performance expenses. However, my father hopes that you can lend us the land that was opened up by the burst magic for free to farm in the ancient kingdom of Bells. This is okay. Originally, the place where the explosion magic was released was to open a wasteland. Later, I plan to find some intelligent monsters to farm. If it were a human farmer, it would be better. My father also said that we will pay as much taxes. He and my brother plan to gradually implement the policy of military reform in the next few years. Hey, is your majesty the king and his highness the first prince so at ease with Huai? Hearing this, Darkness was a little surprised. It's not okay to be worried. After all, the explosive magic power displayed by the Red Demon King played by Sister Huai is no longer something that humans can resist. It's the same as there or not. Princess Alice told the truth. But don't you know the truth? Darkness pointed to the other side, shouting that the body was so painful, and said that the use of super explosive magic, pretending to behave, had a price. After Huai came back, she almost broke up. Who told you to go up by yourself? If you let Broly hide in the distance and throw an energy ball to pretend to be a burst magic, you won't look like this. Wiz provided Huai with a cold knee pillow and massaged her tingling temples with her hands. Broly massaged the girl's sore body behind her, but the soreness caused by this magical overload was not so easy to recover. Of course, there is a way to treat Akia's magic, but Huai doesn't want to miss this opportunity to significantly increase the upper limit of the magic power. If the magic value is a balloon, then the magic value balloon of Huai, who was assisted by Broly, was equivalent to being pushed up by Broly in the process. If healing magic is used, the areas that are being stretched will recover, which is too wasteful. This is why Huai would rather recover with a half-dead look than accept Akia's healing magic. She wanted to adapt her body to this limit to increase her own magic value limit. Of course, this process cannot avoid the feeling of discomfort. Huai, your body is too weak, you should learn from Darkness to exercise. Broly said to the girl while rubbing the shoulders. I don't want to become a muscular woman. Huai, whose face was buried on Wiz's thigh, replied. I'm not a muscular woman. Hearing this, Darkness rushed over and refuted directly. With a big thunder in my arms, I wanted to come over and prove this. Huai just raised her hand, bounced the grapes, and asked her to retreat with her chest covering her body. Is there any good way to prevent me from growing muscles and to develop a strong body? Huai asked. Then I can only practice Qi. Broly thought about it and felt that only one way to practice Qi might be able to do this. Huai is a great magician, and the magician's magic is somewhat similar. The future war crisis has been resolved, but Broly did not leave directly, and he stayed in this world for a little longer. During this period, he pulled Huai and Darkness and others and began to study the magic of professionals in this world to turn them into Qi. Qi can be transformed into magic, and in theory, magic can also be transformed into Qi. After fiddling with it for more than half a month, he really made some things happen. After Huai used her staff to accidentally smash a small tree in the waste, there was an extra special skill on her profession card that only had burst magic skills. Demonic Qi Transformation Technique, consumption of magic power to transform the corresponding Qi energy. Qi energy can increase various attributes of the body, maintain the Qi energy amplification state for a long time, and the attributes can grow a certain degree. Although this growth rate is a bit low, it is enough for the magician Huai. In comparison, Darkness and Princess Alice learned to be Qi, and the skill they got was only Qi. The effect is also very simple. In the state of explosive air, it can greatly increase the attributes of your body. Although it is only a temporary increase, the increase level can almost double the original attribute, which is also a very good special combat skill. Of course, compared to some of Akia's god-level auxiliary skills, the Qi skill can almost double the professional's value, and the Qi skill is just a sloppy level. However, this kind of new skills that are started, considering that there should be room for improvement in the future, is a special skill with great potential. Woo, Broly, Master, I can't bear to leave you. On the last day when Broly was about to leave, Akia hugged his pants and cried. Are you reluctant to leave, Broly? You obviously can't bear to leave the holiday over and you have to go back to work in the heaven. Darkness revealed the truth in one sentence. Master Akia, I will come to see you next time you have a holiday. Oh no, Crystal Palace will be able to upgrade LV5 this time. I should be able to build the internal space of Crystal Palace soon. Maybe it won't take long before we can meet in the Crystal Palace space. Broly comforted his goddess master. Then let's see the situation first. Hearing this, Akia immediately got up from the ground. Eris, Wolbuk, are you willing to join Crystal Palace? As Eris and Wolbuk agreed to the invitation, the number of official members of the Crystal Palace reached 26. Crystal Palace Upgrade, Crystal Palace LV5, unlock the internal space ecological construction permissions. Broly checked this permission and found that he could create some environments he had experienced in the inner space of the Crystal Palace. From the entire planet to the smallest room or cave where he once lived, it can be restored 1-to-1 in the inner space of the Crystal Palace. However, although the created environment contains air, even water, and fruit trees, there are no organisms. All environments that can produce resources and create happiness points that need to be consumed are more than environments that have no resources to produce. The grasslands outside Axel provide air with a smell of grass. If you eat grass, you also provide high-quality forage, with 500 happiness points per square meter. The space required to be calculated based on the volume of grass inside the grassland. Wampostar's home provides the hard bio-animal hair bed in the hometown, which contains various stone furniture made by crafts masters, with 600 happiness points per square meter, which needs to be occupied. The Gifernola sea tree forest provides spores and trees that produce various mushrooms and fruits. Each square is 1000 happiness points. The space that needs to be occupied is calculated based on the size of the physical objects selected in the forest environment. After Broly upgraded Crystal Palace to LV5, the unlocked internal space construction permissions were told to Akia and others. Why is Broly, how big is the inner space of Crystal Palace now? Yu asked curiously. 150 cubic meters. Broly answered according to the Crystal Palace panel. That's quite big. Akia subconsciously said, and received from others' attention. What are you doing when you watch me like this? Akia was a little puzzled. Do you know how big is 150 cubic meters? Huai looked at her and asked. How big is it? Miss Akia, we are in Axel's house, just the living room, that's about this. Yu reminded. Well. Akia was a little speechless, and then she realized that the internal space of the Crystal Palace was actually a scattered residence. Of course, this is a snail house with no specific shape and only a specific size. If calculated based on 150 square meters, the floor height is only 1 meter, and if the floor height is 2 meters, it is only 75 square meters. The space of 75 square meters with a floor height of only 2 meters cannot be considered small, but if the 26 official members of the Crystal Palace and Broly want to enter the living inside together, it will be a bit, oh no, not a bit, but it is particularly crowded. If Miss Wolbuck enters in the form of a beast-shaped demon dragon, then she may not even be able to stretch her wings. Darkness said something. I still have more than 2 million happiness points, which can increase the space. Broly hurriedly said. 10,000 happiness points are worth 1 cubic meter, and more than 2 million are only more than 200 cubic meters. Having said that, can we enter the Crystal Palace space now to take a look? Yes, but there is nothing inside, just like a vacuum universe. You have to change to an airy environment first. Broly looked at Huai and said. Which environment is cheaper? The grasslands in the suburbs. Then change that. Broly said that he changed the grassland environment outside Axel. After only 5 square meters, 2,500 happiness points were consumed. A group of people entered the Crystal Palace with a rush. Ah, why is it so dark here? Because there is no light source. Lighting technique. Chapter 381. Everyone is getting high firewood, the more wives, the better. Was used lighting magic to let everyone see the surrounding environment clearly. In addition to the grassland under your feet, there is a void space outside. However, there are also suspended objects. That is the debris that was originally stored in this space. Goo. Huai lay on the edge of the grass and looked at the virtually no bottomless space, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. If this falls out, it won't die, right? She asked. No, it's just that I feel like I'm falling before the space is filled. Broly demonstrated it, stepped out of the grass area and floated in the void space. Then I'll come too. Huai felt that the boy was swaying and was very interesting, so she stepped out. Her face soon turned red, and she opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Broly hurriedly approached and pushed her back into the grass area. Hey! What's wrong, Huai? I can't breathe outside, I almost died. Huai lay on the grass and gasped, saying with lingering fear. This is the environment of the internal space of the Crystal Palace. Except for the exchanged environmental area, there is no air in the areas where the environmental area is separated from it, just like a vacuum universe without rays. Only undead creatures like Broly who can hold a breath or do not need breathing like Wiz can stay in such an environment for a short time. It's amazing, I can feel that there is magic in this grassland area. But after leaving this area, only our own bodies have magic. Wiz tried to go in and out and said. Suffocation, suffocation. Darkness seemed to have found a child who had a special way of playing the inner space of Crystal Palace. He stuck his head out of the empty space until he couldn't bear it and took it back to the grassland area, looking like he was enjoying himself. Hey, it seems we can create an environment here too. As Akia said at this time, a new environmental space extended from the edge of the grassland environment, which was the goddess space where Akia works on weekdays. It's so expensive. Just this breaking environment, I want 200 happiness points. Akia felt a little distressed. Hey, it's true, there are new tips on the Crystal Palace panel, and we can create an environment in this space. After thinking about it, Yu created a room in the Axel Villa. Walls, beds, objects, and other things were charged a total of more than 1,200 happiness points. But more importantly, the internal space of Crystal Palace is occupied by nearly 4 cubic meters. After discovering this, the girl was a little panicked and quickly apologized. After trying to remove the room he made, I found that there was a cost to dismantle. If the demolition fee is not paid, the items contained in the environment cannot be taken out. Tip: the inner space of the Crystal Palace is the love nest space of the Lord of the Crystal Palace and the official members of the Crystal Palace. Enough happiness points can make this love nest space more comfortable and livable, but if the environmental space is built randomly, it may reduce the comfort and livability. Please be cautious in creating the environmental module. Note: when removing the environment module, you need to pay half of the happiness points when creating the module. It doesn't matter. If you build it, you don't need to demolish it. Anyway, you will come here occasionally in the future. Broly waved his hand. He had originally planned to turn the inner space of the Crystal Palace into a safe house for his own. By the way, can you go out by yourself? Broly thought of something and asked. My Crystal Palace panel prompts that it is necessary to build a door-like environment in the internal space to connect the effect of cross-border doors. As Yu said, she followed the instructions on the panel and opened the door of the room she created and disappeared directly into this space. After a while, the girl returned from the disappearing position. Yu, what does it feel like to enter and exit the Crystal Palace? Broly asked. It feels a bit like teleportation magic, but it's faster than teleportation magic, and it comes over in an instant. Answered leisurely. That's great, now there is a safe shelter house. Upon hearing this, Broly was very happy. He opened the group chat room on the Crystal Palace panel and sent the news that the internal space had been opened and could enter. So fast. In the Shizuki world, Tozaka Rin, who was looking through the group chat room, was a little surprised and told the others around him. A group of girls who were having dinner outside immediately called out their Crystal Palace panel and found that there was an option to go to the Crystal Palace space on the panel. However, after trying to click this option, a prompt message appears on the Crystal Palace panel. You need to have an environmental area of your own world in the inner space of the Crystal Palace. Broly didn't expect that there was still this restriction. After his wife said this in the group chat room, he quickly created an environmental area of other worlds inside the Crystal Palace, all with door-mounted room environments. If you cross the world and enter the inner space of the Crystal Palace, why do you still need a cross-border fee of 1,000 happiness points? This message was posted by Ests, and her 3-digit happiness points at the beginning of one word cannot be entered at all. However, although she did not have enough happiness points and could not enter the Crystal Palace space, there were still enough people coming in. After appearing, Lilith Beast X first looked at the situation around him. When he saw Broly, he suddenly rushed over with the boy's name. Lilith Beast X directly hugged Broly into her arms and expressed her longing for the boy with a passionate embrace. Jipril and others also came in. As soon as they came in, Jipril wanted to fight with Broly. When Nilbalion was recognized by Akia, he was the elf who once wanted to steal the position of his group leader. The two of them had a scene of the enemy met and they were particularly jealous, and they started fighting in the space. Since Nilbalion is a forest spirit species that relies more on the surrounding environment, in the inner space of the Crystal Palace, where there is no elf's power, he is no match for Akia who can use the magic in his body, and he is soon pressed by Akia to lie on the grass. Baba baba. Akia's slap fell on her butt, making a crisp sound, and she was questioning her. You pointed ears, are you still convinced me as the group leader in the group chat room? Nilbalion bit his lip and looked pitiful, wanting to ask for help from Broly on the other side. But when I looked over, I found that Lilith Beast X on the other side was holding the boy's hand with Jipril, and they wanted to steal the boy to his side and play with him. Fight. Official members of the Crystal Palace from different worlds appear in the inner space of the Crystal Palace. The interior space of the Crystal Palace suddenly looked like a vegetable market, with all kinds of noisy sounds sounding. When it calmed down a little, Nilbalion was already rubbed on the ground by Akia. Because of his lack of an elf power environment, Jipril beat him to the ground after fighting with Lilith Beast X. He also became a little Jipril because of excessive consumption of elf power in his body. If it weren't for not having enough elves here. Compared with the strongest creator Tianyi species in the Star Cup world, Digimon in the digital world seems to be more adaptable to the environment of the crystal internal space. A group of wives sat down in the grassland area and introduced themselves to each other. This is the first time that the official members of the Crystal Palace have been in the offline space. Brolizer and his two wives from the world who have not yet returned, talk about the old things. During this period, when Crony talked about the humans building towns in the Star Cup world, she could no longer have to hide, and her face was full of gratitude for the boy. Lilith Beast X hugged Broly, while Broly hugged little Jipril, showing a strange sitting position of sitting stacked. Yu went outside and brought in some fruits and vegetables. Although the official members of the Crystal Palace did not come, most of the people who came still held an offline gathering between wives in different worlds under the magical lighting provided by Wei's light technique above their heads. By the way, can we go to other people's world through here? After deepening their understanding of each other, Hui was a little curious about asking this question. Everyone was also a little curious when they heard this. Yes, but additional cross-border fees are required, as well as the retention fee in another world after cross-border. Crystal Palace gave a reply, and the information appeared on everyone's Crystal Palace panel. It's like encouraging us to settle here. Tozaka-rin complained. It's not that it's just that, but that I didn't see it in this space. You don't need the so-called detention fee for staying? Sink Nilba was keen on the current affairs and admitted to Akia. Now he stood aside and expressed his views. But, can you always meet Broly as long as you settle here? Yu said with some intention. In theory, yes, but can this place live in people? Eris was a little suspicious. Without Viz's lighting magic, the space is now black. If you can live in someone, you live as if you are sealed. Wolbuk thought it was okay, and said, as a person who had been sealed for many years and had no experience in seeing the light of day. If you can live in someone, but if you want to live well, you may have to build it. In addition to the environmental factors of the internal space, everyone should also have their own lives in their own world. Even if someone is willing to give up his life in his world and choose to settle in this space, he must consider whether he can live happily here. I have just asked about the Crystal Palace panel and learned that we can also invest the happiness points we have in this space. I don't think Broly can bear the pressure on building the inner space of Crystal Palace alone, and we should share the responsibility for building everyone for him. When Akatsuki said this, he acted like a virtuous and capable supporter, and in fact it was the case. After she said that she had invested the remaining happiness points to expand the size of the Crystal Palace, others also expressed that they had expanded the available space inside the Crystal Palace to nearly 300 cubic meters. Among them, Lilith Beast X is the main force, and she devotes almost all her happiness points and says that no matter whether this place is easy to live in or not, as long as she can see Broly often, she will stay here in the future. When Broly was not here, she said that the question of whether the interior space of Crystal Palace was black or whether she lived alone here was lonely. Because for Lilith Beast X, which evolved from Meow Beast, seeing Broly is a kind of happiness. Others want to learn, but most of them cannot learn because they have their own lives and some things to do in their own world. I have nothing to do, but I can live here with you. However, there are also people who are fine, and the two rituals say so. Because of this, Lilith Beast X's favorability for this person increased greatly. So I can. Yu also said at this time that she is relatively introverted. If there are two people living here together, she will not feel afraid. Put the play. Well, there is such a big pervert as darkness. By the way, I want to go to the toilet and take a shower here, what should I do? Hui asked a question and received a reply from the corresponding environment that would handle everything well. It was enough to build a toilet environment inside the Crystal Palace. Yu, darkness, you stayed, what should I do in the future? Hui looked at her a little pitiful. She didn't want to lose her two best friends. After all, when living together, Yu took all the housework, and Darkness would be happy to be ordered by herself. If you disappear, the Lianji family may look for you everywhere. Rin Tozaka reminded him next to the two rituals. Born as a human being, there are always many concerns. In the end, except for Lilith Beast X, who can be alone and abandon everything in the original world, no one else is suitable to stay here for a long time. Even if Lilith Beast X is asking her to go back to the digital world to study more of her own evolutionary forms to see if she can develop more of her wife forms, it is better than staying here. Sinki Nilbalian persuaded Lilith Beast X in this way. After all, when she cannot stay in the Crystal Palace space for a long time, how can she let a latecomer lead the way? Who knows that after getting along for a long time, Broly will care about this guy with multiple wife forms. The dispute between the main palace has always been like this, and some intrigues are inevitable. Sinky Nelbalion just said something that if this is better for Broly, it would let Lilith Beast X choose to go back and try out a new evolutionary form. The offline gathering between the official members of the Crystal Palace started quickly and ended in a somewhat sloppy manner. Broly came out of the internal space with Huai and others, but felt that he still needed to work hard to earn more happiness points. Building an internal space environment is one thing, and upgrading a cross-border portal is another thing. The former allows the internal spatial environment of the Crystal Palace to become a residence suitable for long-term settlement, while the latter reduces the cost of cross-border entry into the Crystal Palace. Before coming out, Broly took his existing happiness points to upgrade to the cross-border portal, with the upgrade fee of 200,000. Cross-border portal, LV2. It takes 5,000 happiness points to cross the world and 500 retention costs to 500. It takes 500 happiness points to cross the border to enter the inner space of the Crystal Palace. The remaining happiness points have been left to build a figure area environment, which is consumed more than the additional Crystal Palace blank quota. They gave them to Rin Tozaka to invite Orange Ayazaka to come in, and to Akatsuki to ask her to invite Melot and the others to come in. The last two were good enough to be with Alice. Crystal Palace, in addition to 26 official members, there are 7 additional members. The following are, Ayazaki Orange, Land of the Sky, Melod, Corneria, Zuzi, and Pony, Zhengred I0, Alice, provides explosive flame for the beautiful world. After purchasing a batch of food that is convenient for long-term preservation, Broly chose to return to Wanpa-Star. And because he met his wives from the other 2 worlds in advance, he would stay at Wanpaxing for the next period of time. Mobile charging can accumulate enough time and space energy, go to a new world, and find a new wife. While listening to the conversation between his wives, Broly came to a conclusion that his wife was burning with fire. If you want everyone to be happy, you must build the internal space of the Crystal Palace. If you want to build the internal space of the Crystal Palace, you must have enough happiness points. The acquisition of the big head of happiness points is to find a new wife and let them agree to become their own wives in happiness. Xiaodu is the happiness points produced by his wife after she becomes a formal member, which is small in quantity but can also accumulate small in quantity and form a tower. Therefore, the happier everyone in Crystal Palace needs more wives. The more wives, turn the Crystal Palace into a larger home, which requires the construction of a larger internal space. Therefore, it can be concluded that the more wives, the better the space, the better the space, the more wives, the better the more wives. Wanpaxing, when Paragus learned from his returned son's speech, he immediately took a breath of cold air. I'm afraid that my son will give birth to a new Saiyan Legion just by having children with his wife he found, right? Chapter 382 Red Eyes Are Not Trash. Wait, Broly, if you can enter the inner space of the Crystal Palace to rest, does it mean that you already have the ability to navigate the universe by relying solely on your body? When he learned that his son spent his happiness points cleanly, he suddenly thought that the interior space of the Crystal Palace had the purpose of resting, so he asked directly. If there is a place to rest and breathe, I should be able to fly all the way in the universe. Broly thought about it and nodded. When he was moving and charging, he flew in the universe near Wanpa-Star. The height will only drop when ventilation is needed. After the air is changed, the height will be restretched to prevent the air from hindering one's high-speed flight. Since that's the case, don't we father and son have the ability to leave Wanpaxing? Paragus was a little excited and the cans in his hand were pinched flat. The Crystal Palace space does not accept other creatures except me and my wife, and enter it in a living form. Broly reminded his old father. I almost forgot that there is still this restriction. Standing up, Paragus sat down again. But if Broly, you can go outside of Wanpa-Star, find other life planets, and get a spaceship back, then can you take me away from Wanpa-Star with you? Paragus used his hand to hold the flat can and restored it to the pinched can. He grabbed the yellow peach slices inside and put them in his mouth and chewed them, then said again. But why do we leave Wanpaxing? Broly asked in confusion. This planet has poor supplies, won't you leave? Paragus said subconsciously. Isn't there already a Bia-Beast fruit? The smell of Wanpa spider is getting better, and I can bring a lot of supplies from other worlds. Broly looked at his old father a little strangely. When Wanpaxing first came, it was a bit bad for the father and son, but now, life at Wanpaxing is not very bad except for being a little lonely and not very popular. It's right to say this, but by the way, hatred, we father and son still have a revenge that we have not revenge. What kind of hatred? Send us to this barren planet, let our father and son live a long and hard life. That bastard of King Vegeta, we want to kill back to Vegeta. After pouring all the sugar water into his mouth, Paragus said viciously. When we defeat that guy, we will also send him to a barren planet with nothing, so that bastard can also experience some of the hard days our father and son have lived. Broly had no impression of King Vegeta, but since his old father said so, he didn't care. He could help avenge him. The Wimpat Star Saiyan father and son are not aware of this. Vegeta Star was destroyed by the Universe Emperor Frieza 6 years ago. And their enemy, King Vegeta, was also turned into dust in the universe when the planet was destroyed, and had long been destroyed. Okay, but now there is a question. The sky above my head is very big. Where should I look for the planet of life, and where will I find a new spaceship to come back? Broly asked his old father. Paragus. Facts have proved that being able to navigate the space with the body in theory does not mean that being able to navigate the space with the body does not mean that being able to navigate the space with the body. The spaceship that brought them to Wampa Star had been damaged long ago, and even if you had to find the interstellar navigation map inside, you could not do it. Without a star map, because there are space desert areas near the Wampa galaxy, people know if they will be lost in the dark area. Paragus had to give up and let his son go out to find him the idea of finding a spacecraft on the planet of life. On this wild star, the father and son can only wait for people with interstellar navigation to drive the spacecraft and pass by nearby. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to leave the little misty star system where Wampa Star is located. In 744, Broly began to wander among the nearby planets of the little misty star system where Wampa Star was located, trying to find out if there were any other creatures on it. But what disappointed the Saiyan was that he did not find any sign of life, and thus determined that in this small star system, only Wampa Star was the only planet with life. In the process of finding whether the neighbor planet has life, the internal space of the Crystal Palace has gradually become regular. Through the internal space, there is no specific shape, the environmental areas inside are arranged again, with the grassland areas in the middle and the surrounding environment modules of different worlds. It is worth mentioning that through the Crystal Palace space, Broly was able to hand over the food and supplies produced by Wampa Star to his wives in other worlds. Apart from the cross-border fee that you need to pay every time, there is no other happiness points expenditure, which is much cheaper than directly redeeming in the Crystal Palace redemption panel. As a result, the wives who have obtained the method of practicing chi have nourished the specialties of Wampa Star by a beast fruit and Wampa spider flesh. Although they cannot bring too much materials from their own world, they can invest the accumulated happiness points into the construction of the internal space of the Crystal Palace. Compared to half a year ago, some things have been added to the inner space of the Crystal Palace, such as some environmental modules, and a small sun. That was compiled from the sail tower in the Star Cup world. It does not belong to the environmental module, but is a lighting equipment brought from the outside world. However, because it requires the power of the spirit, it can only be stored in the airspace environment of the Star Cup world. Brother Broly, are you going to a new and different world? Inside the group chat room, Sakura asked. Well, the energy of time and space has accumulated. Broly gave a reply. Then you must find more companions to join us. The more people you have, the less burden you have. Chi Tong instructed. Quickly upgrade the crossover gate level. At that time, I will build an unruly fighting area inside. Est said. Haha, do you have happiness points? Are you still building a fighting area? I don't have one now, but I can save it, and I have joined forces with Jipril, and she promised to accumulate happiness points with me. As soon as the time comes, we will build a blank environmental area in the inner space of the Crystal Palace that is not affected by any world environment and can exert all our respective strengths. At that time, we can decide who is the strongest wife. Isn't my strongest wife? Lilith Beast X gave Zhang Dailuo a beast smile expression and cat face. I mean the strongest, not the most happiness points I have produced. Among the official members of the Crystal Palace, the others are not as good as the Lilith Beast X, which has 13 kinds of wife postures, and the number of happiness points they have produced. Of course, if the happiness points produced by a single form are averaged, Akia will be more stable than Lilith Beast. Broly, remember not to be too stupid. The most important thing in finding a wife is not to be too shameless. After finding a new wife, as long as you can trick them into the Crystal Palace, no matter what despicable means you use, you can be forgiven and allowed. Akia, who is working as the main god in heaven, educates her disciples in this way. Broly, don't listen to Senior Akia's nonsense. When looking for a wife, you still have to talk about feelings. Only in this way can the marriage you get be blessed and you can easily get happiness. Eris, who is also a goddess at work, will make an additional speech below. Try to find some people who can call in, don't let me down in the future. Jipril, who has defeated Lilith Beast once, expressed his expectations for the new member of the Crystal Palace in the future. Don't waste your happiness points and talk to these guys. If you continue to say more, it will be a delay in the construction of the Crystal Palace. Unlike me, I don't talk much in normal times, and I'm silently working hard for the construction of the Crystal Palace. Miss Senjing, a green tea system, jumped out to express herself at this time. Come on. The two rituals sent out a cheerful cue-like emoticon pack, and behind it was a row of emoticon packs of the same type of emoticon packs for wives who didn't talk much in the group chat room on weekdays. With the blessings of the official members of the Crystal Palace, Broly launched the 6th time travel of another world. The surrounding environment changed rapidly, and Broly appeared in an abandoned building the next moment. You monster kid, you dare to sneak in from the outer city and steal things on the streets we patrolled. Broly looked down from the entrance of the stairs without stairs and saw two guards wearing bulletproof vests dragging a girl in dirty clothes and walking in from the broken door. I didn't steal it. They were all expired cans that they didn't want. Those people put them next to the trash can, and I picked them up. The dragged girl retorted. Ba. Then, he was slapped in the face. Even if you don't want expired food, it's not something you can take with you like garbage. The middle-aged security guard said, kicking the girl in his hand to the wall. Damn it, it hurts my slap. He rubbed his slap, walked up and looked at the girl on the ground, and started kicking. The girl said nothing, but could only hold her head with both hands and let the other party kick. Broly hung on the edge of the staircase on the 2nd floor, and saw this scene in his eyes. The strange girl is not the target of the guide, and Crystal Palace did not give any prompts. From his speech just now, he learned that the girl was beaten now because she stole something. Broly had no idea of meddling in other people's business. Seeing that the Crystal Palace panel had only been staying for more than 40 days, he decided to go and find his wife who didn't know where he was. I heard that you red-eyed trash have very strong recovery, but I don't know how many bullets you will have to kill. The young policeman pulled out his pistol from his waist, turned on the insurance and said something, causing Broly on the 2nd floor to stop taking off. Red eyes are not garbage. Broly jumped directly from the entrance of the corridor and retorted to the two guards who were facing his back. Who is it? The sudden sound scared the guards, and the two of them quickly turned their heads and looked over. It turns out that he's just a little devil. After discovering that they were just a little boy wearing a strange green fur coat, they breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, kid, this is not the place you should come, hurry up and leave here. The middle-aged security guard said with a stern face. You are planning to kill her, are you? What did she steal to make you plan to do this? Broly asked. Little brat, please don't care about adult affairs. This is how red-eyed garbage like this should be dealt with. The middle-aged security guard said impatiently. You said it again. After saying that, Broly's figure appeared in front of the middle-aged security guard, and his small fist hit the other party's abdomen with a bulletproof vest. Puff. The bulletproof vest did not have much protective effect, and the middle-aged guard arched his body like a prawn being scalded. Broly stepped back in time, avoided the liquid vomited from the other party, raised his hand and pinched his nose. Suddenly, he felt that he shouldn't have spit out the person. The smell was so sour and smelly. Senior Okano. The sudden incident caused the young security guard next to him to widen his eyes. Are you the red-eyed companion and the son of the curse? The young security guard pointed the gun directly at him. Son of cursed, what is that? Broly asked in confusion. Let's pretend to be less. Your speed and strength are definitely not something that a normal child can have. Only monsters like the cursed son can have it. That being said, the young security guard was hesitant and did not shoot directly, because Broly looked like a boy, and the cursed sons were all girls. I am not a cursed son, I am a Saiyan. I just came to this world, but I can bear it if you call me a monster. Broly denied the identity of the cursed son, but was willing to admit the identity of the monster. As for the demon, Master Akia didn't like this very much, and he was willing to change it. By the way, if you hit me with the thing in your hand, I will hit you too. Broly knew the gun. He was beaten by this thing when he was a child and couldn't help but remind the other party. Oi, shoot me quickly, what are you waiting for? Senior Okano, this is a boy. He attacked me, that's the criminal, he cares about boys and girls. The middle-aged security guard who had recovered said viciously. Yes. With a bang, the young security guard pulled the trigger. At this moment, a small electric donkey stopped outside. Hearing the gunshots, Rentaro hurriedly ran into the building. Ba. The black-haired boy running in happened to see the scene of the young security guard falling down. Monster. The middle-aged security guard made a sound in horror. The bullet fired by his companion was easily caught. The boy placed the bullet in the front of his thumb and bounced it lightly, and the forehead next to him was blooming. Everyone said that if you hit me, I will definitely hit you. If you hit me on the forehead, I will only hit you on the forehead. Hey, are you dead? Feeling the dissipation of the young security guard's breath, Broly was a little surprised that the other party was useless, but he didn't care much, and looked at the middle-aged security guard next to him who was instigated. Before he could say anything, the middle-aged security guard pulled out his pistol in panic, but did not aim it at it. The other party arrested the girl on the ground and pressed the muzzle on the girl's temple as a hostage. Don't come over. If you dare, I'll shoot her. Broly. Chapter 383, The Villain's Invitation, refuses to be futile. Has that girl's companion come to save the person? Hiding behind the wall pillar, Rentaro could only think so when he saw him. I don't know her. But at this moment, Broly outside denied this. Don't lie to me. If you don't know her, why would you stop us? The middle-aged security guard did not believe it at all. That's because you said bad things about Red Eyes. I don't agree with this, so I'll come down to refute you. If the other party describes it, Broly might not have come down like monster, demon. After all, in his thinking, these two words are praise. However, now we have to put the demon backwards because Master Akia doesn't like it, but Huai and the others like it. Of course, Broly also felt that the two of them were doing a bit too much, but considering that if a guy he didn't know came to steal his food, he might beat the thief to death, he felt that this was the case. But you killed my companion. The middle-aged security guard roared. I have warned him if he took the initiative to attack me, or if you let him fire the gun. Broly said with confidence. That's because you attacked me first. The middle-aged security guard subconsciously wanted to excuse himself for the death of his companion. Who told you to talk about the red-eyed trash? This is what you asked for to beat me. If I didn't beat you to death, I would be considered polite and polite. Broly spread his hands, feeling that the responsibility lies not with him. If you don't say that red eyes are trash, even if you are not a curse son, you are also a human being. As the middle-aged security guard said, he looked down at his gun, and after confirming that he was pressed tightly on the red-eyed girl's temple in his hand, he shouted at the Saiyan boy over there. Now, I have a hostage in my hand, so what's wrong with the red-eyed ones is garbage. Wait, I'll say it again, I don't know her. Do you think I will believe this? Believe it or not, but if you say that red eyes are trash, I will throw you away as trash. The boy raised his face and warned him very seriously. Ha, I'm scared. But this warning was regarded by middle-aged security guards as a concern for the hostages in their hands. When I get out of danger, I will ask for support. I must kill the stinky little guy in front of me who dares to kill the guard. Thinking of this, the middle-aged security guard was slowly moving, but he was always facing Broly, warning him, if you dare to move, she will die. Broly did not move, or he had no intention of acting. Ha! After moving the position closer to the gate, the middle-aged guard suddenly burst into laughter when he looked at the boy who was completely afraid to move. Now, I will continue to say that red eyes are garbage. What's wrong? A man will not die if he doesn't commit suicide. As soon as he finished speaking, Broly disappeared from the spot. Bang! Seeing an abnormality on the retina, the middle-aged guard subconsciously pulled the trigger. The gunshot was fired, but it exploded because the muzzle had been pinched flat by a small hand. Ah! In the pain, the man directly let go of the girl who could not be hostage in his hand and covered his palm that was injured due to the explosion. The next moment, he was picked up by Broly and dumped. Ba! Broly just swung twice and threw the man out like garbage. Stop! Someone shouted this from behind, but the middle-aged security guard who was thrown out had already touched the wall. That was where he kicked the girl over just now. This person looked like a full garbage bag, and he looked almost the same after being smashed by a violent wheel. In addition to the body armor that looks like a garbage bag outside, the things that were packed in the garbage bag were smashed and splashed everywhere. Good dong. Even though Rentaro is a policeman, a special profession of the dark bullet, and has seen many cruel scenes, he still feels uncomfortable now. Cough cough cough. The girl who was released fell to the ground and was hooked by a little foot to relieve her strength. However, because her throat was strangled just now, she was lying on the ground and coughing. Is it okay? Broly looked down at the girl and asked. Thank you for saving me. The dirty girl coughed, but she did not forget to thank the person who saved her. And her red eyes similar to Huai and Ilya, which made Broly quite fond of her. After thinking about it, I sent a little anger to the other party. The girl who felt pain in her body because she was beaten, then she found that her body suddenly stopped hurting. "Eh?" She got up from the ground in surprise. "You?" After turning around and seeing the scene behind him, he quickly covered his mouth and started to retching. "Why do you need to do this?" Rishiki Rentaro questioned the boy a little angry. "You mean this?" Broly asked, pointing to the place where he threw the garbage. "Isn't this an obvious thing?" After seeing the boy nodding, he said this. "Even if you want to save your companion, you shouldn't kill a living person like this, that's a human being." Rishiki Rentaro roared out. His justice value was quite good. At the same time, because he came slowly, he didn't see the scene where the girl was beaten and almost shot. So he couldn't accept Broly's use of violence and easily torture humans. "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you just hide behind that pillar and hear our conversation? This guy who was thrown to death by me just said something he shouldn't say became like this. I had warned him in advance before that because he couldn't understand human words. Just seeking death in front of me. What? Do you also want to say something in front of me that is looking for death and red eyes are trash?" Broly narrowed his eyes and looked at the black-haired boy. And Rentaro Sakamai, who was locked by the energy, suddenly felt creepy, as if he was facing a gastrula animal when he was a child. How could I say that kind of thing? Fortunately, as one of the few male protagonists in this world who does not reject the Curse Sun and treat Curse Sun as human beings, Rentaro Sato did not say anything to seek death in front of the Saiyan boy. Broly nodded. Since the other party did not say bad things about Red Eyes, he also lifted the lock on the other party's aura. In an instant, Rishi saw Rentaro's creepy feeling disappearing, and Broly seemed to have become a harmless little boy again. Illusion? No, this is by no means an illusion. The human-shaped garbage that was thrown away was just there. The smell of blood is so clear, it is not an illusion. By the way, upstairs, you have been watching here since you came here. Do you have any opinions to say to me? At this time, Broly suddenly looked up and looked at the entrance of the second-floor staircase where he jumped down, which happened to meet the mysterious man in a red suit wearing a smiling mask. It really surprised me. You actually noticed my existence. The eyes under the mask widened, but soon returned to their original state. The mysterious man jumped down from the stairs on the second floor as he spoke. The movements of landing and unloading force are not dragged on at all, and they look very smooth. Lisa Shadow Yin. After seeing who the person who appeared, Rentaro directly pointed the gun at the other party. I've met again, I'll see you in my heart. Lisa Yingyan greeted him politely, and at the same time, he pointed his gun at the boy when the boy was pointing his gun at him. I don't know why, when I first saw you, I like you a little. I just saw you on the commercial street and saw the Cursed Sun being arrested by the security guard, so I came over to see what choices you would make after encountering this situation, but I didn't expect that I could encounter such a more interesting thing. Lisa Yingyan explained the reason why he was here, and his eyes under the mask turned to Broly. Boy, your name? Broly. A good name, do you think it's wrong to have a world full of unfairness to the Cursed Sun? Lisa Shadow Yin asked. I just came to this world and I don't know what's going on in your world. Broly told the truth. Ha, please don't joke. The garbage over there is really artistic. It is difficult to throw it out without enough resentment towards that kind of guy. Lisa Yingyan gave a very high evaluation of Broly's method of throwing garbage. It's because the other party is too fragile, I just threw it away. Lisa Yingyan didn't believe Broly's explanation at all. Broly. I just think that people in this world cannot understand human words. It is obvious that I can communicate, but I feel that it makes sense. I don't care about your identity and origin. How about it, Broly boy, are you interested in joining me and joining forces with me to change the world? Lichik Shadow Yin invited the boy. I'm just here to find my wife. Broly was interrupted before he could finish his words. You guy don't want to bewitch others with words. Remy Rentaro shouted. Sorry, I've been asking him all the time. I forgot to ask you. Ricky Jun, are you interested in joining me? Leech, Yingyan asked Xiang Shayan again. Who will join you? Aren't you here to save that girl? Lisa Yingyan asked in surprise. Seeing the policeman arresting the Cursed Sun and following him, this was an attitude. He felt that Rentaro Rishi was like him, and he was a person who felt that there were mistakes in this world. Not to mention Broly, who had directly killed the police guard, the boy clearly stated that he had red eyes on the platform. I came to save her, but it has nothing to do with rejecting the invitation of you, the terrorist. Is it really okay? The guard brought the Cursed Sun he caught to such a remote abandoned building. Don't tell me, you really don't know what they are going to do. The words of Hiko Kajian made Rentaro's heart sink. He was not a fool. As long as you think about this question, it goes without saying what the result is. Yes, those two guards wanted to kill her. In their hearts, the cursed sun is not a human being at all. Even if the peace and tranquility in the Tokyo area are partly due to the cursed sun who fought with your police, but in their hearts, the cursed sun is still no different from the gastroenter animals. These people do not have the ability to retaliate against dangerous gastrola animals, but they have the ability to vent their resentment towards these poor children. A group of guys who bully the weak and fear the strong and do not know how to be grateful. If Broly Boy does not intervene, you will be able to bear it when you see their atrocities against this child. Don't you take action against them? Liko Kajian is very good at stirring emotions. When Ricky saw Rentaro, he was a little shaken when he was said, but he quickly stabilized his mind. What you said has never happened, and the atrocities you committed in the Ministry of Defense in the morning cut off the innocents' heads and killed many people in public are what has happened. You are the real villain, and I want to take you down now. Rentaro Sato didn't know what choices and actions he would make when he encountered the scene he said about Hinako Kajin, but he was qualified to become a believer in the Acusis religion and knew how to make the most easy choices for him at the moment. That is to avoid answering difficult questions and choose a question that can make it easier for you to answer to replace Leech Zi Ying-Ian's question. Sure enough, young people have too little experience. Is it a bit difficult to explain? Li Ying-Ian snapped his fingers. Kobina, let's remove his combat ability first. At the entrance of the stairs on the second floor, another little girl in a gothic suit appeared. Okay, Dad, then I'll cut off this guy's limbs, right? The little girl smiled dangerously and pulled out two double knives from her waist. As long as you don't kill him, you can do whatever you want. Little Bina, happiness value is rising. What about this? He didn't seem to agree to your proposal from Dad. Should we cut it together? Sorry, Broly Boy, I was interrupted just now. What about your answer? If your daughter is willing to be my wife, it's not impossible to help change the world. Broly was not very interested in changing the strange world, but was very interested in finding a new wife. He looked at little Bina with a little burning look. This was the first time that Libido Xiao Bina had encountered a boy who looked at her with such a fiery look, which made her feel a little uncomfortable, so she stared at the Saiyan boy fiercely. Be careful, I'll dig out your eyes. She threatened, but the cute young girl really lacked some deterrence. Do you want my daughter to be your wife? Li Ying-Ian was a little surprised. He talked to the boy about his ideal of changing the world, but the boy asked his daughter to be his wife. This is really some unexpected reply. Are you serious? Serious? What do you think about little Bina? Are you interested in marrying the other party and becoming the wife of this Broly boy? Li Ying-Ian solicited his daughter's opinions. No, I only need Dad around me, and the other guys are redundant. Xiao Bina shook her head directly and clenched her swords. Now she just wanted to cut Broly because this guy actually wanted to take her ownership from her father. Sorry, my stupid daughter is young and still a little attached to me now, but she is not ready to become someone else's bride. That's okay. After being rejected, Broly was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't force it. Although Akia taught him shamelessly, he has not yet received the true teachings of his goddess master. So, Broly boy, are you willing to join me? Lisa Shadow Yin asked. Sorry, I have limited time to stay in this world and I have to find a new wife, but I don't have time to change the world with you. The Saiyan boy answered this question honestly. Lisa Shadow Yin. Okay, if you change your mind, you can come to me. My name is Suza Ying-Ian, and I am the man who will change this false world in the future. As soon as the conversation ended, gunshots rang out. Liko Kajian and Rikimi Rentaro shot each other at the same time, and at the same time, they also made a move to tilt their heads to avoid bullets. The little girl in the gothic costume jumped down from the stairs, held two swords and slashed towards Rentaro's arm with a gun, but the boy took a step back and pulled away and avoided it. Don't move around, otherwise your head will be cut off. Chapter 384. The situation is not good. Faced with the pursuit of Libiko Kobina, Rishidaro did not dare to take it lightly. As a promoter, he has a considerable gap in strength and the other party as the starter. Bang bang bang. The pistol kept firing at the girl, but the other party easily avoided it. Even if there is no bullet that cannot be avoided, it will be blocked with the double swords in your hand. Stop struggling, just stop obediently, I'll cut off my hands and feet. The boy naturally would not listen to the girl, and while dodging left and right, he was forced to Broly. Seeing this, Libiko Kobina's eyes lit up and she waved her swords and slashed over. Seeing Rentaro avoiding her, the blade was still in a state of force and slashed towards the boy behind her. In this situation, Broly just raised his head and the blade cut through the air in front of his neck with a slight distance. Leech Kokobina frowned slightly, and said nothing, and took the knife and chased Rentaro towards Rimi. But in the next attack, she deliberately forced the boy to the boy's side. All the failed attacks were towards Broly. Hey, you're not attacking him, are you attacking me? Broly raised his foot, turned sideways, and stood in the back bridge, easily avoiding all the attacks, but asked. Sorry, this is a slippery hand, and who made you insist on putting it in the middle? Labinichina didn't admit it at all, but when she returned the knife with her backhand, she looked accurate. Prepare a gift for a broken belly package. Broly just sat on the ground and easily avoided this backlash. Little Bina was a little unhappy. She had never encountered such a slippery guy, which made her feel irritated. Just as she was about to stop acting and was planning to attack Broly straight, Leech Skin Ying Ian's voice sounded. Little Bina, don't be naughty anymore. Broly boy is not the target you should attack. The target you want to attack is relaxing next to you. He scolded his daughter. I hate Dad. The girl in the gothic costume said this, but she was obedient and did not continue to deliberately affect the attack to Broly. Although even if it was affected, even if Broly did not hide, she would not be able to break the breath-filled skin defense. Just when Libido Kobina was no longer indifferent and began to chop people wholeheartedly, Rentaro could no longer stop him, and his body gradually became colorful. Clang! The boy used his right arm to block and slash, and the crisp sound of metal collision sounded, which made people realize that his right arm was actually a metal prosthetic. Hey, Dad, this guy seems to have undergone mechanical transformation like you. Xiaobina was a little surprised and turned her head and said to her father. No wonder I like him. It turns out that he and I are the same kind as the new human creation plan. Liko Hashiyin always felt that Rentaro was a little special, but he didn't understand what was special. But now he understood that the other party was also a combat weapon that humans were artificially transformed in the battle with the Gastrula animals. Dad, I can't cut off his right hand. He slashed at the young man's metal prosthesis continuously, but he did not achieve any results except for the sound of clattering iron. Idiot daughter, that's a prosthetic made of metal, how could you cut it off? What should I do? You can cut off his body. Hey, right. Kobina suddenly realized and changed the position of the slash. Soon, Rentaro's prosthetic leg was also exposed. With the continuous slashes, the boy's clothes were stained with blood, and several holes were cut on the muscles connecting the prosthetics on his back. If it weren't for the timely reaction, he might have had his limb broken. I'm a friend of mine, I'm still too late to join me now. Looking at the embarrassing Rentaro, Liko Shadow One invited him again. I will not join the terrorists, Tiantung-style combat techniques are three-piece. No accident, the invitation from Hiko Kajian was rejected again, and Rentaro punched him, and Broly was speechless when he heard it. The other party's name was shouted loudly, making him think it was a special move, but the result was just an ordinary charging forward punch. Xiaobina blocked the two swords, but was still knocked away by the boy. After landing, she quickly unloaded the force of the punch with a small step. It's useless, it's useless. You're no match for me at all, no matter how, hey. Before Xiaobina finished speaking, she saw that the boy over there had already rushed to the gate. Don't try to run. The girl blushed, but she didn't expect that this person would run away before the battle, so Saya chased after him. Have you finished vomiting? Do you want to eat something? The girl who had stopped retching on the ground was pulled up by Broly. Broly stuffed a piece of candy into the other party's hand and went out to watch the show. At this moment, Rihu ran out, saw Rentaro being caught up again. Before the little electric donkey he borrowed was successfully activated, the girl who caught up was divided into two with a long knife. Bang! The battery was cut open, contacted with air, exploded directly, and started burning quickly. The unpleasant smoke rose up with the flames in the blink of an eye. On the roof of the building 2 streets away, a girl was looking for traces of the boy. After seeing the rising smoke, I chose that direction and ran over. The blue row elongated bead with rabbit-shaped factor not only has high jumping power, but also has very fast speed. In just over 10 seconds, I crossed 2 streets on the roof and arrived at the smoke. After seeing what was happening below, the girl kicked the knight who fell from the sky with a move, forcing the leech, Kobina, to retreat from the continued pursuit of the boy. Bang! The cement floor was directly kicked out by homemade shoes. Rentaro, are you okay? Lan Yuan Yanzu asked. Fine. The arrival of his partner made Rentaro breathe a sigh of relief. After shedding so much blood, she still said it's okay. The girl felt a little distressed. It's just skin trauma, I've avoided the key points. In the original work, Wang Xiaoning, who was shot several times in the body and was stabbed twice in the waist, woke up in just 1.5 days after the operation, and was able to continue participating in the battle, was indeed qualified to say this. Hey, who are you, a little guy? Libby Kobina raised his knife and asked. In the kick just now, she waved her knife with her backhand, but the other party flexibly avoided it. You are the little one, let me hear it. My name is Arahara Yansu, and I am the starter partner of Rentaro. Dad, this guy stopped me. Can I chop her up? Able. To avoid your counterattack, this is a good starter. Are you confident that you will defeat her in a short time? Lisa Shadoyan asked. Of course. Leech Boy Xiaobina answered confidently. Then go and get rid of her before the others arrive here. Lisa Yingyan said, looking at the rising flames of smoke from the side. Perhaps, in 2 or 3 minutes, someone will come here. And for him, a wanted criminal, exposing his traces is not a good thing. If he was entangled by other police officers who rushed over, he would form a circle of encirclement. Even if he is stronger, he will have trouble. Lan Yuan Yanzu, right? I met for the first time, and please die. After politely greeting him, Libiko Xiaobina rushed towards the girl. For her who killed half-sisters and grew up by raising a gu, killing people is definitely not a problem. I'm not afraid of you. Lanhara Yanju was not scared, and rushed towards the double-sword girl. The reason why Rentaro was injured made her angry. She wanted to teach the girl who hurt the teenager a lesson. That's the end. Just as the two starters were about to collide and fight, the 2 swords that the Leech Kobina waved out were caught, and Lan Yuan Yanzu's kick was blocked by a raised little knee. Broly appeared between the two, holding up the attack moves of the 2 girls launching on each other. Labinika pulled out his knife twice, and found that no matter how hard he used, the knife was still motionless in the boy's hand. Who is you, and is the companion of the dangerous masked man? On the other side, Lan Yuan Yanzu retracted her legs, took 2 steps back, and looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of her. I am a Saiyan, not their companion. Broly shook his head and denied Lan Yuan Yanzu's conjecture. Dad, this guy has such a lot of strength. Libby Kobina gave up his double swords and retreated to his father and said. Broly boy, what do you mean? Lisa Yingyan asked, and he knew from his daughter's reaction that the boy's strength was probably far beyond what he thought before. Your daughter is not willing to be my wife for the time being. I can accept this, but she cannot hurt the person who may have promised to be my wife. Broly explained. You mean this girl? Lisa Yingyan pointed at Lan Yuan Yanzu and asked. Broly nodded. Lan Yuan Yanzu was a little confused. What kind of wife doesn't have a wife? Lisa Shadow Yin. After a while of silence, he asked, do you always find a wife for yourself? Is there any problem? The question of seeing each other love each other. He was whispering in his heart, and Lisa Yingyan denied it in public. No, there is no problem, just like it. Turning his head, the masked man looked at the boy over there. I'm sure I'm not embarrassed by you and your starter today for Broly boy's face, strength. But things won't be over like this. I heard that you asked your starter to go to an ordinary person's school to study. Tomorrow I will let you see the ugliness of ordinary people. Leaving this sentence, Lisa Yingyan took his daughter to jump into the stairs. Wait, what do you want to do to Yansu? Rishimai Rentaro wanted to stop the 2 of them from leaving, but he was covered in blood and did not have the ability to do so. Haha, you'll know tomorrow. Lisa Yingyan did not answer his question and left with his daughter Xiaobina. But Broly felt that these 2 people had come down from the roof after running a distance, but hid in a building not far away. Broly looked at the 2 swords in his hand and chased him directly. Dong 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 dong. After jumping onto a residential building, Broly knocked on the window and door. Your daughter forgot to take the double sword. He said. After a while, Lisa Yingyan opened the window. Wearing a mask, it was impossible to tell whether he was embarrassed. Thank you. He took the double sword sent by Broly and quickly closed the window after thanking him. Then, the man and his daughter were angry and continued to run away. Of course, it is still within Broly's chi perception range. Broly returned to this side. Lan Yuan Yanzu was carrying the bloody boy on her body and preparing to take the other party to the hospital. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the police car was approaching from far to near, probably the patrol police attracted by the thick smoke. You go with us, keep staying here, there will be trouble. Before Broly could speak, Ritsu took the initiative to invite Rentaro when he saw him. He could see clearly that the boy helped them in dealing with the matter of Lisa Yingyan. Although it was not him who helped, but Yanzu, the feelings that should be born must be born. Of course, considering the boy's force, Rentaro Saki was also worried that the subsequent patrol guards members might have a conflict with the boy after discovering the body in the building and then be killed by this powerful boy. Good. Broly did not refuse. But she should be with her, too, those people are not very friendly to her. Broly pointed to the red-eyed girl who was rescued by herself in the back and said. Of course. Rishiki. Rentaro rushed over, trying to save the girl, although he was one step late in the original line of fate and did not stop the two guards from shooting at the girl. Even when he ran into the abandoned building, he watched the girl who had been shot several times, continue to be shot in the head by the guards, but with the gun in his hand, he was unable to shoot at the guards who were ordinary people. But even so, this person did save the girl who was lucky to be beaten to death and still breathed a sigh of relief. He sent the other party to the hospital for rescue and paid the corresponding treatment fee for the other party. Of course, because of the more Broly in this world, the plot of the building has changed, and he is the only one who needs to go to the hospital. The group of four turned into the alley next to them and passed by the patrol car that was beating sounds. Lanhara Yanzu took Rimi Rentaro to the hospital. After seeing Rentaro showing his police certificate, the hospital doctor did not ask about the cause of his injuries. After the wound was bandaged, the boy who walked out saw the scene where his starting point was holding the boy's hand and shaking quickly, thanking him. I didn't expect you are also a partner of justice. Thank you for saving her. Although Lan Yu and Yanzu only met the rescued girl, her identity as a cursed son made her very identify with the girl. You will feel angry and sad because of the injustice and suffering that girls suffer. So, after learning that Broly saved the girl at a critical moment, Lan Yu and Yanzu was quite grateful to the Saiyan boy. My name is Lan Yu and Yanzu, what are your name? Broly. Hey, what a strange name. Yanzu, it is very rude to say that someone else's name is strange. The boy came over, pressed the head of the orange-haired girl, and apologized to the boy. Sorry, this child sometimes speaks a bit carelessly, and she doesn't mean to laugh at your name. It's okay, I don't care about this. Hearing this, Rishi felt relieved when he saw Rentaro. By the way, I don't know what the relationship between you two is. Broly asked. He is not blind, so he can naturally see Lan Yu and Yanzu's intimate attitude towards the boy. Are you a couple? Broly asked hopefully. The happiness value of Lan Yu and Yanzu has increased. Before he got a reply, the information that appeared on the panel of the Crystal Palace made his heart sank. This situation is a bit bad. Chapter 385 Tian Tong firm is in need of such talent. Broly, I didn't expect you to be so sensible. You can see the couple between Rentaro and me at once. The girl with two ponytails said happily. So it's really a couple. Broly's heart was finally dead, and he thought the girl was the target of strategy. It's not a couple. Don't listen to Yanzu's nonsense. I'm just her promoter. When Rishi saw Rentaro's words, the Saiyan boy's heart was resurrected. What is a facilitator? He asked. Hey, you don't know. Rishimai Rentaro looked at him in surprise. I don't know, I said, I just came to this world and I don't know anything about your world. Broly nodded seriously. Well, the promoter is a partner with the starter. He will take care of the starter's life on weekdays and is considered a guardian. When he needs to fight against Gastrula or other enemies, he will join forces with the starter to fight the enemy. Rentaro Rimi didn't believe Broly's words, but he still explained to the boy about the situation about the facilitator. So, are you actually her father? Broly thought about it and asked. Do I look so old? Ricky saw Rentaro almost staggering and falling down. I should be considered her brother role, Yanzu is my family. He stroked the girl's head and said. So, Rentaro, do you actually want me to call you brother? The girl with a ponytail asked in a coquettish voice. Woo! The boy's body shuddered, and Broly saw goosebumps on the other party's exposed arms and skin instantly. Obviously, this title did not make the other party feel very enjoyable, but instead was a little uncomfortable. Then can I make friends with her with the purpose of inviting her to be my wife? Broly asked. Lan Yu and Yanzu stared at her, eyes widened. In principle, I won't stop Yanzu from making friends with anyone, but you may not be able to do it. Rimi Rentaro shook his head and said. Why? Broly narrowed his eyes and had malice against the boy. Because you have unknown origin and are very dangerous, I can't let Yanzu make friends with someone with unknown origin and dangerous. Rentaro Sato said seriously. I'm a Saiyan, from Wanpaxing. I'm not dangerous at all. If it's not necessary, I won't kill other creatures at will. Broly was stunned for a moment and quickly introduced himself. Wait a moment. Si Lian Li and Li Taro still wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Arahara Yonahu in advance. First of all, Rentaro, how can you talk to a man who wants to take your fiancé away? Well, boy, so calmly. The girl with 2 ponytails pointed at the boy's nose and started questioning. Because I didn't treat you as my unmarried. Before the boy could finish his words, the girl pressed his mouth with her hands. I know, you are a breasted man, and you like the plump breasts like Sister Mu Gang. Ah, you idiot, don't talk nonsense. The boy was a little anxious to cover the girl's mouth, but it was useless, and the girl easily avoided his hands. But I will grow up too. I believe that as long as I grow up and have plump breasts, you will definitely fall under my charm. The girl with twin ponytails said with great certainty, then raised her hand and pointed at Broly, so, you should just give up this heart. I won't be someone else's wife. Broly. The heart that had just been resurrected is now dead again. Gilyalu. At this time, the cries of my stomach sounded. Broly subconsciously looked at his stomach and found that it was not his stomach that was screaming. Looking to the side, I saw the red-eyed girl who was brought over with me, tightening her belt. Can I go back? She showed a somewhat uncomfortable expression and asked. I'll treat you, you guys to eat something. Rimi Rentaro said. Someone was treating to a meal, but Broly did not refuse. Under the guidance of the boy, they went to the ramen restaurant near the hospital. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there are no customers at this time. Boss, please give us 4 servings of turtle bone ramen. Rishiki Rentaro was asking everyone about the taste, but after finding that there were no requirements, he ordered the same taste. Okay. The owner of the noodle restaurant was very enthusiastic, but when he was on it, he saw the dirty girl's eyes and her face changed suddenly. Sorry, guest, we don't receive the cursed son here. The shop owner was a middle-aged man, and he picked up the noodles he had put down again. What's wrong with you? Lan Yu and Yanzu stood up and looked at him angrily. The cursed son carries the enterovirus. Who knows if the virus will be transmitted to others? If she entertains her, I won't have to do the business in this noodle restaurant. The ramen restaurant owner's attitude did not give in at all. But enterovirus cannot be infected with air, even if it is saliva. Rishiki Rentaro pulled Arahara Yanzu, and there was no way to discriminate against the cursed son in this world. Sorry, boss, let's pack the ramen and take it away. This is the best. The owner of the ramen restaurant did not refuse anymore and quickly packed the ramen for them with a disposable box. After eating, it's best to burn or bury the box she used. But when he handed it over, he did not forget to remind the boy. Why do people here discriminate against red-eyed people? After leaving the noodle shop, Broly asked curiously. If you can ask this question, I believe you are not from our world anymore. The boy smiled bitterly. There is a park nearby, so I found a remote corner to sit down. While eating ramen, he introduced the situation of the cursed son of the world to the boy. If you want to understand why the cursed son is discriminated against, you have to start with the enterovirus. In this world, a terrifying virus appeared. After this virus invaded the human body, it would change the human genetic genes in a short time, making the infected human gastrulation animal, that is, it would turn into a monster. And those monsters once destroyed this world, and now this world is taken back from the hands of those gastrula creatures. The cursed son is because the pregnant woman accidentally took oral enterovirus present in the outside world during her pregnancy, causing the fetus to be infected with the child born from enterovirus. These children are born with antibodies to inhibit enterovirus, but they are also humans who carry enterovirus. Many people do not treat these children as humans because of their fear and hatred of enterovirus. Many parents choose to abandon them after giving birth to them. Discrimination against them and avoiding them is the most common situation in this society. So, those 2 people think about killing her. Broly looked at the red-eyed girl who was eating voraciously and felt that the other party's situation was a little more pitiful than her. At least, when he was sent to Wanpaxing, his old father came after him. Thinking of this, he pushed half of his ramen over. The girl looked over with a little puzzled look. I'm not hungry if I give it to you. Broly said. Thanks. The girl with red eyes thanked her. Yes. Rishiki Rentaro didn't deceive himself anymore. That's the case, and it would be useless if he denied it. Besides, the 2 guards had been killed by the boy. If that's not enough, then I'll give it to you. Seeing this, Lan Yu and Yanzu also pushed her ramen over. Thank you, but I want to take it back for others to eat, okay? The girl asked carefully. Lan Yu and Yanzu remembered the days she lived in the outer city. Sometimes, I'm hungry and full. After a pause, he couldn't help but look at Rentaro. If it's just instant noodles, is that okay? The boy took out his wallet. As a fledgling policeman, he didn't have much living expenses. Cheap bean sprouts are their home-cooked dishes. Seeing Rishiki Rentaro generously donating, Broly also wanted to take some food out of the space. But unfortunately, except for the remaining packs of candy, there was no food in the Crystal Palace space, and it was left on Wampa Star. Does there any money-making job in your world? After stuffing the candy to the girl, Broly felt that she needed some money from the world, so she asked the local boy. Do you want to make money? The bags of candies I gave her are my last property. Broly told the truth that he no longer had to exchange food for happiness points. With your appearance, it may be a bit difficult to make money outside alone. I know a lot of skills, such as hunting, dust fighting, etc., and I am also good at acting. I can play fake games on the ring and perform large script kills. Broly counts his ability to make money. If anyone here needs faith, I can also help introduce my master's religion, the Acusis religion. As Akia's disciple, Broly was able to represent his goddess master. He was able to open an Acusis class in this world, and it would not be too much to charge some tutoring fees. That's not a cult, right? No. Have you hesitated in your answer just now? No, absolutely nothing. Broly denied with a stern face. Wait, I'll call first. Rishimai Rentaro looked at the boy and felt that he could not let such a dangerous and suspected alien person ignore him. He thought about it and said. He took out his cell phone in front of the boy and called the phone with a new name number on the phone. Hey, Sister Mugang. The phone was quickly answered. What's the matter? Call me this time. Tentoki is investigating the whereabouts of the missing spider-type gastrula animal through connections in the office. I met a very powerful person here. He wants to make money. I wonder if our firm has any plans to recruit people. Ha, are you crazy? Our firm is so poor that it can't afford to pay. Your family eats bean sprouts every day. In this case, I still recruit people from the outside world. Don't you and Xiao Yanzu want to live? The roar from there forced the boy to take the phone in his hand away some distance. This person is very powerful. After the roar passed, the boy said something. Awesome, how powerful is it? Are you better than you and Yanzu? Tentoki was even more upset and asked to the microphone. But the answer from there surprised her. In the afternoon, Yanzu and I met Lisa Ying-Ian. It was with the help of each other that Yanzu and I were safely evacuated. Yes. If you are a master, it's a different matter. Our firm is just in need of some capable players. Tiantung Mu changed her tone. Will I take someone over? I'm waiting for you in the office. By the way, where did you meet Lisa Ying-Ian? Rishiki Rentaro talked about the location and hung up the other end of the phone. My president is willing to recruit people, if you don't mind the salary is not too high at the beginning. Broly nodded. He was not familiar with the world. He first found a job to earn some living expenses. When he became familiar with the situation of the world, if he felt that the job was inappropriate, it would not be too late to consider changing the job to make money. Send her back first. Raimaki Rentaro bought several boxes of instant noodles from the convenience store, and Broly helped carry the instant noodles together. After sending the girl back to the outer city area of District 39, the sewer was opened and a red-eyed girl came out to pick her up. Broly left with Raimaki Rentaro and Arahara Yanju. The three of them went to Tiantong firm. When I arrived at the ground and went upstairs, I saw Tiantong muxing. This is a beautiful girl with a long and straight black girl, Yamato Satsuko. Tiantong Wood updates, happiness value is declining. Is this the master you told me? The sword ghost girl seemed to be emitting heavy black aura after seeing the three of them. Sister Mugang, don't think he looks like a child, but he is actually terrible. Rentaro Sato hurriedly explained that he was also afraid of getting angry. Because of this, he did not dare to tell the other party on the phone that the master he brought with him was a boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old. Let me see, listen to me. Our firm has no spare time to take care of the homeless child. You should send him to the orphanage. Tiantung Mu rubbed her temples even more, and she felt her head hurt a little. Sister Mugang, Rentaro didn't lie, Broly can easily catch my kick. Not only Yanzu's kick, but also he caught the double slash of Lisa Ying-Ian's daughter, and he still caught it with empty hands, which was very relaxed. Looking at the boy and the girl swearing he looked, the injuries on his body were not fake, and he could smell a smell of iodine and blood. After thinking about it, the girl stood up and walked to the three of them. This little master, don't you mind if I do an onboarding assessment for you, right? The girl pressed her hand on the hilt of the knife around her waist and asked when she looked at Broly. Can? Broly nodded, with a look of joy on his face. Although they were rejected one after another, they also encountered the targets of strategy that could be recognized by Crystal Palace. So, it's rude. Tiantung Mu is even a swordsman genius known as the Sword Ghost. Her swordsman's speed is very terrifying, but this is compared to ordinary people. For Broly, her movements are considered slow. Can't even react. Tian Toki Gang waved his long sword by, but the boy did not respond, which disappointed her. I can't even cut my knife, do I need to react too? Hearing her words, Broly asked a little puzzled. Tian Totoki was even more surprised. She would not cut the boy. She knew it herself, but the other party. Li Jian said that you can catch the blade with your bare hands and catch my knife before you can pass the test. The black long straight girl corrected the assessment content. Then you do it again. Broly understood the assessment rules, and after Tentoki took out the knife again, he directly pinched the blade. Tian Toki tried several times in a row, and found that it was the same every time, as if he was cooperating with the knife to send it over. She no longer doubted the boy's strength. Broly, right? I am the president of Tiantong firm. Tiantong Mugen, welcome you to join Tiantong firm. She reached out. Sister Mugang, before this, I have something I have to tell you. What's up? This child killed 2 guards. Rentaro Sato explained what happened in the abandoned building. And the reason for this is to remind Tetsuki that boys may be a dangerous problem for children. I thought you killed the dead guard over there. After listening to the video, Tian Toki was a little surprised. Ah. Rishiki Rentaro looked at the girl with longevity. You take good care of Yansu. When you encounter an injustice in the cursed sun, isn't it normal to take action in anger? Hearing this, Rishi saw Rentaro not knowing how to answer, he was too late. I didn't expect that this child was killed. It was a good kill. My Tiantong firm needed such talents. Tiantong Wood is happier and value is rising. The boy's killing of the security guard not only did not make Tentoki more repulsive, but instead admired the boy more. Sister Mugang, do you really think so? That's 2 lives. Riki Rentaro frowned and asked. If the 2 guards hadn't abused their power and wanted to take the cursed sun's girl to a remote place to kill them, they might not have been killed. Tian Toki hated the guy who abused his power. If I met it, I would probably have cut off those 2 bastards. Rishimai Rentaro looked at the sister and felt that the other party was a little unfamiliar. By the way, have you eaten? I've eaten it. Broly, do you have a place to rest? The boy shook his head. Ba. Tiantong Mugen patted the boy's shoulder with his hand. Hey, my house is already very crowded. After coming back to his senses, Rentaro said quickly. It should be no problem to squeeze another one, or do you want to keep this child here and let him squeeze into a bed with me at night? Rentaro Rimi. By the way, before leaving, tell me the direction of the last escape of Lisa Ying-Ian. Sister Mugang, are we going to deal with that guy? It's not about dealing with it, but I want to reveal the other party's traces to other firms, so that they can surround that guy and distract other firms from their energy, so as to reduce their chances of finding the source of infection with 7-star relics before us. Whoever entrusts to complete the money first will get the big head of money together, which is very important for Tiantong firm, which is not well off. Will the targets being surrounded be dangerous? Broly asked next to him. Of course, that guy Lisa Ying-Ian killed so many people, and the company that died would definitely want to kill the other party. As Tian Toki said something even more, he felt something was wrong. What, do you know the trace of the masked man? Broly shook his head quickly. I have no idea. He opened his eyes and told lies. Chapter 386, isn't this a slight violation when inquiring about the other person's crush's preferences? I'll buy you toiletries, Broly, you can watch TV at home with Yansu. After Riki saw Rentaro bringing Broly back to his home, he prepared to go out and buy some daily necessities for the boy. In addition, you should have to eat ramen at 4 o'clock in the evening. He has to buy some food. Otherwise, a refrigerator with only bean sprouts will make people hungry. It's almost 6 o'clock, it's about to start, Broly, come and see it together. Lan Yu and Yanzu ran to turn on the TV. He greeted the boy and sat down in front of the TV first. What are you looking at? Broly walked over and asked curiously. Of course, the Tianzu Girl is broadcast on time at 6 o'clock every night. Let me tell you, Tianzu Girl is amazing. They are the partners of justice. Lan Yu and Yanzu enthusiastically recommends the animation for the boy, and Tianzhu Girl tells the story of a group of transformed Sailor Moon fighting against evil monsters. Judging from the animation screen played on TV, this is undoubtedly an animation of Zai-Gong, full of bonds, friendship, love, and justice. Broly, you shout with me. What are you shouting? Call, go ahead, the girl who kills the sky, use the magic flash of justice to defeat the evil enemies. Seeing Rentaro coming back with something and before he entered the door, he heard the sound of boys and girls cheering in the room. What sounded was the music of the Tianzhu girl. The sound of pulling the door sounded, and Yanzu ran over to greet him like a rabbit. Rentaro, you actually bought meat. Did you pick up money on the road? Seeing the special price of meat in the boy's hand, the girl asked with wide eyes. Idiot, didn't Sister Mugang give me some money just now? Isn't that Broly's resettlement fee? So, our family is thanking him for his blessings, so we have the opportunity to eat meat this month. When he came out of the office, Tentoki gave him some money, which was not a lot of money, and it was considered as the fund for helping to resettle new employees of the office and take care of the boys' food and housing problems. Thank you, Broly. Lan Yuan Yanzu rubbed her hands at the Saiyan boy, as if she was worshipping God and fulfilling her wish. Just eating meat, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Broly was a little puzzled. You don't know, our family hasn't eaten meat for a while. Isn't there meat in the previous ramen? That was eaten outside, but I didn't eat it at home. What I eat at home was basically bean sprouts and cabbage. Broly looked at Ri and saw Rentaro. There is no money without a commission. I have just become a police officer for a year and am relatively poor at present. The boy explained and handed over the basin in his hand. This is a wash basin, toothpaste, toothbrush, and towel I bought for you. I also bought 2 sets of clothes for you. You can wear them later to see if they are suitable. I have clothes. Broly took out the clothes from the Crystal Palace space and knew it was high-end products at a glance, most of which were bought for him by Rin Tozaka in Shizuki World. Rentaro Rimi. He grabbed the clothes he bought for the boy and ran out, and not long after, the man came back. Damn it, I don't allow the return. Where did you buy it? Night market street stall. Broly just like this, he added 2 cheap street stall clothes. In the evening, Rishi saw Rentaro cooking in the kitchen, while Broly and Arahara Yonaha waited at the dinner table. After waiting a little bored, Broly called the girl's name. Just call me Yanzu, what's wrong? Let's watch the girl of Tianzhu together and cheer for the girl of Tianzhu together. Lan Yuan Yanzu easily regarded the boy as a friend, but asked. So Yanzu, I want to ask, what kind of person is our president Tian Tong? Broly asked directly that he had failed to invite his wife twice in this world, and he felt that it might be because he was too hasty. Therefore, when he met the third guide, Tsudokiyo, he did not directly reveal his purpose of finding the other party as his wife, and planned to take a look at the other party's situation first. What kind of person are our president? This question stunned Lan Yuan Yanzu. After thinking about it, the girl replied, although I don't want to admit it, Sister Mugang is a beautiful person. What else? Strange swordsmanship. What about the other one? There are a good pair of big oops. What else? I don't know this. You have to ask Rentaro, he knows Sister Kigang for a longer time. Lan Yuan Yanzu shrugged her shoulders. What kind of person is Sister Mugang? The boy who came out with the fried bean sprouts and stir-fried meat was asked about the situation of Tento Mugang, and then thought about it carefully and answered the question. She is a proud person, she is strict with others and herself, but there is also gentleness among sternness. If you are worried that you will not be able to get along with her in the future, you can rest assured. Sister Mugang is quite tolerant to younger children, just like she treats Yanzu. Her attitude is much softer than that of me. You look younger than Yanzu, and she will definitely not be too strict with you. So do she have any preferences? Broly asked again. Revenge. This is the first thing that Rishiki Rentaro thought of. 10 years ago, 10,000 Mugen's parents were killed by the gastrula animal that suddenly broke into the house. In the safe inner ring city, there were many doubts here, and it was suspected that someone was murdered by the gastrula animal. Rimi Michigan Rentaro, who grew up with Tentoki, knew very well that what his sister wanted to find out the truth the most was the truth of the past, but now she treated the other people of the Tento family who were hiding the truth as possible enemies. And how can you tell a child about such a thing? Hey, it's not right. Rishi Raintaro reacted, looked at the boy and asked, what are you doing with this? I want to invite her to be my wife, so I found out my preferences and planned to give her preferences to increase her favorable feelings for me before I ask for it. Broly told the truth. Rentaro Rimi. That's amazing, Broly, you actually asked Rentaro about the personal preferences of his childhood sweetheart sister who had been secretly in love for many years, and did not hide his desire for his childhood sweetheart sister who had been secretly in love with him for many years. Lan Yuanyanzu gave a thumbs up to the Saiyan boy. I will cheer you up. When you take down Sister Mugang, Rentaro will belong to me. The girl also exposed her naked ambitions for the teenager. Would you like to help me? Certainly. Friend. 2. Rishiki Rentaro looked at the two people standing on the dining table in front of him, looking like they were shaking hands, and they couldn't help but become a little bigger. The dining table is for eating, not for stepping on it. The boy patted the table and let the two children who had suddenly established a deep bond sit down again. Broly, do you want them to be your wives when you see beautiful women? The boy made some money for the boy and started complaining. That's not the case, it must be special. Broly took the meal and answered the question honestly. He picked up a bite of bean sprouts and fried meat and tasted it. He felt that the boy next to him had a pretty good cooking skills. At least the other party had a very good grasp of the heat of fried bean sprouts, and it tasted crispy and refreshing. Forget it, in short, I won't reveal any of Sister Mugang's preferences to you, that's her personal privacy. I understand, if you want her to be your wife, naturally I don't like her, too. Broly nodded to show his understanding. I didn't. Okay, I have to admit that I had this idea, but Sister Mugang is very proud and has some of her own persistence. She will definitely reject her confession, whether it is me or you, so I advise you to give up this idea. Rentaro Sato persuaded him. How do you know if you don't try? Broly did not waver his thoughts. Okay, if you want to hit the wall, just hit it, but declare in advance that I will not help you pursue Sister Mugang. Well, as long as you don't get in the way of me. Broly nodded. If the other party did not interfere with him, he would not act casually with the young man who invited him to dinner or took him in. Just finish your meal, take a break, Yansu, you can take him to take a shower. After dinner, he saw Rentaro packing the tableware and said to the girl. Receive. Lan Yuanyanzu saluted and ran to the bathroom to put the bath water. After coming out, he pulled Broly to the side and discussed the exciting plot of killing a girl on TV. After a while, I felt that the bath water was almost done and I had enough rest time, so I took the boy to the bathroom. This is our bathroom, your towels are hanging there, shampoo and soap you can use as you like. After Lan Yuanyanzu finished introducing her, she stood in the bathroom and looked at him. Aren't you going out? Broly, who was about to take a shower, was a little puzzled. Whatever I go out, I need to wash it. Hey, wash with me. But you want to be the guy's wife outside. Broly didn't understand anything. So what's wrong? You're just a little brat. Lan Harayanzu said with her hips, and her tone felt a bit similar to Huai. I'm already 13. Broly reminded. Lan Yuanyanzu was shocked and then showed an expression of disbelief. I don't believe you are 13 years old. Real. You are a little guy, who said you want others to be your wife, but now you don't dare to take off all your clothes in front of me. Are you shy about taking a bath with the girl? I'm not shy. I often take a bath with other wives. I've long been used to women's bodies, but I'm just not used to taking a bath with people who are not wives. Hey, other wives, do you already have a wife? Lan Yuanyanzu asked in surprise. The boy nodded. Then where is she? Not in this world. Lan Yuanyanzu crossed her hands, revealing a look that was indeed like this. What kind of person is she? Which one do you ask? There are many more. Lan Yuanyanzu widened her eyes. Broly nodded seriously. Then, just say whatever you want. Her question was originally intended to expose the boy's bragging. But unexpectedly, Broly was really serious and told her about his wife. This immediately attracted the innocent girl. When she heard that Broly was found in her first bath, her second wife was surprised, she became a little curious. If what you said is true, can you let me see your tail? Can. Broly hesitated for a while, and agreed. His furry tail was unbuttoned from his waist and shook in front of Lan Yuanyanzu. Lan Yuanyanzu was curious and reached out to touch it. Furry, hard, and will move go. Hey, what do you want to do? Just as the girl's hand gradually moved along her tail and was about to reach into his pants, she was wrapped around Broly's tail. I just want to see if it's connected to your butt. Lan Yuanyanzu felt a little embarrassed to explain. It's not connected to the butt, but to the tailbone. Here, it's just this position on your butt. Broly turned behind Lan Yuanyanzu, and pointed the end of the tailbone behind the girl's butt with her hand. After indicating the position of her tail growing, she pushed the other party out of the bathroom. I don't want to be his wife, and I want to see him take a shower, but I have no way to go. Raintaro, listen to me, Broly has a tail behind his butt. Lanhara Yanju, who was pushed out, ran to find Rishirentaro again. Is that true? It's normal to have a tail. When humans are still monkeys, they always have tails. Hey, saw Rentaro laying the floor outside, dealing with the girl casually. What I said is true. What I said is true. Lan Yuan Yanzu bulged her face, ran to the bathroom and rushed in directly. Hey, what do you want to do? Hurry up and wash it out and let Rentaro see your tail. Rentaro Sato thought Arahara Yanju was joking, but when Broly came out, he looked at the furry tail shaking behind the other person's butt, and the boy only felt a little numb. If the boy could take out something out of thin air and make Rentaro feel that his methods were mysterious and magical, then the tail behind his butt would make him feel a little horrified. In this world, abnormal limbs are often related to enterovirus. He quickly took out his cell phone, clicked on a phone number marked on the attending doctor, and called. Boy, she has a stronger power than Xiao Yanzu, and has a tail behind her butt. Can the boy become a curse son now? Sumi Miroto was a night owl. She received a call from Rentaro Rimi when she had just woken up. She couldn't help but become very interested in the boy mentioned on the boy's phone. Can you bring someone here to see me now? She asked. It's a bit late, so let's go to your doctor tomorrow. Rishiki Rentaro was really tired, and the boy's tail might be different from what he thought, but today I don't want to go out again. Okay, remember to bring the boy you mentioned with you tomorrow. Rishiki Rentaro looked at the Saiyan boy playing with his tail and agreed to the person on the other end of the phone. After joining the firm, take the other party to have a physical examination first. This is very reasonable, right? Lanhara Yanju went to take a shower, and Rentaro was the last one to take a shower. After washing, Ri found Rentaro who saw Rentaro and found that Arahara Yanzu was next to the boy, talking to the other party about the red team, which seemed to be a topic of children. As a matter of course, it is easy to have a harmonious game between children. I'm going to bed. Yanzu, you go to bed early, and you'll have to go to school tomorrow. Remind the girl not to sleep too late, and the boy went to the room next to him to rest. In the evening, Lan Yuan Yanzu didn't run over to get into his bed. There was just a faint sound coming from the room next to it. Today I had a lot of blood. When Rentaro lies into the quilt, he feels sleepy and unconsciously feels sleepy. Lan Yuan Yanzu in the room next to her was still listening to Broly's story about his wife. The story of this new friend is so novel that she completely forgot to get into the teenager's quilt. Instead, he pulled his bed next to the boy just to better hear the other party telling him stories. Until sleepiness hit her, she fell asleep. What a pity. After Lan Yuan Yanzu fell asleep, Broly stopped. He looked at the girl's happiness value of more than 10 points on the panel of the Crystal Palace and couldn't help but sigh. This girl cannot become his wife, so no matter how much happiness the value increases, it will be of no use. I don't know if that President Tiantong is willing to become his wife. Broly, how about the New World? The New World is very good. I have met 3 guides recognized by Crystal Palace, and I am working hard to get one of them to join us. Clicking on the group chat room, seeing the question from his goddess master, Broly replied, and then began to sleep with his eyes closed. When he was in his own world, he had less sleep, but he could only have a good rest after he entered another world. Chapter 387 Equipment Selection, Take advantage of the situation. The next day, when Rentaro got up, he saw 2 floors next to each other. The quilt in one of the floors was empty, and the other newly bought floors was bulging. The boy walked over and opened it and saw that the girl, the starting girl, was sleeping like a sloth, hugging the boy's neck. Rishiki Rentaro's mouth twitched, and his mood was a little complicated, as if he was raised, but he suddenly followed Huang Mao one day. Just as he covered the quilt back, he found that the boy was already looking at him with his eyes open. Good morning, Broly. Good morning. Yanzu's sleeping phase is a bit bad. It doesn't matter, I'm used to being entangled when I'm sleeping. Broly broke free from the girl's hug, got out of the quilt, and stretched. Don't sleep for a while? I've got a rest. Go and wash, I'll make breakfast. By the way, can I eat fried eggs and bread for breakfast? Broly nodded. Don't you tell her to get up. He pointed to Lan Yuan Yanzu in the quilt and asked the boy who was walking towards the kitchen. It's still a while since she finished cooking breakfast, so let her sleep a little longer. After Broly came out after washing up, Ri saw Rentaro and served him breakfast. Then, the person went to wake the girl up like an old mother. Lan Yuan Yanzu was a little confused, but when she heard that it was almost 8 o'clock, she immediately became energetic. He hurriedly changed his clothes, ran to the bathroom, and brushed his teeth and washed up with the boy. After coming out, she was a girl full of energy. What are you going out to do? Broly looked at Lan Yuan Yanzu with her school bag on her back and asked the boy who was changing his shoes at the entrance. Yanzu and I are still students. I will take her to school later and then go to school by myself. Rentaro Sakamai explained. What about me, what do you need me to do? Broly wanted to ask about the work content, and he didn't know what Tiantong firm does yet. You. The boy pondered for a moment and said, you follow me to school, and I will take you to meet someone. Who is it? Broly asked curiously. My sponsor. The boy answered. That's the woman who keeps Rentaro. Blue Yuan Yanzu supplements. Don't listen to Yanzu's nonsense. That is the equipment sponsor of our firm. The other party runs a weapon company. The weapons and Yanzu's shoes are all given by the other party. I'll take you there to see if I can also get you a set of sponsored equipment. Seeing Rentaro pushing his bicycle out of the door, Lanhara Yanzu jumped to the back seat and gave him a seat at a little in front. Broly, sit in front of me. The Saiyan boy did not refuse and leaned against the girl and also sat in the back seat of the bicycle. The boy rode his bike very fast, and soon he arrived in front of a school with a registered Gaoshan primary school. Yanzu. There was a girl who seemed to be waiting for something at the school gate, and after seeing Lan Yuan Yanzu, the other party immediately waved to this side. Good morning, Ogawa. Have you seen the Tianzu girl yesterday? I've seen it. Is Hengjiang's magic flash super powerful? Well, it's super awesome. The two girls were talking and laughing, and walked towards the school gate together. Before entering the school gate, Lan Yuan Yanzu did not forget to turn around and waved her hand to this side. Gaoshan High School is on the other side. After the girl entered the school, Ritaro took Broly to his school. However, since Gaoshan High School is considered a high-end private school, people outside the school are not allowed to enter. He could only take Broly over the wall and enter the school. Remy Rentaro went directly to the student union. Hey, it's so rare. I saw Li Ji. You actually came to me early in the morning. I finally figured it out and decided to leave that guy Tiantong's office and choose to join my company. A girl in a kimono holding an iron fan, a little surprised that the boy came to find her business early in the morning, but asked. No, I actually came to you for this child. Rishimai Rentaro let go and let Saima Miori see the boy behind him. Hey, why don't I remember having such an illegitimate child with you? Saima Wiazi looked at the boy, squinted his eyes and asked. This is Saima Wiazi, the daughter of Saima Heavy Industry, and is the equipment funder of our Tiantong firm. This is Broly, a new employee recruited by Tiantong firm yesterday. Rishimai Rentaro ignored Saima Miori's words and introduced each other's identities to the two. It's really cold. Saima Vimao made a boring blow, and then looked at the boy with some suspicion. I actually recruit such a young child as an employee. Could it be that your firm has no money to maintain it? That woman from Tentoki wants to use this child to defraud our company's equipment and then take it outside to resell it. How is it possible? Sister Mu Geng would not do such a thing? Broly was recruited into our firm because of her recognition by her own strength. Rentaro Saki directly denied it. Okay, I'm 100% willing to believe what Rentaro said. Saima Wazi closed the fan, smirked on his face, and said this. Click. She pressed the switch, and the wall next to her suddenly opened, revealing a dark room. If you have any equipment here, please take it. In the dark room, various equipment was displayed, ranging from daggers to rocket launchers. Armors, cold weapons, and thermal weapons are all available. Are you really not afraid of getting out of fire and blowing up the school? Rishiki Rentaro looked at a box of high-explosive grenades in the glass safe, and his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Ha, the grenades made by my family are world-class, so they won't get out of fire. Saima Wiazi said confidently. Can you get any equipment here? Broly asked at this time. Heavy thermal weapons are not suitable for reselling. I don't recommend you to take them. Apart from that, you can take them away as long as you, a little guy, can take them away. Saima Wahei replied. Hey, you don't believe me at all. Seeing Rentaro complaining, Broly walked straight towards Saima Miori. Saima Wiazi was about to damage his mortal enemy Tiantong Mu, and he lost his balance. When she came to her senses, she found that she had been hugged by the boy brought by Rentaro in the arms of the princess hugging her with her arms open. I've chosen it, I'll need this piece of equipment. Broly decisively selected Simowiazi as his equipment. And the reason is not surprising, that is, Crystal Palace recognized the other party's identity as the target of the strategy. BA. Rishiki Rentaro slapped his forehead and felt his head grow bigger. God's mother picks equipment, can you choose equipment sponsors? Broly, this is a man, not a equipment. He had to remind the boy. Gee. After Simowiazi reacted, Fan covered his mouth and laughed. Li Jian, where did you find this child? He is so well, with a vision, he asked him to pick the equipment here, and he picked out my best and most expensive equipment at once. This is a bit complicated to say. Then there is no need to say that I like this kid very much. I will take all his personal equipment in the future. Simowiazi made a promise directly. I don't need other equipment, can I just want you? Broly asked. Oh, it's still a little wolf dog, but unfortunately, I'm not a good man. Moreover, my sister already has another obedient puppy. She wanted to look at the boy next to her. So, you can't be picked out by you and become your personal equipment. Simowiazi rubbed the Saiyans' head with his hands and got out of the boy's arms. Broly. This is the third time I have been rejected for finding a wife in this world. Ding. At this moment, the cell phone in Rentaro's pocket rang. Hey. The signal in this dark room was not good, so he ran outside to answer. Do you like hot weapons or cold weapons? Simowiazi was in the room and asked about the type of equipment the boy needed. What, you said Yansu? What's wrong with Xiao Yansu? In the dark room, two heads, one big and one small, one high and one low, were poked out, and asked. There was rumors that Yansu was the cursed son in the primary school. The instructor of her class asked me to go over and talk now. Rishiki Rentaro's face was not very good, and he suddenly remembered what Liko Kyoto said before leaving yesterday. Bang! The boy punched the wall next to him, and a pit was made of. Broly will leave it to you for your care first, I'll rush to Yansu school. When Ritsuki saw Rentaro leaving the boy to Simowiazi to take care of him, he ran out. Is it bad that Yansu exposes the identity of the cursed son? Broly sat in the office for a while and found that Simowiazi's face was also a little heavy, so he couldn't help but ask. Well, it's awful, you might be dropped out of school. The girl in the kimono nodded. Why? Broly was a little puzzled. Broly, don't you know that ordinary people in society are rejecting the cursed son? Simowiazi asked retortedly. I know, but when Yansu went to school in the morning, there were people waiting for her at the school gate. That should be her friend. They were talking and laughing. Will they be rejected in this way? Broly asked. The more friends you make, the better you get along with each other, and the deeper you will be hurt when you are rejected by these people. Now, I just hope that Xiao Yansu can deny that she is the cursed son. Simowiazi rubbed his temples, leaned back on the office chair, and said with a sigh. Crazy. Such a sound came from the side. Simowiazi was about to look over when a strong wind suddenly blew in the office. Where is such a strong wind? This window was just open. When the strong wind passed, I could open my eyes. Some paper documents were blown everywhere, and Simowiazi looked at the open window in confusion. Hey, where is Broly? Turning his head again, there was no trace of the boy in the student union's private office. Just when he saw Rentaro riding his bicycle and rushing to Kuta Primary School, Broly had already found the girl who ran home. Lan Yuan Yanzu threw her red school bag on the table, and sat alone on the floor with her head hanging down. Her body was in a sluggish state, looking very shocked and depressed. Didn't you deny your identity as the cursed son? Broly entered the room through the window and asked when he looked at the dejected girl. Ah! The sudden sound in front of him made Lan Yuan Yanzu move back a distance like a frightened little rabbit. Hey, Broly, it's you, are you back? After seeing clearly that it was Broly, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that you are the identity of the cursed son. What happened to your school is spreading. Didn't you deny that you are not the son of the curse? Broly asked again. The sky outside was filled with dark clouds, looking like it was about to rain. I am the son of the curse, why should I deny it? Lan Yuan Yanzu picked up the TV remote control. By the way, do you want to watch TV? She asked and turned on the TV. The cursed son will be rejected, don't you know? Broly was not distracted from the topic, but looked at the girl who pretended to be nothing happened and continued to ask. A girl's expression can deceive people, but her happiness value will not deceive people. She was sad and lost, and the smile on her face was just a disguise. I know, but I thought they would be different. Even after knowing that I am the son of the curse, I would be willing to continue to be friends with me. Lan Yuan Yanzu was so embarrassed that she couldn't pretend to be asked, so she cried and shouted at the boy. Did those people reject you? On the Crystal Palace panel, the girl's happiness value has dropped to 0. If it weren't for the negative number display, Broly did not doubt that the other party's current happiness value would be a negative number. Tick. It started raining outside. We are obviously getting along well and are good friends who can talk about everything, but... Broly sat next to Lan Yuan Yanzu, listening to the girl's venting nagging. You don't have to feel sad at all. People who stay away from you because of some shortcomings cannot be considered your friends at all. After Broly finished speaking, he added, if my wife Huai was here, she would definitely comfort you like this. I really thank you for your wife Huai's comfort. Lan Yuan Yanzu's voice was a little light and she thanked her, but her anger was still a little depressed. Seeing this, Broly encouraged again, so, you should cheer up because you don't have real friends at school. Lan Yuan Yanzu. She was sad and speechless at this time. Is this a comforting word if you have no friends? Broly, has anyone told you before that you are very comfortable? No, but am I very comfortable with comforting people? Lan Yuan Yanzu took a deep breath, and the words "that's strange" turned to her lips. At least, I'm in a better mood now. So, I still have this kind of ability. Broly looked down at his hands, with a serious expression on his face that he suddenly realized that he had some potential ability. Puff. The rabbit girl was amused by the Saiyan boy's serious expression, and her nose bubbles appeared. What's wrong? Broly didn't understand what her reaction was, so he looked over and asked. No, I just suddenly thought of something funny. Lan Yuan Yanzu quickly took some tissues and wiped off the snot from her nose. After finishing the wipe, he was silent for a while before asking, Hey, Broly, can I treat you as my true friend? Then are you willing to be my wife? Broly asked rebelly. If I don't want to be your wife, can't I treat you as a true friend? Lan Yuan Yanzu's eyes looked red after crying. That's not the case. Broly shook his head and denied this. He also had friends besides his wife. It's just that being my wife has many benefits. What are the benefits? Lan Yuan Yanzu asked curiously. If someone makes you sad, I will help you beat the person who makes you sad, and there are benefits like this. That's not a big deal. If I can hit someone, I can do it myself. The girl curled her lips. There are other benefits. What are the benefits? I'll give you a massage, help you with the bath, practice with you, realize your wishes for you, and so on. Broly continued. Is my wish? Then my current wish is just to find a true friend and does not require other conditions. Can you help me realize it? That's okay. Broly was a little disappointed, but he still agreed. Then shake hands with me. Lan Yuan Yanzu said. Broly looked at her strangely. Shake your hand, good friend, don't you know this? Broly. It feels like Rin Tozaka when she was a child again. However, he still reached out and slid Lan Yuan Yanzu's little hand. Chapter 388 You may need 100 million points of force support. Yanzu, When Rentaro was in a hurry and rushed home on a bicycle to look for the girl's trace. What I saw was the girl who looked like she was fine and sat next to the Saiyan boy. The two of them held hands, sat in front of the TV, watching the Tianzu girl program replayed last night. Rentaro. Seeing the boy rushing in, Lan Yuan Yanzu hurriedly greeted her. Yanzu, are you okay? Rishimai Rentaro asked the girl nervously. I'm fine, I'm worried about you. Do you want to watch TV with us? The girl shook her head and asked. It's good that you're okay. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. Broly, why are you back? He looked at the boy next to him and asked. I came here to comfort her. Broly told the truth, he has always been frank. And being my real friend. Lan Yuan Yanzu is supplemented by the side. I announce that Broly will be my best friend in the future. The girl solemnly announced this when the boy was rushing in, which was still linked to the boy and had not yet separated. Rishimai Rentaro looked at the girl and the boy's hand, which felt a little subtle, but the girl was still energetic, which was a good thing. By the way, Broly, have you not brought the equipment back? It is not advisable to get too much into this issue. Rentaro Sato quickly changed the subject and asked about the boy. Without. Broly shook his head. Didn't find the right equipment? The boy asked. I found it, but I was rejected. Didn't you see it before? Broly answered in a silence. Is Sister Weazi so stingy? She doesn't want to give him any equipment. Lan Yuan Yanzu felt that this should not be done. The equipment he chose was Saimawiazi herself. How do you want her to equip him with? When he said this, Rentaro really thought of the equipment method, but soon shook his head and threw away the scene of the old cow chewing on the tender grass and riding a horse with a big cart. That was too inappropriate. Why did you choose someone if you choose equipment? Lan Yu and Yanzu looked at this real friend curiously and asked directly. I only want one equipment. As for other equipment, the weapons are not as good as my own fists and feet, and the armor is probably not as strong as my Baya beast suit's defense. Broly pointed to the green beast suit hanging in the room and said. Really or not? Lan Yu and Yanzu didn't really believe it. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Then did I really try? Broly nodded, and Lan Yu and Yanzu let go. She ran to the green beast suit, took off the Baya beast suit and started to try to tear it. As a result, she tried her best to make the Baya beast suit change at all. Rentaro, Broly's clothes are very tough. Hearing this, Rishi saw Rentaro being a little curious and walked up. Can I cut it with a knife? He tried to pull it, but found that it was indeed not moving, so he asked the boy. Whatever. Broly doesn't care. Although it is a clothes woven by Baya beast wool that have fallen, it is not something that weak people in this world can easily destroy. And the fact is the same. Rishi Rentaro slashed and slashed with a knife, and did not cause any damage to the green Baya beast suit. The clothes obviously feel soft, but if you cut them down hard, it will feel like you are chopping on a web that you can't cut. What material is your clothes made of? The young man with a breath asked directly. Baya's hair. Broly answered. Who is Baya beast? The big monsters on Wampa Star, and some of them are my good friends. Broly explained. Good friend. Lan Yu and Yanzu was very interested in this topic and found out that she heard about the Saiyan boy. When she learned that Broly's monster friend was as tall as Xiao Shan, her eyes were shining. Rentaro Rimi looked at the green beast suit, and then looked at Broly who described the Baya beast look like to Arahara Yoshiju. It felt like the boy's identity as an alien seemed to be more reliable. By the way, Broly, I'll take you to the doctor for a physical examination in the evening. What is a physical examination? Broly asked curiously. It means physical examination to see if you are healthy and have any diseases. I'm in great health. Then we need to check it too. Well, Yanzu has to go together. Leaving the girl alone at home, I felt a little worried when I saw Rentaro. Dr. Miroto is a somewhat dark person. She always stays in the underground institute without seeing the light of day. She likes to study corpses, dissect gastrula, etc. I have seen her eat gastrula meat. But she is a good person. She will check my body regularly and give Rentaro some inhibitory agents to let Rentaro inject into my body every once in a while. Lan Yu and Yanzu introduced it. Are you sick? It's not that I'm sick, but that I have enterovirus. If the erosion rate of enterovirus in my body exceeds 50%, I will become a monster. No, as long as you check regularly and inject the enterovirus inhibitory agent on time, you will never become a monster. At this time, the Tianzu girl replayed on TV has ended, and the next program is the morning news in Tokyo District. The news title is that the Holy Emperor proposed a special bill in Parliament this year. With the introduction of the host, a beautiful girl in a white top hat came out now on TV. The other party first praised the activity of the civil police company, which provided a positive impact on the security of the Tokyo area. It also proposed that the population has increased in the past decade, with the proportion of cursed children appearing. Combined with the activity of the police, some starting girls have the role of the safety of Tokyo District. Then he proposed the bill to protect the cursed son after he ascended the throne. The new law of the original gastrulation is a bill that gives the human rights that cursed children deserve, and this will definitely become the cornerstone of the new era after the war. Taking this bill as an opportunity, the opposition between human beings will disappear and we will move steadily towards a society where everyone can live in peace. This is my mission to take over the position of the Holy Emperor from my previous generation. Rishimai Rentaro saw the boy suddenly being attracted by the news program on TV, thinking that he was attracted by the news topic above, so he said something. Although the world is full of discrimination against the cursed son, it is getting better. The emergence of the new method of the original intestine is a clear proof. I just want to know where this person is. Broly pointed to the white-haired Holy Emperor on TV and said. I want to invite her to be my wife. Rentaro Rimi. Why don't you go to heaven? This person is the new Holy Emperor and the head of the country. I don't think he will accept your invitation and become your wife. How can you know if you don't ask about such a thing? That being said, the Saiyan boy was rejected many times in a row, and the Saiyan boy was a little unconfident. The identity gap is too big, it's hard to meet. Is it difficult? It's not impossible, there is something called hotline. In order to show that he is close to the people, the Holy Emperor has a special hotline. Citizens can make their own opinions to the Holy Emperor by making a phone call. Of course, this needs to be tried by some teams. Only those who receive recognition will be answered to the Holy Emperor. This is the only reliable way for ordinary citizens to communicate with the head of state. Rishimai Rentaro took out his cell phone. Do you need to call the hotline for you? He asked. Although the boy's idea was a bit outrageous, the other party comforted Yanzu after all, and Rentaro Sato felt that he had to do something for the other party. Of course, the boy did not think that the boy would be successful. It would be right if he could really succeed. Even whether the phone could be connected is unknown. Broly nodded. Since this is a reliable way to communicate with the guides on TV, then use this one. It was raining outside, and the identity of Yanzu's cursed son was exposed. Rentaro had no intention of returning to school. First, he called Saimawiazi and asked him to help him ask for leave. The boy began to call the Holy Emperor hotline in the Tokyo area. However, there seemed to be a lot of people calling this hotline, and there is always a busy sound on the other end of the phone. Hey, as soon as the news about the new law of the original Gastrola was broadcast, all the calls were made. The operator of the Holy Emperor's special line rubbed his head. After the morning news was broadcast, he received some calls to abuse the Holy Emperor early in the morning. This is normal. In this looted generation, many people will vent their resentment towards the cursed children. Only those who have not been robbed of precious things can be treated normally, but how many such people are there? In today's society, which is full of disgust with the cursed son, there are no relevant interests. Among those who can view cursed son normally, how many people will speak for children who have nothing to do with themselves? Even if there are related interests, such as parents who give birth to some cursed sons, they will do things to abandon their children under the cold pressure of countless people around them in their lives. This is a great trend in society. If the Holy Emperor wants to change this, it is normal for the citizens to call and scold them. Okay, don't complain, we just make a living, let's continue to answer the phone and listen to some trash words. The colleague next to him persuaded him and continued to answer the hotline calls from citizens. After he said it politely and conveyed the opinions they put forward to the Holy Emperor, he hung up the phone. Then, continue to answer the next call. Senior, are really amazing, but do we really want to convey the abuse of these people who call to the Holy Emperor? The young man was a little puzzled. Of course, I won't convey these contents in full, and I will definitely report them after summary and modification. As for the phone call, they are all against the situation where the Holy Emperor proposed the new law, so it is not something that we little people can care about. After all, they are just hotline reviewers for the public meals, so they won't let some too negative and vulgar phone calls directly hit the Holy Emperor's face. Hey, senior, I received a different call here. After calling the hotline for 2 hours in a row, Rentaro Sato expressed his high recognition of the new method of the sausage on the phone. He was asked by the operator over there to wait. After a while, the person on the other end of the phone told him that he was lucky enough to be answered by the Holy Emperor. After learning about this, the boy's expression was a little subtle. I really didn't expect that the phone could not only be opened, but also be answered by the Holy Emperor. At the Tokyo Council, the white-haired Holy Emperor was a little tired. She knew that there was a lot of resistance to implementing the new law of the original intestine, but she didn't expect it to be so great. First, the 7-star relics were lost, and then terrorists like Leech Shadow Yin appeared. Then, after the news of the new law was broadcast, opposition voices appeared in all walks of life. Fortunately, not everyone opposes the implementation of the new law on the original gastrulation. Some civil police firms are willing to speak out for the cursed children. The IISO Tokyo branch of the International Starter Supervisory Organization, and some people are willing to let the cursed sons of supervision get some of the rights and interests of normal people. Although many people in the folk cannot understand the new method of the original sausage and call the hotline to say some unpleasant words to her, the Holy Emperor, there are still people who are sensible. They know that this will not work and are willing to support the new method of the original sausage. Although there is not necessarily 1 out of 100 people like this, as long as the new law of the original sausage can be implemented, more and more people will understand it in society. Sitting on the office chair, the girl Saint Emperor took a deep breath. After being prepared, she began to answer the hotlines called by the public. Mr. Ricky, thank you for your call. I am the Holy Emperor. Of course, she said she was answering the hotline called by the public, but it was not the hotline of ordinary people, and she could report to her. In fact, the frontline operator will report it only after seeing the phone number that is marked by Tian Tong firm. The assistant of the Tian Tong, who was beside her, has always complained about the new law of the original intestines. The Holy Emperor also thought it was the granddaughter of the assistant who was rumored to be in conflict with the family. He contacted her in this way, so he called her to answer the call. How to say it, this is actually a somewhat wonderful misunderstanding. His Holy Emperor, I very much agree with the new method of original sausage proposed. Rentaro Sato expressed his first agreement with the political views of the girl Saint Emperor. Thank you, Mr. Rikiki called me. Do you have any insights into the new method of the original intestine? The Holy Emperor thanked him politely and started asking. I dare not take it seriously. The main reason is that I have a child here who admires the Holy Emperor. Rishiki Rentaro looked at Broly who was looking at him, and said to the Holy Emperor on the other end of the phone. Child? Admiring me? The girl Saint Emperor was stunned at first, but soon understood. The subtext of this sentence should be to say that some cursed children in the outer city have already known the existence of the new law of the original gastrula and have clearly expressed their support for her. As for how they knew about the cursed children, it must be the actions of the police officers from Tiantong firm on the other side of the phone. The other party is using actual behavior to express his own position, and it is from her, the Holy Emperor. This child who admires you now has something to say to you, and I hope you can listen. Good. The Holy Emperor agreed without hesitation. Although she was young, she was also a politician. Most of her considerations were political, but if she could receive some sincere encouragement from the cursed child, she would still feel some relief. Be more polite and respectfully call him the Holy Emperor. Rishiki Rentaro pressed the microphone and reminded the boys around him not to be rude on the phone. Broly nodded, took the phone and said, Hello, Lord Holy Emperor, I saw the news on TV that you advocated the new law of the original gastrula. Why does it sound like a boy's voice? The Holy Emperor was a little confused, but he still replied, This is what I should do. I heard there are a lot of resistance. The child over there asked again. Yes, but no matter how difficult it is, I will continue to implement the new law of ingredient. The Holy Emperor promised a child. Do you need help? Of course, I need a lot of help. I can help you. The Holy Emperor was a little surprised. It seemed that he was not a conversation with an ordinary child. Is it because someone used a voice changer to convey information to himself through the number of police officers in Tiantong firm? I wonder who you are. The Holy Emperor asked tentatively. I'm a Saiyan. Who are Saiyans? The Holy Emperor was a little confused, but he did not reveal it. I wonder what help you can provide me. She asked. I am good at using force, you may need some support from force. Is it a military person? The Holy Emperor thought that Tiantong firm was also involved with Sima heavy industry, so he couldn't help but have some speculations. But he was calm on the surface and asked, I wonder what I need to pay if I want to get your support. You don't need to pay anything, you just need to promise to be my wife. After the words were finished, there was a commotional voice coming from the other side. The Holy Emperor vaguely heard the words of don't talk nonsense, and there seemed to be some disagreement on the other side. As a politician, of course she would not listen to what she said just now. The other party's wife should mean the meaning of union. And the husband and wife follow each other, which means that if we reach cooperation, our Holy Emperor will listen to each other and take the other party as the leader. No, I am so embarrassed, I can't accept the conditions you have put forward, please forgive me for rejecting it. Don't you think about it. I will remember this number. If there is really a need, I will call it again then. The Holy Emperor left this sentence and hung up the phone. It's over, see what you said. Ricky saw Rentaro's headache, and he only hoped that the Holy Emperor opposite would listen to the boy's words as a joke. The young man didn't know that the Holy Emperor of the Council regarded this call as a call from the military forces in the name of Tiantong firm. After hanging up the phone, I felt that things were difficult. Not only did the assistant officer look at her, but there were also unknown forces in the army who wanted to undermine her. Oh. Putting down his phone, Broly sighed. He was rejected again, but he seemed to be a little used to it. Chapter 389, The Void Doctor, Gaoshan Primary School Unparalleled Slap. In the afternoon, the rain stopped and the sky with dark clouds dissipated was a blue color. It's here. Rishiki Rentaro rode his bicycle and took the two to the institute. As Lan Yu and Yanzu said, this is a basement. As soon as I entered the door, I felt a little cold, and there was also a smell of disinfectant coming to my face. Doctor Sumi Miroto. As soon as Rentaro shouted twice, a figure walking like a zombie came out quietly from the white curtain and approached the boy's side. I'm here. The hoarse voice and thick dark circles of eyes, while holding an unknown piece of raw meat in his hand, scaring the boy back a few steps back. Why do you look like this? I was all night last night, and today I was waiting for you to bring people here, but you never brought people here. I felt too sleepy, so I picked a body of an infected person from the cold storage and came out to dissect it to boost my spirits. Look at the beautiful diaphragm in my hand. If the other party is infected with enterovirus, it can timely suppress the erosion of the virus in the other party's body. Then, the owner of this piece of meat can temporarily obtain the super recovery of the gastrula animal, and there is no need to die because of being too seriously injured. Miroto's appearance was a bit terrifying, with a strong aura of weirdos, but after this person was still a gloomy beauty. Especially her long legs are wrapped in black silk and have a very good shape. Is this the child you mentioned? The female doctor looked at the boy who was pulled by Lan Yu and Yansu. Yes, it's him. Riki Rentaro nodded. Miroto Sumiya, Rentaro, and Yanju are very happy to know you. Seal the meat piece in his hand into the freezer. Miroto took off his gloves, handed over his slender hand, and introduced himself. Broly, the scion of Juan Pastar, is also very happy to know you. The person in front of him was another new target of strategy. Broly stretched out his hand and grasped the other party's somewhat chilling hand, and said sincerely. No further ado, take off your pants. Sumi Miroto was not surprised by the boy's self-introduction content. He thought it was a unique imagination of the child, but he couldn't wait to see the boy's tale. Broly looked at the female doctor in surprise. The person who was about to take off his pants as soon as he met was the first person in front of him. Dr. Miroto. The boy reminded him. Okay, there needs to be a gradual process. Sumi Miroto shrugged and then changed the word. Can you stick your tail out and let me see it? Is this related to a physical examination? This is part of the physical examination. Broly nodded and his tail stretched out from his clothes. When Miroto saw it, his eyes lit up and he grabbed the tail with his left hand wearing gloves. Do you feel it? What does it feel like? The feeling of being caught by someone. What about this? The female doctor changed her hand to grab it again. The feeling of being grabbed by someone with both hands. After some scratching and rubbing, Miroto Sumiya confirmed that the boy's tail was real and had a touching limb. But if it was caused by enterovirus infection, I still have to take some blood to test it. As Sumiya Miroto said this, he took out an unopened needle from the cabinet next to him. Wait, what are you going to do? After seeing the needle, Broly became a little alert. Take a blood. Hey, are you afraid of needles? Broly was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Although I don't know why I have a nervous reaction, I shouldn't be afraid of mere sharp things. Don't be afraid, it just hurts a little when you are pierced, just don't look at it. Sumi Miroto grabbed the boy's little hand and helped him apply iodine and alcohol to the tip of his right middle finger. After unpacking the needle, he said this to the boy gently, and stabbed the needle while the boy's attention was distracted. Sumi Miroto found that he couldn't prick it at all. Even though the boy's fingertips were not very thick, the blood-removing needle was like encountering something tough. Furuto Sumiya did not believe in evil, so she used force again, and finally stood up, holding the needle and steered all her strength on the boy's middle finger, but she still couldn't break the defense of her fingers. Instead, the needle was bent by force. Broly sat down looking at her from the chair opposite. This child's skin defense is not something that ordinary humans can have. Sumika Miroto came to the conclusion. I have already said that I am a scion from Wanpaxing, not an ordinary human in your world, and it has nothing to do with the enterovirus in your world. Broly reminded. Hearing this, Miroto Sumi looked at Rentaro Rishi. The boy hurriedly said, Broly and I only met yesterday. I don't know whether the origin of what he said is true or false, but he does have a magical ability to take out some things out of thin air. You can store things too. Broly added. Can you demonstrate? Can. Broly nodded, put the table next to it into the Crystal Palace space, and then took it out again. As such a large object disappeared, the table was still hers. Miroto Sumiya did not regard this as a magic trick, but asked about the specific situation of this method. Broly did not fool the other party, and answered in detail, introducing the situation in the Crystal Palace space and using it to invite the other party. So, as long as I become your wife, can I also use the capacity of space with a capacity of more than 300 cubic meters? Well, but this is a space that everyone has together, and after I leave this world, you have to pay happiness points to be able to use it across the border. Broly nodded and added. After a pause, he asked, Dr. Miroto, I wonder if you are interested in becoming my wife. It seems that what you said is true. Miroto nodded after looking at the virtual panel that suddenly appeared in front of him. After confirming that he had no hallucinations. Hey, did you agree? Seeing the other party nodding, some joy appeared on Broly's face. No, I didn't agree. But then, I received a reply from the other party to refuse. Why? The Saiyan boy was a little puzzled. The female doctor in front of him was obviously very interested, but he did not agree. You may not know me. I once had a fiancé lover who died in a war with Gastrula 10 years ago, but I can still remember each other. Hey, Dr. Miroto Sumiya, do you actually have a lover? The boy and the girl next to him were surprised, and they seemed to know nothing about it. Why do you two think I have no lover? Sumi Miroto asked back. Because. Rishima Rentaro and Arahara Yanja glanced at this dark underground research institute with various corpse blocks and cans. It was hard to imagine that a female doctor who liked to study these things would have a manhood. I was not like this before. I only started such research after my family and lover were taken away. These studies have made me more and more understand the animals of gastrulation, but instead made me gradually lose my resentment towards them, and even became something to make up for the gap in my heart. The female doctor said again. Since that's the case, then why don't you agree to be Broly's wife, doctor? Lan Yuan Yanzu asked and assisted her good friend next to her. This man has passed away, but there is something called remembrance. It is impossible for a strange boy to appear casually and invite me to be his wife in person. I will agree. Well. This statement is reasonable and difficult to refute. Then you can get to know Broly first, and after you get to know him, then decide whether to agree to become his wife. Lan Yuan Yanzu said. Good idea. The gloomy beauty doctor nodded, expressed his approval of this, and took out some collection vessels. So, let me understand him from a physiological perspective first. Broly, please give me some of your saliva and urine. Miroto said with a smile. Broly. Although he did not successfully invite him, he received the promise from Miroto Sumiya. As long as the other party thinks it's okay later, it's not impossible to agree to join the Crystal Palace. And he took the saliva from a test tube and went to the toilet to put a measuring cup of urine. Well, it doesn't taste much. The gloomy beauty doctor approached the sniffing posture with a measuring cup containing light yellow liquid, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch. Dr. Miroto Sumi, you don't want to taste it, right? Considering that the other party had experienced cooking cubes of stock, Rentaro Saki's suspicion was not unfounded. Do you know that human urine can also be used as medicine, especially children's urine? Broly's urine is light in color and clear in taste, and is the best for children's stools. After drinking it, it may also have good effects on nourishing yin and reducing fire. Miroto Sumiya started to popularize science seriously. Ah, Dr. Miroto, you don't really want to drink Broly's urine, do you? Lan Yuan Yanzu exclaimed. Ha, how is that possible? Hey, that's it, how can a person? Of course, you must check the ingredients first. Only after confirming that they are not toxic can you try to enter. The boy and the girl widened their eyes and looked at the beauty doctor. I'm kidding, you won't take it seriously, are you? After the female doctor said this, they realized that they had been fooled. I'm going to check the ingredients of these things now while it's hot. Do you want to stay? Asked Miroto Sumiya. No. Riki saw Rentaro choose to say goodbye, and Broly left with them. Before leaving, he did not forget to say to the beauty doctor, Miss Miroto, if you really want to drink this thing, I can give you fresh urine. What a caring child. Sumi Miroto was a little amused, but she still accepted the boy's kindness. If I really want to give it a try, I will definitely come and ask you. Broly, when he returned to Rishima Rentaro's house, he never encountered a new guide. In the evening, I watched the girl who killed her in the sky and had a meal and took a shower, and the time soon came the next day. Yanzu, are you going to school? The next day, somewhat similar to yesterday, the girl carried a small red school bag. I'm going to finish it, otherwise I'm not willing to give up. The girl said seriously, and could tell that she wanted to win over the friends on campus. You Gastrula monster, don't go to our school. However, after coming to the school, when I saw some elementary school students appearing, some people took out triangle rulers, blackboard wipes, brooms, chairs and other things from the classroom as weapons, looking at the girl as if she was looking at the enemy. I'm not a sausage monster, I'm Lan Yuan Yanzu, a human being. A few days ago, we were classmates, studying together, and taking turns to do class responsibilities together. I don't believe it. It's spread all over the campus. You are the son of the curse, and you are in the same group as those hateful sausage monsters. That's right, if it weren't for the fact that you hateful monsters in this world, my family wouldn't have died. Ba. As the sound fell, the slap sounded, and the little fat man who was talking was slapped out. Broly. The boy's sudden move made the boy exclaim. It hurts so much, why did you hit me? It was not until the little fat man who was blown away that he got up from the ground with his swollen face, covered his swollen face and questioned him, that he breathed a sigh of relief. This elementary school student who owes his mouth doesn't die. Why did I hit you? Of course, you slandered my friend. She is not a Gastrola monster. You are also in the same group as this Gastrola monster. Ba. The thin primary school student who spoke was also beaten down by a slap in the Saiyan boy. Ah, the companion of the Gastrotia monster dares to hit us, we will fight against him. The primary school students holding weapons in their hands were greeted and rushed up. Lan Yuan Yanzu reacted and was about to say something. Baba Baba. Broly's slap had already attacked. The primary school students rushing over, with heavy sinuses on their faces, and the weapons in their hands fell. It hurts so much. Woo 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 woo. They started to cry. Go and call the teacher. Some of the primary school students watching had already run into the teaching building. Mr. Ricky, how can you bully the child? The male teacher in glasses ran out and saw the scene where the students in the class fell to the ground and their faces were swollen, and immediately questioned the boy angrily. Ah, this is not what I called. Ricky Sorrentaro waved his hand quickly. I beat them. Broly raised his hand to admit it. You. The male teacher looked at him hesitantly. I'm not a student in our school. I'm not. How can I hit someone? The male teacher questioned sternly. Because they slandered my friend and said she was a Gastrola monster. Broly pointed at the girl who had been injured and had tears in her eyes and said. The male teacher knew what was going on when he saw the girl, but can it be said that his student did something wrong? Student Lan Yuan is originally the sausage. Ba. Before the male teacher finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. Ah, you. Ba, Bob ha. Broly fired his bow left and right, controlling the strength that would not kill anyone, and slapped the male teacher wildly. Did you see clearly? If you call my friend wrong, your teacher will be your role model. At the entrance of the teaching building, the primary school students who saw this scene became silent. Uncle Security is here. Suddenly, a primary school student shouted, and the students' eyes lit up, as if they had seen a savior. Let go of that teacher. Several campus security guards shouted this and rushed towards this side with explosion-proof forks. Click. The explosion-proof fork was easily interrupted, and Broly was not polite at all, so he carried the group of adults and started beating them on the spot. No, be gentle, don't beat him to death. Seeing Rentaro was a little unable to get involved, he could only persuade him from the side. Did you have any expectations for these adults just now? Very good. Now I'm gone. Do you know what to call me a friend? Broly stepped on the campus security guard who was beaten into a pig's head and asked a group of elementary school students. The primary school students dared not answer. After all the adults were knocked down, they were like quails. The posture of uniting themselves to denounce the girl was no longer there. Are you dead? Let you talk? If you don't talk, I will continue to slap you in the face. Broly said that, and he continued to do something. He was the first fat man to be beaten. He picked it up. It was a 2-slap. What's her name? Her name is Lan Yuan. The little fat man replied cryingly. Very good, next. Pi. What's her name? Student Lan Yuan. Next. Ah, I don't know her. She and I are not from the same class. If you are not a class, you have to call me Lan Yuan Yanzu. Seeing the boy bringing someone over, he asked 2 slaps. No matter whether boys or girls, as long as you don't speak or answer, you will slap them in the face. In the end, before Broly fell down, everyone affectionately called her classmate Lan Yuan. Look, your matter is over. The situation in front of him was a bit unexpected and very nonsensical, but Lan Yuan Yanzu was still a little moved. Broly, thank you. The girl cried and laughed, with tears in her eyes, and sincerely thanked her. When Ricky saw Rentaro next to him, he felt that his head was so big. Lan Yuan Yanzu was hurt by the primary school students' words, and he had no choice. Now if the primary school students were hurt by Broly's slap, he would have no choice. I just hope that the school will not call the police, and these beaten students will not go back to sue their parents. However, this is probably impossible. How to deal with this matter? The boy was thinking about this problem. It was easy to make people surrender by beating people, but it was difficult to cure the consequences. If this matter is spread to society, public opinion may be crushed to death. What is the cursed son who hurts elementary school students? That is simply a news point. Even if the truth is not the case, who will pay attention? Chapter 390 The strongest pain in an instant breaking. Seeing that Rentaro had not yet come up with a solution to the aftermath, the buzzing sound of helicopter fan blades rang out. At the same time, there was also the cell phone in his pocket, and the person who called was Tiantong Mujun. Broly, stop slapping people, the office's work is here. The work of the police office is usually related to gastrula animals. The commission we are receiving now is to eliminate a spider-type gastrula animal that broke into the giant stone boundary area and in the wild forest. After solving the other party, we get the white safe that the other party swallowed into the stomach. The commission fee this time is 1 billion yen. The boy who boarded the helicopter turned on the amplification function of his mobile phone, while the Tento Kiki on the other side of the microphone explained the entrusted content to the new employee of the firm. Li Jian, Yanzhu, Broly, I bet on my tuition fee for the next semester and hired a helicopter. If people from other firms were given the lead, I would probably have to drop out of school. The girl stated on the other end of the microphone the importance of this commission to her, and if she hadn't had to go to the hospital for dialysis today, she would have come together. Please, everyone, don't let my life fall into a dark trough. No problem, Sister Mugang, let's leave the matter to us, but you have to remember to give us a bonus. Lan Yuan Yanzu said. Yes, as long as I bring the entrusted goods back, I will take 80% of the entrusted remuneration as your bonus. Tiantong Mu agreed more readily. What is that? The helicopter pilot suddenly exclaimed, and the three of them hurriedly lay down by the window and saw a big six-legged black spider with spider silk on his legs, slowly gliding in the sky with airflow. The other party's gliding height was lower than that of the helicopter. Just by looking at the naked eye, you can tell that the body is larger than that of the helicopter. That's the target we're entrusted this time to eliminate. Please get close to the past. Rentaro Sato said to the helicopter pilot beside him. The driver hesitated and did not want to risk getting close to the gastrula animal that could fly in the sky. Is the work content of the firm going to solve it? Then I'll go out. Broly volunteered. What are you going to do? Rishiki Rentaro looked over and saw the boy raise his fist and pointed at the window. Wait, what are you going to do? Smash the window and go out. Broly said for granted. This is in the air. I know. You know. I can fly. Broly floated. The boy closed his voice, raised his hand, and pointed at the helicopter's rear hatch. Don't smash the windows. This helicopter is rented. If it breaks, we will pay for it. Let's go to the cabin door and I will open the cabin door for you. Rishimai Rentaro helped the boy open the helicopter's rear hatch, and Arahara Yonaho jumped on Broly's back. I'll go with you. No, that guy is not very powerful, I can do it alone. No, we are friends, we must fight side by side. Lan Yuan Yanzu now has a very high likes for the boy and is determined to fight side by side with him. Broly was a little helpless, but he still brought the girl. Originally, he could easily solve the battle with just one blow. After bringing Lan Yuan Yanzu, it becomes necessary to consider the girl's combat experience. Therefore, it can only be used as a takeoff mount. Lan Yuan Yanzu came to the flying spider in Broly after the above, he jumped off the boy's back without hesitation. In the sky, he kicked the big black spider gliding in the sky with a handsome knight's kick. Bang! When the big black spider fell into the forest below, a burst of smoke and dust were stirred up. Lan Yuan Yanzu was caught by Broly and fell away with her. When Rentaro came down from the sky with the rope ladder of the helicopter, he saw the scene of two children fighting a spider-type gastrula animal in tacit understanding. Of course, Broly was completely restrained, for fear of killing the big spider to death, which would disappoint the girl in the mood. In this way, he almost beat the unlucky spider-type caesarean animal for half a minute. As Lan Yuan Yanzu jumped up and kicked it in series at the head of the big black spider, the black spider's head carapace was kicked out of the crack. Broly, hurry up, take this opportunity and give it a fatal blow. After Lan Yuan Yanzu landed on the ground, she shouted out. Leave it to me. Broly responded and cooperated with the big black spider who was leaning back and kicked the last kick. Puff! The big black spider's head and body were kicked into pieces, and even with the terrifying regeneration ability of the gastrula animal, it could not recover. We won. Lan Yuan Yanzu was very happy and jumped up and shouted at the boy who had landed on the ground. Broly didn't feel anything. He just looked at the remains of the spider-shaped sausage animals on the ground, and suddenly he had the idea of making a fire on the spot to roast these meats and taste the taste of the world's specialty spiders. Is this the 7-star relics? I don't know what is contained in it. Looking at the white safe contaminated with the blood of the gastrula animals, Rentaro was about to walk over and pick up the entrusted items on the ground. Bang! But the next moment, the gunshot suddenly rang. Li Jianjun, your reaction is very fast. He actually blocked the bullet. Well, do you still like the small campus gift I gave to your starter? The masked man with a gun said this, strolling out of the forest next to him, and his daughter, Libido, was followed by. The guys who want to cut down are all together. Leech Boy Xiaobina looked at Broly and Lan Yu and Yanzu, waved the swords in her hand, and greeted them. Lisa Shadow Yin. Rishimai Rentaro made a fighting posture. If it weren't for the masked man in front of him, how could Yanju have been excluded by his classmates in the past 2 days? But why did Broly slap a group of people in the face? When he thought of solving this problem after going back, the boy's resentment towards his predecessors increased a lot. Super the 7-star relics and I can let you go. The boy's strength made Lisa Yingyan feel afraid. He did not continue to take action, but said. You think beautifully, this is a task item we entrust. If you want money, I can make up for your entrusted losses. This is not a matter of money. Hey, isn't it a matter of money? Broly looked over with a little surprised, but he didn't care. Broly, I heard you joined Tian Tong firm. If you can't take action now, I can pay you a sum of money. Lisa Yingyan retreated and looked for the second best. The only thing he couldn't figure out about was the boy. Sorry, unless you marry your daughter, there is no need to talk about it. Broly shook his head decisively and refused this bribery deal. In his interpersonal relationships, the status of friends is higher than that of acquaintances. To him, Lisa Yingyan is just an acquaintance he has met. Since that's the case, I can only fight with you. I advise you to forget it. You are so weak, you will lose with me. Broly doesn't want to fight with acquaintances, especially the other person's daughter may change her mind. Are you so confident? Then let me weigh your weight, the strongest pain. Lisa Yingyan snapped his fingers, and the repulsive field was unfolded in a directional manner from his fingers. Very fast. The young man who rushed towards him was directly knocked out by the invisible repulsive field. It felt like a small truck rushing into the body at an extremely high speed. But... click. Broly just waved his hand and came to the repulsive field in front of him, and he swung it away directly. Woo! The Li Qingyan over there let out a muffled groan, and the fingers snapping their fingers showed a strange arc. Click! He straightened his broken fingers back and quickly grabbed his daughter who wanted to rush forward. Dad, why are you arresting me? Libby Kobina looked back at his father in confusion. Idiot daughter, my fingers are like this. Haven't you figured out the gap in strength between us and the person on the other side? Have you weighed my weight? Well, I think about it. You are not the enemy that our father and daughter can deal with. When his strongest move was swung away by the other party like a waving air, Lisa Yingyan clearly realized this. Then. Do you still want to fight me? I like to use combat to prove my own value, but I don't like to die in vain, so let's forget it. Lisa Yingyan is very conscious of the current affairs. Don't let him go. Ricky saw Rentaro being helped up from the ground by Lanhara Yansu. His condition seemed a bit miserable, and he was injured in many places, but it seemed that nothing serious was wrong. Is he also a commissioned target? Broly asked curiously. He is not, but he killed many innocent people, but he is a terrorist. Broly thought. Okay, in order for my daughter and I to leave smoothly, I'll tell you some information. What information? I'm a mercenary. I did this because someone hired me. Lisa Yingyan answered. Hey, who hired you? The boy questioned. That's all I can say, then, say goodbye. When he was a Tathagata, he just held a leech with an unhappy look in his hand and retreated into the forest, and soon disappeared from the sight of the three of them. Who hired the other party? Rishiki Rentaro frowned deeply. Rentaro. Lan Yu and Yanzu called him next to her. Are you okay? I'm fine. The boy shook his head and replied. Forget it, let me tell Sister Mugang after I go back and let Sister Mugang, who is better-minded, have a headache. Rishiki Rentaro thought to himself, and greeted the two around him. Bring the entrustment box, let's go back. The three of them got on the hovering helicopter and were carried back to the city area. As soon as the dialysis was completed, the Tian Tong Mugang, who had been entrusted, rushed over to the airport to welcome him. The long black and straight girl's long hair floats freely in the air. After seeing the three of them getting off the helicopter intact, Tentoki came up with a smile. "Is things going well?" she asked. "I almost couldn't come back. What's going on? Didn't you complete the commission very smoothly?" Tian Tongmu was even more surprised. "After eliminating the gastrula animals, we met Liza Shadow Yin." Rentaro Sato explained the situation at that time. "Fortunately Broly is here, so he scared the other party away." Tentoki looked at the boy even more surprised. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems that I'm asking you to join the firm, right?" She reached out and touched the boy's fluffy head. "Broly, you have made a contribution, what reward do you want?" she asked this. "Is any reward okay?" Hearing this, Broly's eyes lit up. "As long as it's something I can do." Tian Toki agreed even more. "Then can I want you to be my wife?" Rishiki Rentaro raised his hand to hold his forehead, and the boy made such a request. "Wife?" Tian Tongmu was even more confused. "Broly came to our world just to find a wife for himself, and Sister Mugang, you can be the candidate for his wife." Lan Yu and Yanzu helped explain that she was the person in this world who knew the most about Crystal Palace. Can you change another request?" Tian Tongmu asked even more troublesomely. "I don't need anything else, I just want this." Broly shook his head and replied, looking at the black long straight girl with some expectations. "Then I can only reject you. People like me are not qualified to be happy. How can you make your home if you have not revenged a great revenge? Even if you have to take revenge and you have to get married, it is impossible to choose a boy who has only met and known him for less than 2 days, right?" Therefore, Tian Toki refused very decisively. Well, Broly was a little hit and didn't understand what was going on in this world and why every target you can meet is very difficult to deal with. The only thing that comforts the Saiyan boy is that the frequency of meeting new guide objects in this world is very high, and perhaps the next new guide object will be willing to become his wife. Well, Broly can only comfort himself like this, hoping that the next new strategy partner he meets will be better and easier to become his wife. "Broly, don't be sad." Lan Yu and Yanzu came over and comforted the hit boy. "By the way, Sister Mugang, Lisa Yingyan said that he was hired." After Rentaro Rima handed the entrustment box to the girl, he told Tentoki more important information. "Hey, do you know who hired the other party?" Tian Tongmu looked even more serious and asked afterwards. "I don't know, that guy didn't explain." The boy shook his head. "Okay, I remember this information and I will investigate it later. In addition, the identity of the son of Yanzu's curse has been exposed." "Hey, how could that happen?" "The leech Shadow Yin was exposed." But Yanzu doesn't seem to have a big problem." Tentoki looked at the girl who was comforting the boy there, and felt that the other party didn't look like he was hit. Yanzu is fine. The problem is that for her, Broly fought in her school, beaten a group of elementary school students, teachers, and a group of elementary school security guards who hurt her verbally, and beat them into pigs' heads, and asked them to change their name to continue to call Yanzu Lanyuan classmate. Well, Tian Toki was even more stunned, and suddenly felt that the boy was very tempted by him. At the same time, I also understood why the distressed expression of the boy next to me was. Have he beat people to death or crippled others? No. That's good, this is not a big deal. Money can make the devil push the mill, not to mention that with this thing, we can join the Holy Emperor. Tian Toki even patted the white box in his hand. It should not be a problem to ask the Holy Emperor who proposed the new law of the original intestine to help suppress the bad public opinion that the school may have issued. Chapter 391. Tian Tongmu even took the 7-star relics to the boardroom to ask for the Saint Emperor, and Broly and others also went there as members of the firm who had completed the commission. In the guild hall, Broly met the white-haired Holy Emperor on TV. The other party's voice was the same as the voice that rejected him yesterday. It was cold and not much. Combined with his delicate facial features, it seemed like an emotional doll. President Tian Tong is really worthy of being the granddaughter of the assistant official. The commission was completed so quickly, and it was done by a company alone. The Holy Emperor was joking. My relationship with my grandfather is well known. It is all due to the ability to complete your commission so quickly. It is up to our company's capable operators. I know, Mr. Rentaro Rishi, Miss Yanju Arahara, A&D. Her eyes were on Broly. There was no boy in the information obtained from the investigation. This is Broly, who has just joined our firm, and he is the hero who has completed this commission. Tian Toki introduced it even more and was not stingy with his praise at all. The The Holy Emperor nodded slightly and was about to settle the entrust for Tiantong firm. Sir, please forgive me for offending me. What is the 7-star relics? After Tiantong Mu gave the box, he started asking. This is not convenient to disclose. The Holy Emperor shook his head and refused to disclose information about the 7-star relics. When we obtained the 7-star relics, we also got information. Seeing this, Tian Toki revealed the information that Liko Yingyan was hired. Hexed. The Holy Emperor's expression became serious. After pondering for a while, the people around him left some distance. He asked, "Can I trust you, Miss Tiantong?" "Of course, our firm has always kept the information about customers confidential." Tian Toki nodded and answered. "The 7-star relics are the medium for attracting the 5 gastrodia animal in the stage." "What? I thought it was just that man's revenge on social behavior, but now I'm getting the information about my employment, so the situation is not simple. What are the 5 gastrodia animal in the stage?" Lan Yuan Yanzu was a little confused. "It is the strongest gastrola animal in the world's evolutionary stage. It is called the Zodiac Palace by the world, and they are the culprits who once destroyed this world." Rikiki Rentero's face was serious and explained to the girl. The behavior of a madman and the situation of employment are 2 meanings. The former is the personal crazy behavior of extremists, and the latter is probably someone who wants to use the 7-star relics to destroy the current Tokyo safe zone. Tiantong Wood is even more supplemented next to it. "I don't know, do you know the identity of the employer behind that person?" the Holy Emperor asked. "The other party didn't say anything, and we wanted to bring the 7-star relics back safely, and we didn't bother with the other party." Rentaro Sakamai explained. "Then, President Tiantong, I want to hire your firm in my private name to secretly investigate the situation behind this matter. The reward is 100 million yuan. I wonder if your firm can accept my commission." The Holy Emperor said immediately. "Is it really good to entrust such an important thing to a private firm like us?" Tian Toki did not agree directly, but asked. "I have only taken over the position of the Holy Emperor for less than a year, and I still have some unclear aspects about some departments of the state organs. This matter is too important and it is really difficult to use them." Tiantong Mu was even more aware that the other party probably didn't have many trustworthy people, so that the Holy Emperor would rather outsource the investigation to a private firm. At least, they who took back the 7-star relics can prove that the people behind hiring the leech secret Shadow Yin are definitely not in the same group. "Let's leave this matter to us, it's just about investigating intelligence. Our firm may need to go in and out of some official departments." "No problem, I can temporarily issue some official documents for your special investigator status to Miss Tiantong. I will definitely live up to the expectations of the Holy Emperor." In this way, Tiantong firm hooked up with the new Holy Emperor. If it was done properly, it would be no dream to rise to the top. "Then I'm looking forward to the performance of Miss Tiantong and the person behind you," the Holy Emperor said with some meaning and shook hands with Tiantong Mu. Sure enough, in the face of the possible destruction of the Tokyo district, even the forces in the army will temporarily put aside too much ambitions and be willing to advance and retreat with her, the nominal national leader. "By the way, Lord Sheng Emperor, there is one in my office's staff here. Some small troubles are to ask the Holy Emperor for your help." After shaking hands, Tian Toki said again. "What trouble, what can I help?" The white-haired Saint Emperor became a little alert and did not directly agree to help. "This is how it is, my starter." Ritsu saw Rentaro coming forward and told the white-haired Holy Emperor that he sent Lanhara Yanzu to an ordinary school to attend, and now the identity of the cursed son has been exposed. "I'm not easy for me to help solve this situation, but I can ask the attendants around me to say hello to the people in the Ministry of Culture, Science and Technology. As for schools, whether public or private, there is no one who is not afraid of the management department at the beginning. The Holy Emperor is not good at dealing with such small matters, but it is not difficult to solve them." At Gaoshan Primary School, the primary school principal was furious because the campus security guard was beaten down and the school teachers and students were also hurt. So what if the other party came in with Sima's school director? If such a bad incident happened, would it be that our school still want to continue to take in the cursed son? To dismiss, you must dismiss the student, and you must also make the guy who beats the person apologize, otherwise we will call the police to deal with it. We cannot let the parents of the students lose confidence in our Gaoshan Primary School. At noon, at an emergency meeting at Gaoshan Primary School, the principal said this with such generous words. "Yes, I am the principal of Gaoshan Primary School. Well, there was an incident in our school that the cursed son was admitted." "Hey, you are the leaders of the Ministry of Culture and Culture. What?" The Holy Emperor is a little concerned about this matter. In the afternoon, in the principal's office, watching the new method of original intestine advocated by the Holy Emperor on TV, the primary school principal broke out in his forehead. There are some things that big people should do when they don't pay attention to, and they have their own social environment as a consideration. But now they are secretly paid attention to by big people. If you are still ignorant, then you will be the principal of the primary school. It is even possible to be worn with small shoes, make things difficult, and even darker. It is not impossible to go in and be locked up for a few years. Teacher Takuchi, I must criticize you severely for the morning matter. In the afternoon, Gaoshan Primary School held another temporary teacher meeting. The male teacher who was slapped in the morning was scolded by the primary school principal in public. The Holy Emperor is advocating the new law of the original intestines, but you don't read the news at all, and you even discriminate against the cursed child. Do you know that it is a serious dereliction of duty and a teacher's disqualification to unite the students in your class and reject such poor children? Ah! The male teacher of glasses who was scolded was stunned. What? The most important thing now is to relieve this misunderstanding and appease the discriminated students. But, didn't you say at noon that you would call the police to deal with it? Why call the police? This is the conflict between students. Do you still want to turn a small matter into a big matter? Can't be beaten to the parents of students. You must comfort yourself and communicate with the parents of the children in private so that they can understand that our school is an excellent primary school that follows the new national policy and is a place to cultivate future pillars of the country. The principal of Gaoshan Primary School almost wrote the word loyalty on his face when he spoke at the temporary meeting. He had no chance in the past, but now the big guy above is looking at him, and he doesn't know how to show it. What is it if he is not a stupid pig? In the future, if there are other curse sons who want to enter our school, do we have to use some excuses to refuse the admission of such children? There was an old teacher who was always in charge of enrollment and asked carefully. I said that our school must follow the national policy. If the conditions are right, approval will not be possible at that time. The primary school principal still left room for change and said. Obviously, if the big shots of the top figure are still looking at this place, then Gaoshan Primary School will be an advanced primary school. On the other hand, if the social trend is no longer possible and the new laws and regulations change, then their schools can only maintain tradition and refuse some children with red-eye disease to enter. The task of recycling the 7-star relics was completed in the morning. Tian Tong Juzhiking got the news at noon and confirmed it. When he was practicing calligraphy alone in the study room in the evening, a masked man jumped into the wall outside the courtyard wall of the assistant official's mansion. Why did the mission fail? As soon as the Li Qingyan approached the door of the study, the old man writing calligraphy inside asked. I met a master, but he was not the opponent. Li Qingyan did not hide it. You, who used to be IP-134, aren't you a teenager's opponent? Tian Tong Juzhiking looked over with a stern look, somewhat suspicious of the words of Li Qingyan. I'm not referring to the child you once adopted, but the child who has just joined your granddaughter's office. Who? His name is Broly. I don't know his specific identity, but his strength is above me and my daughter. As Li Qingyan said, throwing the box in his hand over. The entrustment failed to be completed, this is a refund of the entrustment fee. Tian Tong Juzhiking took the money box, frowned, and asked, are you going to leave like this? What, do you want to keep me? Li Qingyan asked with a smile, and the dangerous aura on his body was released without any concealment. A high-ranking and powerful old man, nothing to him. As long as he wants to kill, he can kill the other party at any time. I don't want to keep you, but I hope you can continue to carry out the commission. The money box was thrown back. One failure is nothing, just do it again. That being said, it was actually a bit helpless, because the guy who had the strength and could take over the entrusted mission of the Tokyo district in the summoning stage 5 was only a lunatic like Li Qingyan, a war madman with an abnormal mind. If there is still the child stopping me, I will not be able to complete your commission. Li Qingyan made this statement in advance. I will investigate the child you mentioned and then stop him from becoming an obstacle to your execution of the commission. What about the 7-star relics? They should have been sent to the military custody office now. My daughter and I can't sneak in. We have a place where the military unit is under the supervision of a heavy weapon. Don't worry, because the 7-star relics are stolen, the Holy Emperor currently does not trust the person in charge of the military custody office. The things are now around the boardroom and the Holy Emperor. Do you want me to attack and kill that Holy Emperor? Li Qingyan asked with a smile, he was very interested in this job. The survival of the Holy Emperor is very important. She is the key to reunifying the country. Your mission is to take away the 7-star relics and summon Scorpio. I will not allow you to do the rest. Humph, you are so proud. You old guy just want to manipulate the other party to gain more power. I'm not someone like you who can evaluate it. Do you want to entrust it to do it or not? Do, of course, do it. This world is more chaotic because of ambitious people like you, and this is what I hope to see. Lisa Yingyan left, Tian Tong Zhizhiking breathed out. Facing such a madman, no one could say what the other party would do. Tian Tong Muzhen, the youngest daughter of his eldest son, thought that the other party who could not accept the death of his parents at a young age would gradually become a marginal person in the Tian Tong family, but unexpectedly, he reappeared in front of him, the head of the Tian Tong family in this way. The old man stood up, walked out, greeted a confidant, and asked the other party to investigate the situation of the police firm founded by his granddaughter. On the third day after Broly came to this world, Lan Yuan Yanzu went to school again. Some elementary school students who were beaten yesterday saw her. They did not come out with all kinds of things like yesterday morning to stop the girl from entering the teaching building. How can your school do this? Let our children and the cursed sun read together. After entering the teaching building, some parents of the students who were slapped yesterday came to block the door of the teacher's office, wanting to ask for an explanation. The male teacher tried to explain that this was their Gaoshan primary school responding to the call of the Holy Emperor and abide by the new law of the original intestine to give the cursed son the right to enter school as an ordinary child, but this explanation cannot satisfy the parents whose children are slapped. What's new and wrong? We don't know this. We only know your school, letting a dangerous monster enter the school, and the other party hurt my child yesterday. A strong parent grabbed the male teacher's collar and said relentlessly. Yes, right. The parents next to them were also making excuses. Whether it was their children being beaten or the cursed son studying in this school, these adults were unacceptable. The male teacher was helpless. He was beaten yesterday, and his face had not yet swelled yet today. However, due to the principal's tyranny, he had to persuade the parents of the students who were beaten to rest. However, this matter is not so easy to do. Except for one or two parents who are willing to settle things, other parents come to school with their beating children, wanting the school to give an explanation called reasonable but actually they can accept. With the help of the Holy Emperor, although they changed their position by Gaoshan Primary School, the parents of the beating students were not so easy to handle. Of course, Broly didn't think so, he rolled up his sleeves. Today is another day to convince people with reason. Baba Baba. Is this explanation enough? Is this explanation enough? Didn't you, a fat man, say that your family members died because of the gastrula animal? Why is there another one of your dads here? It's only grandpa and grandma who die. The little fat man quickly explained. Okay, then you're ready, how did I slap your dad? The strong man was held in the hands of the boy, and had no ability to resist and was slapped by the big sinuses. And beside him, a group of adults covering their faces and wailing fell down. Chapter 392 Violence cannot solve all problems, but it can solve most problems. Teacher Takuchi had complaints. After all, he was caught in the middle and used as an angry bag, but now he looked at a group of aggressive parents and was slapped by a monster boy with great strength, and his mood suddenly improved a lot. He shouted in his heart and slapped a few more times, but he showed a look of embarrassment on his face. He sincerely asked Rentaro to stop when he saw the boy who was traveling with him. As for, he went directly to stop the boy, he was slapped yesterday and no longer dared to do so. Wow! The primary school students who brought them looked at their parents who could stand out for them, and were also slapped by the big devil with no resistance. Thinking of the slap on their face yesterday, someone suddenly became scared to tears. The scene was in a mess, and Rentaro was watching from the side. Although he knew that this kind of thing was wrong, he felt very happy for some reason. Broly did what he wanted to do in his heart, but he did not dare to do due to various problems in reality. Okay, I'll persuade him now. The boy responded so much, but had no intention of taking action at all. Anyway, I already know that Broly will not kill anyone, so it would be no big deal to make these people suffer more. Broly, it's enough. On the contrary, Lan Yuan Yanzu felt a little reluctant to see it. Although she knew that these adults were coming to cause trouble for her, she skipped the stage when they hurt herself without going through the process. Broly's behavior of slapping these people still made this kind girl feel a little inappropriate. Okay, but you have to be symmetrical. Hearing this, Broly nodded and slapped the strong man's cheek a few more times. After watching the skin congested and swollen, forming a symmetry with the swollen cheeks on the other side, I was satisfied and put down the fat father who turned into Pighead 3. Well, are you adults who apologized to my friend for yesterday's sake? After rubbing the blood on the little fat man's body, Broly asked. He knew that this group of people were coming to trouble Lan Yu and Yanzu, so now he was confirming whether they had changed their minds. A group of parents who were beaten looked at each other and focused on the three pig-headed men who were the strongest but the most violently beaten. Ah, yes, that's how things are. Now that things have come to this point, what else can these people say besides echoing each other? I'm so sorry, it's my child who is ignorant and actually hurts your friend. Some parents even directly pointed to their own child's head, and they had a big sinus on their heads and pulled the child to apologize to Broly. If they had known that the person who beat the man was a boy and was so capable, they wouldn't have come at all. They didn't even explain it clearly when their children came home. They just said that they were beaten for the cursed son at school, which was really a scam. You don't feel forced to apologize like this, right? Never force it. Broly was very satisfied. The reason-based means he trained from his old father were once again verified by effective practice. By the way, you won't be there later. Call the police and say I'm hurting you, right? Broly thought about the possible situation that Rentaro told him last night, so he asked again. No. The face of the person next to him changed and he quickly shook his head and denied. In this situation, even if they have this idea, they dare not recognize it. The situation is stronger than that of others. If you have to settle the score, you have to escape from danger before you can calculate it. By then. It's good if you don't know, but it doesn't matter even if you do. I heard that there is a law on protecting minors here. I happen to be 13 years old and I'm still a child. In addition, I am not the son of the curse. Even if I beat you, it will only prove that you were beaten by me, a child. I am not disabled and not dead. Otherwise, I will pay you some medical expenses. When your injury heals, I will beat you again. Broly said, then took out the money from his pocket. This was the bonus given to him by Tomoki last night. He took out one and handed it to a parent next to him. Ah, no need, I should be born to fight. I was not injured at all. Yes, I wasn't injured. How could anyone call the police? Yes, right. If this group of people had just thought about calling the police, then after Broly said what they are now, their thoughts disappeared. Yes, this is a boy, not a cursed son, and a normal child underage protection law that has not disappeared after the disaster. In addition, he can carry a strong man who is 1.85 meters tall and slapped his mouth. What can these ordinary adults do? It was just a mouth twitch. Could it be that I really called the police to find the police and said that I was being fucked by a child when I was waiting for someone? Not to mention the question of whether it is embarrassing or not, it depends on the other party holding a large stack of banknotes in his hand to pay their medical expenses. Damn, I really dare to answer and call the police. Even if I'm not the boy in front of me, I dare to pay them medical expenses and continue to slap them in the renewal. Broly looked at the convinced adults around him and felt that after asking his wife in the group chat room last night, she explained the situation that the girl in this world was facing, and that she got more details from Huai for his desire to convince people with reason. Everyone, this is a good opportunity to make a lot of money. No, really no. The father of the little fat man who is lying on the ground over there, do you want to make a lot of money from me if you don't speak? Woo 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 woo. The strong man shook his head quickly, his swollen cheeks made him unable to say a complete sentence, but Broly understood the idea that he did not want to make money from him. Okay, I apologize and say, let's all go. As long as you remember in the future, let your children and my friend Yanzu be classmates well, you will be fine. Hearing this, around the adults were shocked. Isn't this saying meant that if you don't be a classmate, will there be something wrong? Did you hear it? Have you heard it? You must be classmates with others in the future. A parent immediately scolded his children. The parents who came to make trouble received satisfactory explanations. The matter was solved, and Lan Yu and Yanzu successfully returned to the warm campus. It was the class that welcomed her back. In the whole morning class, there was no louder sound except for the teacher's suppressed teaching sound. Even if all students breathed, they were careful and did not dare to look up at all. They just looked at the book in front of them. I really miss it, this is the warm campus life. Broly stood behind the classroom and watched a class. After the bell rang, he came over and sighed at Lan Yu and Yanzu in his seat. Lan Yu and Yanzu. After watching the teacher who rang out of the classroom, he ran away. Look around again. After class, the students who are still sitting in a chair and sitting upright. Is this called warm campus life? What's wrong, Yanzu, is there anything wrong with what I said? Seeing the girl's speechless expression, Broly felt strange and asked. He used to be in the world of Moon and had experienced a few days of primary school life. However, this memory has long been blurred. So, I didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the classroom that was so quiet that it was a bit weird. No, nothing is wrong, right, Broly? Aren't you going to find Dr. Miroto? Go quickly. Hey, then are there any problems here? It's definitely okay, my strength is not weak either. Lan Yuan Yanzu patted her little chest and said confidently. Okay, then I'll leave first. Seeing this, Broly left. After he left, there was a sigh of relief in the quiet classroom, but he still didn't dare to speak too loudly. Xiao Chuan, have you seen the Tianzu girl yesterday? Lan Yuan Yanzu tried to talk to her best friend before, but as soon as she asked, she saw her former good friend shook her head nervously. Hug, sorry, Yanzu, I didn't watch it last night. The girl obviously lied. Then I'll tell you the plot. The girl is about to cry. I want to go to the toilet. Then I'll go with you. No need, I'll just go alone. The girl ran out like a runaway. Xi village, then I and you. Before Lan Yuan Yanzu could finish her speech, she heard the girl she was talking to and said she wanted to go to the bathroom. Her eyes swept around the classroom, and every girl avoided looking at her eyes. When looking at the boys waved their hands quickly, saying that they didn't even look at the girl who killed the gods. Broly's slap was indeed simple and effective. The primary school students on campus dared to reject Lan Yuan Yanzu in person. However, it was impossible to get Lan Yuan Yanzu back to her previous campus life. Everyone was afraid of her. It was just because she was more afraid of the more terrifying Demon King of Palm, so she didn't dare to show her hostility towards the girl, but her attitude of staying away was already very obvious. After 2 days of brand new campus life, Arahara Yanju, who returned home, told Rentaro Rimi that she wanted to transfer to school. What's wrong? Is someone bullying you again in the school? Broly has been going to find Miroto Sumiya these 2 days and cooperated with the other party to study herself. However, when he saw Lan Yuan Yanzu's somewhat disappointed appearance, he checked the other party's happiness value that continued to decline on the Crystal Palace panel, and expressed his righteousness that he was willing to stand up for her friend. No one bullies me, just... Lan Yuan Yanzu talked about the cold violence she had encountered on campus in the past 2 days. It seems that I have to convince those people again. Hearing the news, Broly stood up and prepared to go to find Lan Yuan Yanzu's classmate and talk about the principle of slapping the face. But he was stopped by Lan Yuan Yanzu and shook his head and refused. Thank you, Broly, but forget it, I think it clear, they and I are not from the same world. Is this really okay? Even if you use force to force those primary school students, what Yanzu can get is probably just the false friendship they show to avoid being slapped by you. Rentaro Sato had to admit that Broly's slap was very useful, but he was sure that the boy's slap was not omnipotent. It's good to transfer schools, Yanzu, go to a school where no one knows you, and start to meet new friends again. Ritsuki said softly when he saw Rentaro patting the girl on the shoulder. But if you know another friend, if you discover the identity of Yanzu's cursed son and reject Yanzu again, wouldn't Yanzu feel uncomfortable again? Broly discovered the blind spot and raised it. Broly is right, so why not study anymore? Anyway, even if I don't study, I am not a person without friends. I still have Broly. Lan Yuan Yanzu recognized this and said with a smile. As she said that, her happiness value decreased again. Rishimai Rentaro could see the girl's sadness, but what could he do? Broly's slap can make others choose to endure and stay with the cursed son on the surface in the classroom, but it cannot change others' true thoughts about the cursed son. It makes no sense to force others to be friends with Lan Yuan Yanzu. Okay, then I'll go and help you drop out of school tomorrow. The boy was silent for a while before saying. Wait a minute, I have a way. Just as Lan Yuan Yanzu nodded and planned to accept this result, Broly suddenly said. This is a matter of public impression. Just change the public's existing impression of her. How to change? It's very simple, let's have a sitcom in another world, just like when we are in our world, we create the image of Huai's Demon King together. Broly, you can help you make friends and create a new image of the other person in the other world you travel through. Well, won't the cursed son of that world be used as the starter to fight against the Gastrula animals to protect the people? Then you can help create a heroic image and change the world, and have an inherent impression of your friends and the cursed son. There are so many more conversations in the group chat room, and there is enough to say them. Her speech made Broly feel like he was suddenly enlightened and cleared. Broly, you should use this as a condition to make the other party agree to be your wife. Master Akia, Yanzu already has someone he likes. So what if you like it? As the saying goes, as long as you swing the hoe well, you can't dig it without a corner. That's right, otherwise, it's not my wife, why should you help her so hard? Hui echoed below. Don't say that, that little sister named Lan Yuan Yanzu has a miserable life experience in her own world. Isn't it great that Broly sympathizes her with more sympathy for her and does not ask for anything in return just to help the other party simply for friendship? Yu has different opinions. And below, there will soon be wives of different personalities, and they either agree or object to the speech. Of course, there are also people who don't care about this at all, and think that Broly just needs to do whatever he wants. Broly's personality makes him more pure in his ideas about helping his friends and does not have much utilitarianism. We need a campus show to let the students and teachers of Gaoshan Primary School understand the difference between Yanzu and Gastrula. She will not hurt their Gastrula animals, but will stand up and fight with them to protect their heroes when they hurt them. But how do you do this? Can you just rely on words to convince those people? Even if Rishimai Rentaro doesn't have much hope for it. People's prejudice is a mountain, and it can be convinced with words, so it is not prejudice. No, we can convince others by speaking. Chapter 393 The Legend of Campus Heroes. How do you perform by persuading the performance? Sato Rishi didn't understand the boy's meaning and asked. Didn't you see the Tianzu girl? The villain appeared and the people were in crisis. The Tianzu girl appeared in time and defeated the evil villain with the magic light of justice and received gratitude and applause from the rescued people. This is the performance. Broly explained. So, Broly, do you want me to kill the girl that day? Lan Yuan Yanzu suddenly became energetic, stared at the boy with wide eyes and asked hurriedly. Well, that's the character. Broly nodded. What about villains? In this real world, it is impossible for evil villains to suddenly appear, right? Rentaro Sato asked. The person who plays the girl of Tianzu is Yanzu, the cursed son, so the person who plays the evil villain is naturally the real Gastrula animal. Broly said for granted. Hey! The boy and the girl were both surprised. Broly, you're joking. The reason why Gastrula animals are called animals is because they do not have higher wisdom and their habits are extremely dangerous like wild animals. Such an existence is impossible to cooperate with any performance. Rimi Rentaro had to remind him. I ask you, will Gastrula attack people after seeing them? I will. Ricky Rentaro nodded. Since you can do it, that's fine. The true performance is also a performance. Broly said no problem. But where do Gastrula animals come from in the school? Lan Yuan Yanzu asked. Not to mention schools, there are very few Gastrula animals that can break into the city. The boy answered the conversation. I saw the huge boundary marker in the horizon. It was a building made of mixed metal, and the breath of metal was hated by Gastrula animals, which could isolate most Gastrula animals wandering outside. Even if a small number of Gastrula animals break in from some sidelines, they will first face the self-defense force stationed on the sidelines. Even if they are lucky enough to break through the self-defense force's defense line, they will also encounter the urban defense line composed of civilian police agencies later. It can be said that since the Tokyo Security Zone was established, there have been very few incidents of Gastrula intrusion into the city. Some of them still go out. Be careful to be infected with enterovirus, which will become a source of infection within the city. There is only one meaning in Rimi Rentaro's words, that is, the chance of encountering Gastrula animals in the city is a rare situation. There are no Gastrula animals in the city, so we can go outside and catch them. Broly didn't think this was a problem. How to catch it? Catch it with your hands. Broly, I must tell you that it may be simple to defeat the Gastrula animal, but capturing it alive. Transfer. It's not difficult. Outside the city, Broly raised a tied Gastrula animal and said. Stage 3 Wolf-type Gastrula animal. Rishiki Rentaro's eyes twitched. Just looking at the boy's appearance of catching a wolf-shaped Gastrula alive, those who don't know would think that this bundle was an extremely obedient black dog. We just need to throw this guy to the school to ensure that the teachers and students of Gaoshan Primary School can deeply understand the cruelty of the Gastrula animals. Broly slapped the big black dog in his hand and said. This is not a recognition of the cruelty, but a casualty is going to occur, right? Rishimai Rentaro still couldn't accept this behavior of deliberately bringing the Gastrula animals into the city and releasing them in the school. How could there be casualties? If an important audience dies, wouldn't it be impossible to achieve the corresponding improvement effect? Broly said, unshackled the Gastrula animals in his hand. Careful. When the wolf-type Gastrula animal recovered and was about to bite the boy next to her and the girl was on high alert. A small stone hit the other party's chin, and the wolf-shaped gastrula animal's open wolf kiss was directly hit and closed again. Roar, roar. The wolf's mouth opens and closes, opens and closes. Aou. The wolf-type gastrula animal found that there was a problem with the masseter muscle, so she raised her claws angrily, but the next moment, she suddenly put it down. Rishiki Rentaro turned his head and looked over, and found that Broly had floated into the air and was throwing small stones at the wolf-shaped gastrula raised by the wolf-shaped gastrula animal. Aou, yum, yum, yum. Under the correction of the pebbles, the wolf-type gastrula animal grinned and showed sharp teeth at Rimi Miritaro, but there was no way to do anything else. The small pebbles thrown by Broly not only bring pain, but also the weak air attached to it can interrupt the flow of chi in the body of the intestinal animals, causing the movements of the wolf-type intestinal animals to be constantly interrupted. But this wolf-type gastrula animal is a little stupid. She is still trying hard to continue attacking after being stuck. The low IQ makes people wonder if it is closely related to a certain organism called Urha. Look, you just need to throw small stones to solve the problem. Rentaro Rimi. This really treats gastrula animals as wild animals. Broly, do you want me to try throwing stones, too? Lan Yuan Yanzu's eyes were shiny, and she asked when she looked at the boy floating in the air. Okay. Broly nodded and handed over the little pebbles he picked up casually. Hey! The girl learned to behave like a boy and threw a stone towards the wolf-shaped gastrula animal. Roar! The next moment, the wolf kiss ignored the stone she threw and bit her directly. Ba, woo! Broly came to the girl, raised his hand and closed the wolf's kiss. Why did the stones I threw don't work? Because I've added a lot of breath, yours are not. Gas. After Broly explained his anger to Urahara Yanzu, Rishi Taro realized that only boys could do this method of using stones to interrupt the attack of the intestinal animals. Are you sure that safety is fine? Will there be no casualties? But he was still a little worried. Broly, I don't want others to die because of me. The girl also said. Don't worry, if the stone cannot control it. Broly's fingertips lit up, and the next moment, the diffusing energy beam drowned the wolf-type gastrula animal. Stage 3, whose regeneration power is strong and ordinary troops can only be solved by heavy weapons, was wiped out in the blink of an eye. Then I will take action to clean up the other party in time. Rentaro Rimi looked at the place where he stood at stage 3 just now, but there was nothing else on the ground except a little black and grey. Broly, what is this? Is it a magic flash? Lan Yuan Yanzu was a little excited and asked about the waves on her fingertips. This is also a chi, but a simpler application. Broly explained that in his opinion, it is much more difficult to attach the chi to the stone and break the movements of the gastrointestinal animals by throwing the stone than to directly use the energy beam transformed into the gas to eliminate the gastrointestinal animals. If you can ensure safety, then there will be no problem. Rishiki Rentaro said this. The Saiyan boy's strength had conquered him. Even if the other party was going to throw the gastrula animal to Urahara Yoshiha's school, he didn't feel anything wrong at this moment. Anyway, these are all fake, and they want to act and convince others by relying on the dangers shown by the gastrula animals. Well, but we have to find a new villain actor. There is no time to mourn the wolf-type gastrula animal, and the villain actor who was found next was a Jew gastroenter animals like ancient hammer dragons. Stage 4. Broly, if I remember correctly, Yanzu must have performed in public in the future, right? Rimi Rentaro asked. Broly, who stepped on the head of the gastrula animal with a hammer dragon-like appearance, directly stepped on the ground to make it unable to climb up, nodded. Then, even if this stage 4 hammer dragon is not kicked by Yanzu, she may not be able to kick it. Rishiki Rentaro pointed it out. The higher the evolutionary stage of gastrula animals, the stronger their recovery and defense. The hammer dragon in stage 4 can already ignore most of the heavy weapons. To deal with this thing, it is probably necessary to use heavy sniper bombing in the armored bullet made of metal to break through the defense. As for the hole making shoes on Lan Yu and Yanzu's feet, let's forget it. Hey, is that true? Broly scratched his head and found that the selection of villain actors was not so easy. He just thought about being angry and looked powerful enough, but he didn't consider the girl's strength. In the end, Broly chose a gastrula animal with a look that looked ferocious but actually only had a stage 2 as the reverse angle at the suggestion of Rentaro Rimi. According to Rentaro Sashimi, for ordinary people, gastrula animals are more terrifying. Then, there is actually not much difference between gastrula animals with high stage selection and gastrula animals with low stage selection. On the contrary, choosing gastrula animals with a low stage will make it better to control it, but he is still actively reducing the risk of gastrula animals entering school. Then Yanzu, when you destroy this gastrula animal, you can't give it a second in one move. You should try to show that you are fighting hard and fighting desperately to protect others. Well, this is my wife. Are you sure that your sister asks me to explain to you? Broly, the young director of Saiyan, was reminded by the young director of the Red Devils, and was facing the friend who was cursed by the female lead Yansu, Lan Yuan, and was instructing tomorrow's scenes. And Rishiki Rentaro, the handyman, was nervously preparing to make the role of the villain of the gastrula animal to make a reasonable appearance in elementary school. Taking gastrula animals into the city, it is said that it is transporting dangerous creatures. To put it in a big way, it can be anti-human. If you don't hide your role in it, you may have to be on the official wanted list. It's normal for an ant-type gastrula animal to get into the ground. After studying the Tokyo map, Rentaro Rimi found a more reasonable way. So, the ant-type gastrula animals bound from the sky and brought into the city became a dive into the outer city from the sand outside the country. Then, he entered the inner city from the abandoned sewer, drilled out of the sewer outlet from the external street of Gaoshan Primary School, and ran into the lurking villain in the school at night. In one night, the efforts of the four people, the plot of Lan Yu and Yanzu campus heroes was prepared. Ah, it's a gastrula animal. Some gastrula animals broke into our school. The next day, after seeing Rentaro taking Lanhara Yanzu to the principal's office of Gaoshan Primary School to ask about the withdrawal of school, accompanied by a panic call, the entire Gaoshan Primary School suddenly became in chaos. An ant-type gastrula animal appeared in the school for some reason. Teacher, help me! The students ran in the corridor, while the ant-type gastrula animals chased after them. Hurry, run out! The responsible teacher is directing the students to take refuge, but the irresponsible person has already run away by himself. Mr. Ricky, let's not talk about whether Lan Yuan quit school or not. Are you a police officer? Please think of a solution. When the old principal saw the chaos in the school, he asked Rentaro Rimi. That was a two-stage gastrula animal, and Yansu and I were just a combination of promoters and starters who had just joined the company for less than a year. With our strength, I'm afraid. The boy looked embarrassed and shirked, as if he was worried about his own safety. Student Lan Yuan. The old principal looked at the girl. If the students from his school were slaughtered by gastrula animals while serving as principal, then he would be done. Yansu, it's not your business. Don't the classmates in your class still reject you? The boy spoke to stop him. Even if that's the case, I'm going to save them. Lan Yu and Yanzu ran away after saying that. The old principal looked at the girl running towards the riot. Because of what she said, her impression that the cursed son was a monster was a bit shattered. How could such a girl be a monster? She is obviously a good child who is willing to fight dangerous gastrula animals. The old principal did not see the girl's red ears. Lan Yu and Yanzu, who starred in a real-life stage drama for the first time, was still a child who was not very good at lying. On the other hand, the ant-type gastrula animal had already arrived near Lan Yu and Yanzu's class. The escaped primary school students had numbed their knees and fell to the ground for some reason. Teacher, save us! The children were already scared to cry and urinate, and asked for help from the only adult nearby. You are not allowed to hurt me, students. Teacher Takuchi's legs were a little weak, but he did not abandon the student and ran away. He took a chair to block the ant-shaped gastrula animal like a truck. Just as the gastrula animal looked at the group of food in front of her, and was interrupted every time she wanted to move her mouth. When she stood there for 15 seconds, Lan Yu and Yanzu finally arrived. Don't hurt my teacher and friends. After seeing his class teacher standing in front of an ant-type gastrula animal, Lan Yu and Yanzu was stunned at first, but quickly reacted and added the other party to the line. When the girl kicked the ground, she kicked her up with her feet together, but this powerful and heavy kick did not achieve much effect. But Lan Yu and Yanzu remembered Broly's instructions. When she kicked the head of an ant-type gastrula animal, she removed her strength to avoid kicking the big ant in front of her to death. Therefore, the ant-type gastrula animal was kicked back 2 steps, and the sharp mouth part was pointed at the girl, but the girl avoided it. Ah, it's Lan Yuan. Yanzu, it's Yanzu who came to save us. The teachers and students were immediately excited when they saw the gastrula animal being stopped by the girl. You guys go quickly, this guy is so awesome, I may not be my opponent. But the girl's words calmed them down. But what do you do? Xiao Chuan was moved by the words the girl ran over and shouted. At the same time, he also asked about it because he saw that the Tianzu girl had a similar plot. It's okay for me. I'm the son of curses. I have more strength than you. I should protect you. The students had complicated eyes and looked at the girl who was entangled with the gastrula animals. Then be careful, classmates, go. The male teacher was the first to react and pulled the student away. Okay, the first act has passed, and you will make a big fuss in the corridor next, leaving traces of the powerful and dangerous gastrula animals. I won't throw stones anymore, be careful yourself. From the headset, the director's command came. No problem. Lan Yuan Yanzu responded, and the ant-type gastrula animal that did not continue to be stoned quickly showed its ability as a second stage. The school corridor where teachers and students had evacuated was suddenly hit by this gastrula animal, the glass windows were broken and the ceiling was blooming, leaving various battle marks along the way. Okay, everyone in the school gathered on the playground. Yanzu, come here. Broly emerged from the corner, and Lan Yuan Yanzu hurriedly retreated to his side. Come on, this is a plasma bag, slapped on the head. Broly handed over a packet of plasma. And this is true blood, and it was taken from the freezer in Dr. Muroto's laboratory. Do you really have to do this? The girl's face turned bitter. The more tragic you look, the more grateful you will be to you by the people you save. Heroes have always been like this. Hearing this, Lan Yuan Yanzu could only shoot plasma on her head. Go to the studio room, there is no one under the wall there. I will move my hands and feet on the wall of that room later. You seduce the idiot ant to knock it away, and then you take the turned on microphone and fall down with it. Remember to make some dust and make yourself even more dirt-like. Broly talked about the opera on the spot. Although he had sneaked in and previewed it last night, it actually still needs to make some modifications depending on the situation. Just as the teachers and students who came to the playground to take refuge, listening to the huge movements in the teaching building, their faces were a little pale, thinking about whether to continue running out, there was a bang, and the wall on the 5th floor of the teaching building was smashed. It's a gastrula animal. A primary school student exclaimed. Yanzu fell down too. Lan Yuan Yanzu's classmate, the sharp-eyed little fat man, found the girl's trace. When they landed, each person and the gastrula animal fought again. I will protect my school. The girl shouted out the prepared lines. The wireless broadcast microphone that was not broken on his body was received, but it rang in the school through the speaker. The teacher and student who were about to escape were stunned. Looking at the girl with blood on her face and fighting against the terrifying gastrula animals, she couldn't help but stop. Yanzu, don't lose to the gastrula animal. Classmate Ogawa, who had tears in his eyes, shouted in the direction of Lan Yuan Yanzu. Class Lan Yuan, come on. Teacher Takuchi also shouted. The atmosphere has come here, but Lan Yuan Yanzu's classmates around him also started to shout for cheering up, don't lose. Originally, when Lan Yuan Yanzu did not reveal her curse son, she had a good relationship, but now, it only reminded her classmates of her former friendship. Moreover, humans are emotional animals, not to mention that this is an elementary school, most of them are children. After seeing many people cheering for the girls there, they also cheered. Very good, take the last blow. Do your best. After you knock it down, you will show a cheerful smile to everyone, and say the last lines of these classmates who cheer for you. Then, you pretend to be powerless and fall down for me. With the attention of everyone and cheering, Lan Yuan Yanzu finally kicked the ant-type gastrula animal's head. The girl turned around and showed a hearty smile at the classmates she knew and didn't know on the playground. Everyone, you are safe. After saying that, she was a little stiff, but it could also be said it was just right, and fell down directly. Yanzu. Rishiki Rentaro shouted and ran up quickly. He ended up, but he was really nervous. Lan Yuan Yanzu blinked at him in his arms before reassuring him. Rishimai Rentaro knew his mission, and he couldn't make people see that Yanzu was not injured or pretending to be dizzy. He carried a group of people on his back and took off the headset from the girl's ears and stuffed them into his pocket without any trace. Give up, let go. He shouted this and rushed out of the campus with the girl in his arms. Lan Yuan Yanzu's heroic legend on campus was officially concluded with many students, watching the scene of the boy rushing out of school with the girl in his arms, and it officially ended. Chapter 394 Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be kept, but only routines win people's hearts. The campus stage play is over and the heroine is gone, but the influence of the incident has just fermented. That student Lan Yuan is a student in your class. She was so handsome when she fought with that monster just now. After the danger, the primary school students began to discuss fiercely Lan Yuan Yanzu, and many primary school students from other classes came to inquire about the girl's situation. Ah, yes, that's right, Lan Yuan Yanzu is a student in our class, and she is sitting in front of me. Lan Yuan Yanzu's classmate was a little overwhelmed when asked at the beginning, and he was a little proud of himself, and talked about his previous relationship with Lan Yuan Yanzu. But she is the son of the curse. Just when everyone was discussing fiercely and wanted the students of Lan Yu and Yanzu to recommend making friends with the girl, someone said this, which calmed down the elementary school students around him. So what if Yanzu is the son of the curse? She protected us. She was fighting desperately with the gastrula animal for us just now. Unlike before, when he learned that the girl was the cursed son, Ogawa, who was rescued and moved by the girl, stood up and spoke for the left Lan Yu and Yanzu. That's right, no matter whether Lan Yuan is the cursed son or not, she is the hero who saves us and everyone on campus. The little fat man also said at this time that other students in the same class agreed with someone. I have nothing else to mean, that is, my dad said, don't get close to the cursed son. The boy who spoke before lowered his head. Well. Other primary school students looked at each other, and under the influence of adults, they actually had this idea. But after seeing the scene where Lan Yu and Yanzu was like a hero, fighting with the gastrula animals and falling down with all their might, the children had a doubt. Is it the son of the curse, so do you really need to stay away from and reject it? A girl couldn't help but ask. If we do this, we are simply like a hateful bad guy who hurts the Tianzu girl. It just so happened that the Tianzu girl played a plot recently. The Tianzu girl was framed by the villain and was criticized by the people, which made many primary school students who watched this cartoon very angry. I don't care. I want to apologize to her and ask Yanzu to be friends with me again. The short-haired girl named Ogawa decided not to be a bad guy who was backslaying hero, and the other girls agreed. But, how are Yanzu okay? She fell down and was taken out by someone. What if she? At this time, someone said it. This made the group of elementary school students around him full of concern for the leaving girl. But for children who have just experienced danger, this kind of thing is not something they can control. When a gastrula invasion occurred at school, the parents who received contact soon rushed over to find their children. After learning that it was the cursed son in the school who saved his children who went to school, the hearts of these adults became a little complicated. Police department, the appearance of the gastrula animals in the school this time did not cause any casualties. The reason is that it is said that there is a curse in this primary school. Well, the police partner, the other party took action in time to eliminate the ant-type gastrula animals that appeared in the school. After the police officer investigated, he came to report. What is the police's partner? The middle-aged police department had a subtle expression. Our school responded to the call of the Holy Emperor and boldly allowed the cursed children to enter the school. This is a very foresight. If it weren't for the child who was studying in our school this time, there might be a major casualty accident in our primary school. In front of the arrival of the media, the old principal was interviewed by reporters from different news agencies and talked about his response to the national call. But, isn't the cursed son carrying the gastrovirus? Will your school keep the other party together with the normal children? A reporter asked. Epiloviruses do not pass through air infection. When we were considering enrolling that special student, we learned about this. Although it is a learning and selling, the old principal does not mind taking it as a matter that the school has long investigated and understood. This parent, what do you think about the sudden appearance of the gastrula animal in the school this time? The principal said that he was politically correct. If he wanted to ask about the school's safety, he was kicked the ball to the city guard team by this man. The reporters found out that if you can't find the explosive point, you will focus on the parents who come to find their children. I used to think it was a bad thing to have my child study with the cursed son, but now I just want to say thank you to the cursed child, thank you for saving my child. The fat man's father hugged his fat man and showed gratitude in front of the camera. I'm very sorry, Lan Yuan, please forgive my boy for doing anything too much to you before. The next day, Lan Yuan Yanzu, who was pretending to be sick in the ward, welcomed a wave of parents who were looking for trouble before, carrying gifts and condolences from their children. Unlike the one who was forced to bow his head by bro before, they were sincere in this apology, which made the girl on the hospital bed very embarrassed. The reason is naturally because she knew that the gastrula animal was put on by them, and she got someone's sincere apology from others through acting, which made her very embarrassed. The little feet under the quilt became squeezed, and her face was red and covered with the quilt. She didn't dare to look at the classmates who were looking at her sincerely, wanting to get her forgiveness and reconcile with her. Okay, Yanzu is seriously injured and needs rest. If you all are fine, please come back. Fortunately, Rishiki Rentaro got out and invited a group of parents and elementary school students. Mom, do you think Yanzu will forgive me? When the ward door was closed, Lan Yuan Yanzu seemed to hear the inquiry from her former friend. Is it really okay for me to do this? The deceptive performance put some pressure on the innocent girl, and she couldn't help but turn her head and ask the boy next to her. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be kept, only routines are popular. This is what you know your sister's words. As long as the story ends well, there is no problem. Broly made an okay gesture to the girl. I really didn't expect you to be so brave that you threw the gastrula animals into the school. Miroto Sumiya came over. When Lanhara Yanzu was brought over yesterday, she was shocked. After hearing that these three guys had a good show at school, they were speechless, but they still cooperated. Through relationships, I found a hospital for the girl to be admitted, and I served as the attending doctor and issued a certificate of injury. Now Lan Yuan Yanzu has a mild concussion and various physical contusions. However, after this scene is finished, your school will probably not really reject the cursed son. Look at the sincere thanks from those who come to visit the disease, you can know that they have been freed from the social exclusion of the cursed son. Now, it is probably because others have asked their children to transfer to other schools, and those parents may not be willing to do so. After all, Gaoshan Primary School has proved with practice that even if the school sneaks into dangerous gastrula animals, it has achieved 0 casualties, but can other primary schools do it? No, they can't do it, because other primary schools have no foresight and no cursed son to enter school. Even this matter will have a certain impact on society. Sumi Miroto turned on the TV in the ward. Principal Yoshida of Gaoshan Primary School believes that the future enrollment of cursed sons in various schools is a trend of general trend. The new law of the original sausage proposed by the Holy Emperor is an extremely visionary bill. As a citizen of Tokyo, I am willing to vote for the new law of the original sausage proposed by the Holy Emperor. On the TV next to him, the news interviewed yesterday was played. The principal of Gaoshan Primary School was not a big shot, but under the special situation, the incident of 0 casualties attacking the primary school due to the gastrula animal attacking the primary school gave him the opportunity to make the headlines in the morning. At this moment, the primary school principal who made the headlines of the TV is making remarks that agree with the implementation of the new law of the original Caesare, and is frantically calling the Holy Emperor of the head of state. What happened? In the boardroom, the white-haired Holy Emperor was a little confused. When I woke up early in the morning, I found that my public opinion was rising. After understanding what happened, the girl Saint Emperor suddenly felt it. Destiny is in me. I ordered people to increase publicity as soon as possible. By the way, who is the cursed child who saved many students? It's a girl named Arahara Yansu. The other party is a police officer in Tiantung's office. Heimi Rentaro's starter partner. Hearing the name of the person he had met a few days ago, the Holy Emperor was a little surprised. After coming to his senses, he expressed his intention to go and comfort the girl in person. This requires arrangement, and I also need to ask the assistant officer what he meant. It is no trivial for the head of state to go to the people. If an anti-socialist acts in revenge on society and kill the Holy Emperor, it will be done. Then go and ask. The young Saint Emperor nodded. She was still young and had to listen to the loyal advice of capable ministers around her. She could not do whatever she wanted and do whatever she wanted. B.A. At Tiantung's house, a beautiful ceramic bowl was smashed to the ground, white rice was scattered all over the ground, and Tiantung's Juzhikeng's face was as dark as ink. He is the biggest opponent of the new law of the celestial law in Tokyo. Now that he sees this kind of news that it is very helpful to the new law of the celestial law, it would be strange if his face looks good. What happened, Lord Juz Heshan? The butler ran in and saw the broken bowls and scattered white rice on the ground, so he asked carefully. It's nothing, my hand slipped, let Ashin come over. The housekeeper asked the maid in the house to come in and clean up, and notified the head of the family to come over. Mr. Juzhikeng. A man in a well-in suit walked in and bowed to the old man. How is the matter I asked you to investigate? I've already had some clues, but the boy's background has not been investigated. I only know that the other party was taken to Miss Kaikeng's office a week ago by Rentaro Sato and joined her office. The man in the suit reported a lot of information. Although not all, as long as there was surveillance, Broly's appearance was found. Among them, there was the first time that 2 guards who took away the cursed son thief were found in an abandoned building. There are also cases where boys slapped people in the face to curse their sons and girls at Gaoshan Primary School. The latest one happened yesterday, when the gastrula animals invaded the campus and the girl defeated the gastrula animals. The guard died, slapped the face, and the invasive animals invaded. Tiantong Juzhikeng frowned when he heard this. Axon, do you think the invasive animals invaded the school was really an accident? I don't know. The man in the suit did not express his opinion. That's a coincidence. The old man pondered for a moment and said, whether it is artificial or coincidental, I will investigate it. Master, what if it's artificial? Then it will be exposed. What if it's a coincidence? It doesn't matter what the truth is. What is important is what the truth is to let citizens recognize. The chief of the Tiantong Zhi opposes the implementation of the new law of the original sausage, but he cannot explicitly oppose the resolution of the Holy Emperor. So, he has to let public opinion oppose this. And how can we make public opinion object? Of course, it makes the world disgust, the cursed son who is infected with the enterovirus. In his eyes, the cursed son is a monster. Even if it is in a human form, it is still a potential monster that will turn into a gastrula animal due to the infection and erosion rate at any time. It is okay to treat it as a weapon against gastrula animals, but it is impossible to allow the cursed son to obtain human rights and be treated as human. What? The Holy Emperor wants to go to comfort me. During the invasive animal invasion yesterday, did the cursed son of the students. At noon, a clerk brought this news. The old man frowned, feeling like he was being punched in a combination of punches. Yes. The clerk from the other side of the boardroom nodded. Mr. Zhiheng, I wonder what your suggestion. The old man in front of him has a high position and power. Before the Holy Emperor took office, he was the other party who stabilized the political situation in Tokyo and gained considerable advantages in diplomatic politics with the other four security areas. However, the other party is an extremely important politician in the Tokyo area. I don't agree with my opinion, but if the Holy Emperor really wants to do this, let her do it. Tiantong Zhi just thought about it and adopted a non-opposition attitude. Because of the new law of the original intestine, his relationship with the Holy Emperor was a bit stiff, and it is indeed time to ease it. The Holy Emperor needs enough defense force when traveling, and the defense force on the council will decline at that time. Just in time, let Lisa Yingyan take action to seize the 7-star relics stored inside. According to relevant personnel, the cursed son, named Lan Yuan, once committed very bad campus violence against other students on campus. A day later, the little hero who returned to campus and was warmly welcomed by teachers and students of Gaoshan Primary School was exposed by some small and medium-sized news agencies. Li Ji, tell me honestly, has Yanzi beat people at school? Tentoki called to inquire. It was only after the news was broadcast that she learned that Broly had actually played a scene of a gastrula animal invading the campus, which gave her a new idea to investigate the truth behind the 7-star relics. No, Yanzu has definitely never hit anyone in school. Rimi Rentaro promised to the other end of the phone. I was the one who hit people. Broly said next to him. What's wrong, Sister Mugang, do you know the situation of these sudden black news? Ricky Rentaro asked quickly. I'm not sure, but what I want to say is not impulsive. It's easy to hit people, but it's difficult to deal with public opinion. Don't get on top and just go and smash other people's news agencies. Tentoki called to inform him of this. In addition, the Holy Emperor will go to Yanzu's primary school to express condolences to Yanzu. We interviewed some students who were subject to violence. At this moment, a campus interview was broadcast on TV. The child who was Mosaic told him that he was slapped. As long as there are victims who have appeared, the internet's reputation will naturally take a sharp turn for the worse. The next day, when he followed Lan Yu and Yanzu to school, Broly discovered that the person involved in the Mosaic interview was the fat man in Lan Yu and Yanzu's class. Broly raised the little fat man to interrogate him, and found that the other party was just discriminating against Yanzu and slapped him. After being rescued by Yanzu, he realized that he should not reject the girl as a cursed son. At the end of the interview, this little fat man called on everyone not to take on others as the cursed son. Fuck, those unscrupulous media have taken things out of context. When you know the truth, it was actually like this, and Ricky was almost furious when he saw Rentaro's lungs. Tell me where those idiots are. Broly was also furious. He worked hard to arrange a sitcom, and everything was developing in a good direction. Result. The Saiyan boy now has only one idea, to go to the news agency that reports randomly and send a power bomb that can make the nonsense go to heaven. Broly, calm down, calm down. Thinking of the boy's horror, Ricky saw that Rentaro's forehead was sweating coldly, and immediately persuaded the boy. Chapter 395 The Soul of Ziyuan has awakened, Miss Nightingale requests to add you as a friend. Broly, it's wrong to kill people, it will make you bear the debt of conscience. The boy persuaded. Conscience debt? What is that? Why didn't I feel it? Broly looked at him in confusion. Rentaro Sato originally wanted to say something because you have never killed anyone, but suddenly realized that when he first met the boy, the other party killed 2 people because the 2 guards said bad things about Red Eyes. Realizing that he could not use normal human morality to talk to Saiyan boys in another world, he immediately changed his mind. Murder may not solve the problem. It may make public opinion worse for Yansu. Didn't Sister Mu Gang say it? What should I do? Let others talk nonsense. Broly could still listen to his advice. After all, he had never encountered such a thing and did not know whether the current problem could be solved by killing people directly. Isn't the Holy Emperor coming to visit Yansu? At that time, with the affirmation of the head of state, those news agencies that randomly report will definitely not dare to report randomly. Rishiki Rentaro thought about it and said, I'm fine, as long as everyone is willing to believe me. When I returned to the classroom and found Lan Yu and Yansu, the girl said so. Her skin has been thicker in recent days and she will no longer blush because of lying. Student Lan Yuan, the principal is looking for you. Mr. Rikimi and His Excellency Broly, if you can, go there together. The head teacher came over and found Lan Yu and Yansu. When he saw that the boy had not left, he called him. I wonder what happened to Principal Yashida looking for Yansu. When he entered the principal's office, he immediately asked Rentaro when he saw him. It's about the dark stuff about the outside world. The boy's face turned solemn, thinking that he wanted to let Yansu drop out of school. Please rest assured, our school is willing to issue a clarification statement on its official online social account. However, what Principal Yashida said surprised him a little. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that Rentaro had already said everything in front of the media before, but now he was stabbing them with his backhand and was undoubtedly slapping themselves in the face. Our school will contact other parents to prove their innocence for Lan Yuan. Principal Yashida came to them to talk about this matter, and there was another thing besides that. See Mr. R.I., I'm afraid there will be many reporters blocking the school gate to interview Lan Yuan and you. I hope you can stay calm and avoid conflicts with those reporters, such as Mr. Broly's slap. The old principal has heard of the boy's methods, but the method of slapping is feasible in school, but it may not work when facing external media organizations. If you beat people randomly, it will probably be turned into bigger news. If someone interviews, I will tell them directly, I will be the one who hits the person, how about it? Broly asked. I'm afraid it's useless. Those reporters are targeting Lan Yuan. The old principal shook his head, used the laptop in front of him to open a news website, and turned it over and showed the comments below to the people in front of him. Now, the matter of Lan Yuan saving and beating people has become in opposition. The news media may wish to make this explosive point more popular. Even if you tell the truth at this time, no one will believe the so-called truth. The truth about campus violence is done by a boy who is not a school student. How can campus violence be done by a son of a curse? It can make the public opinion in society explode and attract more traffic. Now it is useless to jump out and say that any explanation is not useful. Based on the experience of the old principal's many years of old netizens before the disaster, the official clarification of the campus official account, and the explanation of the student parents, and the cold handling of this matter is the best solution. As long as the hot topic continues, the media that causes trouble will naturally stop. After all, no one will always do unprofitable things. The old principal has a good idea, but the premise is that no one is causing trouble. Can you lend me this thing? Broly looked at the laptop and asked suddenly. What are you going to do? The old principal looked at him in confusion. I want to tell them the truth. Broly has never been exposed to the internet, but he is not unfamiliar with online speeches. The group chat room in Crystal Palace is similar, and he plans to use this thing to explain the situation clearly. If you promise not to hit people randomly, you can. The old principal chose to lend his office laptop while the boy might be hitting a reporter and borrowing a computer to post truth comments to the other party. How to use this? Bro used his thoughts to speak, but found that the laptop had not changed much, so he couldn't help but ask the people around him. Ah, you can't use it. I've used similar ones, but I can use the ones I think I've speeched. Use thought. Principal Yashida was confused, and Rentaro took the words when he saw him. I'll teach you how to use it. Under the guidance of the boy, the principal's room quickly sounded a crisp keyboard typing. Broly quickly tapped the keyboard and sent the truth about the beating incident to the bottom of the news comments, in the name of the parties involved. Ha, you're the internet navy of the garbage school when you see you're invited. Lanhara Yanju returned to the classroom, and Rentaro and the old principal revealed that the Holy Emperor might visit the school. Just as the old principal pulled the boy and asked in a low voice whether the news was kept true or not, he heard Broly's inquiry, what is the online water army? The old principal turned around and explained to the Saiyan boy what the internet navy is. When Broly heard this, he knew that others were treating him as an online actor who told lies. He immediately typed to argue with the guy who said he was a navy. Living on the edge of the inner city near the outer city, a decadent man engaged in the online public opinion industry is doing a black small task he received only last night. Suddenly, I saw a little Karami showing tourists on the screen. She typed a large passage to try to refute her troll words, and immediately showed a disdainful smile. However, this kind of serious fool on the internet also has value. As long as the other party is squirting red and squirting with him, there are some guys on the internet who like to watch the fun. Immediately, he typed and replied. Bang! A huge noise soon broke out in the principal's office of Gaoshan Primary School. Rishima Rentaro and Yoshida were startled and turned around to see that the laptop had turned into a pile of scrap iron with flashing electric flowers, and the table had also turned into two halves. The Saiyan boy was furious and his aura was extremely terrifying, like a beast that was about to choose a person to eat. Broly, what's wrong? The boy asked carefully. There is a guy who has always been disbelief of me, and it doesn't make sense no matter how you say it. I want to beat him up. Calm down, there are such trash on the internet. Just take the other person's words as farts. Broly picked up the broken laptop on the ground, completely ignoring the close-range explosion caused by the broken battery, and calmed down after kneading the computer into a ball. Get me this thing again. The Saiyan boy threw the ball over and said. Do you still want to speak online? Rimi Rentaro asked. I'm going to scold that guy to death, asterisks, asterisks, asterisks. The Saiyan boy exudes fragrance. The distant Xiuan's memory was awakened from the depths of consciousness with this strange situation. The sky does not give birth to Broly, and the eternal night will be like the long night. Lan Yuan Yanzu came home from school and just started, she heard the crackling sound of keyboard typing. What is Broly doing? The girl looked at the boy with 3 notebooks in front of her, and her fingers were typing on the keyboard like a phantom, and she couldn't help but ask the boy next to her. Broly, I'm having a big spy war with others for you on the internet. Rishimai Rentaro's expression was subtle and explained the situation to Arahara Yoshihu. Saiyan boys are not only terrifying in reality, but also terrifying in combat effectiveness on the internet. After buying the computer, Rishi saw Rentaro watching from the side. After half an hour, he found that the boy's elegant words were not the same. With mom as the center, relatives as the radius, father as the auxiliary, and ancestors as the purpose, he gave cordial and friendly greetings to the family members of Hizi and Trolley on the internet. Later, more people came to swear at him, think Broly was a little Karami, but was scolded by Hong Wen, and summoned other swears to swear at people together. Broly asked the boy to buy more computers, and began to operate 3 computers by one person, opening 3 accounts to fight against group evil on the internet. Rishimai Rentaro took out his cell phone and looked at the hot posts that had already received tens of thousands of replies. He felt that this verbal battle was still far from the end. As the middle-aged man of the internet gangster expected, there were many netizens watching the fun together. Moreover, because the verbal war revolves around the sensitive topic of the son of curse, many passers-by and netizens spontaneously joined the verbal war. They dare not say anything in reality, and they have no scruples on the internet. Many people anonymously expressed their opinions on the curse son, including those who are on the internet, but there are also those who are on Broly, who post in the name of the person involved, but in the end they are all kinds of fragrances at the black guys. Now a group of netizens call the stinky kids. Of course, many netizens who are on Broly's side are fun, and are purely attracted by the ultimate one-to-many mouth odor. Is the cursed son of the curse aside whether there is campus violence or social garbage? The art of slutty boys who have cursed people has to kneel down and worship it. Because of this nonsensical reason, some people helped Broly curse the group of the internet gangster, and the popularity of posts became increasingly high due to the two sides swearing each other. Of course, this is also because the sunset is setting, and some working-class people get off work and have the opportunity to touch their phones and read some hot news. Editor-in-Chief, we want to ban this post, son? In the Tokyo area, NHK TV's headquarters, staff watched the number of visitors coming in on the website, and hurriedly ran to ask the editor-in-chief of the TV station's website. Are you crazy? Such a popular post has attracted so much external traffic, and you are actually going to ban it? The editor-in-chief of the website stared at the stupid subordinate who asked the question. But the server is almost unable to hold on, and the topic is so sensitive. Will our TV station be beaten up? What's wrong with being brave and starving to death, and being timid, and being sensitive to the topic? This wave of traffic is full, and our year-end bonus this year will be at least several times. If the server is not enough, then add it to me. Are media people who are still afraid of too much topic? Editor-in-Chief, the official announcement of a news from the Shenzhou. At this time, another subordinate ran in. The editor-in-chief of the TV station read it. The official announcement of the Holy Emperor's next preparation for condolences and saving many students and cursed the girl, and he called the stupid subordinate who was about to leave. Server, add 10 for me. As Tokyo Evening News was reported, even more surging netizens flocked to NHK TV's website. Broly and the Internet Black Sword's verbal post broke through to 50,000 more replies at an extremely fast speed. Not only that, the NHK TV website department also specially made a homepage banner for this hot post. Not long after, this verbal post became popular on the international network. In a military base in the United States, Tina Sprout, who had just finished the multiple operations and mobile shooting training in Sinfeld, was just taking a shower and was surfing the internet before going to bed. Suddenly, I saw a link titled "Dare to Speak for the Son of Cursed" online on the internet. Somewhat curious about what this means, Tina couldn't help but click on the link below the title. The next moment, the tablet in her hand jumped to the Japanese NHK TV website. After reading the above news roughly, the owl girl, who was originally a little sleepy, suddenly became energetic. The internet has witnessed the diversity of human beings. There are not many people who speak for the cursed son on the internet, but it is rare for people like this to be swearing and not losing their disadvantages. What a fast reply speed, and these 3 default ID numbers should be manipulated by one person. Could it be that the other party's brain is also implanted with neuron chips? Seeing the fierce verbal war that was still going on, Tina couldn't help but call the master of one of the verbal wars called the Brother of Stinky Mouth by netizens in Japan. The owner of reality behind it was regarded as the same cursed son as herself, and the other party had also undergone mechanical transformation and implanted something similar to Seinfeld, a neuronal chip in his mind. Tina was a little attracted, and involuntarily registered an account on the external website, named Miss Nightingale, chose to follow Broly's 3 accounts, and sent a brief private message to one of the accounts, "I believe you." At Rentero's home, Broly was still typing on the keyboard. Countless people from 3 accounts sent private messages to insult him, and he was not polite to those internet kids who scolded him and sent a reply to greeting their family. His Ziyuan soul was burning, and the Saiyans' strong physique allowed him to put various Ziyuan dialects into the internet. Just as he clicked on a private message from the United States to reply, his finger, who was about to type Fenfang Yan, suddenly stopped typing on the keyboard. Thanks. There are many people who are willing to cheer for him and speak for the cursed son, but there is only one who sends private messages to express his trust in his initial post. Add a friend. Tina didn't expect to get a reply from Brother Child. After thinking about it, she sent another private message. Good. Broly agreed, but didn't know how to do it. Miss Nightingale, please add you as a friend, do you agree? At this moment, a prompt message jumped out. Broly chose to agree. One of the 3 online accounts registered today, and the only American netizen appeared on the friend list. The confrontation lasted until late at night. After the Holy Residence posted the news that the Holy Emperor would investigate the cursed girl who saved her classmates after his visit tomorrow, he let the dark men hired as professional navy on the internet keep a low profile. Although there were still some self-destructive men, the power of the black spot was no longer the leader, and Broly was soon sprayed to the point of shutting down. The NHK TV website's verbal posts finally stopped at 10,000 and replies, and more than 30,000 of them were sent by Broly alone with 3 accounts. The fact that the blank keys of the 3 newly purchased computers were obviously collapsed, which was a witness to the Saiyan boy who awakened the soul of Ziyuan and had a super compatibility on the internet. Chapter 396 Group Image Perspective, Progressive Development. In the Holy House, in the council, the young Saint Emperor was sitting on the sofa in the room in pajamas, looking at the online verbal war on the tablet computer at hand, with a hint of laughter and crying expression on his face. She really didn't expect that the boy named Broly in Tiantung's office was so tough, and she started to squirt with a large group of people who disliked the curse's son on the internet. However, the fact that 2 different sounds can be sprayed on the internet has made the girl Saint Emperor much more at ease. This means that the people in society are not completely rejecting the attitude of the cursed son. She wants to promote the original intestine. The resistance of the new law is much less than imagined. Broly, I have to thank that child. The girl Saint Emperor muttered to herself, and the happiness value began to rise in the panel of the Crystal Palace. At the same time, in the Tiantong family, Tiantong Juzhiking was also paying attention to the verbal battle that just ended on the internet. Master, are you okay? The butler presented tea for refreshing spirits, stood beside him and asked carefully. Fine. Tiantong Juzhiking waved his hand. The remarks on the internet often reflect more real social situations. Many anonymous netizens can speak for the cursed son, which proves that this society has less vigilance towards monsters that look like humans. This is not a good thing for him who opposes the implementation of the new law of the original sausage, but Tian Tong Juzhiking doesn't care, because the general trend is still with him. The current situation is not good, but as long as the leech Shadow Yin realizes the plan for the relic summoning stage 5, he can remind the people in the Tokyo area to recall their fear of gastrula animals. At that time, those foolish people who have forgotten their past hatred will regain their hatred for the gastrula animals in fear, and then those cursed sons with gastrula viruses in their bodies will return to the situation they were regarded as monsters. Tian Tong Juzhiking waved his hand and asked the butler to bring the satellite phone, and called Lisa Ying-Ian. Hey, don't you need me to enter the boardroom? Lisa Ying-Ian stayed in a dark room, facing him a running desktop computer, and the web address was the website of NHK TV. His nickname is Man Who Destroys the World, but in this verbal battle that lasted for a day, he helped a certain Wampa star Saiyan to swear those internet slanders from the standpoint of a few people who were anti-social. The situation has changed now. I don't need you to appear in front of the public. I just need you to secretly take the relics outside the boundary monument and open them, and summon Scorpio from stage 5. That's enough. The voice of the voice changer was heard on the phone, which made Lisa Ying-Ian a little unhappy, but he also knew why the old fox on the opposite side would make such a choice. Dad, can we fight to the big fight tomorrow? Labiniki, who ran over and lay on his lap, raised his head and looked up with expectations in his innocent eyes. He asked when he looked at him. I'm afraid this won't work. There is only one person we will kill tomorrow. Lisa Ying-Ian answered while touching his daughter's soft head. Hey, why is this different from what I agreed before? Labiko Bina bulged her cheeks, which was a look of grievance that she was deceived by adults. The words are apart, they are cute. There is no way. Who makes our father and daughter inferior to others? The scene that triggers hot spots in society has been stolen. Who robbed it? Little Bina was aggressive and seemed to want to kill the guy who stole his role in killing. Who else can you do? Of course it's that Broly boy. He gave me a good show today. Those elegant words are absolutely amazing. I really didn't expect the other party to be such a wise child. Lisa Ying-Ian has always been following Broly, so when there was a verbal war on the internet, the man quickly locked the identity of the spokesperson through Broly's remarks. Isn't it just a swearing word? What's the big deal? Little Bina was a little dissatisfied. It's really no big deal to curse people, but he won the people who are against him with high intensity. This is a kind of ability. If it were me, I would definitely find the real position of those guys who dared to play against me on the internet, find them offline, and cut off their heads. Little Bina said fiercely. But if Broly is against you, you can't scold him or beat him. The happiness value of libido nichina began to decline. Okay, although we father and daughter can no longer act as the most dazzling protagonists, even if we play supporting roles, we must perform our own style. Seeing his daughter's unhappiness, Lisa Ying-Ian comforted her. We father and daughter will be evil people who start the mass extinction in Tokyo. Ambitious politicians will eventually regret shooting themselves in the foot by using us to achieve our goals. As Lisa Ying-Ian said this, he typing on the keyboard. A video appeared on the desktop computer. There is a video of him having an interview with Tian Tong Juzhiking that day. Now when I imagined that after the mass extinction of the Tokyo area, the old fox came out of the shelter made by metal, he found that there was a secret video that ruined him. What kind of expression would it show and what kind of response would it have? Is it apologizing for suicide by committing suicide by separatism, or is it showing all kinds of ugly things in front of death? It is really exciting. Dad, Scorpio, is it that powerful? Libby Niang asked curiously. She had chopped and killed the gastrula animal in stage 4. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible to defeat. The gastrula animals at the level of the 5th zodiac, and those at the 4th zodiac, are not the same concept. The latter can be killed by using modern powerful military firepower, but even if the former uses nuclear weapons, it may not be guaranteed to be killed. Leech Sai Shadow Yin was a new human creation plan during the war between humans and gastrula animals 10 years ago, mechanically transformed soldiers. Although he had never faced the zodiac-level gastrula animals, he had heard of the horror of that gastrula animal. For example, if it can knock down artificial satellites flying in the sky on the surface, it has a very long attack distance, and all kinds of missile heads cannot easily get close to Sagittarius. For example, now sleeping in the depths of the ocean, in the past, moving alone could trigger a tsunami, destroying several countries and dozens of coastal cities. There are also gastroenter animals at the 5 zodiac level that are bombarded by nuclear bombs on the front but survived with their strong defense and regeneration capabilities, and further evolved. Rather than saying that it is a gastrula animal, it is an existence that has evolved into the legendary mythical creature. Of course, the weapons made by humans rely on metals that can restrain the regeneration ability of gastrula animals are not without the ability to fight. It is said that before the war, in order to deal with terrifying zodiac-level gastrointestinal animals, the Tokyo area prepared a super electromagnetic cannon, the latter. Although the people here eventually lost the land there and the ultimate weapon was never shot, they could theoretically deal with the gastrula animals of Stage 5. What are nuclear weapons? The voice of Libiko Xiaobina inquiring pulled back the thoughts of Libiko Yingyan. Nuclear weapons are one of the ultimate weapons of ordinary humans, but that thing is useless. It is released at will to deal with the gastrula animals. The only thing that is destroyed first will be the weak ordinary humans themselves. Therefore, except for the deterrent effect of the safe zone of surviving humans in the world today, there is no other value. Radiation is fatal to humans, but it has a bit of an anti-effect for gastrula animals. In addition to the gastrula animals killed by the power of the nuclear explosion center, other gastrula animals that are immortalized by radiation will only undergo further terrifying evolution. Many high-stage gastrulation animals in this world were brought to the evolution of gastrulation animals by the residual radiation launched by countries around the world. So much so that humans themselves had to ban the use of nuclear bombs themselves and develop other weapons that were more useful to deal with gastrula animals. Zzz. Labinikio listened to the story and gradually fell asleep. Lisa Yingyan carried her daughter to the sofa and covered her with a quilt. 10 years ago, a woman was tied up for artificial insemination and fed the enterovirus, and artificial interference gave birth to cursed children with their own genes. They were trained in a cruel way, and when they were 7 years old, they had a grazing fight with each other. After years of getting along, Leech Zia Yingyan didn't know what her feelings she had for him. The only thing that is certain is that on this night, someone like him actually considered the future of this stupid daughter. The next day, the Holy Emperor, who brought the Guard of Honor and Guard team, arrived at Gaoshan Primary School as promised. Just like when many big shots come to visit, they will notify the people below in advance to make them ready. There was no accident in the condolences of the girl Saint Emperor. Principal Yoshida smiled like a flower, and the parents invited were a little nervous. Instead, the primary school students angrily complained to the girl Saint Emperor, saying that some media were unscrupulous and that Lan Yuanhara Yanzu was innocent. In response to this, the girl Saint Emperor showed a faint smile. The primary school students who had changed their cursed sons in front of him were the future of the plundered generations. When these children grow up and become the mainstream of society, she believes that the world will be better. So, in front of many shots, the girl Saint Emperor seriously scolded several media companies that falsely reported campus violence news. On the other side, Lisa Shadoyan had sneaked into the vicinity of the holy residence and the council. Of course, in fact, he just took off his mask and changed into a black suit that was different from a high-profile red suit. The agreed time has come. Lisa Yingyan looked at the watch, and a small door was opened on time at the back of the boardroom, and a man with a slightly nervous expression walked out. "Are you the one who meets me?" The man was startled and nodded after he found a white rose on his chest. "Where is the thing?" Lisa Shadoyan asked. "Here." The man carried out a cardboard box from the door. "Is there any surveillance nearby?" "The fault has been reported." "Are you the one from Tiantong Zhezhikeng?" "I have received funding from your assistant." The man answered. But in fact, he is now able to buy a house at the age of 30 on the inner ring road of Tokyo, which is entirely due to the money given to him by Tiantong's family. Therefore, when Tiantong's family sent a message to him to replace something from the Holy Emperor's room, this man could not refuse. "Do you know why you must change this children's bicycle installed in a safe, Your Excellency Tiantong Assistant Officer?" The first time a man did such a thing, he felt a little nervous and couldn't help but ask. "Don't you know the 7-star relics?" Lisa Yingyan asked curiously. "My level is not enough to understand these." The man shook his head. "Okay, then I'll tell you. The 30 Shadow Yen attracts the 7-star relics to Scorpio. Tell it clearly to the man in front of you." After hearing this, the man widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that the things he had stolen would be something that might trigger a mass extinction in Tokyo. How is this possible? If it is impossible, why do this thing needs to be strictly supervised? "Your Excellency Tiantong Assistant, do you want to destroy the Tokyo area?" The man asked tremblingly. He just wants to achieve his political goals through this matter. "So, won't you really summon Scorpios?" The man looked at Lisa Yingyan with hope. "Ha, are you worried that you will become an accomplice in the destruction of the Tokyo area?" "It doesn't matter, you don't have to worry about such a thing, Kobina." Before the man could react, he felt a pain in his back. When he looked down, a knife had already penetrated his front chest. In the next life, it's better to accept less funding from others, because that may be a life-threatening one. The man's body was put into a cardboard box, and the place was remote. The discovery of the body must be a matter of the future. When the other party dies, it is difficult for Tiantong's family to be suspected. Of course, for Lisa Yingyan, killing the other party as required is just to let the old fox, Tiantong Juzhikeng, fall into the abyss of disgrace, give the other party false peace of mind. If the purpose of hiring the person behind the Lychee Shadow Yin is not to destroy the Tokyo area, then the insiders of Tokyo will be suspected. People who can access items of 7-star relics must be in high positions and have some contact with these departments. Tiantong Firm and Tiantong Wood are gathering information that has been investigated in recent days. After she was inspired by the campus drama arranged by Broly and changed her mind, she asked her to list the suspects who were capable and motivated to hire Leech Shadow Yin to do terrorist attacks. I saw that the name of her grandfather Tiantong Juzhikeng was on the list of suspects listed in front of the girl. However, the people on the list are only suspicious, and Tentoki has not found any tangible evidence. Although she is hostile to the Tiantong family, she will not let her personal grudge affect her own judgment. The purpose of the person behind it is to prevent the implementation of the new law of the original intestine. Then, those media companies that exposed the violent black news on Yanzhou campus will not stop because of the Holy Emperor's name and scolding. Come on, confirm my thoughts. As long as there are media outlets who have emerged from the Black Curse Sons in recent times, there is a high probability that someone may be pushing this matter behind this. By then, if you catch those media people who report bad news, you may follow the clues to find the person behind it. Although her speculation may not be valid, it is indeed a clue. In the elementary school, after giving condolences in front of the camera, the girl Saint Emperor came to the Scion boy and expressed his gratitude to him. Broly was suddenly asked to thank him and was a little confused. After asking, he found out that his behavior of verbal war with the internet men on the internet yesterday had inexplicably improved the confidence of the white-haired Holy Emperor in front of him and implemented the new law of the original intestine. The happiness value on the other party unknowingly rose to 14 points. Unfortunately, this person has rejected the invitation to be his wife once. Just as Broly was thinking of fighting for another battle, a captain of the guard came over. "Sir, it's time to leave." "So, Broly, have a chance to see you again." The girl, Saint Emperor, waved goodbye to the boy in a friendly manner. Broly had a pretty good sense of this girl, the Holy Emperor, although the other party had rejected him on the phone. A civilian devil, if you are received by the Holy Emperor, you should show your humility more. The captain of the guard who came over to urge the young Saint Emperor to leave was a little puzzled. Before leaving, he let out a cold snorted disdain and said this to the boy. Then, the other party looked at Rentaro Rimi, who was standing next to him with contemptuous eyes. What's going on with this person? It's probably the admirer of the Holy Emperor. There are always some bad guys around excellent women. Rishimai Rentaro said, and then he felt a coldness rising from the side, but it quickly disappeared. Broly, you won't want to kill him, do you? The boy asked in a bit of surprise. I thought about it, but the Holy Emperor didn't seem to agree to be my wife, so I gave up. Broly replied honestly, putting his attention back on the laptop in front of him, and chatting well with the Miss Nightingale he just met yesterday. Now, Tina is in America at night, but she is a night owl. She has just woken up and is full of energy and can chat with netizens she just met. Chapter 397, Forging Evidence and We Really Do This. Broly was originally a role of Li Zong, and at most he favored his friend Lan Yuan Yansu. However, after yesterday's fight with a large group of black guys on the internet, his current position has completely turned to the Curse Sun. When chatting with Miss Nightingale, he also tends toward the view of the Curse Sun, and he is now telling the other party that Lan Yuan Yansu's excellent performance in the campus hero script is of course limited to external performances, and the internal plot design does not tell the stranger he has made. You and your friends are brave people. Tina gave an evaluation for her classmates. Fighting with gastrula animals and fighting with dark people on the internet for their friends is something she is very difficult for. Tina, what are you doing? At this moment, a man in a white coat walked into the room, looked at the girl holding her cell phone and pressed happily, and frowned and asked. Ah, Professor Ayn Rand, I'm chatting with others. Tina quickly stood up and answered. Others? I met friends on the internet yesterday. Do not do such boring things. Remember that you are just a tool. Now, if you have a task, go and kill the people above. The man in the white coat didn't care much, so he handed over a document. Tina took it and nodded and replied, I'm sorry, Professor, I will do the task. As a soldier who started the mechanization of Next, Tina Sprout did the most work, not fighting the gastrula animals, but assassinating some people with power and status in some cities and safe areas of humans. Simply put, it is to do a killer job. As long as someone entrusted tasks to the organization where she was, and the organization needed her to kill, she had to kill. Of course, the same is true for other starters in the organization, and they have long been used to this kind of thing. However, Tina Sprout occasionally looks forward to the life of ordinary girls, and it doesn't matter if you can go to school, make friends, and occasionally sleep in. I have a job here, so I won't have a chat. Good. After finishing the online chat, he whispered a few more words with some online men, and Broly put away his laptop. Where are you going? When Ritsuki saw Rentaro seeing the boy leaving, he couldn't help asking. Outside the city. What? Catch the gastrula animals. Rishiki Rentaro was a little surprised. After asking, he found out that it was Dr. Miroto who was calling the boy to work. When he learned that the other party had the ability to capture the gastrula animal alive, he immediately asked the boy to do this as the suitor. That guy really will command you to work. The boy stood up for the boy. It's okay, she's happy, and I'm happy. Broly didn't think there was any problem with being ordered. Miroto Sumiya was the one he encountered, and this world is more likely to agree to be the target of his wife's strategy. Be careful and don't let the doctor do something outrageous. Rentaro Sato was not worried about the boy's safety, but instead became a little worried about the personal behavior that Miroto asked the boy to catch the live gastrula animals, and he might do in the future. It's outrageous. It's not outrageous to treat guests to dinner. Hey, she wants to treat you to eat. Can I ask, what are you going to eat? Rishimai Rentaro had a bad premonition. Gajam animals. Sure enough, the answer he got from Broly's mouth was very bad. As long as the meat of gastrula is cooked, it will not affect the health of the eaters. On the contrary, the meat of some gastrula is better than the meat of chicken, duck, cattle, sheep, pigs, and fish. Dr. Miroto and the world's #1 gastroenter animal food expert were very dissatisfied with the theory that gastroenter animal meat was harmful to those who followed Rimi Rentaro. After cooking a pot of red wine and stewed hammered dragon meat with her own hands, she was very happy to see the Saiyan boy pick it up and eat it without hesitation. See it, Broly Do likes to eat. It tastes good, I see you, do you want to try it? Seeing the dark food handed over by the boy, Rentaro quickly waved his hand to reject this colorful food. He watched the two of them from the side and ate a large pot of dishes made from stage 4 hammer dragon meat. The hammer dragon, which was caught from outside the city, is now stuffed into the ice warehouse and is in a state of hibernation and anesthesia. In order to study the living gastrula animals, Miroto used his personal connections to get a large ice bank for experiments. The female doctor who had rejected the Saiyan boy's pursuit for the first time now has a big reversal in his attitude towards Broly. A little worried about following Rimi Rentaro, who had just seen Miroto Sumi made a scene of rubbing off the sauce stained on the Saiyan boy's mouth and putting the sauce into his mouth to eat it. His attitude was as handsome as he treated his little boyfriend. However, it is also difficult to say whether it was because I was happy to deliberately please the boy after I got the living gastrula animal and this precious research material. In short, judging from this attitude, it seems that it will be only a matter of time before the other party forgets that his cheap fiancé who had been engaged and has been dead for many years, and has switched to Broly's Crystal Palace and promised to become the wife of a Saiyan boy. In the evening, Ritaro saw Rentaro picking Urahara Yanju after school, so he took the girl to the supermarket to purchase a lot of normal ingredients and went to Sumaizu Miroto today's new research institute. Rentaro, why did you suddenly want to invite Dr. Miroto to a big meal? Lan Yuan Yanzu asked curiously. I'm trying to save her rebellious Pika and let Dr. Mururi recognize the deliciousness of normal food. The boy looked like he wanted to show off his skills in a pink apron, attracting Broly, who was helping with safety work, looking forward to tonight food. But this expectation came to an end in the evening, after one evening news program was broadcast. Tonight, we have the honor to invite Professor Kitajima, an expert who studies gastrula animals, to make a detailed analysis of the recent gastrula animal invasion of campus. This is a news program that remotely interviews experts. Thank you. As we all know, gastrula animals hate the smell of metal. Our Tokyo safe zone and other security zones can only be successfully established because of boundary markers made of metal. Logically speaking, the possibility of gastrula animals invading the city is very small. The man in a suit and ties sat in front of the video, talked freely on the TV news interview video, and popularized the public the ability of metal to isolate gastrulation animals. So, this invasion may be a man-made disaster. Hey, so that's the case. The host looked surprised and asked, so, Professor Kitajima, who do you think will be the murderer of this disaster? This is hard to say, but according to the situation where the higher the profits are suspected, whoever benefits the most in this matter will have the greatest suspicion. Professor Kitajima's words are really heartwarming, but according to our investigation, the new law of the original gastrula has also received support from many people in society because of this incident. Could it be, Professor Kitajima, you want to say that the Holy Emperor, who advocates the new law of the original intestine, also played a disgraceful role in it? The host seems to be questioning, but in fact it is guiding the audience to think deeply in the direction of conspiracy theory. I dare not maliciously guess the Holy Emperor. I just raised the possibility that the gastrula animal appears in a city school. Maybe the cursed son was caught in from outside and deliberately put it in the school, and then stood up as a hero by himself. On TV, Professor Kitajima, who was interviewed by the video, called him, and in front of the TV, Lan Yuan Yanzu was already a little panicked. After all, the cursed son saved the teachers and students of that school. Is it a bit bad for Professor Kitajima to make such unreasonable speculation? The host asked again. I am not speculating for no reason. In fact, I am very concerned about this invasive animal invasion incident. Through some personal relationships, I have hired some police firms to investigate the incident. Now I have some information that can barely be used as evidence in my hands. Can Professor Kitajima share your so-called evidence and information with us? This is not possible. The official has not yet concluded. How can I interfere with it? This kind of suggestiveness that he seemed to have mastered something that could prove that the invasive animal invasion was a man-made disaster incident, which made Broly and others, who were initiators, feel a little restless. Broly, are you sure you didn't find anyone else when you caught the gastrula animals in the city? Dr. Miroto asked. No one should have noticed it. It was all on the news program, and Ritsuki saw Rentaro and Broly. At this time, he was a little uncertain. When he moved the intestinal animals into the city a few days ago, he was seen. If this matter is confirmed, it will not be a trivial matter. On the TV program, Professor Kitajima could no longer refuse the host's request and agreed to share the evidence and information he had in his hands that could prove that the gastrula animals were brought into the city by humans during a live interview tomorrow. No, where is this person? Broly couldn't sit still anymore and stood up after eating. What you up to? Ricky Rentaro asked quickly. Before Yanzu's hero character collapses, let the guys on TV shut up forever. Saiyan boys are full of murderous intentions. Murder is not good. Then do you have a better way? If he has evidence in his hands, we may be able to destroy only the evidence in his hands. Rentaro Sato persuaded him. Okay, but we have to find this person first. Broly doesn't matter, as long as it can solve the problem. Professor Kitajima, whose real name is Kitajima Hiroshi. After finishing the interview with the remote news program, he went to take a shower. But after coming out, I found 2 uninvited guests broke into my home. Say, where is the evidence? What evidence? Kitashima Hiroshi was kicked to the table by a small masked man, and his neck was pinched by the other party. The other party was extremely strong and he could not resist at all. The evidence you said in the news interview. The tall masked man lowered his voice and turned on the TV at his home to play the program he was interviewed for remote video tonight, pausing it to the interview scene where he said he had the so-called evidence in his hand. Seeing that it was this, Kitashima couldn't help swallowing, tremblingly raised his hand, and pointed to the desk in the room. The evidence is in the second drawer on the right. He saw Rentaro walking over, opening the drawer, and then took out a file bag from it. When I opened the file bag, I found that this was an investigation document, which recorded a smuggling channel passing through various inspection levels from outside the city, which was exactly the same as the real one. How did you investigate these information? I have no idea. Feeling that the hand that strangled his neck had increased its strength, Kitashima Hiroshi begged for mercy. Good man, I really don't know, this is something someone else gave me. Kitashima. Hiroshima paid someone else to hire him for news interviews, guiding public opinion to speak out about things that were not conducive to the cursed son. This is something they gave me, and because I was thinking of showing my face twice on TV, I discussed with the media interviewing me and divided it into 2 live interviews. Kitashima said with a sad face. He didn't expect that he was interviewed on TV. Less than half an hour later, such a criminal came to his home. How about it? Broly looked at Ri and saw Rentaro. The so-called evidence is forged. The boy said. So, this guy actually has no evidence to prove that the gastrula was brought in by us. Broly asked. But the person he pinched, Kitashima Hiroshi had already widened his eyes. No, although the evidence is forged, this forged evidence is the same as the real one, which can prove that someone brought the gastrula into the city and threw it into the school. So, is this slandering us? It's not a slander, because the gastrula animals that invaded the campus were indeed brought in by us. Broly understood. They captured the gastrula animals into the city and threw them into the school, creating the heroic image of Lan Yu and Yansu. Some people forged evidence that the gastrula animals were brought into the city, and Lan Yu and Yansu, who wanted to frame the biggest beneficiary, was directed and acted by herself. However, when the two get together, it becomes a situation where the blind cat encounters a dead mouse. What should I do now? Broly asked. Rentaro Sato was speechless. The evidence was forged, and it was not really because someone discovered that they were transporting gastrula animals into the city. This shows that the person behind the forgery of this evidence did not care about the so-called truth at all. In this case, it is useless to destroy a forged evidence, because if you destroy this evidence, the person behind you can also forge new evidence. The person who wronged you knows your wrongfulness better than you. Rishiki Rentaro thought for a while and found that he had no choice. What will you do? He asked the boy with a black hood on his head. I don't know how to solve the problem, but I know how to solve the guy who created the problem. Don't kill me, I'm just collecting money to do things. I'm willing to hand over all my money to you. Kitashima Hiroji shivered, his calves being frightened. Someone is here. Broly noticed that someone was approaching outside and said. Scratch. The door was split open, and a masked figure broke in. The boy took action decisively, and then. Hey, Sister Mugang, why are you here? Rishiki saw a long knife on Rentaro's neck. The familiar defeat after a brief battle made him recognize the identity of the person. I should ask you this, why are you here? Tiantong firm, which has only 5 people in total, is now gathered here. I want to catch the person here and ask if anyone behind him hired him to do this. I suspect that this is related to the person behind hiring Lisa Ying-ian. Tien Toki was the first to express his purpose. We are here to destroy the evidence. Rentaro Sato also explained the reason why he and Broly came here, and shared with the girl what they had already asked. Who is the one hiring you? If I honestly explain, can you stop killing me? If you don't say it quickly, you'll throw you off the upper floor. Broly grabbed the man's legs and carried the man out the window. This is an apartment building, the height of the 17th floor scares the man. I said. Without much effort, this man poured beans into bamboo tubes and told the employer behind him. The man in his hand is worthless, just when the Saiyan boy is about to throw him away. Leave this person to me, I need to accuse witnesses. Tentoki said even more. Good. Broly had no objection and handed over the man to Tsumaki. You guys will help arrest people. Pull out the radish and bring out the mud, and one agent after another was caught. Hiroshi Kitashima was not the only one hired, but he was the first expert in gastrula research to jump out and guide public opinion. This man was caught. Following the clues, the public opinion leaders behind him and even behind him were arrested one after another. These guys who were engaged in social navy did not cooperate at the beginning. They were taken to Mirodo's new research institute to wake up the hammer dragon that they only caught today. Facing the threat of the open mouth of the gastrula animals and being fed to the gastrula animals as feed, these people cried and expressed their willingness to cooperate with the investigation. The role of Tiantung's black gloves, Tiantung's Inn, appeared in front of Tiantung's house. After learning that it was the Tiantung's house that manipulated public opinion behind it, Tiantung's house seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and became full of energy. Just as Tiantong Mu was about to make a concerted effort and took down the black gloves from Tiantung's family tonight, a communication suddenly came from the Holy Emperor. In the Pacific, satellites discovered the traces of Scorpio, and the other party was swimming towards Tokyo Bay. This is bad news. Chapter 398 Dolphin Girl appears. Sir, is the medium for summoning Scorpio still in your hands? After rushing to the holy residence and meeting the Holy Emperor, Tiantong Mu even asked this question. The 7-star relics are still in my hands, and I have been storing them in the room. The white-haired Holy Emperor nodded. After the satellite discovered the traces of Scorpio, she went to check the relics of the 7 stars. And there was no problem in the end, the things in the box were still there. What if I say the person behind hiring Lisa Ying-ian is Tiantong Juzhikeng? Rareless, Tiantong assists the official, how can you slander it? Hearing this, the captain of the guard threatened Zhou Ren and immediately scolded him. Miss Mugang, can you be sure? The white-haired Holy Emperor asked seriously. If this matter is confirmed, it will be no less than a major earthquake for the Tokyo area. Sir, how can you believe it? Stand the captain, Miss Mugang is the granddaughter of Tiantong's assistant. The captain of the guard stopped. The girl's identity was beyond his expectations. He, an outsider, is protecting the Tiantong family, but the lady of the Tiantong family looks like she is killing her relatives for justice. I can't be 100% sure, but I'm 70% sure. Tian Toki didn't say too much. Come with me. The Holy Emperor brought Tiantong Wood into his room. This is the relic of the 7-star. The box was opened, revealing a pink children's bicycle inside. How can this kind of thing attract stage 5? When he saw the things in the box, Ricky Miyantaro was a little surprised when he followed in. I can't tell you about this, but this is indeed the relic of the 7-star. Sir, can you be sure that this is the authentic one? I can't be sure, I just know what's in it. The white-haired Holy Emperor shook his head. Does Tiantong Juzhikang also know what is in it? No. Is it possible that something has been replaced? I always work in St. Curie and have never stayed away, except when I go out today. The Holy Emperor's scope of activities is not large, and it is basically within the holy residence. Is there anyone guarding this room? Today, the guard who was on the rotation to guard the room was called to inquire about things. No one else entered the Holy Emperor's room except Mr. Nishida. Who is that person? My life housekeeper. Does it have anything to do with the Tiantong family? Have no idea. The girl, the Holy Emperor, shook his head. Did that butler bring anything out of the room? No, I just took people in and cleaned up the room. Do you bring anything in? A cleaning car. How big is the cleaning car? Can it be such a big box? Tian Toki gestured even more, and after receiving the sure answer from, he asked, where is the other person now? I've been taking leave, and I'm saying I feel a little uncomfortable. Can you adjust the surveillance within the Holy House? With the approval of the Holy Emperor, everyone went to the surveillance room to call out the surveillance camera. However, there is no monitoring in the Holy Emperor's room. What's wrong with these surveillance monitors? Tian Toki even pointed to some black screen surveillance cameras. There was a failure today and the repair was stopped for half an hour. This is a coincidence. It happens to be the time when the Holy Emperor is gone. I called, but I said that Butler Nishida has not yet returned home. Someone ran in to report the situation. Maybe, people have been silenced. Tiantong Mu even said casually, but unexpectedly his words came true. Monitor the repair route. Everyone soon found a blood-stained cardboard box outside the remote back door. The body of the man who was killed in the morning was already stiff. We need to check the monitoring of the roads outside the Holy House. The surveillance of the Road Administration Department came soon. In a time period and a specified range, the figure of Lisa Shadow-yin was soon discovered. The other party was carrying a suitcase, and no one stopped him along the way, so he easily left with the 7-star relics. Sure enough, the purpose of the other party's previous high-profile attack was to prevent the implementation of the new law on Gastrula. The girl Saint Emperor's face was not very good. Miss Mugang, have you found evidence of the person behind it? There is a clue. We are preparing to capture the black gloves of Tiantong's family, and we have received your communication. Tian Toki answered even more. It is not suitable for infighting now, so we have to solve the problem of Scorpio first. The girl Saint Emperor thought about it and said that things are priorities. Under the current circumstances, it is not wise to turn against the Tiantong family that has penetrated all aspects. Only relying on our Tiantong firm, we can't find the leech Shadow-yin in the wild in a short time. Tiantong Mu understood the other party's meaning better and knew the general idea more, and did not engage in more entanglements on this issue. I will contact other police offices to issue them an emergency mission to regain the 7-star relics. Broly listened next to him, saying nothing. Both sides had targets to challenge, but they both rejected him. So, he is neutral. In the Tokyo area, the heads of major offices were urgently summoned. It is still in the conference hall of the Ministry of Defense. What is the purpose of this convening? All Major, the person in charge of the company, was a little puzzled, but the Holy Emperor soon appeared on the projection screen and answered their doubts personally. This time, the girl Saint Emperor stood beside him, no longer the assistant officer of Tiantong Juzhikang, but became Tiantong Mugen. That's how it is. The 7-star relics were taken away by Lisa Yingyan again, and the other party used the 7-star relics to summon Scorpio. If Scorpio appears in the Pacific today, according to the General Staff, he will arrive at Tokyo Harbor in 2 hours. I hope that before this, you can regain the 7-star relics from the hands of the leech Si Yingyan and prevent the mass extinction from happening. The people in charge of the police office looked at each other. When they were halfway through the task of the 7-star relics, they were completed in advance by Tiantong office. I heard that Tian Wood was even more respected by the Holy Emperor. Unexpectedly, the 7-star relic mission that had been completed before was launched for the second time. Can't the previous task not been completed, but someone lied to report his achievements? A strong man surrounded by a black skeleton scarf sarcastically spoke. General. The person in charge of the Mishima Royal Guard severely scolded the other party. Okay, Mr. Mishima, I just don't speak. Yuxiang shut up his mouth. Sorry, Lord Sheng Emperor, the employees of our company are rude. That being said, many police officers in the firm also have this meaning. Compared with their firm, Tiantong firm was unknown before. After completing the task before they were appreciated by the Holy Emperor, it was somewhat unhappy. Especially the other party's president, I heard that he was the granddaughter of Tiantong's assistant official, which made people even more suspicious of the relatives. It's okay, I know you have some doubts, but I can guarantee in my private name that Tiantong firm did complete the task of getting back the 7-star relics last time. This time it was an incident that caused by the unfavorable preservation of the 7-star relics by myself. But please lend me the power to save the Tokyo area. The Holy Emperor bowed to everyone in front of the screen. The reward for this emergency mission is 2 billion. Tiantong Mu even mentioned the amount of reward next to him. Sir, there is no need to be this is what we should do. The heads of major offices were moved, not sure whether they were moved by the Girl Saint Emperor's low attitude or the high reward of 2 billion yuan. The last direction of the departure of the Thunderbolt Shadow Yin is east, which is the occupied old port area of Tokyo Bay. According to the staff of the self-defense force, it is very likely that the Thunderbolt Shadow Yin will hide in the forest there or in the warehouse in the old port area. It's not within the boundary marker. If we say so, the dangers we have to face are not only the leech Shadow Yin, but also the gastrula animals wandering in the wild. If you are afraid, you don't have to go. It's a reward of 2 billion yuan. Our Mishima Royal Guard office can take it alone. This commission requires a rush. If you can work together to complete it in advance, I can also add subsequent remuneration. The Girl Saint Emperor quickly added that now that Scorpio has appeared on the satellite, she is willing to spend more money to calm the possible mass extinction. With the promise of the Girl Saint Emperor to increase the price, the heads of major police firms have no opinions. As the saying goes, high risks and high returns. What's more, if you don't find the 7-star relics, don't you have to face Scorpio who are approaching Tokyo. Time was urgent, and the Holy Emperor personally ordered the self-defense force to cooperate. The helicopter was mobilized to transport police officers from various companies and their starters to a possible hiding place in the wild, searching for the traces of Leech Shadow Yin in a carpet-style search. However, this is not enough, everything must be prepared for the worst. In case the police cannot find the Leech Shadow Yin before Scorpio arrives and stop the summoning of the 7-star relics, then, you need to consider how to deal with it. Scorpio who arrives here in the future. The Navy has set out from Newport. The Air Force is also ready to take action at any time. The Army advanced towards the old district that had not yet been recaptured. These troops must go to the location of the ladder to check whether the ladder can still operate normally. This country has no nuclear weapons, and in theory, the super electromagnetic cannon ladder that can fire 5% of light-speed shells is the ultimate weapon that cannot be reproduced in this era. After issuing these orders, the only thing the Girl Saint Emperor can do next is to leave it to fate. Sir, Lord. Tiantong Zhizhiking rushed over. The 7-star relics are lost again, and Scorpio is about to attack. Why not inform me? As soon as he arrived, the old man questioned the Girl Saint Emperor. The situation is urgent. Considering the age of your assistant officer Tiantong, I did not ask someone to inform you. The Girl Saint Emperor explained. Ha, even if you don't inform me, don't you know? Tiantoki couldn't help but say something sarcastically. I am not old enough to cope with an emergency. The old man glanced at his granddaughter, ignored it, but said. This is mine, yes. I wonder what measures have the Holy Emperor arranged to deal with the Scorpio attack? Tiantong Zhezi asked clearly. The girl, the Saint Emperor, pretended not to know and explained the instructions he had issued one by one. The Holy Emperor has grown up, but unfortunately he is not mature enough. As the saying goes, the son of 1,000 gold cannot sit in the hall, but he still asks the Holy Emperor to take refuge. Just when the young Saint Emperor, under the advice of Lao Cheng and the assistant officials, had to move to a safe shelter, and the first-level refuge alarm was also sounded in the city, and a large number of people were panicked. On the other side of Broly, a group of police officers had already taken a helicopter to the forest near the old port district of Tokyo Bay and went downstairs to search for traces of Leech Shadow Yin. Rentaro, you want to search for bad guys, why not let more people come? Lan Yu and Yanzu kicked one of the two people to death and couldn't help asking. Ordinary people can only use guns to deal with gastrulation animals, but if they attack with guns, they will make a loud noise. It is easy to attract a large number of gastrulation animals to siege in the wild. Rentaro Sakamai explained, and this is what makes the police more useful than the army when they operate in the field, because most of the starters use cold weapons. When dealing with gastrula animals, the sound made is small and it is not easy to attract other wandering gastrula animals. Bang! As soon as the boy's words fell, a huge explosion sounded not far away. Who used the high explosive bomb? The huge explosion sound broke the tranquility of the forest at night, and the whole forest became restless. Roar! The roars came one after another, and the boy's face was not good looking. Broly, let's go over there and take a look. Out of trust in the strength of the 4 Gastrodia animal during the boy's beating stage, the boy planned to go to the place where the explosion sounded. Broly had no objection. The anger of the father and daughter of Lisa Yingyan was not there. He didn't mind the edge of obedience when searching for the other party. Dad, it seems that someone is looking for us. In the warehouse area of the old port, Xiao Bina, who heard the abnormal explosion, said excitedly. It seems that the 7-star relics have been discovered and have been lost again. I want to take them back. Lisa Yingyan stood on the cross of the church, and from a high place you could see the thick smoke rising from the forest in the distance. It just happened to get rid of those guys. Libiko Bina took out her 2 swords. My stupid daughter, don't forget that there may be people in it that we can't deal with. Hey, then do we still need to hide? Come and play a game, look for those police officers who are alone and want to find us to solve the problem. Before the police send us a signal, they will solve them first, but if you unfortunately meet Broly Boy, this game will be game over. Then we have to be careful to avoid him. The police were looking for the leak A girl with a blonde braided hair ran quickly in the forest, chasing several gastrula animals that looked like velociraptors behind her. After running out of a bush, the girl saw the 3-person group running towards her. She paused and ran to the other side. What is she doing? Lan Yu and Yanzu didn't understand why the starter who was chased by the gastrula animal suddenly turned a corner. That child probably doesn't want to implicate us. Those small gastrula animals are all from stage 3. Just as Rentaro was interpreting the girl's behavior, Broly, who was paddling in the water, suddenly took action. Bang! His speed was so fast that it was hard to see. He was chasing the velociraptor behind the girl, and turned into minced meat in the blink of an eye. You are safe, you don't have to run away. Broly came behind the running girl and said to her. The running girl looked back and found that the gastrula animal chasing her had fallen, so she stopped. Hello, my name is Broly. Broly stretched out his hand and introduced himself. The only one who can make him actively introduce himself is the only one who was recognized by Crystal Palace. I'm Jian Xiao Zaishi. The girl with a blonde braid was slightly stunned, but she subconsciously reached out and shook the hand she handed over to the boy. What's going on? What about your promoter? Did you make the big explosion just now? The boy came over and asked. Chapter 399 With Broly there, Tokyo district is safe. Time goes forward. Jian Xiao, take out the high explosion bomb. In the forest, General Yuxiang stopped and suddenly said to the girl following behind him after passing by a 3-gastrodiacia animal nest. Brother General, what are you going to do? Although Jian Xiaoxiashi didn't understand why, he still took out the bomb in his backpack and handed it to the man in front of him. Of course it's going to blow up this nest to cause some trouble for others. The man who took the high explosion bomb said this and directly set the time to postpone the explosion. Hey, is this okay? What's wrong with it? All the guys who come here are competitors. Let's make some trouble for them so that we can get 2 billion yuan alone. Labor. That's how it is. In order to get 2 billion yuan on his own, the chief brother threw bombs into the nests of these gastrula animals. Are your promoter a fool? Shouldn't you care about now? Find the leech Shadow Yin as soon as possible and stop Scorpio from coming? What the hell is it that you want to get a 2 billion yuan reward alone? When he heard the big explosion, someone actually delayed the progress of others finding Hinako Keijian. Ritsuo felt that his head was a little explosive when he saw Rentaro. The chief brother of the general has muscles in his mind. He always does whatever he thinks, and it's hard for me to persuade him. Qian Shao Xiaxi showed a helpless expression. Other combinations are generally the promoter who uses his brain, and the starter is responsible for the force part, but the combination of Qian Shao Xiaxi and Yuxiang General Jian is the opposite. Qian Shao Xiaxi, who has dolphin factors and has a good brain, is responsible for using his brain, while Yuxiang General Manager, who has developed limbs and simple minds, is responsible for the combat part. But the starter is usually treated as a tool, which causes Qian Shao Xiaxi to have no absolute say in his own combination. Often, they can only follow Yuxiang General Manager with developed limbs and simple minds to do some supportive auxiliary logistics work. As a result, the outrageous situation occurred in front of him. Yixiang General lost his brain and threw a high explosive bomb into the nest of the intestinal animals, blowing up a group of 3 intestinal animals during the sleeping period in the nest. The huge movement caused by the high explosion bomb caused great trouble to the search team. Then how did you separate from your promoter and be chased by a group of gastrula animals? Lan Yuan Yanzu asked curiously. The sound of the high explosion bomb exploded awakened a stage 4 hammer dragon. We were attacked by the other party, and led the chief brother away from the hammer dragon. I hid, but was chased by the gastrula animal running from behind. Rentaro Rimi. After a moment of silence, he asked, so, the high explosive bomb you lost has also pitted you. Qian Shao Xiaxi's face was a little red, so he lowered his head and apologized, I'm sorry. Rishimai Rentaro's head was very big. Just like the other party's idiot promoter, the police ranking is still 1584, which is simply unreasonable. This is not your fault. If you want to blame it, blame your promoter who doesn't listen to you. Broly comforted Qian Shao Xiaxi. Next to it, Lan Yuan Yanzu frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong with the boy. It seems that the girl in front of me is a little overly attentive. By the way, are you willing to be my, friend? Broly wanted to talk about his wife. But he has suffered 6 consecutive rejections in this world. I decided to start with the girl in front of me first and start with my friend. Hey, are you asking me? Broly nodded quickly and looked at the girl in front of him nervously. You are very surprised that you are actually willing to make friends with me, the cursed son. Qian Shao Xiaxi looked at him with a strange look. It's not your choice to be the son of the curse. It's your mother's fault. She shouldn't have been infected with enterovirus when she was pregnant. And it is precisely because she is pregnant with you that she has not become a gastrula animal, so you are the son of the curse, but you did nothing wrong. On the contrary, when you were born, you saved your biological mother, so you are the real hero, and I just want to make friends with heroes, the kind of friends who are very close. Broly said seriously. These words made the people present stunned. Broly, who told you about this? Rimi Rentaro asked curiously. It's Dr. Miroto, this is what she told me. Broly answered honestly. What kind of friend is a very close friend? Is my relationship with you? Lan Yuan Yanzu was on the other side, and she also asked nervously when she looked at the Saiyan boy. No, but a friend who is more intimate, who can promise to be my wife in the future. Broly told the truth again. Hey! Qian Shao Xiaxi opened her mouth wide. The boy who met for the first time said he wanted to be his wife. This made the girl with IQ 210 feel a little incredible. This. Lan Yuan Yanzu's face turned red all of a sudden. She wanted to say something, but she found that she couldn't say anything. Since I met Broly, the boy has never hidden his thoughts of finding a wife. However, all the objects that Broly encountered, who could be recognized by the Crystal Palace, did not agree to be his wife. Among the people who refuse, she also includes herself. May I ask, aren't you kidding me? Qian Shao Xiaxi asked at this time. Of course not. I'm super serious and didn't joke with you. Broly answered the girl with a stern face. Lan Yuan Yanzu stomped her feet next to her. The home shoes collided with the ground, making a slap sound. Will you? Broly just looked at the double ponytail friend Lan Yuan Yanzu with a curious look, then retracted her eyes to the blonde girl with small braids on both sides of her face, and asked again. When Lan Yuan Yanzu heard the boys questioning again, she stopped stomping her feet and held her breath and looked over, feeling a little nervous about the answer that Qian Shao Xiaxi was about to give. Rishiki Rentaro pinched his eyebrows. He was very familiar with Lanhara Yoshijo's reaction. It might be a bit wrong to say that it was jealousy, but there was absolutely nothing wrong with using the word protective food. Before he knew it, the Saiyan boy who lived in his home had already risen to the point where he would be worried about being snatched away by others. However, Rentaro Rishi could understand it. If he were a Rahara Yanju, the boy had done so many things for him, and he would be moved by it. He cherished the other party very much, worried that the other party would be snatched away by others. The girl is now in this state of wanting to protect food, but she finds that food cannot be considered as her own property. He stomped his feet anxiously and held his breath nervously. It was not until Qian Shaoxiashi said sorry that he finally vomited out the breath he was holding. If I just become an ordinary friend, I'm very happy, but if I become a friend of your wife in the future, then forget it. Qian Shaoxiashi rejected Broly, but her happiness value on the panel of the Crystal Palace is constantly improving. It was very sudden to be proposed, but Qian Shaoxiashi was still very happy because there were people in this world who were willing to accept themselves. But Qian Shaoxiashi, who has dolphin factor, is too smart. Her smart mind allows her to see a longer future. The identity of the originator will always make her die at any time or become a gastrula animal. Compared to the harm that death will bring to the boy after he establishes a deep relationship with the boy, Qian Shaoxiashi would rather not have any fantasy and expectation from the beginning to the bright future that could not exist. As the saying goes, without expectations, you will not be disappointed. Without a start, no one will be hurt. Is that so? Broly became dejected. This was the 7th target he could encounter in this world, but the other party still rejected him. Broly, don't be sad. Lan Yuan Yanzu patted the boy's shoulder to comfort her, but for some reason, she was very happy at this moment. On the panel of the Crystal Palace, her happiness value also reflects her true mood, but it rose by 2 points to 31 points. Is okay. After discovering the change in Lan Yuan Yanzu's happiness value, Broly suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. The target of this world's strategy, Mirodo Sumiya, seemed to have left him a little hope, but it felt more like drawing a big cake for him, with the purpose of asking him to help him work. The others refused decisively and left no room for anything, and Lan Yuan Yanzu, the only friend she made, is still having an inappropriate attitude. She clearly treated her so sincerely, helping the girl reverse the stereotype of the cursed son in school, and the other party also said she wanted to cheer for her wife, but the result was that when she saw others rejecting her again, she looked like comforting herself, but was very happy inside. The damage caused to Broly is higher than that caused by Qian Shaoxiashi's refusal to him in person. To use a poem to describe Broly's mood at this moment, that is, I will illuminate my heart, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. Broly regarded Lan Yuan Yanzu as a friend, but now he felt that Lan Yuan Yanzu did not regard herself as a friend, which disappointed the Saiyan boy, but said nothing. Broly, it's not the time to be depressed. In more than an hour, Scorpio will be coming. We have to find the leech Shadow Yin before that, get the 7-star relics back, and prevent the mass extinction incident from happening. Ricky saw Rentaro coming over and patted Broly on the shoulder, but still hoped that the Saiyan boy would cheer up. For teenagers, the love between boys and girls is just a trivial matter, and it is a big matter to prevent Scorpio from arriving in Tokyo Bay. However, Broly's view is an idea. Scorpio's upcoming arrival is not a big deal for him, and finding a wife is a big deal. If Scorpios come, let it come. Anyway, it's just a matter of energy bombing. Broly is no longer in the mood to accompany the scene of pretending to be unable to see a father and daughter. He is not very concerned about both sides who are now confronting. After all, none of the camps here is willing to agree to join Crystal Palace or his wife. Anyway, neither party has a wife, so it's better to show it. People here can do whatever they want. What does survival or death have to do with him, a scion from another world? Well, at most, for the sake of acquaintances in the local area, he can help throw 1 or 2 energy bombs and other things after swimming in the Rousxian Scorpio. As for whether 1 or 2 energy bombs can solve a gastrula animal in stage 5, Broly has no doubt about this. In his opinion, the gastrula animals in this world are just creatures that provide food. As creatures that provide food, the gastrula animals are not as powerful as the saccharine spiders on the Wampa star. It seems that any 2 saccharine spiders can kill them in the gastrula animals in this world. Broly, can you deal with Scorpio? Seeing Rentaro aware of it, he realized it and asked after he reacted. Broly didn't say anything, and raised his hand to aim at the forest where there was a commotional sound on the side. When a gastrula animal rushed out, Yishun brought him depression. The energy bomb of the chi was fired out of the palm of the little hand. Boom! The gastrula animals were destroyed, and the forest behind them also turned into powder. A spacious forest avenue appeared directly in the forest. The flames burned at the edge, and the place where the energy bomb passed was open, and no creature could survive this terrifying attack. The energy bomb that had not diminished its momentum suddenly turned and shot high in the sky before it was about to reach a giant monument, and the meteor that turned into a reverse direction disappeared into everyone's eyes. Rishiki Rentaro opened his mouth wide. Facts are better than words, and Broly's casual blow was completely beyond his imagination. Of course, it also exceeded the imagination of the other two girls present, as well as the imagination of all those who happened to watch this scene. But compared to Rentaro Sakamai, who knew the truth, others only thought it was some terrifying gastrula animal in the forest and launched such a terrifying attack. Broly, you are so awesome. This is a super large magic flash. Lan Yu and Yanzu rushed up, holding the Saiyan boy's arm and shaking it. How did this be done? Qian Xiao Xiaoxi was a little confused, and some couldn't understand how the boy made a fuss. This is an energy bomb condensed with chi. Broly was a little calm about their praise. The compliment of a girl who cannot be his wife makes him calm. He was tired and mentally exhausted. The feeling of frustration that was rejected in this world was because Lan Yu and Yanzu's attitude just now burst out. I didn't show it too specifically, but I became silent and didn't want to pay attention to the whistling Lan Yu and Yanzu next to me. Broly turned a blind eye to the way Qian Xiao Xiaoxi wanted to ask, but didn't know how to ask. The police's search line was compressing, and the traces of Lisa Yingyan were also discovered in the warehouse area. The battle became fierce, and signal flares were also issued, and many police officers headed towards the old port warehouse area. Rishimai Rentaro wanted to go over, but found that the Saiyan boy behind him sat cross-legged and had no intention of continuing to move forward after he came to the hillside with a better view and could see the coastline. Broly, don't you go there. He couldn't help but turn around and ask. So what if it's gone? Will the leech, Xiao Bina, promise to be my wife, or will one of the more holy emperors or Tentoki, promise to be my wife? Broly asked rebelly. Rentaro Rimi. He finally realized that Broly was a little upset. But, why? The boy was very puzzled. Yanzu had already liked him more and valued him more. Is this the girl's rejection? Rimi Rentaro looked at Kishao Natsushi and thought silently. However, it's better to stay here. In the forest behind, the gastrula animals attracted by the movement of the battle will eventually need to be resisted and resolved. Otherwise, if a group of gastrula animals join the battlefield, it is estimated that everyone except Broly and others will probably die. After seeing Broly's energy bomb in the forest area with his own eyes, Rishi saw that Rentaro no longer had the previous sense of urgency. So what if Scorpio comes? Can you resist Broly's terrifying energy bomb? Even if you can resist one, he has asked the Saiyan boy that such an energy bomb can throw out many shots at will. So, there is no need to panic at all, because with Broly there, the Tokyo district is absolutely safe. Discover new strategy target, Scorpio, current happiness value is 0. Chapter 400, Reversal on the Spot, the first wife Scorpio. Scorpio has an octopus-like body, very large in size, and is covered with red eyeballs. When moving, accompanied by a large amount of sea fog, like the chirping of a giant whale, it was never known whether it was the opening position of the head of the mouth or the breathing mouth. The sound came from far to near, and before it came to the land, people on the coast could see huge figures looming in the sea fog. Is that Scorpio? Labiko Binabi headed a policeman, looked at the giant object that appeared on the sea level in the distance, turned his head and asked his father next to him. Yes, that's Scorpio, the moment of mass extinction has arrived. Lisa Yingyan raised his hand and stabbed it, his fingers pierced through Yuxiang General's throat. The idiot with developed limbs and simple minds took 2 steps back while covering her neck. I fell to my knees, stopped breathing, and died. It's over, the Tokyo area is over. In the old port district, the battle has stopped. The sea breeze blows on his face, surging the waves hitting the embankment, as if he wants to bring people into the cold and dark deep sea and experience the ethereal chirping of loneliness and despair. Compared to the powerful leech Shadow Yin, the giant thing that gradually approaches is even more desperate. It seemed like a big monster that ran out of the special film drama, appeared in this world without Ultraman. Missile, launch. The Self-Defense Force Navy began an intercepted attack, with missile heads and torpedoes being fired from the ship. Bang bang bang. But compared to Scorpio, the large size, which looks like a warship of a toy boat, causes extremely limited damage to Scorpio. The metal loaded on the missile head that inhibits the regeneration ability of gastrula animals can have very limited regeneration effects in the face of such a huge giant. Often, as soon as a missile blasts out a gap, the next moment, the gap heals at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wriggling piece of meat pushed out the metal trapped in the body, and the forked tentacles connected to the main body waved towards the warship. Not long after the battle, some cruisers were sunk by Scorpio's dancing tentacles, turning into burning wreckage on the sea, flooded by the rolling sea water. How is the ladder over there? In the shelter and command room, Tentoki even asked about the situation of the Self-Defense Force army. They have arrived at the ladder. Someone reported it. Can the ladder still operate? It can run. That's great, we still have hope. But there is no metal warhead. When we retreated, most of the things containing metal were taken away together. Tentoki's expression was a little crazy. You're just talking about such important information now. I ran over there to check it out and only now know. 10 years ago, the human front here was defeated very quickly and was evacuated in a hurry, so there are many things that have not been recorded on the official organization. The ultimate weapon of the ladder has never been used once, and no one has ever tried to maintain that thing for 10 years. So, if you want to cram for the moment, you have no need to hold it. No, now I'm transporting metal ammunition is over, is it still time to do it? Tiantungmu looked at the representatives of Sima Heavy Industry present. There are some things in the company that can be used as ultra-electromagnetic ammunition, but even if you transport it with a helicopter now, it will take more than 10 minutes. At the speed of Scorpio, you can dock in 3 minutes and enter the city in 7 minutes. Sima Wairi answered the question from Tentoki, the mortal enemy. Then let the navy hold on for a while. The Holy Emperor said. I'm fucking dragging me. The captain of the naval general ship who received the order from the superior looked at the Scorpio who was bombarded by a large number of missiles but was still moving freely, and wanted to curse at the person on the other end of the communication. But in the end, the naval captain was still ready to perform this life-threatening mission. He decided to let the naval warship team use as bait to attract Scorpio's attention. Although the naval warships cannot cause any substantial harm to Scorpio, it is still possible to buzz the flies, and Scorpio is attracted to the attention. Broly, the self-defense force has no choice, use your energy to bomb. Rishiki Rentaro observed the battle situation on the seaside with his yes eyes, and found that the situation was basically a situation where the self-defense force navy was completely helpless against Scorpio, so he urged the Saiyan boy around him. As for Broly, after seeing Scorpio, he was stunned by the prompt that Crystal Palace discovered the new guide object. When he asked about Crystal Palace, he got a somewhat rigid and definite answer, it was a woman, with a figure, yes, that was. After he was the target of the guide, he subconsciously wanted to help Scorpio. But before he started to take action, Broly realized that the newly emerging guides there seemed to be no need for his own help. Sorry, I'm not going to help this time. After hearing Rentaro's words, Broly apologized. Why, can't you do it? Satoshi saw Rentaro suddenly turned around and looked at him in confusion. That's the same. Broly wanted to talk about his wife, but in this world he found so many guides, and no one agreed to be his wife, so he was a little unconfident and changed his mind to talk about the guide. And I will not attack the possibility of becoming my wife's guide. To be honest, unless it is the situation where two guides fight, and the current situation of Scorpio unilaterally eliminating the human navy does not give Broly the idea of taking action. Is your XP so wide? Even Scorpios can like it. Seeing Rentaro couldn't help but complain, the two girls beside him also looked over with wide eyes. I don't have any special XP, but as long as it is a guide object recognized by Crystal Palace, I will also recognize it. Broly actually has no dislike for strangers and strange creatures. However, the target of the strategy recognized by Crystal Palace will have a natural favorability bonus. But, Scorpio may not agree to be your wife, right? Satori saw Rentaro having a big head, but then he flashed his mind and said. Broly. Indeed, if you meet the guide object, it does not mean the guide object, and you will definitely agree to be your own wife. This world has given him 7 disappointing experiences, and Broly would not feel particularly surprised when he came to the 8th disappointing experience. So, as long as Scorpios don't agree to be your wife, are you willing to help? If it's just to drive away. Broly's answer is obvious. Even if Scorpio doesn't agree, he will not kill the other party. It's okay to drive away. Ricky Rentaro nodded. Broly takes off. The boy and 2 girls watched the Saiyan boy fly towards Scorpio. The artillery fire was roaring, but suddenly it was blocked by a rising energy barrier. What happened? How did the missile be intercepted? Did Scorpio use any new moves? The detection camera carried by the warship was focused, and Broly, suspended above the Scorpio's head, was soon discovered. No, why did a child fly in the sky? Broly. The Holy Emperor and others in the command room widened their eyes. Miss Mugang, what's going on? The girl, the Holy Emperor, asked the black straight girl. It seems that the barrier is his, not Scorpio. Sima Weazi soon discovered that the center of the energy barrier was boy rather than Scorpio through the missile explosion. Please let me make a call first. Tentoki didn't know what was going on. She had a strong impression of Broly as a boy with a mysterious origin. Although she knew that the other party could capture the gastrula animals in the wild alive, she knew that the other party could capture the stage 4 alive, which was still tonight. The warship stopped its meaningless bombardment and stayed away from Scorpio and Saiyans. Tentoki took out his cell phone and called Rentaro Rimi, who might have known Broly better. Hey, Rentaro, is Broly able to fly? And he even flew over Scorpio's head. Sister Mugang, do you know? I'm looking at the frontline image now. What's going on with that child? Well, he is a Saiyan from another world. He came to this world to find a wife, and Scorpio happened to be one of the wives he wanted. Rentaro Sato didn't hide it, and Tentoki Geng's phone was placed on the table and the amplifier button was turned on. So, what he said at this moment was clearly heard by everyone in the command room. If someone introduces a child like this for no reason, no one will believe it. But now, the boy is floating on the holographic projection screen, using strange power to stop the missile attack of the warship. This has to be believed in the origin of the Saiyan boy. But if the other party looks for a wife, choose Scorpio. What is this abstract mate selection criteria? Oh, it's not right. The boy also asked them to be his wives, but they refused. Don't worry, Broly has failed to find a wife many times. When Scorpio rejects him, he will help drive Scorpio away. Although Rentaro Rimi knew that it was not good to say that Broly failed to find a wife, he still said so in order to make Tentoki there more at ease. Driving away Scorpio, does he have the ability? Tian Tong Juzhikeng asked at this time. Can you see the forest near the giant monument on the north side? Can you see, what's wrong? In the command room, someone quickly called out the down view image taken by the satellite. The open space that suddenly appeared was created by Broly in an instant. Rishimai Rentaro holding his cell phone, looking at the road when he came from behind. Although he could not see the scenery there with the obstruction of the woods, he was very confident in the horror scene caused by Broly and believed that it would definitely bring confidence to the people on the other end of the microphone. Everyone in the command room was silent when they looked at the satellite image, but they were indeed confident. In the blank forest land presented in the satellite's aerial view, some people have calculated the equivalent needed to create that kind of scene. If the damage to nuclear radiation is excluded, only in terms of the power of destruction to matter, I am afraid that if a large amount of nuclear warhead is thrown down, it will only cause such a degree of damage. Nuclear warheads cannot have a decisive killing effect on gastrula animals of stage 5, but it does not mean that humanoid individuals who can easily create nuclear warheads to attack cannot have a killing effect. Just when the Holy Emperor and others in the command room were relieved, Broly flew back to see Rentaro. Sorry, see you, Scorpio has agreed to be my wife, I will stand on her side now. Ah. Now, whoever is enemies with her is enemies with me. After Broly said this, he flew back. No, Broly, are you serious? Rishiki Rentaro asked, but Broly could no longer hear it. However, the answer to this question came to a conclusion after the boy watched him fly back to Scorpio and sat directly on Scorpio's big head, and Scorpio had no intention of attacking him. But, why? The Saiyan boy's action of jumping against the scene was too sexy, and Ricky was a little confused when he saw Rentaro. But he didn't understand that Broly failed in attacking rational human objects, but he succeeded directly when attacking irrational gastrula animal objects. The reason why gastrula animals are called gastrula animals is because they have the IQ level of animals. Humans may consider various factors to reject it, but gastrula animals do not. Of course, not every gastrula animal has such an IQ, but it has an octopus factor. There should be Scorpios. If Sumi Muroto, an expert who studies gastrula animals, was also in the command room, he would probably give such an answer. Scorpios are also of relatively high IQ among gastrula animals. Broly just came here to support her with a protective barrier, which made her feel kindness. Of course, no matter how high the IQ is, it is the level of an octopus. Scorpio has no human logical thinking. He is just instinctively whispering to the boy when he is asked by Saiyans whether he wants to be his wife. The Crystal Palace is a rigid thing, and the judgment of whether the person who is the guide is agreed to join the Crystal Palace is a bit vague. Scorpio is regarded as agreeing with just a little thank you. So, things became like this. The Tokyo region has changed from facing a Scorpio alone to a combination facing a Scorpio Gassian. Scorpio continues to move towards the coastline, while Broly sits on Scorpio's big head, guarding the world's first creature to agree to be his wife. Are we still attacking? The Navy Commander-in-Chief asked what the rear meant. Of course, attack, continue to buy time for the latter. Tian Tong Juzhikeng directly ordered that after Scorpio appeared, his purpose had been achieved. Hiding in a shelter is the best choice. Repelling Scorpio to protect Tokyo's safe zone is the best result. Don't attack, you will be attacked by Broly. Rishiki Rentaro also heard the sound from the other end of the phone, and he hurriedly said. But his words were useless. The artillery fire of the warship sounded again. Just the next moment, more than a dozen energy beams from the top of Scorpio's heads destroyed the warships that launched the attack. Unlike Scorpio's slow tentacles strike back, Broly's strike back is fast and accurate. Without hesitation, all the steel warships and the naval soldiers above evaporated. The Third Fleet is completely destroyed. The captain of the Navy Commander-in-Chief reported the damage to the war with difficulty. But he didn't need to report it, because everyone in the command room saw this scene.